Chapter 1348. Percentage return 1348 percentage return. The other group was just as large as that of the lizard demon race. However, they were an odd race of demons that looked as though their skeletons were on the outside of their bodies rather than the inside, their flesh and blood entrapped in a cage of dull white that looked almost like highly refined ash. Their skulls appeared over their faces like masks, their eyes flowing with an eerie greenish-blue flame that flickered with their emotions or lack thereof. They called these demons the exo-demon race. They were well known for their defensive abilities and they were a nightmare to deal with. Their control over their skeletal system was quite similar to the control that Ryu had once had with his skeleton summons back in Sacrum. Their leader was quite clear. He was a young man that stood ahead over everyone, his body so brawny that he looked like a tank, and his skeleton having extra bones where they most definitely shouldn't appear. It made his bones look more like an armor than they should, and yet he moved as naturally as flowing water, something astonishing both given the state of his bones and his brawny size. This young man's status was similar to the Exo race as compared to Empana's status in the lizard demon race. He was their prince, Norian. Of course, though, Norian was far inferior to Empana as the former could never hope to sniff out a place on the 8th plane. And yet, he was still giving the latter such a provocative glance currently, one that only became deeper after hearing Leah's words. Norian might look like a burly meathead covered in a bone shield, but he was also quite intelligent. He realized that no one around Empana was from the 8th plane, and how could they be? The 8th plane was too busy worrying about their own birthright. How could they have time to worry about trash from the 5th plane? When he saw that there was even a Dao pedestal realm expert that seemed to be crippled on Empana's team, he was so speechless that he couldn't even muster up laughter. Wasn't this a bit too pathetic? Ryu shook his head and didn't even bother to respond to Leah. Just because they had returned to the catacombs, did that mean they were still in the same spot? How vast were the catacombs? It was impossible that they had exited from the same space. They were all sky gods. If they had walked around in a huge circle, how could they not notice? They were definitely paying close attention. This young woman was truly starting to get annoying. If it was up to Ryu, he would have already killed her, but he understood his current circumstances quite well. He wasn't in place to do this, yet. Leah seemed to want to speak again after seeing Ryu ignore her, but it was at that time that Empana finally said something. "Leah, be patient for now," he uttered lightly. Leah lowered her head and closed her mouth, obediently retreating to Empana's side. Ryu, though, didn't see this as Empana taking his side. That, for now, seemed to linger quite heavily in the air. Even Langer couldn't help but laugh as though he loved to see this sort of thing. Langer had practically grown up with Ryu, he had seen the latter in all sorts of situations, but who but him dared to disparage the scion of the Tatsuya clan to his face? This was a truly novel situation and he was loving every minute of it. One would have thought that he only put Ryu in this situation to observe this. Indeed, this was quite rare even for Ryu. Usually, when people pissed him off, he would just directly attack to kill. If not for Mei, he would have already done so. His patience was limited and thin. He didn't like listening to buzzing flies. Even so, he managed to ignore it, his gaze whipping around the region. As expected, Ryu's eyes could still naturally see the flow of spatial chi and voidal nodes. As such, he could tell that in exchange for the 3 hours they had spent within the tunnels, they had actually moved the equivalent of about 200 minutes through the catacombs. That extra 20 minutes was small, but Ryu felt that it served a purpose. Taking a step back, this was clearly intentional. The tunnel was so long and winding, but the catacombs were a straight shot. After 3 hours of twists and turns, why was it that they had moved further along by taking the least efficient route? This was the first test. It was likely supposed to rely on luck, but Ruin Masters had a chance to break that mold. That said, Ryu didn't need luck, nor did he need his matrix, he only needed his eyes. Now that he knew what he was looking for, it was all too easy. His gaze scanned the region. The tunnel that he had picked at random was a plus 11% return on their time. Obviously, he had to focus on tunnels that maximized this return and avoid the ones that might even have a negative return on time investment. 6%, 3%, negative 1%. It seemed that Ryu had actually been quite lucky the first time around. A plus 11% return seemed to be one of the better ones. He appeared up and down until his eyes sharpened. Plus 27%, perfect. There, Ryu uttered lightly. Ignoring everyone else, he pulled Mei along and took a large leap forward, climbing up the side of the catacomb walls with swift steps before entering a tunnel that was about 120 meters off the ground. Empana's eyes narrowed. He had been observing Ryu all the while and his inferences couldn't be faked. He seemed to have really figured something out. He sent a gaze toward Norian and noticed his ruin master murmur something into his ear before the former's gaze narrowed as well. Norian and Empana's gazes met and sparks flew. Empana made a decision and then followed after Ryu, but not before Langer had. Without a choice, everyone else could only quickly follow as well. But to their astonishment, the Exo race was also quickly making their way over. Chapter 1349. Collapse 1349 Collapse. Ryu's gaze flickered, but he didn't say anything. The Exo race had been here for much longer, so it wouldn't be surprising if they had managed to pick out the best tunnel in the region. But it felt like these odds were quite small. From Ryu's understanding of the situation, Empana was by far the most likely to be the winner. He was the greatest talent, held the greatest personal strength, and had even entered from a violet portal. All of the odds were in his favor. That said, the other clans wouldn't just keel over just because, and there would obviously be other dark horses trying their best to grasp this opportunity. These clans definitely had their own aces in the hole, while it was also clear to Ryu that the lizard demon race wasn't of one mind and purpose. Targeting Empana ahead of time before he could build up steam made a great deal of sense. The worst part was that even if this wasn't their intention, the results would be just as devastating. That's because if they were calculating which tunnel to enter and not just following them, then they would be shocked to find that Ryu had picked out the right tunnel and even faster than them at that. Given that situation, they might assume that it was out of luck the first time around. But if they were smart, they would follow a second time and maybe even a third to confirm. Ryu's appearance was too conspicuous. Why would Empana bring along a Dao pedestal realm expert if not for a very good reason? They didn't need to know the backstory. All they needed to guess was that Ryu was important for reasons other than his cultivation. Just a little curiosity would go a long way. If they also remembered that Empana had actually chosen to wait for Ryu for over an hour, it would make the situation even worse. This was a situation where despite the fact the deductions up to the conclusion were wrong, it didn't matter. So long as they took an interest in Ryu and decided to follow, it would be hard to control the situation. As though that wasn't bad enough, even if Ryu chose a poor tunnel on purpose the next time around, they might still choose to follow since they felt that Empana was their greatest competitor. So long as they stuck by Empana's side, they didn't have to worry about others winning and they might shrug off Ryu's actions as trying to throw them off his scent. All of these thoughts flashed through Ryu's mind in an instant, his speed of thought still greatly helped by his origin flame. He realized that although much of his cultivation was locked away aside from his body's strength, those external treasures still worked just fine. What to do? Ryu thought to himself. After a moment, he came to a decision. Single quote ... Since they want chaos, let there be chaos. Ryu didn't say anything as though he couldn't tell what was happening behind him. Empana frowned when he noticed Norian's actions. He still didn't know what Ryu was doing, but the fact that Norian was following made him think of a whole host of things as well, and he realized that this matter wouldn't be peaceful. Collapse the tunnel's entrance, Empana commanded. Jorlumin hopped to action. There were 10,000 of them that needed to enter the tunnel. As one might expect, though, for such a tunnel to accommodate them, it was quite large. Even so, there was only a distance of 2 kilometers that separated them from the others. There didn't feel like there was enough time and they had to be even more rushed than usual. Luckily, Norian also had a large number of people and he couldn't risk sending someone more powerful ahead quickly, or else it would be very easy for Empana to quickly surround and kill them. If Norian lost someone important just to impede them for a moment, it would be too late to regret. So Norian didn't do that, continuing to charge ahead in a group. It all happened in what felt like the blink of an eye, but sky gods were truly that great. By the time Norian and his group had caught up, boom, 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 the entrance to the tunnel collapsed. Start digging, Norian roared. Within the tunnel, the group was rushing forward, but Ryu was obviously a limiting factor. However, with a thought, little Silk appeared beneath Ryu and Mei's feet. With a single flap of her gorgeous wings, they soared ahead at great speed. The other sky gods, who were going to use this as an opportunity to teach Ryu a small lesson, lost their chance. Ryu sneered inwardly, but he didn't say anything. Even so, his thoughts kept swarming. This will be a bit tricky to execute. It's hard to tell. No, I can pull this off. If Ryu wanted chaos, it seemed to be in his best interest to slow down. But if he slowed down too much, it would make him too obvious, so instead he had directly summoned Little Silk. That said, this wasn't all bad. He gained an excuse to bring her out and gained some more security toward his and Mei's safety for the time being. It was this next part that would be more difficult. Ryu swerved and moved through the tunnels at great speed. The roaring of the earth echoed through the smooth walls as it was clear that the exo-demon race was making their way forward swiftly. Collapse the tunnels, Empana ordered again. Ryu's gaze flickered, but he didn't say anything. The team could only see the back of his head as he continued to shoot forward, winding through the turns and variations of the tunnel. 5 hours later, they shot out from the tunnel, finding themselves in the very same enormous catacomb once again. By now, Empana had an idea of what was going on, but Leah was completely livid. Unfortunately for her, Ryu didn't pause even a single second before shooting out of the exit and toward another tunnel. Chapter 1350. After them. 1350 After them. Ryu's speed caused Empana's own gaze to change somewhat, but he realized that Ryu hadn't accelerated, he was still flying at the same speed. Rather, this seemed to be a good idea. If they disappeared into a tunnel now, it would be easier to lose Norian. After all, it would be hard to tell which tunnel they had entered from. What Empana didn't know was that it was trivial for a ruin master to find out such a thing. Even the worse, most incompetent ruin masters could track a location living beings had passed through recently. However, Empana wasn't a ruin master, so how could he know this? If it was possible to avoid detection like this, then Ryu wouldn't be so worried about others following his actions and finding out he could do something they couldn't. The group rushed into the tunnel and vanished. Dozens of minutes later, the exo-demon race rushed out after them. Norian's expression became ugly. There were so many tunnels around them, but they all looked the exact same. He had no way of telling which one they had entered. There was some lingering ice chi in the air back in the tunnel. Maybe there are some traces left here somewhere. Young master, you don't have to worry about this. This is the easiest thing for me to track. They've entered this one here. The ruin master by Norian's side spoke quickly. Norian's eyes lit up. He clearly trusted this man implicitly. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. Ryu's gaze was still sharp even another 3 hours later. He realized before anyone else and he shot out from the cave's entrance like a cannon before suddenly coming to a halt. An imperceptible smile curled the side of his lip. The tunnel he had stepped into just now wasn't a positive tunnel, it was instead a negative tunnel. Negative didn't mean that it went backwards, but rather meant that the length of time spent traveling within it was less than what one would have gotten if they followed the catacomb's straight road. In a positive tunnel, one might get an extra 10 minutes of time. However, in a negative tunnel, if you traveled for an hour, you would only improve forward what you could have covered in 50 minutes along the straight path. However, Ryu had done this with a very clear purpose in mind, and the purpose was below. Empana and Yonjur rushed out not long after Ryu. The former's expression became serious instantly while the latter's looked toward Ryu's side profile as though he was trying to see something. But Ryu's expression was just the same as always, unreadable, cold and distant. The appearance of the group immediately caught the attention of those below. To the astonishment of Empana, down below, there was the third and final major group of the fifth plane. Each and every last of them radiated a frigid air and were as pale as snow from head to toe. Their skin was oddly wrinkled despite the exuberant youthful aura they gave off, and their eyes were nothing more than bottomless abysses of darkness with no whites, irises or even pupils to speak of. This was the White Devil race, not to be confused with the White Devils of Sacrum's mortal planes. It might even be said that the legend or name of the White Devils of Sacrum had come from this race right before Ryu. However, while the White Devil race of Sacrum referred to the Zu clan, these were true demons, vicious and demonic under every sense of the words. The tension in the air skyrocketed, but what made it worse was that not even a few minutes after, Norian dashed out as well. Suddenly, the atmosphere seemed to explode. The leader of the White Devils was a young woman. The wrinkles on her face were fainter than those around her, but they also seemed more defined. If one looked closely, these weren't wrinkles at all, but almost like tattoos formed entirely by the peaks and valleys of her skin. It gave her an odd sort of beauty that one couldn't put their finger on, but in order to taste such a beauty a man would have to have a great deal of testicular fortitude. That was because this young was Relora, a vicious woman well known for her cannibalism. Of course, cannibalism in this context didn't refer to eating other white devils, but rather other humanoid demons. She had eaten more lizard demons and exo-demons than she cared to count. Seeing them appear before her now, her tongue couldn't help but flicker in and out of her mouth, moving so fast that it left a ghostly trail. Empana's frown deepened as he looked toward Ryu. By now, he was certain that Ryu knew what he was doing, or else a situation where they had run into not just one group, but two, would never happen. However, he wasn't sure if Ryu had done this on purpose or not. After a moment, he vibrated his head. How could that be possible? What he didn't know was that the moment they had exited the tunnel the first time, he had already sensed which tunnel the White Devils had entered. Reverse engineering which tunnel to enter next so that they would be slowed enough to meet them again was simple arithmetic to Ryu. Ryu suddenly felt that this feeling was quite novel. Back in Sacrum, he had accumulated a lack of respect for sky gods because he had always toyed with them in the palm of his hands. But this was always built off the back of his family's strength. Doing it with his own now felt different. He would enjoy playing these sky gods to death. Ryu suddenly put his matrix away just a few moments after and zoomed like a ball from a cannon, urging Little Silk forward. He zipped into a tunnel. Without hesitation, Norian dashed forward after him. At the same time, Relora's expression changed. Then, she made a split-moment decision. After them, Chapter 1351. Smirk 1351 Smirk Ryu's gaze flickered, his expression serious. However, the curl on his lip seemed to give away what was happening inside of him. He was a Tao pedestal realm ancestor, in the midst of thousands of sky gods, each with the ability to kill him with a single finger, and yet what he was feeling wasn't fear. His heart thumped out of his chest, a wild thrill flooding his veins. He felt like he was standing on top of the world, his restrained bloodlines beating against their chains as though they might break free at any time. Empana and Yonjur rushed from Ryu's back, the latter looking toward Ryu's back. Others couldn't tell the difference between Ryu's feelings right now, but he definitely could. Ryu looked to be as cold as could be, but he could see that faint curl on his lip. It was easy to miss it, or dismiss it as a quirk of his expression, but Empana knew it was a sneer. That sneer only appeared in one moment, when he was playing people in the palm of his hands. It was a sneer he had seen too many times, a sneer that even the powerhouses of Sacrum had greatly feared despite it coming from a mortal, and maybe a sneer that the true martial world would come to fear very soon as well. It seemed that very soon the name Ryu Tatsuya would echo with a roar. Little Silk responded to Ryu's urging with an even faster speed. Despite only being the false sky god realm, it seemed that this little one's velocity was truly quick. It seemed that now it wasn't just that the others were following Ryu, but rather that Ryu was leading. Empana's eyes narrowed. He noticed the shift. Even Jorlumen, who had started constantly looking toward him for confirmation before acting, was now moving to Ryu's rhythm. Through a more roundabout method than Langer, Empana seemed to realize that something was very wrong. However, this wasn't a moment that he could do anything about it. Given the situation, if they stopped now, then the only result would be battle. It was impossible for things to go differently. Ryu suddenly shot from a cave tunnel, bringing them back to the catacombs, but before anyone could react or slow down he shot into another one, then hours later, he exited and swiftly entered another, then another. It was as though he was a man possessed. The others felt like they had hopped onto a tiger that they couldn't come down from. They had no choice but to continue following Ryu. The Exo-Demon and White Devil races both had pledged to following Empana's group, while Empana's group couldn't stop or else a battle would erupt without a doubt. Some even hoped that Ryu would understand the situation and not come to a stop. Ryu flipped a palm and a pill appeared. Before anyone could see what it was clearly, he flicked it forward at great speed. Little Silk, who was flying at great speed, suddenly leapt forward and chomped down, swallowing it. Any fatigue that had been taken on by the little one vanished in the blink of an eye, a sparkling radiance emitting from her gorgeous wings as she rushed forward at even greater speed. Suddenly, Little Silk began to spin, a whirlwind of biting cold wind taking shape. Imperceptible lines of silk quickly began to form one after another, each impossible to spot with the naked eye. However, just when it seemed that Ryu would be using this to get rid of Empana and the others, his lips began to move. Without hesitation, everyone followed his orders. It was a complete shift from how things had been in the beginning. The moment they sensed Ryu's commanding voice echoing in their minds, they felt that it only made sense to follow his commands and their bodies moved of their own accord. Each and every one of them completely forgot that he was meant to be someone that had his orders filtered through Jorlumen. In the end, they began to twist their bodies into all sorts of peculiar postures, rushing forward at their greatest speed. They landed on the other side of the net of silk, rushing out of the cave tunnel once more. At that moment, the Exo and White Devil race caught up. Not understanding what was going on ahead of them, they rushed forward, trying to brace themselves. But that was when an absolutely ghastly scene took shape. They rushed forward and made it to the other side, their faces sinister and prepared to launch powerful attacks. However, that was when, one by one, they froze, their faces paled and they collapsed to the ground in pieces. When they hit the ground, their bodies trembled, separating into countless frozen pieces, each one entirely unrecognizable on their own. It looked as though meat had been chopped them and then flash frozen, sealing all of the blood and flesh within. Halt! Norian roared. Relora's group had no choice but to follow suit as well. They looked forward, hard, and barely managed to see imperceptible lines of silk. However, even when they focused, they couldn't be sure that they had spotted them all. In fact, it was much easier to tell that there was something ahead by the chill as opposed to their senses. However, even if they focused on the chill, with how many lines there were, and how they overlapped so well over one another, how could they possibly tell them apart completely? There was only one choice: they had to destroy them. Gritting their teeth, they gave the order. On the other side, Ryu didn't even bother to look back. He knew what choice they would make. However, destroying Little Silk's silk attack was easier said than done. Even if they had powerful flame users, it would take them at least a few hours to make sure it was all cleared. Ryu smirked inwardly. That was perfect. It would be an adequate buffer. Finally, the scenario in the catacombs had changed. Ahead of them was a world that looked completely divergent from what they had become used to. Chapter 1352, Luck 1352. Luck. Up ahead, to the left of where they had exited, there was a huge, gaping opening. This opening led to what could only be described as the thickest jungle Ryu had ever seen. Even the grasses that wrapped around the roots of the tall rainforest tree canopies wrapped up to their waists. The sheer humidity alone made even the sky gods feel some difficulty breathing. Even without stepping into it, Ryu knew that this place was extremely dangerous. The first test was just making it to this point. There hadn't been any dangers outside of their own fellow man, or demons in this case. However, things would likely change from now on. Ryu, once again, didn't bother to take out his matrix. Trying to analyze such a large world was only a waste of their time. Once again, it was best to dip their toes in and see what variables were best to focus on. So, he took a step forward, urging Little Silk ahead as he prepared to lead everyone again. However, at that moment, something that made his lip curl happened. A moment, Empana said lightly. Ryu wasn't surprised by this. If Empana continued to let him do as he pleased, he would be too incompetent. Others probably didn't notice it yet because they weren't as sharp as Empana or Langer, but how could Empana not realize how people who had been under his command suddenly listened to Ryu unconditionally? In fact, when Ryu had just urged Little Silk forward, those around had been ready to move forward with him. They only seemed to snap out of it after Empana said something, but even then some had given Empana looks of confusion as though he didn't have the right to say anything in this situation. They had completely forgotten about Ryu's cultivation realm. This was the power of competence. At this point, even Leo was silent, let alone everyone else. The greatest weight of Ryu's achievements weren't only the entrapment of the other races, but also the rainforest before them. Clearly, he had led them down the right path. Even so, Empana couldn't allow this to continue unchecked. Ryu stopped Little Silk's forward path and looked back, his expression unreadable. This was the first time that Empana had seen Ryu's face in the last several hours. For some reason, he seemed to have expected some sort of huge change. But in the end, Ryu was still the very same Ryu, unmoved, unhurried, and cold as ice. Explain what your plan from here is, Empana said calmly. He didn't seem to be enraged at all. Ryu smiled, but it seemed to be quite a dangerous smile. What he hated the most was having to explain himself and people testing him, and it seemed that Empana had rolled both into a single question. Obviously, he was trying to establish dominance. If Ryu responded too sharply, then all the work he had put into converting Empana's people would go down the drain. At the end of the day, the difference of cultivation realms was still heavily ingrained into the bones of people, and Empana was already a great talent acknowledged by them all. If he wanted to claw back control, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Nothing, Ryu uttered unhurriedly. Empana frowned. What do you mean by this? He seemed to be ready to reprimand Ryu, but Ryu only shook his head. You don't understand how Ruin Masters work. And apparently the Ruin Masters of those few don't understand anything either. The Matrix is a collector of data. If the data sample is too large, it's worse than knowing anything. Standing here when there's a world to explore and expecting to pluck out a golden egg from a vast ocean is impossible. It's better to act first, find the crucial elements, and then calculate. Empana's eyes narrowed. So you mean to say that you got here by luck? Ryu's smile became deeper. Indeed, from his words, that sort of conclusion could be extracted. After all, aside from a very few number of times, Ryu hadn't even brought out his matrix. And even when he did, it was for a very short period of time. Empana clearly thought that he could use this to his advantage. Getting here by luck is possible, sure. If you pick tunnels at random, you'll eventually get here. Even if you just took a straight shot down the catacombs, you'd eventually make it here as well. Empana seemed to relax when he heard this. This Ryu was too arrogant and he didn't realize the kind of weight his words held. Quote, But getting here in less than a day? Well, you have as much chance of doing that by luck as you would in finding the exact same grain of sand on a beach twice in a row. Empana's gaze sharpened. Is that so? Ryu sighed as though he was lamenting something. You just don't quite understand, Empana. Ryu casually clarified how the tunnels worked as though he was lecturing a child. Empana understood immediately that things were going left. If Ryu explained things like this, it would have the opposite effect, because even though he was self-admittedly not a Ruin Master, lack of proficiency was incompetence. This was why leaders consulted their experts behind closed doors and not in front of the masses. Reeling that Bad almost lost control of the situation, Empana was quick on his feet and immediately changed tactics. He hadn't wanted to use this because it might strain their relationship earlier than he wanted, but he felt that this would happen eventually and it was more important that he regain the hearts of the people right now. I see, thank you for the explanation, Ruin Master. Then I would like to ask you another question. Why is it that you waited until the end of these last few hours to deal with our enemies? If you had dealt with them much earlier, wouldn't they be stuck much further behind us? A realization suddenly came over everyone and they looked toward Ryu with unfriendly gazes. It was true, if Ryu had done that after the first or second tunnel, wouldn't they have shaken them off long ago? But now they were only an hour or two away from breaking free of those lines of silk at worst, and then they would be right after them again. On top of that, they would gain the advantage of them clearing the forest of peril first. The hostile gains seemed to have returned 100-fold stronger, and this time it seemed that it might even be hazardous for Ryu. Chapter 1353, Chaos 1353 Chaos. Ryu could feel the shift in the atmosphere, but his expression didn't change much. If it did, it was rather into an even deeper smile. It seemed that these little political games could be fun, depending on the stakes, that was. It was too bad, though. This Empana might be very talented, but if it was a matter of intelligence, he was too far inferior, and when it came to who had the sharper mouth, they weren't even in the same league. Oh, Ryu blinked, somewhat confused by Empana's words. I'm in the Dao pedestal realm. I was brought here to be a Ruin Master. My commands are also supposed to be given through General Jorluman here. If you wanted me to take a more active role, I could, but I'll need more authority. I'll help out in whatever way you need. Empana froze when he heard these words. The implications almost made him blush with shame. On top of that, Ryu seemed to hit all of his weaknesses at once. Wanting a Dao pedestal realm expert to help you get out of a dangerous situation. Wasn't that far too ridiculous? At the same time, during that situation, if it wasn't for Ryu's orders, they wouldn't have died in the attempt just like those that had rushed through. If they hadn't followed his orders, they would have been the ones dead on the ground. When they realized this, they felt a shudder go through their souls. Also, there was the most apparent part. If Ryu wanted to deal with them, could not he have just uttered nothing at all? If he had just remained silent, considering how fast they're going, at least half of them would have died and Ryu would have been the only one to make it to the other side. The moment others thought to this point, they began to find that Empana's words were a bit ridiculous. Even though they thought this within their hearts, they did not say it out loud, nor did they turn a questioning gaze toward Empana. What a joke, how could they do such a thing to the hope of their race? Even so, Empana's prestige took a major hit. Empana remained silent for a long while. He knew that he had suffered a loss, one that he could not easily reverse without being given time. He found it hard to believe that he was outmaneuvered by a Dao pedestal realm expert, but this was probably how Moorhorn had felt as well. There was really nothing else for him to say about this matter. Ryu waited in silence. Empana could tell immediately that Ryu was simply waiting for something, and when Empana realized what it was, his heart shook. For the first time, he felt somewhat flustered. Only now did he realize that Ryu had yet to drive the nail into the coffin. Empana closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them slowly, his calm having been restored. I see, I've misunderstood Ruin Master, then. Please continue to lead the path ahead, then. Ryu smiled and nodded. Without another word, he turned and urged Little Silk forward. Mei sent a glance back toward Empana. Every moment she spent with Ryu, she seemed to understand him a bit more, and it was ironically through the frustration of others. Empana might be powerful, but he was not at the level of her father just yet, but even the patriarch of the Dream Asuras had ended up in a sorry state before Ryu. This seemed to be the result for anyone who was in his sights. After Ryu turned around, his gaze narrowed. Empana removing a hint of their veil of cordiality was troublesome for him as well. There was a reason he hadn't used that moment to deal with Empana's group. That was because he still needed them. It was impossible to kill them all with that single trap, and killing any of Empana's people would have definitely crossed his bottom line and put him in a compromised position. In the end, he chose to do this. Even so, despite the seriousness of his expression, his blood was boiling. He entered the rainforest quickly. The humidity was so dense that a single gulp of air felt as though he was trying to gasp for breath in the depth of the ocean. It was so much more exaggerated than it had felt within the catacombs, so much so that Ryu felt that there was likely a pseudo-barrier blocking the two locations. This will be a problem. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Air was not the only problem here. The density of water vapor in the air seemed to also be pushing chi away, making it far more sparse here than it should be. If they used their chi too freely, they would definitely end up like fish out of water. Ryu, though, was fascinated by this, because it reminded him a lot of Infinity Mist. Even moving in this Atma dimension made his body feel heavier than normal, let alone breathing and gathering chi. And yet, this water vapor was the most normal of waters that could be found even in mortal worlds. It's not just the water, but how it's being used. Ryu had only just stepped into the rainforest, but he believed that he already understood what the key to making it out of this place was. His mind was as sharp as ever, and he once again did not feel like he needed to rely on his matrix. However, did the others need to know that? They should break through in about 3 hours. Ryu's eyes narrowed. While Ryu was leading the sky gods of the fifth plane by the nose, the situation on the sixth heaven of the true martial world was quickly heating up as well. This was surrounding two matters. The first was the escape of Eismine and Eska. The second was the quickly approaching complete heavenly path and the troubles that it had brought. However, these matters had nothing to do with the current Ryu as he tried to carve out a path to survival. But what did have to do with him was a tunnel that suddenly split the fifth plane in two. Out from this impossible massive portal, a man with raging red hair stepped out. Chapter 1354, again. 1354 again. Ryu didn't know about the commotion caused on the fifth plane due to the appearance of this person, nor the sudden alerting of the much higher planes of existence as a result. All he knew was that the 3-hour timer in his head was about to hit 0. It's about time, Ryu thought. They had traveled quite a distance into the rainforest and most everyone was drenched in sweat but Langer, Empana, and, of course, Ryu and Mei. This was because of none other than Little Silk. As they had moved, wasting time, Ryu wasn't entirely idle. He was analyzing the water vapor around him, something that came like second nature due to his cosmic seed. Unfortunately, because his Tao heart was shattered, his progress was limited as though his talent was sitting behind a filter of some sort. Even so, his speed was blazing, so much so that it was hard to imagine what it would have been like had it not been filtered like this. He grasped over 90% of the secrets in just an hour and was already able to direct Little Silk to undo it and cast a cooler domain around them. By the end of the third, he had grasped 100% of it and felt like a fish in water. Suddenly, he flipped a hand over and revealed his matrix before swiftly putting it away. Then, he urged Little Silk to turn and shot in a certain direction. The others looked toward one another and were about to move forward swiftly. However, they stopped, looking toward Empana first after a moment of hesitation. The lizard demon race wasn't made up of fools, they realized that their actions before were questionable. Empana inwardly shook his head before shooting after Ryu. Only then did the others follow. This entire rainforest should be a formation of twisting water vapor. There's a minimum of 3 sources, likely up to 12 in total. They can only be located in hyper-specific areas, and this one should be the closest. Not even a dozen minutes later, Ryu and the others appeared in a particular region. It was a rare section of the rainforest that was clear of tall, thick trees. In fact, it was the first time they had come across such a place. Not only was it a clearing, but the vegetation in the immediate area looked as though they had been burnt to a crisp. But oddly enough, the humidity in this region was the lowest they had come across, as the others finally felt as though they could breathe properly. In the center of it all, there was a hole, one so black that its bottom couldn't be seen at all. It was as though all light that tried to enter was refracted away. So there are 6. What an odd number. Ryu could tell immediately by the sight of what was in front of him. The others couldn't tell, but Ryu knew that this place was the location of a geyser. It would erupt at intervals and feed into the loop of water vapor that weighed down on the rest of the rainforest. There should be 5 others of this particular geyser, and they should take turns erupting. These geysers should be the clue to exiting this place, but they should also be the hidden danger of this region. If they were here while it erupted, they would likely end up just like the dead, burnt plants in the region. But this was also a clue. Outside the immediate region of damage, the trees and plant life were particularly vibrant and beautiful. In the ruin master profession, this sort of setup was known as life in death. It was a concept quite commonly used in the formation profession. Hiding the key to life in the most dangerous region. If another ruin master came across this region, the first thing they would do would be to go and find all the others so that they could calculate the order of eruption in which one would be the safest to enter. However, for Ryu, after studying the water vapor's flight patterns, he already knew when they would erupt and which was the safest to enter. That said, the others didn't need to know this. Ryu took note of this area and then led everyone to the next geyser, and then the next one. The precision with which he did this made the others relax, as they felt that he was doing his job properly. After Ryu had long since proven himself, even Leah hadn't said anything to him in a very long time. They all only followed along obediently. It was only Empana and Xianxia who seemed to continuously look toward Ryu as though they were trying to figure something out. And then it happened. Ryu briefly explained what he had done in the last hour and how he would now bring the others to the safest geyser to enter. The idea of having to enter these dangerous locations shook everyone present. They realized just how much they were putting their lives in Ryu's hands. However, just when they had begun to access the geyser, the others appeared once again. Empana's gaze flashed. He didn't know how, but he was almost certain that Ryu was doing all of this on purpose. But what he couldn't understand was how precise he was. Was it really possible for a person to do this? And what was his purpose? Beaten and haggard, Norian and Relora appeared with their people around the clearing. Anyone with sharp eyes could tell that they had suffered greatly. Empana's brows furrowed and he suddenly became even more confused. This sort of destruction couldn't just come from Little Silk's silk threads, so what had left them in such a state? Ryu smiled and didn't say anything. He had uttered this rainforest was dangerous. When had he said that the geysers were the only danger? Norian and Relora had lost so many people to Little Silk, and then they lost even more people entering this rainforest. Without a choice, they could only collaborate, or else they felt they wouldn't stand a chance. Who knew they would find Empana's group completely unscathed? Their eyes spitting fire landed on Ryu's body simultaneously. They were practically fire. Kill them all, the two roared. This time, there was simply no avoiding the battle. Surrounding, Empana braced himself, his stare turning malevolent. Chapter 1355. Weakest 1355. Weakest. A raging torrent of chi filled the region. Despite the cold expression on his face, Ryu's inner organs threatened to spill out of his body, and that was despite the fact Little Silk had blocked more than 90% of the volatile energy. Even beyond that, it also seemed that most were purposely avoiding him. Norian and Relora weren't fools. They, of course, had already seen through how special Ryu was. Plus, to them, Ryu was basically inconsequential. Even if he wasn't as amazing as they assumed, and it would just be a facade on Empana's part to hide the true expert that was guiding him, it wouldn't cost them anything to spare his life for now. Ryu's gaze flickered, his pupils dancing back and forth as he tracked the happenings of the battlefield. He couldn't deploy his spiritual sense without involving his birthed phenomena, but releasing that now would draw too much attention. Most probably would never believe that a Tao pedestal realm expert could possibly follow their battle even with spiritual sense, let alone with their eyes. But this was precisely what Ryu was doing. A battle of thousands of sky gods went about exactly how one might expect, but the terrain caused a great amount of difficulty. Usually sky gods would just be able to level this sort of forest to the ground. But despite the commotion, they only swayed slightly, forcing the combat to be split into countless smaller groups. What was most important to Ryu, though, was that these smaller groups were forced out of the calm region near the geyser, and pushed into the forest where the humidity was the densest. The result was them having to work 10 times as hard to execute attacks they had once been able to do easily. Their stamina was quickly draining in real time. Norian and Relora fought with ugly expressions. They noticed the problem immediately. Their people were already harmed by the hazards of the rainforest, and they had been forced to expend far more energy than Empana's people in a far shorter time. But now they had triggered a battle in such a disadvantageous situation. Others might think them stupid, but they truly had no other choice. If things continued like this, then the gap between their groups and Empana would only grow larger. By the time they reached the next set of trials, would they even have a chance left to compete? Empana's people seemed to realize this as well. Somehow they had gone such a long way through the forest without being this harmed, and yet the exodemons and white devils were actually in such a sorry state. They had witnessed Little Silk's line of silk for themselves. They didn't believe for a moment that it was that had caused so much damage to their enemies. The only explanation was that the danger lay in the forest itself. Their respect for Ryu shot to the skies even further. This was normally something that Empana would wear an ugly expression for, but he was engaged in battle as well. He didn't have the luxury of caring for such matters. With the exodemons and white devils allying, despite the number of people they had lost, they still had a slight number advantage of about a few hundred. He had to work hard to ensure that this number advantage didn't increase while he battled against Norian and Relora at the same time. He's hold back a lot, Ryu thought to himself. He could see through with quite some ease. He might have a problem with deciphering the actual cultivation level of sky gods, but picking up on body language cues was something that he had gotten used to as far back as when his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were intact. Empana was intelligent. He knew that for these families to dare to challenge him they definitely had something that they were relying on. In that case he didn't want them to know what his bottom line was too soon. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Soon, he suddenly felt a squeeze on his hand that made him look toward Mac. She wore a worried expression, seemingly seeing the discomfort on Ryu's face. His entire expression was drained of blood. Since Mei had broken through with her soul, she was still in a relatively better situation, but she was worried about Ryu. Ryu smiled. This is nothing. Mei almost wanted to roll her eyes. This guy, couldn't he just admit when he was having trouble? Was it necessary to put up such a front all the time? That said, when she looked into his eyes, she couldn't help but believe his words. Though she couldn't tell if it was because of love, or if he really had that effect on people. Ryu's gaze suddenly sharpened. He commanded Little Silk smoothly and they dodged out of a region immediately. In the place they had just stood, a duo crashed. Locking in a fierce battle, neither of them seemed to notice anything wrong and just continued to fight. Now, Ryu thought, the ground suddenly began to rumble. It was far too subtle to notice. How could anyone take the rumbling ground seriously when there were explosions of countless small-scale battles in the surroundings? But this was exactly what Ryu wanted. Boom. No one saw it coming. The eruption was fierce and unprecedented. Almost the instant it happened, Langer looked toward Ryu as though he would rip him to pieces. This little bastard definitely knew that this would happen, but he didn't even give him a warning. All he saw on Ryu's face, though, was a slight smirk that vanished almost as soon as he registered. Shit, Langer's expression changed and he crossed his arms across his chest. Even so, he was sent flying like a streaking meteor. Ryu's lips moved silently and Little Silk reacted with a calm and gentle flap of her wings. While everyone else was blown away, they were only gently pushed into a curved path, riding a wave of hot, pressurized air that was far too suffocating to breathe. However, thanks to Little Silk's outpouring of cold chi, it was barely passable. By the time the eruption passed, Ryu stood with Mei atop Little Silk's back, hovering above the geyser opening. They were entirely conspicuous. Everyone else was at least several hundred meters away, and that was just those that survived. A large segment had directly been vaporized to ash, never to see the light of day again. This was when, Though, the cruelty of the rainforest was truly seen. The blood seeped into the surrounding foliage and disappeared, the flesh was even swallowed up. Mei's brows shot up, she looked toward Ryu again, not having expected this. But before she could think any further, Little Silk dove downward and everything fell into silence and darkness. She couldn't even see her hand right before her face, let alone her surroundings. Even so, Mei was in shock, her heart palpitating. Ryu's words echoed in her ears. Even if she was a fool, she would know with absolute certainty that Ryu had planned this from the very beginning. The catacombs didn't provide a chance to deal with everyone at once. However, this rainforest was very different. There was no doubt that over 90% of them had died. After Ryu vanished, Empana slowly pulled himself out from a ditch in the far-off distance. His spiritual sense had been locked onto Ryu the entire time, but the moment the eruption happened, he had vanished. When he looked around, his expression turned uglier and uglier. Ryu was dead, the skepticism within Empana was strong, but there didn't seem to be another good answer. He didn't believe it was possible for Ryu to survive when even he had been so heavily injured. Granted, he was closer to the geyser than Ryu was, but he was also countless times stronger than Ryu was. Even his beast companion wasn't worth more than an exchange or two to him. What Empana didn't know was that Ryu was very much alive, and maybe he wouldn't learn this for a while. That said, Ryu wasn't scot-free. He was taking quite a risk right now, separating from his sky god buffers. However, what kind of benefits could possibly come without risk? Ryu descended with Little Silk and Mei quickly. He couldn't see anything in the only two factors that let him know that he was still with them was the hand in his and the solid body beneath his feet. He took a calm breath, his stare glowing. He could feel the changes of the space around him. They were definitely moving across a large distance in just a short time. Suddenly, there was a powerful flash and Ryu's stare was filled with a blinding light. He blinked once, and when his vision focused, his pupils constricted. Unfortunate. He had made a bet this time, and it seemed that it hadn't paid off. He, Little Silk, and Mei stood on a tall pillar. However, this wasn't the problem. All around them, there were many other pillars. Some were empty, but it was the ones that weren't that was the problem. And even worse than that, there were exactly 9 of them, a number Ryu realized represented each one of the Nether Realm's 9 planes. Upon these filled pillars, geniuses of the Sky God realm stood, each one having taken a lead in claiming the birthright of their plane. Without a doubt, he and Mei were by far the weakest here. Chapter 1356, Emotions 1356 Emotions. The situation was more than just not good. Ryu had done a lot of research for this event, combing through the ancient texts of the lizard demon race. But he had never considered the possibility of the other planes coming together like this, it just didn't make much sense. From his understanding, the birthrights were separated by the plane. They should have no connection with one another, unless... Ryu's pupils constricted. When he first entered the nether plane, he felt that it was ridiculous for the convergence of the true martial world, and a similar event of the nether plane, happening at the same time. The odds of one happening was just far too low, the idea of them both happening at the same time was asinine. However, this was the reality before him. In all likelihood, this matter wasn't normal in the slightest. If he was correct, this was the convergence of the nether plane taking shape right before his eyes. Unbelievable. This sort of thing. Ryu's expression became unprecedentedly serious. Once was a coincidence, two however. Even if one considered how old the universe was, how many generations had passed, and how old the clans and sects at the very top were, statistically enough time still had not passed yet for this to occur spontaneously. That only left one answer. The heavens were preparing for something. Something so large that it didn't even bother to discriminate between the races and worlds. But Ryu couldn't even fathom what kind of event this would have to be to trigger such things. Ryu stopped thinking about these matters. He wasn't even in the Sky God realm yet, he didn't yet have the cash to think about such things. What was more important than that was figuring out how to survive this matter. He looked around, not caring or even avoiding the gazes of those around him, maybe much to the astonishment of those that were here. They could tell with a glance that Ryu was in the Sky God realm. Such a gaze, if they could move, would likely have caused them to directly kill him with a palm strike before they even got a chance. 4 of 9 are here. Aside from the 5th plane represented by us, there are 3 others. Seems to be the 9th plane, the 8th plane and the 7th plane. Ryu shook his head. This made sense. Who else but the strongest planes could reach this place before he had? Of course, he had also been forced to delay a lot in order to shake free of the others, but in his mind it was still extremely impressive of them. He didn't seem to take their status seriously at all. The second thing Ryu noticed was that there was an invisible barrier blocking the pillars from interacting with one another, other than light. It blocked pretty much everything else, even sound. Aside from reading the lips of others, they couldn't even communicate. Odd choice. Why would that be? Is it a coincidence, or? Ryu frowned as he realized a third thing. If nothing had been triggered yet, it was likely that they would be waiting for representatives of all 9 planes. If that was the case, this situation was even worse than he had thought. That was because there would be time for Empana and the others to catch up to him. The pillars were huge, spanning 100 meters or so. There was room for a large number of individuals. There were several hundred between the 3 other pillars, making the 3 of Mei, Little Silk and Ryu look extremely conspicuous. This told Ryu that there likely weren't restrictions on numbers, and there didn't seem to be any reason those he had left behind would be barred from catching up. After a moment, Ryu exhaled a breath and called for Little Silk to touch down to the ground. He leapt down and took a seat. Focus on adjusting your condition. Leave the rest to me, Ryu voiced to Mei. Mei's cherry lips opened as though she wanted to say something, but in the end she shook her head. Ryu had already closed his eyes and entered a state of unprecedented focus. She had felt quite useless in these recent weeks, more like an accessory than anything else. She wanted to take some of the burden, but she felt like this was all far too beyond herself. She was a genius who had entered the soul quintessence realm, but before these few she was too inferior. She didn't know how Ryu made it look so easy. She gripped her fists. For some reason, despite the fact her cultivation was leagues beyond the current Ryu, she already felt like she was falling behind. His back view was so far ahead that she could hardly see him. When they had first met, they had had a great battle. But the more she reflected on that battle, the more she felt that Ryu hadn't even been using his full strength. Had she ever been on his level? She really wasn't sure anymore. But now, what was clear was that she was far inferior. The feeling bubbling up in her chest was suffocating. She didn't want to just be a beautiful vase, but she couldn't even begin to guess how she would catch up. Mei sighed to herself and took a seat by Ryu, basking in some of his warmth. Even if she couldn't catch up, being by his side was its own sort of calming reality. Ryu could feel Mei's gaze, but he didn't say anything. There would come a day where no one in the world could compare to him, that much he was certain of. When that time came, those complex emotions of Mei would vanish with the wind. What burden would she have to help him carry if there was nothing that could withstand a fist of his? When there was no burden to be had, she would naturally relax. Then, she could focus on that beautiful smile of hers and nothing more. This was Ryu's promise to each one of his women. They would be free of worries, free of troubles, free of negative emotions. They could be as willful as they wanted, as arrogant as they pleased, as proud as the gorgeous peacocks that they were, all because he stood to their backs. With that thought, Ryu forgot everything else, reaching an unprecedented state of focus. He used the odd in-between chi through his 7 spirits, quickly recovering his focus chi after pouring a drop of embryonic chi into it. In just a few minutes, he felt as though he had just taken a great rest, his body adjusting itself to perfection. Once he was finished with this, he gazed toward the Favor Alchemy Sky God. She was completely focused on her research, her hair even being slightly haggard. Ryu was quite neutral about this woman, but he couldn't help but feel that she looked quite beautiful in this state. Who uttered that only men could be attractive when they were focused? That said, he felt that she gazed far more adorable than she did gorgeous. She had a sort of innocence to her that was rare. It didn't feel like she was a woman who had experienced countless years at all. After some hesitation, Ryu jolted his head and pulled away. He needed to think of a different solution for this matter. It will have to be that. But I can't deploy it on my own, it can only be done through Mei. If I want that to succeed, I'll need a large number of spiritual sense replenishment pills, but that might not be enough. Ryu needed something more potent, more powerful. All the spiritual sense replenishment pill formulas he knew were designed for the 1 soul system, not the 3 soul and 7 spirit system. Ryu felt that there was extra potential here that he had yet to excavate. Luckily, he hadn't spent the last month idle. His current comprehension of his 3 souls and 7 spirits was on a completely different level than what it had once been. He had already contemplated of several ideas. I'll make some small modifications to those formulas and take advantage of May's soul fire, it should have a more potent response. May's soul fire was heavily tied to her emotions, that was why when she was agitated or felt heavy feelings of love, she reacted quite oddly. This had come under more control after she left the samsara wheel, but the underlying foundation was still there. By extension, according to legends, the 7 spirits were tied to certain emotions as well. Namely fear, aggression, affection, mood, joy, pleasure, desire and melancholy. If Ryu succeeded, he would be able to allow a new door for May to open up as well, and she may very well improve by leaps and bounds. But this would just be the first part of his plan. It would all be meaningless if he couldn't make the rest work properly. His goal was simple, he would have to release another one of the unbalanced art sect's treasured formations. Chapter 1357, Humiliation 1357 Humiliation, isn't that the 5th plane? The place Empana is from. Don't tell me he lost to this kind of trash. The people of the 8th plane were quite indifferent to what was happening. They couldn't communicate with those outside of their pillars, so other than casually observing those that were around them, they didn't care to do much else. But when this was suddenly noticed, they all turned toward the pillar Ryu and May were on. Not only was there no Empana, but it didn't even look like any of the lizard demon race were present. Empana was quite famous amongst the youths of the 8th plane. If one wanted to rise to a higher plane, you couldn't just be mediocre if you wanted a place. The kind of pressure you would face was unimaginable, and with so many geniuses around them, why would powerful sects of the 8th plane care to recruit people from as low as the 5th plane? If anything, they might give the 7th plane a glance. This was all to say that Empana was quite well known amongst them, though, unsurprisingly, also quite looked down upon for his identity. When these few saw that he wasn't even the first of his own plane, they couldn't help but be amused. The only one who remained silent among them was a young man who could only be described as a beautiful demon. He was tall, but not exaggeratedly so, standing at about 3 inches shorter than Ryu. He had incredibly pale skin, only accented by a group of radiant sapphire scales beneath his eyes and his just as radiant blue eyes. He was a picture-perfect man, carrying a hint of exoticness that could make women swoon, almost like the vampires of legend with an edge of the robustness of dragons. It was hard to tell if he was silent because he found this sort of gossip to be beneath him, or if it was because he respected Empana more than these people, or maybe it was because his mind was simply wandering elsewhere. However, the answer was more obvious when he looked away from Ryu to take a look at the 9th plane's geniuses. They were the only group which, even after all this time, didn't care to pay attention to those around them. At the same time, it was impossible to see their forms, each one shrouded in fog. That said, they were also the plane with the most competition. They didn't have just one group, but 7 of them, each one led by their own leaders and varying greatly in size. The beautiful demon knew that each one of these groups represented a legendary existence. There was no doubt that they were the demon kings of the nether plane, rulers on par with the 9 powers of the true marital world. If there was truly to be a battle amongst all 9 planes, the others wouldn't stand a chance. This was the reason these fools of the 8th plane hopped on the chance to disparage Empana. It made them feel better about the reality that was facing them. This young beautiful demon, though, looked forward with a dense fighting intent. At that moment, one of the shadowy figures of the demon kings looked toward the beautiful demon whether by accident or on purpose. The beautiful demon frozen, his spine almost collapsing as though ice-cold hands had reached into his body and taken a firm grasp. His bodily functions nearly shut down, his beautiful blue eyes and blue scales dimming as though the light and life was snatched from them. The obscured silhouette looked away a moment later, but the beautiful demon collapsed to the ground at that very instant. It was like his body was wound up tight before it was suddenly released, all of its energy having been sucked dry in that small moment. He gasped for breath, the chatter around him suddenly coming to a stop as his allies rushed to see what was wrong. The beautiful demon took large gulps, finding it difficult to breathe properly. The barriers around them definitely blocked everything, so why was that small glance from a figure he couldn't even see clearly so devastating? The beautiful demon couldn't seem to hear any of the voices around him, a wild grin suddenly spreading across his lips. Was this the gap between him and a demon king? How truly devastating. The more he thought about it, the wilder his grin became to the point he didn't just look like a beautiful demon anymore, he looked like a true demon, his aura fluctuating wildly. Senior brother Enadark, are you okay? The beautiful demon, or rather Enidark, finally snapped out of it, looking up. His face was drenched in sweat as his wild grin slowly faded. His indifference returned as though nothing at all had happened. "It's nothing," he said lightly. His companions looked toward one another, clearly not believing his words, but there was nothing more that could be said about the matter since he had already spoken. Another pillar shook at that moment and the people of the sixth plane appeared. Not long after, those of the fourth plane appeared, then came the third. Just when some thought that even the second plane would appear before Empana even had a chance, or maybe it was that he had already fallen, another flash appeared on the fifth plane. Empana, Langer and several hundred others finally appeared, beaten and haggard. When they saw Ryu sitting down and meditating calmly, their expressions warped. Langer wasn't surprised at all, he already knew that this would happen. His expression only warped because he had been manipulated by Ryu again and it pissed him off. He really wanted to bend this brat over his knee, but then he remembered that he had already said that. His father was the subordinate of Ryu's family. Fighting Ryu was one thing, but disrespecting him would be like disrespecting his father. When he thought to that point, he almost blew his top. Empana, however, felt that he had never experienced such shame in his life. Chapter 1358, Flashing Platforms. 1358 Flashing Platforms. Ryu didn't seem to notice that others appeared. He was in a very crucial part of his thoughts and he didn't feel like getting up to greet people. "This bastard!" Leah's shrill cry echoed and she directly struck out with a palm. She was the only one among Empana's friends remaining. Whether it was Satra or Critch, they were all dead. Among Empana's soldiers, only Jorluman and a few elite troops remained. It could be uttered that Ryu had truly screwed them over. Seeing that her friends of a lifetime had fallen, but this Dao pedestal realm brat was completely unscathed, how could she not be completely infuriated? Unfortunately for her, almost the moment she attacked, her chi spun in reverse. Her arm exploded and a large portion of her chest was taken out. Her lips moved, as though she was trying to say her final words, but it was all useless. Leah collapsed, dead. Even after all of this, Ryu didn't even open his eyes. He didn't have much sympathy for fools, especially not fools who were as annoying as houseflies. With a simple look around one could see barriers separating everyone. Why would this trial disallow fights between planes, but sanctions fights within planes? This was clearly a safe zone, but this foolish woman had attacked with intent to kill. The only unfortunate part was that it was she who had attacked and not Empana. If it had been him instead, that would have made things much more convenient. Ryu's mind continued to deduce and think, quickly reaching the end of his thoughts. The timing was a bit off, but it was still fast enough. He believed that he had a solution. He turned to Mei, ready to break things down for her. "Don't you owe me an explanation?" Langer appeared by Ryu. "Shut up, I'm busy right now." Langer was speechless, but he had pretty much expected this. Unfortunately, Ryu's actions had really put him in a bit of a bind at the moment. It was he who had recommended Ryu, and now because of Ryu Empana had suffered quite a bit of losses. If it wasn't because Langer had clearly suffered quite a bit as well, Empana may have very well turned on Langer already, which would make things a great deal more inconvenient for him. Of course, Ryu didn't care much about all of this. He had already known that Langer wouldn't die, and this guy was trying to make use of him all the time. Langer was well aware of what kind of powerhouse Ryu was on the Ruin Master scene. Although he didn't know exactly how Ryu matched up to the people of the true martial world and true nether realm, what he did know was that if Ryu could accomplish so much as a mortal on Sacrum, what could he accomplish that he was now countless times more powerful? That said, if Yanger had known that Ryu's mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were sealed currently, he might not have jumped so eagerly at the chance. But as the saying went, ignorance was bliss. Now, though, he was suffering because of Ryu. He should have known that this bastard hated to suffer a loss. It had felt good at the moment to paint Ryu into a corner, but now things were like this. Langer shook his head, feeling like pulling his hair out. Even though what he had done was a little aggressive, he had technically saved Ryu's life. This bastard wasn't grateful at all. Ryu gave Langer a glance and shook his head. "What, would you have preferred me to stay there to die? Obviously I just took a chance at survival. Is it my fault you all ran into them and threw off the schedule of the geyser exploding?" Langer wanted to hit his head against a wall when he heard this. Who would believe that bullshit? He most certainly didn't. This little bastard definitely did it all on purpose. Unfortunately, Ryu had already ignored him, focusing all his attention on Mei. He spoke quickly, but no one could hear his words. Those around him thought that it would be easy to intercept the transmitted messages of a Dao pedestal realm expert, but to their shock all of their efforts were actually entirely useless. They could only watch as Mei's gaze turned brighter and brighter, a faint excitement taking hold of her lovable appearance. As Ryu was silently explaining things, the second plane's pillar trembled and a group appeared. Very soon after that, the first planes did as well, but under the gaze of everyone, it actually began to lower until it disappeared from all of their sights. No one had appeared for the first plane. Maybe they weren't even aware of what was happening, or maybe they had all died before reaching this place. The challenges should have been adjusted based on the strength of the individuals in question, theoretically. But that didn't mean it would definitely allow a winner through. The fact that no one of the first plane had made it through wasn't surprising at all. Even those of the second and third plane that had managed to reach this point were in a completely sorry state. It was hard to imagine that they'd be able to make it through the next round at all. After the first plane's pillar vanished, the others began to rumble before moving forward in unison. Those that had rushed to Leah's side could only leave her corpse be. There simply wasn't any time to waste on someone who was already dead. They gave Ryu cold looks, but that was about all they could do. Ryu stood to his feet, taking Mei's hand as he looked into the distance. Mei's gaze flickered, a hidden golden flame dancing within her crimson irises. The pillars rumbled to a stop, lining up in a perfect straight line. They all faced the same direction, looking ahead to what looked like a vast nothingness before the barriers around them slowly faded. The world fell into darkness with only the faintest of lights illuminating the pillars. Then, a flashing rectangular platform of gold appeared before each one of the pillars. The issue was that there was only one of them. This one pillar flashed and disappeared, taking turns appearing before the pillars one by one before getting to the end of the line and returning to the first. Beyond this step there was a vast nothingness. Confusion settled in. Just what did this place want? Chapter 1359. No hesitation. 1359. No hesitation, is that so? Ryu's gaze flickered. He looked as though he had already figured something out, but he didn't move immediately. Those on his pillar were all subconsciously watching his actions. Even after what had happened, his actions previously hadn't been forgotten by them. If anything, they were even more focused. They realized now that the only way to survive wasn't just by listening to Ryu's words, but they also had to follow his actions. That was the only way to guarantee that they wouldn't be harmed. But this made things difficult for Ryu, because his speed wouldn't be faster than theirs, and Little Silk's speed wouldn't be faster than Empana's. That much was impossible. Ryu's gaze narrowed. There was nothing that could be gained in this world, worth gaining, that wouldn't cost him something in return. His aura changed and his birthed phenomena appeared to his back. Mei reacted without Ryu saying anything, her crimson eyes blazing to life with her soul flame. The soul flame spilling over, making it look as though two balls of fire were floating in front of her face. At that moment, a soul-stirring moan came from Mei's lips. She squeezed her legs together hard, pressing her body against Ryu's as though she wouldn't be satisfied until Ryu had vanished into his body. No one got the chance to react to this because Ryu had already vanished, his timing perfect. Just as the platform blinked into existence before him, his body appeared upon it. The once blinking platform solidified with Little Silk, Ryu and Mei on it. Mei, though, didn't seem to notice despite the shock of everyone else. She had pressed her chest to Ryu's, kissing at his neck without a care for those around them. Ryu smiled somewhat bitterly on the inside, but he didn't stop Mei. If she didn't vent her desires like this, she might really implode. As long as she didn't suddenly start stripping herself naked, it would be fine. She was his wife anyway, others could only look but not touch. Mei couldn't hold back her transformation anymore and immediately entered her Asura state. Her hair lengthened and her wings appeared, wrapping around Ryu's body. As for Ryu, he settled himself into a state of selfless calm, looking forward to the next step. He was quite aware that this matter wasn't over yet. At that moment, though, a flash of violet came from Mei's body and whatever had been manifesting before them vanished into thin air. It was only for a split moment, but Ryu didn't miss it. Interesting. Violet should be related to the color of the portal. In that case, the platform quivered and suddenly lengthened a great deal. Ryu and Mei shot off into the distance as though they were riding a rainbow road, but this so-called rainbow road was only various shades of purple, making it look quite ethereal and beautiful. Ryu had wondered how the matters related to the portal would manifest. According to his deductions, it should involve the luck and heavenly fate of this trial. He had wondered if it had been baked into the trials they had met until this point, but it seemed that he had overthought. In order to earn luck, you had to put in some work first. His first gamble had almost caused him to fall flat on his face. This time, though, he was able to benefit from it. But this is not enough. If Mei is going to receive an inheritance, she deserves the highest there is, my wife deserves nothing less. Ryu's lip twitched when he felt a hand suddenly begin to rub over his crotch. This woman was becoming more and more unbridled. You're so cruel, Ryu. You've been by my side for months now, but you haven't taken me to bed even once. Is this how you treat your wife? Ryu chuckled somewhat helplessly. He had indeed been Mei for a while now, but how could he have time to think about such things? He was working on helping them survive. Every single waking moment was important. Of course, he didn't blame Mei for saying this. This was probably the fiercest experience she had ever experienced. It could already be said that she was quite tame. She dotted kisses all along his jawline as he focused on the path ahead. As expected, the blinding violet rainbow road finally came to a stop a long distance away. The pillars in the back could barely be seen even with Ryu's vision. Ryu wasn't actually sure this time around if the others would be able to profit from this. For a moment, he forgot what was ahead of him and his eyes narrowed, looking toward what was happening in the far-off distance. As expected, Empana and the others immediately tried to step on the road, but to Ryu's surprise, after a single step, they slowed considerably as though they were fighting against a raging tide. Ryu could think of multiple reasons why that might be, but he didn't care about the truth of the reason. All that mattered was that they were slowed considerably. He looked forward once more and he saw that the road ahead was flickering. One of two things could happen. He could accept the rewards as they were, that was the first. If he did this, then the other pillars would receive their chance immediately and have a shot at catching up. The second option was to continue walking forward. If he did this, the other pillars would gain an opportunity likewise, but the difference was that he would receive nothing in return for his efforts but a tough road forward. And it was very likely that with individuals of the 8th and 9th plane here, they might have received a violet evaluation as well. Ryu's stare turned cold. He looked down at the woman trying to melt her body into his and smiled. Like he had said, his wife didn't deserve any less than number one. He took a step forward, looking as though he could collapse off the end of the bridge. But, instead, a black road appeared. What stood ahead of him was a long stretch of black, then white, and then gold. It was an unknown road ahead, but he took it without hesitation. Chapter 1360, Lust 1360. Lust and overwhelming pressure descended upon Ryu. Mei paled instantly, almost knocking her out of her clearly horny state. However, when she found comfort and warmth in Ryu's chest, she wrapped her arms around his waist tightly, leaping up and wrapping her legs around him as well. She sunk her nose into his neck, breathing in his masculine scent. Ryu's gaze remained sharp. This sort of pressure, it was very familiar. Wasn't this the pressure of the samsara steps? It was like that, but far more profound. It seemed like less of an artificial pressure, and one that truly came from the turning wheels of samsara instead. Ryu suddenly grinned. Is that so? These arrogant steps, he had yet to come to settle his debt with it, and yet it had actually dared to appear before him again. He had planned on absolutely crushing it. Part of the reason he hadn't gone all out in finding a method to heal his Tao heart was, of course, because his personal strength was useless right now and they were in constant danger, but more importantly than that, to Ryu at least, was the fact he wanted a perfect Tao heart, one that would be infallible even in the face of those cheating steps. He could already feel an overwhelming pain. It was no wonder, his Tao heart was shattered. However, he was completely unfazed by it. Mere pain was nothing. The question was if it would dare to stop his steps this time. And the answer was no. Ryu grinned wildly, taking a second step, and then a third. The pressure multiplied every time. Feelings of doubt and helplessness descended. It was a far more profound sort of pressure, the kind one couldn't avoid by just forming a larger fist. However, it was also the kind of pressure that was the most useless before Ryu. These past weeks without his Tao heart, he had felt lighter on his feet than he ever had. The world felt brighter, he felt like he could smile more. The benefits of meeting Ailsa and allowing her into his life had flourished forth in full force. The shadows of his first life vanished one after another. Ryu used to be a man who blamed the heavens even after he had been given the chance to cultivate. He awakened his memories, and it was like the wrongs of both his first and the start of his second life had stacked atop of one another. He could remember Ailsa reprimanding him, reminding him how lucky he was, reminding him of all the gifts he had. But he could also remember all of those words falling on deaf ears. Those logical words hadn't meant much to Ryu back then because all he wanted was to be mad at the world. He wanted a reason to lash out, to crush everything in his path, a reason to spill blood and spit in the face of the heavens themselves. All the while, he had ignored that he was one of heaven's most favored children. He had been granted luck impossible for most to match, a chance to grasp at his own destiny. Suddenly, the challenge that should have been before Ryu vanished. His steps moved forward so quickly that he even began to run, and when running didn't seem to be enough for him, his body flashed forward, ripping through the void. Unexpectedly, Ryu and Mei were the only ones who had received a violet evaluation. Even the likes of the ninth plane only received a indigo rainbow path, but they had yet to even take advantage of it because a world-shaking battle had erupted between them. After realizing what had happened to Empana and the others after they tried to catch up, they realized that only the first group to step onto the path would gain the maximum benefits. The eighth plane was comparatively luckier. They not only had a green path, but they only had one group. The beautiful demon had already taken the third chance to step onto the road, speeding forward with great speed. And then, much like Ryu, he took a step forward, not willing to stop here. No one had been paying attention to Ryu, at least not after the first shock. They felt that it was only a matter of time before they caught up and then the rest would be meaningless. By the time they realized that Ryu was practically rushing across the land with absolute ease, it was too late, not that they could have done anything to begin with. They simply never stood a single chance. How could the pain and despair of this road match up to what Ryu had been constantly experiencing since his Tao heart shattered? The irony of it all was that this road was meant to push you to your breaking point, but Ryu had already passed his. He was already experiencing the worst-case scenario of this road, so what could it do to him? Ryu moved forward so quickly that he didn't even notice when the road beneath him turned white. By the time he looked up, coming to a grinding halt, the road beneath him was paved in shades of gold, the road ahead completely empty. Mei was drenched in sweat. If not for the formation that Ryu had deployed, she wouldn't have been able to hang on until this moment. But even with the formation, the process was very hard on her. The further they went, the more her loins burned. Ryu, Ryu. A low growl left Ryu's lips. His heart was practically shining with a radiant light, a similar light coming from Mei that connected one another. Their connection was so deep at the moment that he could feel the full brunt of her lust. His blood boiled and he forgot about everything else. He pressed Mei down to the ground, sealing her lips. The golden road seemed to explode with a blinding light that connected the 9 planes. In the center of it all, a man entered, a woman, and her feverish cries echoed. Chapter 1361. Leg quaking. 1361. Leg quaking. The two completely forgot about the world, immersed in one another as though everything else was irrelevant. What they didn't seem to notice was that the reaction of the golden path had only become fiercer the moment the two connected. It was as though it was stimulated by their actions, its blessings rising to an entirely different level. Their bodies and tongues intertwined. Despite having her mouth occupied, the sounds that Mei made were no less soul-stirring. It was as though her heart itself was crying out, the feverish blaze of his soul flame roaring out of control and enveloping the two of them. The husband and wife pair enjoyed the comfort of one another in a flame of gold, their silhouettes barely visible from the outside. But even the sign of their shadows moving wasn't something that the others had a pleasure of seeing. They were simply too far away. The moment Ryu had forgotten about everything, taking Mei down, the pressure in the surroundings had multiplied several times over. His birthed phenomena, which had been present from the beginning in order to help Mei facilitate the formation, suddenly solidified completely, something he hadn't been able to do ever since his Tao heart shattered, and the result was devastating. A towering figure of Ryu appeared in the skies. Projected all across the nether realm, its aura infallible, untouchable. As the pulsing lights of the golden road increased, so too did its aura. Mei's flames seemed to be supplemented by a mysterious energy. It rolled and roared. Within Ryu's second dantian, his beyond perfect extreme began to glow, the hidden death-like energy vanishing piece by piece as it solidified. However, this only lasted for a moment before several more cracks began to form. This time, though, it wasn't because his Tao heart had shattered again. This time, it was because of the formation of a cosmic seed no weaker than one formed by the infinity mist. A large surge of fire descended, forming a beautiful golden seed covered in dense red runes. Its roots spread, digging further and further until it reached a realm of absolute perfection. The amount of cosmic chi that poured out from Ryu's spiritual foundation now could only be described as a rushing tide. The volume increased exponentially, a large segment of it flooding into Ryu's body and increasing the production of embryonic chi by a large number. In fact, it didn't just seem to increase the embryonic chi. It rather felt that even the embryonic chi itself was changing. Ryu's second pair of meridians had formed as a result of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. The moment it connected to his chaotic silk meridians, it had activated, creating a set of meridians that extended beyond it. It made sense that any changes and improvements to the spiritual foundation would likewise impact the meridians. It was just that this was still unexpected because when Ryu had formed his first cosmic seed, the difference didn't seem to be all that great. However, it was clear that some sort of threshold had been passed. The embryonic chi, which had previously gathered in small droplets, quickly became a smooth, flowing river. Its beautiful, pure and white color gained a slight hue of silver to it. It almost made it look as though a silver, mercury-like ambrosia was rushing through Ryu's veins. Impurities were washed out of Ryu's body, but unlike in usual circumstances where it would be pushed out of his pores, it was instead like they had met their own worst enemy. The moment they made contact with the embryonic chi, they vaporized, entirely erased. His features became more perfect, his bones shining, his inner organs singing, and his spiritual sea, a beautiful lake of flowing black liquid spiritual chi, began to have the faint inkling of flowing white runes within. Ryu's entire body had become like an unblemished temple, and Mei, who he was connected to, benefited from every stroke. It felt to her that every time Ryu reached into her deepest parts, she was experiencing a paradise of her own creation. She couldn't fathom how something could feel so good. Her body didn't have any energy to stay upright, and even her legs, which were wrapped around Ryu's waist, barely had any strength to them. But she continued to hold Ryu close, her sweat matted in sweat and her lips barely moving. She begged and pleaded for Ryu not to stop, wanting the feeling to continue on forever. Tears streamed down her cheeks, an indelible mark left in the deepest parts of her heart. But even her tears themselves shimmered like golden shooting stars. Suddenly, Mei's dantian trembled. The vast ocean, within, anchored by large and looming cosmic seeds branching out in a complex network of roots, suddenly trembled. Her cosmic seeds, roots connected to one another, weaving in a complex but organized pattern. They solidified, intertwining and pulling into one another. In the history of breakthroughs into the sky god realm, this was maybe the smoothest. She wasn't even conscious of it, her godhood forming a large and looming world in his world sea as though it was crafted just for her. Her power soared, her features becoming more beautiful and dignified. But once again, she did not seem to notice at all, her soul flame roaring in her wings and arms wrapping around Ryu as tightly as she could muster. It was then that the blessing of the birthright descended. All this time, it seemed that it was nothing more than a precursor. In fact, the flames that had descended and had naturally flowed into Ryu's beyond perfect spiritual foundation was none other than the mother flame of existence, the origin flame. The origin flame was the origin of all flames, the last sparks remaining from the beginning of all things. When it appeared in such large quantities, it could only mean that something proportional was appearing. This inheritance, though, had little to do with Ryu as this was not his birthright. That said, to be receiving such an inheritance while so deeply immersed in dual cultivation. This could only be uttered to be the very first time. Mei's forehead was hit by a focused beam of light and she gasped, her back arching as she experienced a leg-quaking orgasm. Chapter 1362. Not resolved. 1362. Not resolved. Mei's dream Asura bloodline began to roar, echoing like the howls of primordial beasts. The dream Asura bloodline was one that originated from the dream wraith, but it had to be remembered that the dream wraiths were exactly that, wraiths. They didn't have physical bodies, so how was it that they had descended to create descendants like the dream Asuras? The truth of this matter wasn't something that many knew. Maybe a ruin master who had studied this niche subject might come to know, but following the long, meandering path of family trees and evolution just to find out what was ultimately a worthless low-level clan. The dream Asuras were simply not valuable enough for ruin masters with the skill to find this sort of stuff to pay enough attention. However, The heavens didn't need to do research, it didn't even need to use much effort. It knew implicitly about all those under its power, and the moment it connected with May, it could see her entire family line and exactly how the dream Asuras had come into being. The dream wraiths, the horned devils, the fire giants, 3 lineages, 3 demon kings, 3 bloodlines that suppressed and ruled over the others. The unprecedented strength of the Asura's body came from the horned devils. Their supreme flame control came from the fire giants. Their soul talent, darkness affinity and a portion of their wind affinity came from the dream wraiths. The most prominent and the foundation of it all was the dream wraiths, but the existence of the others were clearly strong supporting roles. This didn't mean that all dream Asuras had access to these bloodlines. Even Ryu hadn't picked up on it, and maybe one of the things he was best at was spotting sparse bloodlines and helping to target them to grow stronger. It was something he had witnessed Ailsa do for all of his beast companions until she was sealed away with his eyes. What this meant was that these bloodlines were far too trivial and muddled to even take into account. What had most likely happened was that in the past of the Dream Asuras, they had probably started off as mutated versions of the Demon Kings. They were good enough to still exist on the 9th plane and interact with the other Demon Kings, even becoming servants and concubines for some of those that had sparser bloodlines. During this time, they gave birth to bastard children who continued the meandering bloodline. This bloodline continued to weaken and dilute until the day they were forced down the 5th plane and even ultimately out of the nether world entirely. So, while the horned devils and fire giants were part of the lineage, those bloodlines were even fainter than the other faint and undetectable dream wraith bloodline. However, to the heavens this didn't matter. All it knew was that it was paying forward the strongest reward it was able to. It had no other goal outside of making May as strong as possible. In doing so, it ignored the other trivial and sometimes clashing bloodlines that made up her Dream Asura bloodline, and focused entirely on the ones that could work in harmony and were already the strongest to begin with. The entire internal structure of her body began to change, and because she was in the middle of breaking into the Sky God realm, the effects were amplified several times over. One evolution stacked atop of the other, multiplying within themselves, intertwining and leaping forward in strength again and again. The horned demon bloodline became full, unleashing a roar that pulsed May's heart. Just when it seemed that she would break through in Chi realm first, her body realm caught up and surpassed it. Her muscles shrank and became more compact. She looked so delicate and flexible on the surface, but within a power that could crush mountains fueled her blood flowing like thick mercury. May's soul realm reacted the most fiercely to the dream wraith bloodline that came in second. Her soul nature multiplied in strength several times over, the bounds of her spiritual sea becoming more and more boundless. Finally, the fire giant bloodline awakened. Her wings grew explosively in size, and her body's strength multiplied again. But what was more important than that was that her meridians seemed to be evolving. May's meridians had already been quite excellent. She had a rare variant of a fire-type meridian and it could be classified in the transcended grade. It gave her chi an explosive character that was difficult to deal with. But at that moment, her meridians seemed to lose their form entirely. Their walls collapsed and meridians began a spiraling and concentrated line of flames rushing through her body. It looked like it didn't have any form or shape at all, and its aura skyrocketed. From the transcended grade, it entered the omniscient, then it shattered through that and didn't come to a stop until it had entered the chaos grade. Her entire body was undergoing a rush of changes. Every single thing seemed to stack on top of one another, forming a flawless path ahead. Her body was powerful, her soul was powerful, her chi was powerful, she was absolutely perfect, and yet she didn't seem to care about any of it at all, completely immersed in Ryu's touch. The world could have come to an end and she might still not care enough to look up. She gave him everything she had, even down to the very last of her thoughts. And it seemed to have worked. Ryu's own bloodlines churned, but his own changes were much more subtle. The balance of his fused bloodline tended toward perfection, settling in and reaching a state of utmost tranquility. However, this sort of the change was the kind Ryu had chased after the most. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed, and maybe these two simply didn't care. Covered in sweat, laying atop of one another, their gaze met with a light and subtle sort of smile. Nothing else in the existence seemed to be important. To the world, however, this was a different case entirely. The tumult was enough even to notify the Tao gods. It appeared that while Ryu had succeeded, he had done nothing to resolve the actual peril he was in. Chapter 1363. Raging Storm 1363. Raging Storm. May stirred awake, a comfortable feeling spreading all across her body. She had never experienced such a thing before. No. Maybe, that wasn't entirely true. She had felt something similar when she first tasted Ryu's embryonic chi, but that was still only faintly comparable to what she was experiencing now. She felt a warm body pressed against her. She looked up and found Ryu lightly smiling at her, a slight emotion that filled her with even more warmth. The peace within her very soul radiated outward, warming her body, slowing her heartbeat, and causing her to smile involuntarily. Suddenly, May sensed something and looked down at her hands. Her body jolted. The Sky God realm, how was that possible? Why did she feel so powerful? It was unlike anything she had ever felt before, at least not from a fragmented Sky God. As the princess of the Dream Asuras, just how many fragmented Sky Gods had she seen? Even if she was only counting true Sky Gods, it was far too many for her to even care to place a number on it. It could be said that even if she was intimately familiar with exactly how to divide up their cultivation realms, she was still quite familiar with the general range of their strength. Her strength, however, was so far beyond it that she found it hard to fathom. For a moment, she thought that she had broken straight through to the true Sky God realm instead. It was only after checking her world see that she knew that that was impossible. It was still acceptable if she had entered the fragmented Sky God realm without realizing, after all, she was just a step away. But it was unheard of to cross multiple Sky God realms at once. It had to be understood that this was something only possible in Sacrum, who weren't quite working with the same Sky God realms although they shared their names. Even the meaning of the Sky God realms was entirely different between Sacrum and the true martial world. For example, in Sacrum, the fragmented Sky God realm represented someone who had failed to truly step into the Sky God realm, resulting in their godhoods being incomplete and imperfect. It was also possible, in Sacrum, to step into the true Sky God realm in a single bound if your Tao was powerful enough. In Sacrum, however, the fragmented Sky God realm represented the state of one's godhood's maturity. It wasn't a bad thing, it was rather a step toward future success. When May broke through, her various chaos seed roots came together and intertwined, forming the base of her godhood. However, this wasn't a true fusion, it could at best said to be a superficial connection. This was what the fragmented Sky God realm represented. In order to enter the false Sky God realm, one had to complete this melding process. This required helping your various comprehensions to reach a perfect balance, truly entering the state of a Sky God. It could be said that the false Sky God realm was the first true Sky God realm, ironically enough, due to this reason. Since May had access to her own world see, of course, she could see the state of her godhood with ease, so she knew exactly what state it was in. But that only made the current power she felt coursing through her body all the more baffling. It was like she was an entirely different person. She didn't even quite comprehend the kind of blood that was flowing through her veins either. Unlike Ryu, May was actually quite lucky. She had numerous bloodlines in her body, but not a single one was in a state of clashing. Since the heavens had taken it upon itself to grant May the highest reward, the result of this was obviously the optimal kind of white glove service. While Ryu even had to force his bloodlines to regress just to fuse them together, May had woken up from the best sex she had ever had in her entire life with her bloodlines already fused into one perfect state. It was still similar enough to the Dream Asura bloodline that she recognized it, but it was also far enough away that she was baffled by what secrets it might hold. After all of this, May's eyes reddened as she looked up toward Ryu. It was once again because of this man that she had gained so much. She hadn't even done much other than be along for the ride, and yet she had gained so many benefits. What woman didn't want her man to be able to give her the world? But for May it was more than that. Most women might only care about the intent behind it. So long as her man had the purpose to give her everything she could ever dream about, it was enough. But May felt that even if she truly asked Ryu for the world, he would hand her the access the next day. At that moment, any sort of disbelief that May might have had in Ryu vanished into the wind. She truly believed that he could accomplish anything so long as he wanted to. She couldn't find the words to say, but her form moved on its own, deeply kissing Ryu. A romp session that had only just ended began again, and this time May's passion was somehow even greater than it had been before. The raging storm within the nether realm had yet to come to an end. The faint image of Ryu's birthed phenomena continued to linger in the skies, unmoving. In a corner of the fifth plane, the dream Asuras looked up with stunned expressions, not quite sure how to react. They had all witnessed that manifestation before. It had appeared back when that young man was concocting all of those pills. But why did it seem so much clearer than it did before? Rogrel's expression became serious. He cared less about the image and more about what the implications might be. Just what did this mean? And what did it mean for his daughter? Chapter 1364. All good things end. 1364. All good things end. Ryu chuckled. The couple had already put their clothes back on, but this girl was still clinging to him. It was as though even a breath of space was too much. Even so, the bright smile on his face made him happy. This was a sort of feeling that he would never get tired of. He could remember exactly when the last time he had felt so good was. He was still 6 years old, a few days from his 7th birthday. That day he felt like the world was in the palm of his small hands, as though nothing would be able to stop his steps. Back then, he already had aspirations of reaching the peak of the world. He couldn't wait for his awakening so that he could finally start cultivation. He had already had his eyes on various records, wanting to break them all. He thought he could reach the sky god realm in one bound. He had never taken the ages of those so-called geniuses seriously. Of course, that sort of high-flying feeling had vanished not long after, casting him into an abyssal hell. But all these years later, he felt that he had finally broken free. When his Tao heart had shattered, he had already felt a great deal better. But that was just relatively speaking. It had to be remembered that that foul karmic energy was still being produced, dampening the true highest state that he could reach. But now that his Tao heart was complete and newly reconstructed, he almost wanted to smile to the skies above, his heart as light as a feather. Ryu realized in that moment that the situation with his Tao heart was even more complicated than he had initially thought. Originally, the failure of his awakening had cast him into an abyss, but what exactly did it mean for his Tao heart to be so close and yet so very far away from him? Ryu's original theory was that his body had learned to compensate for the lack of his Tao heart, and once he began to cultivate, he was stuck in a rut he couldn't pull himself out of. Because his Tao heart's function was taken over by his other souls, it wasn't perfect and the flexibility he might have had in the beginning was no longer there. This stuck Ryu in a certain mindset that he couldn't extricate himself out of, only amplifying his victim complex even after he gained himself the strength, power and talent that he had so long wanted. Ryu still felt that this theory was correct, but there was another matter to consider as well, and those were the very chains that had wrapped around his spiritual foundation. How could that not affect his Tao heart if his spiritual foundation was the representation of it? Ryu had neglected this point because the first time he touched the chains, he had had such a fierce reaction. He never drew the connection because of that. If he had had the chains on a part of his soul for so long, then why hadn't he acclimated to them already? But he had been looking at things the wrong way. His connection with his spiritual foundation had been weak back then. And even if it wasn't, there was a difference between attacking just one soul and multiple. But there was an even more important matter. The knowledge of the 7 spirits and 3 souls didn't seem to be widely known. In that case, when the martial gods created these chains, wasn't it likely that they only knew how to attack the superficial soul? In that case, the chains would be less effective on other parts of the soul, and most effective on the parts it was used to. When Ryu thought to this point, everything slid into place. The most surprising part was that it had only taken a fraction of a split second to reach this conclusion. Ryu knew why this was immediately. His origin flame, it was finished now. This wasn't the so-called complete of sacrum, but rather the truest form of the highest echelons of existence. The world itself seemed to have changed before his eyes. Even with his eyes still sealed, it felt like ephemeral tapestry had returned and he could see all the bright colors of existence once again. The world felt far simpler and far more complex at the same time, like the complex was becoming simple, then complex, and then simple again in his eyes. It all unraveled before him and it was far too beautiful to put into words. The smile on his face became brighter. But the good things could only last so long. The inheritance ceremony had long since come to an end. There was only so long that Ryu and Mei could remain here. It wasn't long after this that they were teleported out, and as one might imagine, the situation was far from good, but it was also much odder than anything Ryu had expected as well. The first thing he saw was Langer and Empana in a sorry state, most of the others completely dead with the exception of Jorlumen and one another. His first thought was that this was due to him, but then he recalled that they weren't this injured after they caught up with him. His second thought was that this was connected to the bridge, but he felt that this didn't make sense either. After all, it attacked the psyche more than the physical body, and even the injuries to the body should be more internal than anything else, but it looked like they had been attacked from the outside. The third thought he had was that the higher planes were taking out their rage on them. After all, in the past they might have been satisfied with reaching the Violet Road, or even the Indigo and lower. But after seeing Ryu and Mei reach the Golden Road, how could they be satisfied? But this didn't seem to be the case either, because they weren't encircled by them despite the fact these people were observing from a distance, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, Ryu smiled. He knew who it was. He looked at the inconspicuous figure by Jorlumen's side. That should be the mistress of the lizard demon race. It seemed that she really had appeared. Even though he acknowledged this, Ryu didn't quite say anything just yet. And as expected, countless gazes landed on him and Mei all at once. Chapter 1365. Love 1365. Love. Empana's pupils constricted when he saw Ryu. The latter was like a completely different person, and yet just the same at the same time. His features were sharper, his skin clearer, his hair shinier and more luscious. But what was the most important was that his aura had completely changed. If it was like a bent and damaged blade previous due to his crippled status, it shone forth now like a shimmering and unbreakable force, a kind of aura he had rarely seen in sky gods, let alone a Tao pedestal realm expert. It was hard to pick up on exactly what Ryu's cultivation was, even for him as a sky god. His body seemed to both be in the 9 life revolutions realm, and not. His energy level seemed to be both in the cosmic seed realm, and not. His mental realm seemed to both have reached the status of a sky god, and not. It made him several times more mysterious, and even though his overall aura couldn't compare to him, it made Empana hesitant and cautious. Every time he thought he had a strong understanding of who Ryu was and how to deal with him, the situation would change and he would find himself in a bind that was impossible to deal with. But being so focused on Ryu, he almost missed Mei entirely. No, it wasn't just because he was focused on Ryu, but because the latter seemed to have entirely given herself to Ryu. It wasn't just in body, but in soul, in mind, of heart. By her husband's side, no matter how powerful she was, she had willingly lost her color, aiding in supplementing his aura instead of exposing her own. It was a beautiful sort of balance, and it was incredibly rare. Empana had seen countless immortal couples, but as one might expect from the title, the women were prideful and had their own sense of self. They might love their partners and their husbands, but it wasn't enough for them to give up their ambitions completely. This was why there were even sometimes cases of Tao companions betraying one another. In a world this cruel, sometimes, love just wasn't enough. Even so, Empana felt that in the current state Mei was in, the idea of betraying Ryu was so far from her psyche that she wouldn't even consider it if her life was on the line. Even if it meant dying in his stead, she would do so with a bright smile on her face. The worst part was that Empana couldn't see a reason to call her a fool, and that meant quite a bit coming from someone like him. Given his background, Empana never really put much stock in love. His father loved his mother, but how had that worked out? His mother had died with grievances, his father had married for the sake of appeasing clan elders and upholding tradition, and his so-called stepmother had ruined his chances at receiving the highest level blessings that he was at least capable of. Usually, a single pathway would only allow one person at a time to receive a blessing. However, this cycle seemed to be different. Empana realized early on that it would be impossible to catch up to Ryu, but he still had a chance at reaching an indigo reward at worst. But just when he hadn't expected to suffer a sneak attack from his most trusted guard. It was an irony that wasn't lost on him at all. Jorlumen was the man that he had tasked with being in control of Ryu and filtering the latter's commands. And in the end, it was he who betrayed him. Did Empana hate Ryu? Not particularly. He had faced much crueler things on the 8th plane. No one had a responsibility to help you if they could instead screw you over. He had lost at the hands of someone not even in the heavenly deity realm. That was a humiliation he had to take on the chin. But Jorlumen, and this supposed adoptive mother of his, Elaura, they took on the greatest brunt of his fury. If not for his strength, he would have already died on the path, but even now he didn't even have 20% of his original strength. The situation was bad. When he remembered this, he looked away from Ryu and Mei. He couldn't even deal with the threat before him, let alone worrying about how he would deal with Ryu. Just because he didn't have any animosity toward Ryu, didn't mean that he wouldn't do everything he could to free the reward he had taken for himself. Since he acknowledged that it was the way of the realm of combat that had screwed him, why wouldn't he also use these very ways to his advantage as well? But if he wanted to, he would have to deal with the threat before him as well. The figure beside Jorlumen, who apparently still insisted on remaining in disguise, looked toward Ryu and Mei, her expression changing. She hadn't expected that Ryu would actually be the greatest beneficiary. She had known that Ryu would be a variable that would be difficult to manage, and she had tried several times to kill him, but those had all fallen flat. It was even more accurate to say that her attempts didn't even get off the ground. Every time she thought she had an opportunity, she, who thought she was very good at scheming, would be crushed long before she even got the chance. Her gaze flashed. There would be no chance to evade this time. She no longer cared about being overly covert. Jorlumen. Yes. Jorlumen moved to act, but just as he was about to burst into action, the others that had remained as onlookers until now suddenly burst forward as well, all of them surrounding Ryu and Mei. Jorlumen hesitated, but then remained by his mistress' side. Her safety was his top priority. There was something odd going on here. They should have all returned to their own planes, leaving the fifth plane as the only ones with direct access to Ryu and Mei, but things hadn't come up that way. The only explanation was that someone had interfered, and just as expected, the only group that hadn't moved, those of the ninth plane, suddenly looked up into the skies. Auras more powerful than could be fathomed appeared one after another, each no more than a projection, and yet no less imposing. Chapter 1366. Who are you? 1366. Who are you? The entire region was locked down. As expected, there was only one level of existence that could possibly interfere with the teleportation of such an important existence, and that was most definitely the ninth plane. To the shock of those present, 7 figures appeared, the weakest of their auras being at the Tao Lord level. It was impossible for these younger cultivators to parse apart their cultivations exactly, but this much was obvious to them: there simply couldn't be any other explanation. There were 7 groups from the ninth plane, and there were 7 figures in the skies now. It was clear what was happening, it simply couldn't have been more obvious. Instantly, without even taking another step forward, those that had moved to surround Ryu and Mei rushed away, not daring to get close. Even many of the fifth plane that had had some intention and technically had the greatest claim, separated themselves. One after another, the shadowy figures of the ninth plane began to remove their cloaks. Of course, this wasn't for the others, it was rather because the figures in the sky hadn't masked themselves. Out of respect for their seniors, how could they not do this? That was when the projections in the sky solidified. One rode on a steed as crimson as the skies above, wearing an armor of jet black billowing with dense black smoke from its joints and crevices. The second had a body so large that his head almost disappeared into the thick clouds above, thick clouds of fire surrounding his ankles, wrists and waist. The third was a beauty stunning beyond words. A rain of ice descended around her like glistening gems. From afar it looked as though small, sparkling diamonds were constantly falling around her as her white gown fluttered in the wind, revealing a stunning figure. This beauty was widely known as the number 1 of the ninth plane, a gorgeous, picturesque and perfect woman from head to toe. It truly looked as though she had just stepped out from a painting. The fourth was another astounding beauty. Despite her strength and power, she was hardly clothed, as though she didn't care about lesser beings catching a glimpse of her body at all. Her lower body was only covered by a small piece of bark, as were the nipples of her chest, allowing her breasts to bounce around as they pleased. Her skin was a greenish-gray color, and her eyes carried a darker hue of a similar shade. Upon her head, she had a pair of horns that also seemed to be formed of tree branches, the playful smile on her face speaking volumes. The fifth was a man who seemed to have a body covered with horns. His head, his chin, his shoulders, his elbows, his hands. They seemed endless, forming an intertwining, unbreakable net. The sixth was the only one that remained in the shadows, but the indistinct outline of an anthropoid figure could be seen. The seventh a skeleton with bones that radiated like gems and were etched in deep black runes. Upon its head there was a crown of gold, elaborate and powerful. It seemed to be more than just superficial, as it radiated a king-like pressure that couldn't be denied and made many directly kneel to the ground. These 7 were recognizable all across the ninth plane, and they had all written their own legends. However, to the others of the lower planes, except for maybe the 7th and 8th, they only recognized one thing. The Demon Kings. The first, the Wraith Knight. The second, the Fire Giant. The third, the Ice Queen. The fourth, Ash Treant. The fifth, the Horned Devil. The sixth, the Shadows. The seventh, the Skeleton King. These were existences that stood at the very pinnacle. Even the faint traces of their bloodlines created the strongest existences of the lower planes, but these 7 didn't just have faint traces, they were the bona fide real deal. Where is the exo-demon race? Step forward. The Skeleton King spoke coldly and straightforwardly. He didn't want to speak to such ants, but if he had to, he would prefer those that carried a faint trace of his own bloodline, at least that way, it would be slightly less distasteful. Although there were others with faint traces of the Skeleton King bloodline, the 5th plane was obviously the most important character here. However, he didn't receive a response. Exo-demons, they had all died under Ryu's schemes, how could they step forward now? Ryu found it quite amusing. Was this how he looked to others sometimes? He might have already been enraged usually, but he still found it in himself to smile, even on the verge of laughter. He found it all ridiculous. It was obvious he and his wife who had gained the greatest. The 9th plane was definitely aware of this already, but instead of talking to him directly they wanted to put on airs and talk instead to a race of people he had wiped out despite being the Tao. Pedestal realm, how could it not be funny? Ryu's amusement was quite a standout feature given the situation. The fact he wasn't kneeling beneath the might of the Skeleton King's aura was one thing. After all, it wasn't as though the Skeleton King was releasing an oppressive aura on purpose. If he had, let alone kneeling, these people would directly die. But this sort of smiling, laughing attitude, what was that? No matter how much the Skeleton King wanted to ignore Ryu now, he couldn't. He looked down and he frowned, or he seemed to. It was hard to tell on a creature without the slightest hint of flesh. Who are you? Me. Ryu pointed at himself as though he was somewhat stunned. I'm Ryu Tatsuya, nice to meet you. What's your name? The skies rumbled and the expressions of the Demon Kings sharpened. Before they could say anything, the skies split once again. At that moment, Ryu's casual smile faded, his gaze meeting that of the man that stepped out from the skies. Chapter 1367. Good luck 1367. Good luck. The expressions of the 7 figures in the sky were ones of shock. Although they didn't fear anyone, they had still placed up a barrier in the skies. They had just not wanted to deal with any hassle, so they had directly blocked the entry of any other foreign powers, that way things would definitely go their way. Ultimately, they were still just projections, and things could get very annoying very quickly if any Tao Lords appeared in their physical form. But to their astonishment, the aura of this person had far surpassed the Tao Sovereign Realm. Even so, even with that being the case, it shouldn't have been so easy to deal with their barrier. Although they had only sent their projections, it was their real bodies that had worked jointly to put up this sort of barrier. In the Sky God Realm, it wasn't just leaping levels to do combat that was extremely difficult, but while in the lower realms a true genius might be able to battle hundreds, even thousands at their Cultivation Realm, in the Sky God Realm one would be a genius if they could even fight 2 or 3 at their same cultivation level. Thus were the troubles of the Sky God Realm. For this man to be able to casually walk through a barrier formed by all 7 of them at the same time, just what kind of existence was he exactly? When they observed that this man's gaze was focused on the young boy below, their expressions became ugly. They even began making preparations to bring their true bodies here. In their opinions, this person was obviously here to snatch this treasure out from under their noses. However, they had no idea that the real situation was completely unlike what they had thought it to be. Ryu met the gaze of his great-grandfather for the first time. Although they had never met before, there was simply no denying the dynamics of their blood. It only took the both of them one glance to understand who the other was, and in typical fashion, neither seemed prepared to speak immediately. Primus' gaze moved away from Ryu, sweeping a gaze over the others. Those that had already been kneeling under the pressure that Skeleton King had levied felt as though their very souls had begun to burn. They didn't know how Ryu had met such a gaze for such a long time when they were feeling like this when they didn't even dare to look up. Primus descended from the skies without a word, landing half a meter from Ryu. He didn't seem to notice that the auras of the projections in the sky had become sharper. Fellow Sovereign, this isn't very appropriate, the Skeleton King said coldly. Primus waved a hand and a hole was blown through the Skeleton King's chest. The edges began to burn rapidly, the Skeleton King on the verge of turning to ash in the blink of an eye. I am here to speak. With my descendant, I advise you to shut your mouth. My temper isn't very good. The pupils of the sovereigns constricted into pinholes. The situation had changed once more. the weight of such words changed the situation entirely once more. Suddenly, the Ryu they felt was on the chopping block had such backing. Empana's expression also changed. After he had heard Ryu's name, he already felt that something was off. He couldn't help but look toward Langer, feeling that he would know more. But the Langer that he knew so well seemed to have been lit afire. Langer was already a person who was very hard to stand next to. The flames and heat he gave off were almost impossible to manage for normal people. But it was only now that Empana understood that he was actually holding back so much. Even the injuries that had devastated him previously seemed to have been nothing more than a facade. Empana didn't quite understand what he was seeing. He didn't want to believe that Langer had betrayed him like everyone else in his life had, but everything from Ryu to the current situation seemed to point to that being the truth. Ryu frowned when he heard Primus call him his descendant, but he didn't refute. The reason was simple. His grandfather still acknowledged this man as his father even when he was breathing his last. If he refused to accept his relationship with this man, he would be slapping the face of his grandfather, and that was intolerable to Ryu. Even so, that didn't mean that he had to be on friendly terms with this man. Ryu seemed to sense something and he looked toward Langer. Instantly, he was stunned. He had never seen Langer so enraged before. Ryu's frown deepened. Did you take his eyes? A fury was bubbling up within Ryu's body. Langer had refused to tell him what had happened to his eyes, but seeing Langer's fury, he seemed to put two and two together. He had already been greatly disgusted by this man, but he didn't expect that things would end up like this. Primus sent a glance toward Langer, but he didn't respond. He disdained to explain himself. Did he have to lower himself to such a level? People could believe what they wanted in the end, it wouldn't matter so long as his fist was larger than theirs. Ryu's gaze flickered with a dense, hidden flame, but he didn't say or do anything. He knew that he couldn't defeat this man, there was simply no point in saying anything more, but this was something he only added to Primus' debt. He would have to pay it back soon enough. However, Langer spoke right then. Wait patiently, you son of a bitch, I'm going to enjoy killing you. Langer was absolutely scalding, the scars around his eyes had turned a burning red color. Primus acted as though he hadn't heard anything. Flipping a palm, an orb appeared. Within, clouds of gold and red floated. The sovereigns in the sky knew what they were seeing immediately. This wasn't just any normal inheritance, it could be said that all of the insights that had led Primus to the sovereign realm were within, not holding even a single thing back. This wasn't something sovereigns handed out with ease, and it would only happen if they had intentions of entering the Tao God realm. But there was something even more astonishing than this. Usually, this act of severing and dealing with karma was only necessary for those that had a great relation to the person in question. That meant that Ryu wasn't just a normal descendant, he wasn't someone faintly or barely connected to Primus, he was a direct line descendant, likely a grandson or a great-grandson. The reason this was so astonishing was because this process should be rare, impossibly so. Given how long it took to reach the Tao God realm, just how many Tao gods still had such close relations? Even they as sovereigns didn't have many, if any, close family relations remaining. They already stood all alone at the peak of the world. Their immediate family members had already fallen to the hardships of the martial world, while their only descendants were far too removed for them to care much for them outside of what face they could bring their families. Just what kind of family was this? Tatsuya. They looked up into the skies. It had definitely rumbled when the name was spoken. Where did they remember that name from? Or was it an illusion? It made sense for the skies to rumble if a family had a Tao sovereign, but the trouble was that this place was the nether world. The influence humans had here should have been limited. This is my inheritance, take it or don't. This can be considered our karma coming to an end. Ryu, who had been mostly silent all this while, couldn't seem to hold back his sneer any longer. Our karma will come to an end when I kill you. Primus, though, only shook his head and chuckled. In this world, the next, or any other, those that I have exceeded will never catch up to my steps. If you start even one step behind, you will remain there forever. What a coincidence, I feel the same way. Primus tossed the inheritance forward, not caring if Ryu caught it or not. As he was about to turn away, his expression changed. This was something that didn't happen to a man of his caliber. He couldn't remember the last time anything had surprised him. Ryu's hand snatched outward, but just when it seemed that he would catch the inheritance, a large amount of chains appeared, surrounding it and locking it into place. Only then did he catch it. He tossed the inheritance up into the air and allowed it to land on his palm, unmoved and unbothered by the chains. Karma is an interesting thing, Ryu said lightly. To you, so long as you hand this to me, or have the intention to give it to me, your job is done. What I do with it afterward doesn't matter, even if I destroy it or never look at it again. But you've underestimated me, Primus. Karma may be beyond your control, forcing you to scour the lands just to find me. But to me, karma is something I can casually manipulate with as I please. Your inheritance, this junk in my hands, is worthless before my eyes, as are your petty tricks. Ryu's hand squeezed down, the chains shattering the inheritance to pieces. Good luck breaking into the Tao God realm. I wish the ghosts of grandfather and the rest of the Tatsuya clan torment you for the rest of your days. Chapter 1368, Other Ways 1368 Other Ways Primus' expression slowly returned to normal. Soon, it was as though nothing had happened. He gave Ryu another glance before turning toward Langer and walking toward him. Ryu frowned. It couldn't be that he planned to take out his frustration on Langer, right? Although he hadn't shown it, he felt a great amount of shock when Langer seemed to imply that Primus had stolen his eyes. He had a lot of hatred from his so-called great-grandfather, but he still didn't believe that he would do such a thing. In fact, he felt that he even somewhat comprehended the kind of person he was, which was why it was so surprising. But even so, he could see a possibility of the first happening. But this wasn't just petty, it was pathetic. Primus' hand reached out and Langer couldn't even move beneath his might. The latter's forehead was sucked into Primus' palm. Interesting. Someone actually dares to touch my disciple like this. Hearing this, several had a change in expression, of which Empana and Ryu were probably the worst. Empana never thought that Langer would actually be the disciple of a Tao sovereign, while Ryu never thought that his great-grandfather would actually care to take a disciple. But after seeing the state of Langer's eyes, Ryu seemed to understand something. If Primus took a disciple, there had to be a reason, and it likely wasn't good. Now that he thought about it, Janger's talent was never this good. His odds of making it even to the Tao pedestal realm was fairly low, barely 50%, let alone the Sky God realm and beyond. However, the Langer he had met today was extremely talented, so much so that he could keep up with the likes of Empana even while holding back. There was something curious going on here. At the same time, Ryu came to understand something else. Primus likely wasn't just here for him. A disciple was like a child. It could even be argued that Langer's relationship with Primus should be deeper than his own with Primus. The amount of karma he needed to close with Langer should be at least equal, if not surpassing him by a great measure. Langer struggled, but how could he do anything under Primus' might? I'm not your disciple, you bastard. Langer was furious. In his opinion, Primus was far too shameless to call him a disciple. He remembered how excited he had been when he first became Primus' disciple. He didn't know who Primus was initially, all he knew was that he was an extremely powerful man far beyond his imagination. But very quickly, that dream became a nightmare. He spent his days in hell, a terrible and endless pain. His bones were cracked and reformed, his flesh burned away and healed, even his very soul was torturing in a hellish flame for millennia. He had been so naive. At first, he had grit his teeth and endured because he felt that his master was doing this for his own good. He knew that his talent was poor, and he felt that the only reason such an expert would pick him would be if he saw something deeper than just his talent. Maybe he had taken a fancy to his willpower. So he held on, he endured, he fought every day within an inch of his life. And he was rewarded for it. He watched as his talent increased every day. It was slow, but it was progress nonetheless. Whenever he stagnated, he would grit his teeth and endure more as the torture only increased. He lost count of how many times he had truly believed himself to have died. What he didn't know was that he wasn't a disciple to this man, he was nothing more than a lab rat, a convenient and durable tool to test out Primus' theories so that he could lay down his own path forward. He had never cared about him. Maybe that would be something that Langer could accept. Nothing in this world came for free, and he understood that. He didn't have talent. Why would such a powerful expert take him on if not for some other purpose? That was still acceptable. While he had suffered, hadn't he gained as well? But then that day Deep Eruption sect was being assaulted from all sides. The day his father died, he had begged and begged for his master's help. When Primus showed no signs of lifting even a finger, Langer had accepted it and begged to at least be allowed to go and help, but he hadn't even been able to do that. Primus continued to experiment with him, Decades, centuries, millennia, millions of years passed. Langer never stopped pleading, as though he didn't know that the fate of his sect, of his father, his mother, his siblings, had already long since been decided. Then one day, Primus simply disappeared without a word. Langer awoke from another bout of pain, his soul aching, his body aching. He didn't even know how long it had been since Primus disappeared. It could have been a second ago, it could have been thousands of years ago, he simply didn't know. His body aching, he rushed to his sect, only to find a completely unfamiliar group of people, the family that he had once known completely destroyed. He entered a rage and suddenly awakened the 8th-ranked Fire Eyes, but he was still too weak. He had spent all of his time refining his foundation and his cultivation had plummeted down to the awakening realm. Even though he was now at a standard of the true martial world, the gap was still far too large to leap through. He could only escape, beaten and broken. Over the years, he realized that he couldn't even quite find who was responsible. Finally, he understood that it was the martial gods, but the ones present in Sacrum were nothing more than the facade. He wanted true revenge, he wanted the martial gods of the true martial world to suffer, he wanted the master who completely turned his back on him to suffer. So he went to the true martial world. Who would have known that he would barely make it to the 7th heaven before his eyes were recognized and snatched from him, torn from his body cruelly. If not for the fire spirit body that he had also awakened, only death would have waited for him that day. He had no choice but to flee back to Sacrum, beaten and broken. He didn't even dare to return to the true martial world, or to even use his real name, for fear that he would trigger the lines of fate that would allow that person to find him. Even so, his hatred for Primus was no less. At least the person who stole his eyes was just an expert of the true martial world, he had no connection to Primus and had no responsibility toward him. But Primus was supposed to be his master, a man who should have been his second father, and yet he had practically spit in his face and thrown him away like useless, worthless goods. Primus pulled his hand back and looked at his palm, seemingly calculating something. At that moment, a flame sparked from his shoulder and leapt down, quickly forming a clone. This replica vanished into the void and the world fell into silence. Time seemed to tick by slowly, but in less than 5 minutes, the clone had appeared once more. This time, in its palm, the throat of a man with his hair singed and destroyed had appeared. If those of the 7th heaven had been here, they would have been completely shocked. This was the current patriarch of the Raging Inferno sect, and if Ryu had paid more attention, he would have known that this was the very same sect that Jojo and her band of junior brothers was from. What was more important than all of that was that this man was a Dao Lord. Langer's countenance changed. How could he not recognize this man? This was the very same man who had taken his eyes. It should be him. It seems that he didn't dare to fuse with your eyes yet. Primus raised another palm and a box flew out from the Patriarch's spatial ring and into his hands. He opened it and within was a pair of glistening red eyes that pulsed like polished gems. Primus picked them up and before Langer could react, he forced them into his scarred eyes. Langer screamed out, grabbing his head, but Primus had already ignored him. Indeed, he was finished with Langer, he had already repaid their karma. Senior, please spare my life. The Patriarch began to beg, realizing that he had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Primus didn't even respond, his replica squeezing its palm and killing the man in a single move. A wild surge appeared. Before it could take form, Primus waved another hand and it was concentrated into his palm. Primus looked up, not taking the energy in his hands seriously despite the fact it was the condensed essence of a Dao Lord. Alright, there's a simpler way to do all of this. For the next 10 years, no one can touch my great-grandson. There was more than one way to complete karma. This was less convenient, but 10 years was nothing to him. Chapter 1369, Reign of Ashes. Ryu's gaze narrowed. He couldn't say that he hadn't expected something like this, but he was more so hoping that Primus would be more stubborn. In his opinion, this ancestor of his seemed quite similar to him, but in this regard, he was weak. Others saw it as necessary. Ryu saw it as a concession. To be so close the peak realm in all of existence, and to still have such worries and insecurities, he wanted nothing to do with it. But just the same, he had no way to chase Primus away, the same way he couldn't stop him from attacking Langer. Langer's screams continued to echo. He bent forward, grabbing at his eyes as his body spilled over with flames. However, these screams quickly became a backdrop as Primus' words echoed in the ears of everyone else. These sovereigns had thought that they would only need to wait a moment before taking action. The relationship between Ryu and his great-grandfather clearly wasn't what they had expected it to be, and there was no need to take action if they didn't need. However, the sudden change had caught them all off guard. Mei had been very quiet this entire time. She had thought about what it would be like to meet Ryu's family, but she hadn't expected things to go like this. She hadn't even envisioned that Ryu would actually have such a potent great-grandfather. This man alone could lay waste to her dream Asura clan 10 times over and still not break a sweat. But she had thought that Ryu came from a small world. Had he lied to her? Mei shook her head. Ryu was a man who had casually told her his greatest talents without any sign of holding back. She didn't think that he would hide or lie about this matter. There just happened to be a story she didn't understand. It didn't seem like this was the reason for Ryu's everyday confidence either. His relationship with this great-grandfather of his was strained, and with Ryu's personality, he would never rely on this man. However, how would this matter go? She didn't quite know. She could only squeeze on Ryu's arm just a tiny bit more. Ryu gave Mei a glance and smiled lightly. He chose not to worry about this man anymore. At that moment, a pair of wings spread from his back, but they very clearly weren't his own, but rather a high-level god treasure. They didn't think much of it at first. After all, wasn't it a bit too much of a joke for a Dao pedestal realm expert to escape them? Even worse than that, he wouldn't even be able to leave their encirclement. However, their expressions changed when Ryu grabbed Mei's waist and suddenly raised his leg. Very soon, it became obvious that let alone Empana, these others couldn't stop him. The wings flapped just once and Ryu vanished into the void. The sky gods frowned. They could enter the void as well, obviously, but they most certainly couldn't have done it at Ryu's cultivation level, even with the help of a god treasure, and even if they had a spatial soul nature, it was impossible. But even worse than that, Ryu had left their surrounding with a single step. If they wanted to catch up to him, they would have to take down the barriers, but since the 7 of them had worked together, it would take a few seconds. A few seconds in the hands of someone who could cross the void was an colossal amount of time. Unless they had someone proficient in spatial laws, finding Ryu would be almost impossible. Only someone in the Dao God realm could peer through the strands of karma and reality, unwinding time and reading the events of the past. Suddenly, their expressions changed, landing on Primus, who was casual and unmoved. Their faces paled considerably. They just realized something. They had been so shocked by the appearance of the flame heavenly pupils that they had missed one very important fact: how had Primus found the perpetrators so easily? Especially when Langer had refused to explain anything to him. Could it be he had already stepped into that threshold? Almost immediately, the sent signals to their true bodies to return. Why would they come here just to die? The difference between someone who had stepped into the threshold of the Dao God realm and one that hadn't was even larger than the gap between the Dao Lord and Dao Sovereign realm. However, there was one person that didn't get the memo. The Skeleton King charged in with his true body, his rage rising into the skies. He had never been shamed like this in his life, even if it was just projection. Its death wasn't something that he could take lying down. He wanted his face back, and he didn't want anyone to interfere. All of you stay out of this, he growled. The weaker individuals on the ground felt a strong fear grip their hearts. Even a single attack from a Dao Sovereign, even if they weren't the target, could directly kill them. The gap was too large, especially if there was a clash between 2 of them. The Skeleton King charged for Primus, his rage causing the barrier to creak and quake. He sent out a fist, one that towered above the skies and changed and quake. He sent out a fist, one that towered above the skies and changed its color. Annoying flies, Primus uttered coldly, flicking out a finger. A small spark of fire danced outward, hobbling through the skies like a fly caught in the wind. But without fail, it tracked the Skeleton King's fist, landing on it perfectly and suddenly vanishing. There was only a moment of pause before the Skeleton King froze. Maybe if his face hadn't been entirely made of bone, one could have clearly seen the look of horror on his face. But it was already too late. His body erupted into a ball of flames, his screams filling the skies. By the time he fell to the ground, he was nothing but a rain of ashes. Chapter 1370. Roaring title. The pupils of the remaining sovereigns constricted, but they did nothing but observe. To them, this was just the death of a competitor, but it was also a reminder of how cruel the martial world could be. The Skeleton King had practically gone his entire life unobstructed. He probably never thought that he would die on this small 5th plane. Primus swept a gaze over everyone else and clasped his hand behind his back. Finally, his eyes landed on the fire giant, who shuddered uncontrollably. In the far-off distance, his body, which had already begun to run away, rushed away even faster, not hesitating to use several life-saving measures in a row. He wasn't a fool. This was a cruel man without any scruples, and he clearly took the fire element as his primary power. To a man who would even experiment on his own disciple, why wouldn't he be even crueler to someone who had just been his enemy moments ago? The other sovereigns felt a cold shiver run down their spine. Just who was this man? The Ice Queen's pupils constricted. The human dragon. Her voice was freezing as ice, but as delicate as sparkling morning dew. She was truly a joy to listen to, but her words were anything but. When these words settled in, the skies split open. The clouds spun, forming a majestic crimson dragon. It opened its jaw, its sharp row of teeth glistening as it roared. This roar couldn't even be considered to be a clap of thunder. It was far more pervading, far more devastating, so loud and imposing that the earth flipped and mountains collapsed beneath its might. They suddenly understood. This man never used his own name. That was because he never told anyone his name. He wasn't a person who liked to explain himself, so when would he care to leave his name behind? Instead, others had named him the human dragon, but this wasn't just because of the blood that ran through his veins. It was uttered that he had a never-ending greed, one akin to the dragons of legend. He had built up vaults of endless treasures, but these treasures weren't what one might expect. Rather than being overflowing natural resources, or an abundance of chi stones, it was rather, people. Whenever the human dragon saw a person of interest, he would immediately snatch them. Some would be lucky to survive, but many more died before they could even see the light of day again. The number of clans and sects that he had angered as a result was simply far too numerous. However, none had been able to deal with him even to this day, and it was even uttered that he had a plane amongst the dragon of the ninth heaven. Primus didn't react much to this name, he simply didn't care. He simply grabbed out, a large hole forming through the chest of the enormous fire giant. Before he could sigh a breath of relief for the fact that only his image was harmed, his true body froze. No, no, his roars were completely drowned beneath that of the roaring dragon cloud above. His true body was pulled through the portal that opened up in his projection's chest. He was entirely unable to resist. My fire giant clan will make you pay. He roared in madness, his pride much too great to beg or plead. Plus, he was well aware that even if he did so, it would be entirely useless. Primus didn't even bother to reply. Pulling the fire giant by his neck, he soared into the air as though he was on a leisurely stroll, moving toward the direction Ryu had left in. He swept another glance over the others, but no one dared to say anything as he shattered the barrier and floated away. At that moment, the agonizing screams of Langer finally tapered off. He lifted his head to the skies and two beams of shuddering flames soared. His aura broke through a barrier and he crossed into the omniscient sky god realm in a single bound. Empana's pupils constricted. He could have sworn that Langer was only in the true sky god realm, but he had actually been in the transcendent sky god realm. Fuck, Langer roared. He had such a belly full of fury but nowhere to expel it. His gaze landed on Elaura and Jorlumin and he punched out without hesitation. Their gazes only had time to flash with fear before they were incinerated into ashes. Langer had not once felt so frustrated in his life. Primus had suddenly appeared again and waved a hand to make all his problems go away, but rather than making him feel better, it only made him feel all the more infuriated. How much effort had he put into getting revenge? And yet that opportunity was snatched up right from under his nose, and by the man he hated the most in this world, no less. How could he be anything but frustrated? Fuck, he roared out again. Shut up. His head tilted up to the skies, trying to silence the roaring cloud dragon, but what good would that do? If anything, it roared louder, the backlash causing his blood to flow in reverse. He covered his ears, frustrated and agitated, but slowly, he began to regain his calm. His rage wasn't helping him. Unlike the Tatsuya clan, he didn't have his calm. His rage wasn't helping him. Unlike the Tatsuya clan, he didn't have the rage flame, and even if he did, it wouldn't close the enormous gap between them. He could only swallow this insult and take note. He would have his revenge, he swore he would. Empana hesitated, but in the end, he sighed and shook his head. It seemed that the friend he had known wasn't real. He had lost yet another person. He looked up into the skies, feeling a bit empty. Ryu appeared out from the void, a frown on his face. He looked back to see the looming dragon in the air, although he could tell it was slowly fading away, it was so powerful that his ears almost bled from here. After checking that May was okay, he shot forward again. Chapter 1371. Descent. The situation with the dream Asuras was quite tense. Very few understood what was going on, and even the likes of Rogrel and his fellow faction leaders were a bit confused. They had rushed into the plain prepared for war, but what really happened had left them speechless. The lizard demon race had actually carved out a land for them, and they gained far more than they had originally hoped for when they first sent their negotiation partner forward. But it was exactly because of this that they felt that something was off. In fact, they had been on their guard this entire time, waiting for the other foot to drop. Rogrel had chosen to take advantage of this though, quickly forming fortifications and bringing in a large amount of material from their dream mountain. Although their enemies might be planning something odd, this still benefited them somewhat. One of the difficulties of such an attack was that they'd have to always be on the offensive. Any layman general knew that it was far easier to defend than it was to attack, and that would constantly put them in a disadvantageous situation. Now that they were given some break and could build up fortifications, they had entered a situation where they would at least have a place to retreat to if things went south. In the end, they could only hope that their own fortifications were better than whatever plan the lizard demon race and the others had. Luckily, given their success with Dream Mountain, if there was one thing they were good at, it was setting up large-scale defensive formations. Of course, these formations were less great at defense, and much better at misdirection and confusing the mind. After all, they were Dream Asuras and the Dream Mountain got its namesake from elsewhere. Even so, Rogrel couldn't help but feel suffocated, and even his wife, who had always respected his every word and action, had begun showing some signs of dissatisfaction. She had already avoided meeting her daughter so that she could put up a strong front with her husband, but in the end what had happened? Rather than forcing her daughter to retreat, their actions had actually pushed her further away. Once the uproar began, and Ryu even appeared in the skies, they were distracted and didn't quite understand what was going on. The hours passed by as they stood on pins and needles, but then something completely unexpected happened. Ryu suddenly appeared high in the skies, holding May in his arms and descending like a god from above. Compared to the Ryu most of the Dream Asuras had seen, this one was on a completely different level. He was sharper, more overbearing, his aura so all-encompassing that they almost forgot that he had yet to step into the sky god realm. Some even forgot to breathe for a moment as he descended down to the ground, cradling May before setting her down. Why had he bothered to come here? In reality, he had already said that he would take May away after this matter and he had already fulfilled his end of the bargain. Though, he had to admit that it had gone far smoother than he originally thought it would. His original intention was to have Mac take advantage of her birthright to boost her strength, then they could deal with the clans of the fifth plane in one fell swoop. But that didn't end up being necessary because of Primus' appearance. He doubted that anyone would dare to touch the Dream Asuras any longer, just by proxy. The real reason he had returned was because he knew that May didn't really want to separate from her family like this. In the past, he might have drawn that hard line and kept to his word, but he felt far more adaptable now than he had in the past. His heart was lighter and he didn't feel the need to hold on to such a superficial sense of keeping one's word. Gathana, May's mother, who had been standing by her husband, suddenly felt that she was in a dream. Her eyes reddened and she rushed forward, embracing her daughter. Having children as an expert was extremely difficult, and May had been the result of countless years of trying. How could she be all right with simply losing her baby girl? "I'm sorry, Mom is sorry." May was caught off guard for a moment, but her eyes reddened soon as well, hugging her mother tightly. In her heart, she thanked Ryu once again, but she felt that between them such words didn't need to be said aloud. He could feel her emotions as clearly as day. Ryu stood to the side and didn't say much. He had a light smile on his face as he looked up into the skies. Even though he had done this for May, that didn't mean he had to forgive himself. His pride was still the same, it was just more fluid than it had been in the past, and that made the weight on his shoulders seem lighter than it ever had been. Rogrel's face was just as unemotional as usual, stone-faced and etched by a chisel. He stood with his arms crossed, allowing the mother-daughter pair to reunite as they pleased. Ryu suddenly frowned and he looked up into the skies. There was nothing there, and the cloud dragon had even faded already. However, Ryu continued to look. He knew that something was coming. Rogrel looked up many seconds later, suddenly realizing that Ryu had noticed before him. But then it happened. The skies divided and it was as though a rotating cyclone of dark violet energy had taken root. And then, she descended. Ryu had already seen the Ice Queen previously. She was truly one of the most beautiful women he had ever laid eyes on. But compared to this woman, she could only be said to be wholly inferior. It wasn't just a raw beauty, but an elegance and a demeanor that couldn't be matched, a holy goddess unblemished by the world and indifferent to everything. The moment she appeared, her gaze descended, landing on Mei, who was still in her mother's embrace. Chapter 1372. Gospel. The woman was dressed in the most simple of clothing, a white gown with no embroidery that stopped just above her ankles. Even at this angle from below, a mysterious power seemed to block one's vision any higher, the force the likes of which even Ryu's current eyes couldn't see through. Her hair was a dashing purple color, but it was difficult to tell if the individual strands were physical or nothing more than a foggy mist, seemingly dancing between the two stands like a puff of cloud. Her eyes were a much lighter shade of violet, a gorgeous contrast that left one completely entranced, while her skin reminded Ryu a lot of his own, almost icy to the appearance, nearly transparent and glistening, a pale sort of whiteness that didn't carry the usual deathly aura one might expect. And then there were feet, bare and spotless, dangling in the air like two gems. She was truly a perfect woman, but more importantly than that, Tao God. Ryu was absolutely certain. He had never seen a Tao God in person before, and he had most definitely never been able to truly distinguish the overall strength of sky gods, but this time he was still truly certain. There could be no other way to describe this perfection than to say that she had reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world. But maybe even more importantly than that, she's a dream wraith. When Ryu thought to this point, his body relaxed and he watched on calmly as this perfect woman descended, landing by Mei and her mother. She moved so smoothly that it was hard to tell how she had moved at all. It didn't even seem like she was flying, but rather that she was gliding through the air. Mei's mother, Gathana, seemed to realize that something was wrong before her daughter did. After all, she was a strong expert in her own right and she could feel just how unfathomable this perfect woman before her was. She tried to pull her daughter back with her, but a mysterious force halted her actions, causing her to step back on her own, missing Mei's hand. Mei was frozen and unable to move as well, and she could only watch as a slender finger that shimmered like a polished gem lifted her chin. This woman was quite tall. Mei was only a little over average for a woman at 57 or so, but this woman was just as tall as xianxia, standing at almost 6 feet 3. Even so, it didn't dull her elegance in the slightest, and gave her a similar sort of exoticness as compared to xianxia, although far more refined and perfect. You are good and you have my dream wraith clan's blood running through your veins. Accept me as your master. It didn't seem to be a question. This woman was very clearly quite used to getting her way and had most likely never heard the word no. But in this sort of situation, it only seemed natural. Who wouldn't want to accept a Tao God as a master? Mei was shocked and didn't quite know what to answer. She wanted to look back, but that mysterious force seemed to stop her from doing so. It was hard to tell if the woman was doing it on purpose or not, or if her aura was simply that magnetic. At that moment, when she was feeling a bit helpless, Mei felt a strong hand slip into her own. The entire Dream Asura clan felt frozen in place, unable to move and quaking in fear, but who else other than Ryu could appear at her side at this time? She seemed to relax and that mysterious force weakened considerably. It was only then that it was clear that this perfect woman wasn't acting intentionally, but it was rather simply her natural aura that resulted in a situation resemble this one. The perfect woman only now seemed to notice Ryu, and she was actually somewhat surprised. It wasn't because the likes of Ryu could sneak up on her, but because she truly hadn't been paying attention to anyone else. He had managed to walk to this point without her noticing at all. Ryu felt inwardly amused. This might be a Tao God, but she reminded him a lot of a certain airheaded little woman. Seeing Ryu smile so lightly and charmingly, the flawless woman was stunned again. She had never seen anyone smile so naturally before her before. It wasn't that she wasn't pleasant to be around, but rather that everyone put up a facade. Those far weaker than her didn't dare to be disrespectful, while those on equal footing to her were always trying to impress her. It was hard to say if anyone other than her parents had ever been genuine to her, but they had also long since died. A Tao God wants to take you in as a disciple, why aren't you accepting? Ryu asked Mei with a smile. Mei was startled, her eyes widening. Obviously, she hadn't known the status of this woman. But You uttered you would take me away. Mei said softly. It seemed that she still somewhat preferred to go with Ryu. Ryu's smile brightened. I did say that, but how could I bear to take you away from your parents now? I'm sure if you ask this perfect woman to take care of your family, she would without hesitation. Mei's eyes illuminated as well, enthusiastically jumping into Ryu's arms. It was as though her greatest worries had vanished. As a wife, if she had to choose, she had the duty to choose her husband. But how could she not want her family to get along? However, she hadn't wanted to power Ryu either. This made her happier than anything else could. The woman was stunned once more. Why did it look more resemble Ryu was the one accepting a disciple and not her? Mei seemed to have completely forgotten about her. And when had she accepted? It was like Ryu's word was gospel to this young woman. And, perfect woman, was that what he had just called her? It didn't feel appropriate at all, but it also didn't feel appropriate to become enraged because of it. What was happening here? At that moment, in the far-off distance, a man carrying a fire giant resemble it was a plaything slowly closed the distance, appearing above the Dream Asura fortified city as well. Chapter 1373. Please Primus descended and landed on the city walls, looking down with indifference. While he could enter the void, taking the fire giant with him would be a waste of his effort. He didn't have a spatial nature like Ryu did, so entering the void required his raw power, and the more powerful the object he was taking with him, the more effort it took. Unfortunately, he couldn't just toss a Dao Sovereign into a spatial ring, it would destroy the space within. While he was a treasure hoarder, that only came to interesting talents and cultivators that caught his attention. In terms of actual wealth, he could be said to be a bit of a pauper, and any wealth he did have was directly invested into his strength. As such, he didn't have a strong enough or high-quality enough spatial ring to withstand the power of the corpse in his hands, so he could only carry it and appear out in the open like this. Not that he cared very much. Someone like him who hated to explain himself had long since grown numb to the gazes of others. He simply didn't care. After he landed, he swept a gaze toward the situation below and then directly ignored everyone, laying the fire giant's body down and taking out a great number of tools. He began thinking to himself that he might have to invest a bit in this matter before he lost himself in his own world. Ryu sent a glance toward Primus and directly ignored him as well. But just because he could ignore him, didn't mean that others could. Even the perfect woman's brows furrowed, not quite understanding what was happening. What she did understand, though, was that the corpse in Primus' hands was one of the strongest experts of the fire giants and probably the sovereign with the highest chance to enter the Tao God realm in the future. But now he was just being dissected in front of so many eyes. Suddenly, the matter became several times more complicated. If she took Mei's family in, and news about this was found out, how would the fire giants react, exactly? She knew that if it was her descendant that had not only been killed, but had their corpse disrespected like this, who knew how much fury she would react with? Experts weren't known for their fairness. It would be easy for the Dream Asuras to be implicated. On top of that, it wasn't entirely certain that they didn't deserve to be implicated. After all, why would an specialist capable of killing such a powerhouse, especially while being unscathed, appear here of all places and begin dissecting a corpse in such an inconvenient location? There was a very simple answer to that, and it was of course because of Ryu. Primus didn't want to waste the energy it would take to monitor Ryu from afar. It was far easier if he was in the vicinity, that way he could focus on his task and his natural, unconscious alertness would make him aware of any danger. And the harsh reality was that Ryu was Mei's husband, and by proxy that tied him to the Dream Asuras. Once the fire giants learned of this, they wouldn't just have a selfish reason to attack the Dream Asuras, but a legitimate one, making the situation even worse. The perfect woman might not know the details of the situation, but she knew that Ryu and Mei were extremely close. If she also learned that Primus was Ryu's great-grandfather, the outcome could be imagined. Ryu was, obviously, able to think through all of this. With the complete origin flame on his side, and two of them fused into one at that, his thinking speed was something only very few sky gods could match up to, as was his memory and deductive reasoning. This bastard had only just started following him, and he was already causing trouble. After thinking for a moment, Ryu's gaze sharpened. He exhaled a breath and his birthed phenomena rose into the skies once again. It was time for him to go. I'll see you soon, Ryu said to Mei with a smile. Mei blinked, not quite understanding, but then a roaring Tao rose into the air. At that moment, Primus froze once again, looking toward his great-grandson. Founding Tao. The heart of the perfect woman leapt into her throat as Ryu rose into the skies. His aura continued to soar, his founding Tao stretching across the entire fifth plane. Due to the actions of the seven sovereigns, the birthright ceremony had yet to fully conclude as everyone had yet to be sent back home perfectly. As such, the channels that connected the planes were still wide open and far more vulnerable than they were in usual circumstances. This was something that Ryu took advantage of, his bright smile lighting up the skies above. My name is Ryu Tatsuya, remember it well. Ryu and his birthed phenomena punched out in unison, an enormous black hole of swirling spatial chi forming and ripping a tunnel from the true nether world and the true martial world. Ryu's laughter echoed through the skies as the true nether world was set ablaze. They had already speculated it before, but it was truly a human that had appeared in their skies. A human had received their birthright. This was unacceptable. The ridiculing laughter filled the skies. Primus slowly stood to his feet, his stare flickering before it returned to calm. Decent, he said lightly. With a step, he took the fire giant and vanished into the swirling portal after Ryu. A mixed expression took hold of both Rogrel and the perfect woman, while Mei's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. She suddenly realized that she would truly favor to follow Ryu than to be taken in as a Tao God's disciple. But now, there was no other choice. She bowed deeply toward the perfect woman. Please take me as your disciple, senior. The perfect woman startled awake before nodding lightly. Chapter 1374. Worthy entering the Tao God realm didn't necessarily mean you had a founding Tao. In fact, the majority had ancient Taos. The Tao gods with founding Taos were on a level all to their own, and the perfect woman had truly not expected that this disciple of hers would have such a husband. Although she hadn't uttered anything, that didn't mean that she hadn't originally been a slightly bit unsatisfied. It was only after deciding that the pros of taking Mei on were better than the cons did she choose to take her on as a disciple anyway. Women were disadvantaged in the cultivation world. Often, giving away their primordial yin weakened them, especially if they were cultivating certain techniques. For dream asuras that were heavily reliant on the soul, giving away a primordial yin was akin to giving away a piece of their talent, and that was often difficult to overcome. The perfect woman herself was unmarried. She would have cared less to little at all if Mei was just not a virgin, but allowing a man to take her primordial yin was a bridge too far, unless that man was truly excellent. In such cases, giving away a primordial yin wouldn't be a poor choice, it might even be better than giving it away. She didn't know exactly what talents that young man had as he seemed capable of shrouding it even from herself a small portion, but she knew that his soul talent was exceptional, and it wasn't just due to taking on Mei's primordial yin. The fact that he had a founding Tao, although it was still in its immature stages, was huge as well. In fact, she felt that it was quite regretful that she and Ryu weren't compatible, or else she might want to take both husband and wife in as disciples. Of course, she didn't know that Ryu would reject such a proposition. She also felt quite satisfied with Ryu's actions. A man should take on the burdens for his wife. She didn't know what kind of relationship Ryu and Primus had, and it seemed more complicated than she knew, but it was enough to know that the latter was related to the former. Normally, exposing himself like this would just make the fire giants pursue him all the more, implicating the dream asuras even more. However, because of Ryu's talents, it was almost entirely impossible to focus on anything else for one very important reason: it was simply unacceptable for a human to take the birthright of the nether world. In fact, the dream asuras could take the position that they were tricked by Ryu and that their princess's heart was snatched, allowing him to sneak in and take advantage of her to take the birthright for himself. The fact Primus had appeared and had a conflict with Ryu before easily leaving with him would only make this matter more suspicious. On the one hand, this would clear the dream asuras of most of the blame. While no one would dare to talk about Mei because she was the disciple of a Tao god. In the end, all the pressure would fall on Ryu's shoulders. In the end, everyone benefited by Ryu himself, but considering his laughter, he didn't seem to care in the slightest. The only one who seemed to care was Mei herself, holding back tears as she completed the master-disciple ceremony. The perfect woman looked toward Mei but didn't know how to comfort her. She wasn't good at that sort of stuff. She could only shake her head and say what was on her mind. You have a good husband. Experts can only grow under great pressure, but it's not certain if he'll be under that kind of pressure or not. The perfect woman thought of Primus who had followed after. She had never felt danger from someone not in the Tao God realm before, but there seemed to be a first day for everything, even this. My name is Korindra Dream. From today on, you will be my first disciple. I will teach you everything I know and take your Dream Asura clan under my wing. You can return to the Dream Wraith clan as your ancestors once did. The Dream Asuras were in shocked disbelief. They hadn't expected such a blessing to come. Just moments ago, they were blaming May for their woes, and then everything changed. The process was extremely effortless and Korindra actually remained, staying behind to guide May and oversee the process. In the end, she could have sent someone else, but it seems she took the task of taking on her first disciple very seriously. Days later, May's mother and father came to Korindra respectfully. They brought forward 2 rings, one of which held the samsara wheel, and the other of which held the samsara steps. Many years ago, our ancestors took this with us from the Dream Wraith clan. I thought that since we were returning, we should also give these back. Rogrel spoke, head lowered. Korindra's brows raised and she waved a hand, allowing the spatial rings to float into her hand. She examined them with great interest. In truth, these were just fringe projects, but lower-level planes cared a great deal about them. The Dream Wraith clan had better versions. These samsara steps have been poorly repaired, and even seem to have been damaged again recently. The husband-wife pair looked toward one another, feeling a bit helpless. However, before they could explain how the samsara steps had been damaged during the journey to the true martial world and had to be repaired by one of their ancestors, Korindra waved a hand and the steps appeared. Soon afterward, a scene began to replay and her brows became tighter and tighter. These are no longer the true samsara steps, it has been repaired into a far cruder product. It artificially targets your memories and their subsections rather than truly testing the Tao heart. This boy had phoenix blood and has experienced rebirth, but these steps foolishly took this into account in the worst possible way. Take this back, this is a faulty product, it's gone on much too long to fix. I will receive the samsara wheel and adapt it before returning it to your family. The Dream Wraiths have no need for these treasures, use them to become more worthy of your daughter. Chapter 1375. Blood. May's mother and father were thrown off. Let alone them, even May was super surprised. Ryu hadn't told her what really happened either, but hearing it explained let them not quite knowing what to say. May, who was certain that something went wrong, was still relatively fine. But her parents, especially her father who had made a big fuss over the matter, felt somewhat embarrassed. In the end, they could only respectfully bow their heads and leave respectfully, a complicated light flickering in their eyes. They truly didn't know if this kind of man was a blessing or a curse for their daughter. He was truly powerful and talented, but he was also headstrong and had a sense of indifference to the world and all the things that it brought that could be extremely dangerous. To face off against an entire clan's hostility all because you couldn't bother to explain or defend yourself, did he feel it was beneath him? Did he feel that they weren't worthy of his effort? Maybe it was that they were so insignificant to him that their opinions were worthless in his eyes. The more they thought about it, the more uncomfortable they felt. Even in the end, he just up and left, taking all the pressure on his shoulders without even explaining his intentions to them. In fact, he had helped out the Dream Asura clan a great deal, and he didn't even do it for them, he had done it all because of their daughter. He didn't even care what collateral benefits he gained out of it in the end. Rogrel looked into the skies. He had to continue improving, or else soon enough he would only be able to look at the back view of his own son-in-law. At that point, he might really have to apologize. He couldn't have that. May's mother could seem to hear the thoughts of her husband. In the end, she could only roll her eyes. Ryu appeared high in the skies of the fifth heaven, his calm having long since returned and his birthed phenomena having vanished. He brought out one of his great sword staffs as he fell from the skies and stepped onto it. His sword god aura surged as he shot into the distance. When he reached the location of the Radiant Star sect, he could only shake his head. This again, the sect was once again nowhere to be found, but Ryu didn't react like he had in the past. His first assumption that Aika had once again become impatient and left to the next heaven. This wasn't a woman that could stay in place for very long. It seemed that the last experience hadn't changed her at all. But then again, after one had honed their personality for who knew how many years, how could one event change it meaningfully? It was simply impossible to expect such a thing. So, although she had almost been forced into a marriage with her juniors, it seemed that she hadn't changed much at all. Sixth heaven, then, Ryu thought to himself calmly. This time, he didn't feel a need to go to a teleportation platform. Although he had relied on the instability of the nether world to bridge the gap to this place, the path to a new heaven was much easier to cross than one between worlds. Although he still couldn't cross a major barrier blocked by a heavenly path, this much was still within his abilities. He took a step and vanished once again, entering the sixth heaven. But he could only frown when he did. The scent of blood filled the air, suffocating and all-pervading. The issue, though, was that Ryu was standing in the middle of nowhere. There didn't seem to be anything around, so where could the smell of blood be coming from? The only explanation was that it was either hidden in plain sight, maybe underground, or there had been a lot of slaughter on this heaven recently. Ryu's expression became somewhat serious. He wanted to find a location to break into the cosmic seed realm officially. He felt that he could probably reach the very peak, at least with one of his Dantians immediately. That would allow him complete certainty in the complete heavenly path. But if the situation was so volatile, it might be difficult. Let's find where the Radiant Star sect is first. If Aika controlled their landing spot, then they can only be. Ryu's gaze sharpened and he shot off in a particular direction. Of course, this direction was the very center of the heaven. Not long after he left, Primus stepped out of the void, leisurely strolling forward, a fire giant still in his hands being swung around as though it was some sort of rag doll. Ryu appeared in the central region of the sixth heaven and the commotion wasn't small. He frowned because the situation was much more volatile than he had thought, so much so that no one seemed to notice him in the skies at all, and he also couldn't spot the Radiant Star sect immediately. There were several large camps in the center region, many of these so-called encampments, dwarfing even third heaven official sects and clans. These encampments all seemed to be from the seventh heaven and they had come down here as though this was their home. Ryu didn't really care much, after all, this wasn't his home either. He had been in the true martial world for a long while, but he still saw Sacrum as his one and only home. In all likelihood, when he reached the pinnacle of this world, that was where he would return to. In this sort of situation, it wasn't surprising that many conflicts had occurred. Tension were clearly rising. Suddenly, Ryu's pupils constricted, his good mood vanishing into thin air. The scent of blood wasn't something that could move his position one way or another, he simply didn't give a damn about how many people died. But these people sure had a lot of nerve. In the distance, surrounded by countless people, Aizmine was strapped to a pillar by chains, her body covered in whiplashes, lacerated flesh and dried blood. Chapter 1376. Kumrag, tell us where your partner is, and maybe we can give you a quick death, a youth sneered. Aizmine remained silent. Of course, these people didn't seem to know that her and Eska were the very same people, but she had obviously done this for one purpose. The less they knew about her, the better. It was only a small mistake that allowed people to know that her other identity even existed. Her and Eska sharing the same body was a true cheat code. It was better than any disguise technique in existence as they were truly two separate people, it couldn't be seen through even by a high-level sky god. And the only ones with a chance were those that specialized in the soul and could see through some of the quirks. It could be said that Sacrum had some point on the real martial universe as well, since even the true martial world didn't have such a method as. It was a created method by the Zhu clan. Originally, rumors had spread that Aizmine had been possessed by Eska, but after they were seen, the experts felt that this was impossible, that was how they had become to separate people all of a sudden. Still stubborn, the youth raised a whip, ready to lash out again. The lash went right across Aizmine's chest. It was just unfortunate for the lascivious few in the crowd that the wounds were far too severe to enjoy any sight that might have come from it. It was even more unfortunate that she had been caught like this. Tisk, the adolescent clicked his tongue, how boring. There's nothing to see. Someone come clean her up and feed her a few healing pills, dress her up nice and proper, we'll start again once she's more presentable. Aizmine, who hadn't moved all the while, looked up with a frighteningly cold expression. Her white gold eyes seemed to spit fire. She had a fiery personality to begin with, but she had managed to control it all the while. Clearly, this was beyond her ability to withstand. The youth's eyes narrowed, but he didn't take a step back. For him to be here, there was no doubt that he was a genius of the seventh heaven. While he was yet to be a sky god, this sort of stare wasn't enough to throw him off completely. Even so, he felt a frightening shiver creep up his spine. It was clear that he had forgotten that Aizmine was, in fact, a sky god. If she could have been captured easily, she wouldn't have been in such a state to begin with. No one would casually take her out of her chains just to appease his lust. However, reality was one thing, how to rile this prisoner and throw her off her game was a different matter entirely. The adolescent sneered, glaring at me. So what? You're the circus act here. If it wasn't for the rules against copulating with scum like you, do you believe I wouldn't strip you down and fuck you in front of everyone here? Eismine suddenly laughed. You, with the tiny cock between your legs, you wouldn't even be able to penetrate me. Who are you trying to fool here? Yourself. The youth's gaze flickered with a cold light. In reality, raping a martial expert who was stronger than yourself was impossible for more reason than just the actually defeating them part. If a woman who was stronger than you didn't want you to enter her, you wouldn't even be able to make it past the entrance. That precious place was also a muscle in its own right, and Eismine had a particularly powerful body in her own right. It was indeed a little amusing that this adolescent would say such a thing. But Eismine didn't even bother to call him out, instead slandering his pride as a man. It seems that you still don't understand your situation. I understand my situation very well, Eismine sneered. What, you want me to quake in my boots? To fear your Azure Lightning sect? I don't even take your seniors seriously. What makes you think I'd take a little man like you seriously? You're lucky my husband is a useless prick that can only wave that enormous cock around in that small little world, or else I'd be going places. Eismine sighed as though she was lamenting her plight. How'd a beauty like me get strapped to such a useless man? I'll tell you what, find me a better man and I'll marry him. I deserve a life of leisure. Is that so? Eismine, who was still venting her frustration, was startled when she heard the voice. At some unknown time, a young man had entered the no man's land of the punishment square. Even the adolescent of the Azure Lightning sect, Dassen, was standing quite a far distance from Eismine. His whip was simply that long. But this young man had already appeared halfway between Eismine and Dassen. As he took another step, he vanished again. Eismine came to her senses and suddenly roared out. Stop. But very soon, she saw that her worry wasn't warranted. Ryu had stopped at the perfect location, his hand stretching forward and touching a barrier. Interesting enough, Ryu uttered lightly before his hand tapped the barrier and it seemed to vanish. He stepped forward as though nothing had happened at all and he appeared in front of Eismine. What were you saying? Ryu asked inquisitively. Eismine was speechless before she rolled her eyes. Still just as insufferable, unbelievable. Do you even understand what you've done? Ryu shrugged with a grin. Enraged some insignificant figures, Eismine was rendered speechless again. What was wrong with this man, and why was it that he could never do anything normally? But at the same time, she didn't know what to say because she had truly never expected him to come for her. In her mind, she was barely better than a cumrag to Ryu. Maybe if it wasn't for Eska's influence and her strict upholding of tradition, she might have already tried to move on and forget this man. Unfortunately, she knew if she even had a thought to bed another man, Eska would appear and likely fight her to the death. And yet now, the man she felt like she should hate had actually appeared here. Chapter 1377. Gouge, stop being stupid. Eismine finally said after she recovered her bearings. One have my own plans. Do you think pile of trash would actually be able to capture me if I didn't want it to be the case? Ryu raised an eyebrow, looking Eismine head to toe. Even if that was true, no. Ryu replied simply. Eismine's heart skipped a beat. Why, she thought she would hear something sweet about not wanting his women to suffer, or maybe some Tsunere-like words that still carried an obvious hint of affection in them. But what she actually got left her speechless. A concubine of mine being hung up and whipped publicly like this, isn't that too humiliating for me? What would I do if other men saw your body? Who would pay me back for my losses? Eismine was speechless before her face turned red then black. Ryu Tatsuya, you bastard, get me down from here, I swear I'll beat you black and blue. The others watching, stunned by the current circumstances, didn't even know what to say. They had been trying so hard to piss this woman off, even saying the vilest of things, but the most they got was a glare and a few insults that ended up pissing themselves off even more than what they had gotten from her. And yet this man had just said one line that completely set her off. Also, concubine, wasn't this man aware of the rules? How dare he say something like that out loud? Eismine was a beautiful woman. After reaching the sky god realm and awakening to her martial god bloodline all the more so than she had even in the past, the result was quite a bit more shocking. Plus, her streamlined, powerful and somewhat muscular body was a novel sort of unusualness that made these geniuses, who felt that they had already tasted all the kinds of women under the sun, feel a sort of hotness that they couldn't quite put their fingers on. The fate of such a woman after being captured could be imagined, especially when her life and death was already seen to be decided. It only made it better that she was such a strong sky god. However, none had dared to touch her. There were the strictest of rules around taboo powers and their inheritors. Anyone found to even have dual cultivated with them once would be subject to the exact same punishment as the practitioner. This was because as worried as the 9 powers were about the inheritors, what they couldn't allow even more so than that was for the taboo powers to gain a line of inheritance. This was more important than anything else. This was such an emphasized rule that it was enforced even in this situation. It had to be understood just how rare it was for sky gods to have children. Usually it took centuries of effort, millennia, even. And yet, the 9 powers refused to allow even the smallest chance. It was truly that serious. It could be uttered that as a person in control of a taboo power, Ismine was like a hot potato no one dared to touch at all for fear of ruining the rest of their lives. This was why the Azure Lightning sect member, Dasan, had said such things previously. But now Ryu, toward Ismine's outburst, Ryu only chuckled, seemingly not caring at all. This sort of uproar had obviously already attracted a great number of people. Sects of the 7th heaven had all arrived one after another, but none of the sky gods had. It was as though the moment they saw Ryu enter, they stopped bothering to care. What was their status and what was Ryu's? Why would they lower themselves to deal with a mere Tao pedestal realm expert? Soon, even those of the 5th and 6th heavens appeared in the periphery, their expressions changing somewhat. How could they not recognize Ryu? Setting aside the fact that Ismine was a sky god, how exactly had a Tao pedestal realm expert taken in a heavenly god as a concubine? Not even an official wife. And she didn't seem to be enraged by what he called her, but rather what he said afterward. There were only 2 ways to marry a heavenly god beauty in this world. The first was to be a sky god yourself who had either gained her favor or overpowered her, the second was to have status so far above her that it simply didn't matter. But Ismine was too powerful for such a thing to happen. It took the experts of the 7th heaven descending to capture her, but Ryu, him, Jojo frowned. Wasn't this Selhira's boy toy? Suddenly, a wild grin spread across her face as a feeling of subterfuge spread through her. Wasn't this amusing? The boy Selhira liked was flirting with other women in public, and a runaway of the true martial world, at that. What could be more amusing than this? Senior sister. The other members of the Raging Inferno sect raised their brows. It was rare to see such an expression on their senior sister's face, it didn't match her personality at all. What's so funny, Jojo? A handsome man with azure hair and eyes, and shoulders broad and wide, looked over from the group of Azure Lightning sect members. He had an amiable look in his eyes, but there was also a clear light of passion. This sort of fiery, unruly and untamable woman was the kind he liked the most. Don't make my gouge your eyes out, Litor. Litor raised his head up and laughed. You can indeed do that if you want, 1 AM not a match for you, but wouldn't that be a bit too unfair? Sister Jojo's beautiful body is always hidden beneath that dense armor, is it still a crime to observe your valiance? Jojo snorted, glib-tongued bastard. Still, he had a point. It would be too much to gouge out the eyes of the head disciple of such a sect just because he took a glance at her face. Ha ha, Litor, if you tease Jojo any more, you'll be emasculated by the next morning's sun. Chapter 1378. Immortal Deities. Another robust and proud man stood forward. His hair was a bright shade of white, so bright that he looked like a sun himself. This was the head disciple of the stalwart sun sect, Rakian. He was the final disciple to appear, the fading star sect members nowhere to be seen. In truth, the gathering of these 3 was quite a sight to behold, and an extremely rare one at that. That was because these were 3 of the 4 members the most radiant in the 7th heaven despite their youth. They were known as the immortal deities. Though, behind their backs, especially behind the backs of 2 of them in particular, they were known as the immortal couples. Why was that? That was because the 4th, and the only member not currently present, was none other than Selhira. But many took this to be a joke. Rakian, who had always pursued Selhira, was widely known as not being a match for her despite the fact the 2 had never fought, and that was because Litor, who had always pursued Jojo, couldn't last even 3 moves against her. And yet, Selhira and Jojo's battles were widely known and praised. Rakian and Litor's battles were also widely praised and they were well established as equal to one another, and yet the latter couldn't last 3 moves against Jojo, who xianxia could fight for days and nights on end. It was clear who was superior. Normally, when 2 women were so much more superior than their so-called male counterparts, they would never be matched together. It would elicit a rain of toads eating swan meat comments. The problem here, though, was that Rakian and Litor, though not yet sky gods, were widely accepted as the 2 best bachelors of the 7th heaven. Though there were many men more powerful than them, in the years of the 7th heaven, it had been a very long time since existences as talented as them had appeared. It was just a shame that their women were even more monstrous than that, practically dinosaurs in such excellent, elegant figures. One might be wondering, then, where was Starlight in this equation? He, himself, was also exceptionally talented, it was just that he was too young. As such, he was a bit off from being compared to these 4, at least in the past. But once more time passed, and the gap of their cultivations closed, there would likely be a 5th immortal deity of the 7th heaven. It was just unfortunate that this immortal deity had been vanquished before his legend could even take form. When this was understood, maybe it was obvious why the Fading Star sect hadn't appeared. For one, their head disciple was a bit young and his momentum was lacking to his senior currently. Although he was the very best they had, if they trotted him out, it would diminish their prestige as the most powerful sect of the 7th heaven. Secondly, who could understand Ryu more than they did? If no sky gods appeared, it would be hard to say just who would be suffering a loss. These 3 deities, aside from Jojo who wanted to see how this amusing matter would play out, weren't even entirely focused on Ryu at all. In fact, even Jojo was only paying attention to Ryu because of xianxia and nothing else. Although she knew that Ryu had fist god aura, it was too unrefined and lacking in comparison to her own, and whether he could continue to hone it was up in the air. It made sense for her to be so arrogant. After all, her goal wasn't even the 7th heaven anymore, she already had her sights on the 8th. It was just that the gap between the higher heavens was each more enormous than the last. This was actually why, despite the fact Litor and Rakian were so lesser to them, no one suggested that the 2 women just marry up. To the people of the 7th dimension, the 8th heaven was even more of an supreme ruler than they were to the 6th. The 6th and 7th heaven were separated by the heavenly path, but there was nothing but space separating the 7th and 8th heavens. Though there was much communication between them, interaction between the 2 was far easier than it was in the former case, and every time it would remind the people of the 7th heaven just how lesser they were. There was a very obvious reason why the supreme ruler of the 7th heaven was a sect that had fallen out of grace of the 8th. However, what the 3 didn't notice in all their nonchalance, was that Ryu hadn't looked at them even once from the very beginning either. It was hard to say who truly took the other less seriously. In fact, Ryu was focused on something completely different. The reason that many didn't take Ryu seriously was because even if he somehow managed to make it past the initial barrier, he was likely relying on a treasure. But the chains that tied Eismine to the pillar weren't something that could be waved away. "Oh, that's what it is," Ryu uttered lightly, ignoring Eismine's ravings. He reached out a finger and a dense gray fog took shape and wrapped around an end of the chains. Crack! The atmosphere froze and they all turned over at once. The yelling and screaming Eismine fell into Ryu's arms weakly, but she continued to curse. "You damned, limp-dicked bastard. Just you wait, just you wait." Unfortunately, it was hard for her to continue to be red-faced and enraged when she was suddenly being cradled like a baby. She somehow felt both humiliated and calm at the same time. It was a truly frustrating combination of emotions. "Hush," Ryu uttered lightly. He took out a robe and covered Eismine. Then he put a finger in her mouth and sent a drop of embryonic chi into her body. Eismine's eyes widened, setting aside the fact she felt like a baby sucking on a pacifier. Her body, which had been beaten and worn, suddenly recovered in a flash. All of a sudden, all of her strength and elegance came back. Chapter 1379, How? Limp Dick, huh, why did I just hear you saying it was enormous, though? Ryu looked toward Eismine earnestly as though he was definitely asking this question in the utmost seriousness. Eismine, who had been in a daze, snorted. How could she not be shocked? Why did a Tao pedestal realm expert have the ability to heal a sky god like her? Especially a sky god with such a powerful body on top of that. The trade-off from having a body that was so hard to injure also meant that once it was injured, it was harder to heal than others. But Ryu hadn't even used a treasure. He seemed to use his own chi as though it was as simple as breathing. This was especially so for Eismine, who was of the Heavenly Dew branch and had a ridiculous healing factor. What was even more shocking than that was that she not only felt that she was fully healed, but even that her talent had increased a little bit. It was all too ridiculous. What does its size have to do with it being limp? Put me down, you bastard. Ryu chuckled. Your strength has returned already. If you wanted to go down, wouldn't you do it yourself? Aizmine snorted again and looked away. It's clearly a test. That annoying bitch refused to allow me to have other men, so I'm stuck with you. If you can't even let me rest my legs like this, what worth do you have? Though she said this, Ryu never really had any intention of letting her go either. While Aizmine thought she was staying in his arms so that she could protect him from sudden attacks, Ryu was thinking the exact opposite. Suddenly, a clicking sound caught Ryu's attention and he turned to find Jojo standing almost nose to nose with him. Of course, he had seen this young lady coming. What he hadn't expected was for her to land so close. She really didn't have a single lady-like fiber within her. In that way, though, she was probably a lot like Aizmine, albeit a bit more eccentric with this kind of choice in clothing, or rather armor. What are you doing, exactly? Jojo asked, curiously looking Ryu up and down. Who's this? Aizmine asked. You really can't control your dick. How long have you even been here? Now you've got girls chasing after while you're clearly a fugitive now. My future is in shambles. Jojo's expression changed. What the hell was this woman talking about? She wasn't. Oh, jealousy, is it? I didn't know you had it in you. You two are quite similar. You'd be excellent harem partners. Jojo's expression darkened. Watch you're comparing me, a sky god, to a little girl. Unbelievable. At this point, Aizmine was certain that Ryu was just saying whatever he felt would piss her off the most, and it was unfortunately working. But she also felt something else. This Ryu was a lot different than the Ryu she remembered. She had been just as chippy in the past, but it had never deteriorated into this sort of back and forth because Ryu was too cold to allow it. At first, she had thought that Ryu only let her run her mouth so much because she was a sky god now and he could no longer suppress her, and he might never be able to anymore, especially considering her gains and improvements. But this was a man who didn't know how to write the word fear. Here he was, cradling her, when he knew very well there were dozens of sky gods of the seventh heaven ready to pounce. Even if he could deal with these juniors, something that wasn't certain in her estimations, what would he do about the others? But that aside, why was he so much more cheery? And that smile, he was already dangerous enough as a man when he was cold and brooding all the time. But now, she really didn't see how a woman could resist this man. Though, she had to admit that she was a little biased. You sure don't speak like a sky god. If you didn't keep reminding me, I would have forgotten. Enough. Jojo punched out in rage, aiming for Ryu's face. However, the Ryu she expected to hit easily seemed to appear just a few inches back, dodging just enough for her knuckles to come to a stop right before his nose. The wind blew his hair back, their white strands sparkling in the sunlight. Ryu took a glance at the fist then back up toward Jojo. Are you finished? Let alone others, even Lidor and Reikian were in shock. No one in the younger generation spoke to Jojo like that. He had already crossed the line long before, so much so that Reikian had dense killing intent in his eyes. But, at the same time, he also knew what kind of trouble he would be in if he killed a target that Jojo had her mind set on, so he hadn't moved. What he didn't expect was for Ryu to say such a thing and then for his gaze to immediately shift over toward Dasen. I was planning on letting you live for a little longer, but since you're all so eager, just die, then. Before anyone could understand, Ryu took a step and vanished again. It sank in right at that moment. Spatial soul nature, but it was something even beyond that. A simple twisting of space couldn't have possibly caused Jojo to miss. Dasen's expression changed when Ryu appeared before him. You die. The next words were caught in Dasen's throat. A violent twisting space appeared before his mouth, the whirlpool pulling and twisting until a muddled scream echoed through the surroundings. In the end, all that was left was a standing corpse, headless and not even dripping the slightest bit of blood. Dasen swayed once, then twice, before collapsing backward, dead. A deathly sword of silence fell. Only a minority in the crowd were members of the seventh heaven, the majority coming from the sixth, and yet, they were also the most silent during these proceedings. One would have thought that sects of the seventh heaven were in their own home currently. But it was also because of this that the stunned atmosphere was so heavy. A disciple of the seventh heaven had died just like that. Who else? Ryu asked. Aizmine blinked, realizing that Ryu was actually talking to her. Her stare flickered, but she pointed without much hesitation. Stop, how dare you? Litor was infuriated, as were many other members of the Azure Lightning sect. One of their own had died just like that, how could they allow it to slide? Unfortunately for them, Ryu didn't seem to notice their rage at all. Who could keep up with someone with a spacetime soul nature? Especially when space and time were being used in tandem with such ease. Ryu appeared before the second person. This was an individual of the stalwart Sun sect, so it wasn't a surprise that the second voice to call out had actually been Reikian. But what did his rage have to do with Ryu? Yet another head was twisted to nothingness. Ryu only seemed to appear before them for a moment and they were dead. It was an attack that they didn't know how to defend against. The violent black hole seemed to form within their bodies. By the time they found the location, it had already done too much damage and death was the only path remaining for them. The worst part was that it targeted their souls as well, shredding their birthed souls to pieces and not giving them the slightest chance at survival. Again, Ryu said lightly. This time, Aizmine didn't point and simply gave Ryu a direction with her mind. She seemed to realize that the only way to lock Ryu down would be her fingers, so she kept them all guessing. Before anyone could do anything, a third had died. As expected, they had been waiting for Aizmine to point again, but it never came. They could only watch as a third died, completely unable to stop it. It was right then, when Ryu was about to move on to a fourth, that the sky gods could no longer remain still. Aizmine's became taut as though she was ready to battle at any time, but she couldn't stop an intense aura from descending. A powerful barrier was formed and space was locked down, restricting Ryu's spacetime soul nature forcefully. Ryu chuckled. Amusing, a pair of wings emerged on his back and his vanished again. This time, a scythe of wind and space formed, slicing the head from its neck and then shredding it to pieces as it flew through the air. The fourth corpse collapsed. The tumult grew. Finally, the Radiant Star Sect and the Fated Star Sect emerged one after another. However, it seemed that the former had a large problem on there. Even the likes of Aika couldn't flip a palm to change the feelings of the 9 martial powers toward the taboo powers. How would they deal with this? Chapter 1380. Too annoying. Ryu's body felt light and powerful. As though this was the first time he had killed in a long while, it felt like an injection of adrenaline was pulsing through him. It seemed that his much lighter personality hadn't come with a weaker murderous aura. That's all. Unfortunate. Hearing this, Aizmine rolled her eyes. This man was so unreliable. Here she thought he was doing this because he was enraged on her behalf, but now it sounded like he just wanted an excuse to kill. What did he treat human lives as, exactly? If your hands are feeling so itchy, I can name quite a few sky gods too. You say that like I wouldn't dare to do anything, Ryu sneered. What could you do? Aizmine responded, voice laced with disdain. Give me 10 years and I'll show you. Oh my, I can already feel myself getting wet. Just 10 years, what a manly man. She couldn't have said these words with more sarcasm if she tried. The more Ryu and Aizmine bantered, the more stifling the atmosphere seemed to become, but the two of them didn't seem to notice at all. They were entirely focused on their own sexual tension, it seemed. It was absolutely ridiculous. Didn't they know how much danger they were in? Aika appeared with a frown. With her status, she shouldn't have come to such a thing, but when she realized that it was Ryu, how could she not? But this matter was definitely troublesome. Even she couldn't be as unruly as she usually was in this situation. Of course, wasn't very far behind if Aika had appeared. He was pleasantly surprised by this sort of outcome. Ryu was a great annoyance to him despite what he had said to Starlight. He knew quite well how amazing it was to have a founding Dao, even if it was immature. But now, he had all the reason in the world, and Aika couldn't protect him. Without a word, Ass raised a hand. Aika flinched, hesitating, however Ass didn't seem to notice as he struck down with the full force of his palm. He didn't seem to have any intention of giving Ryu a chance to escape. He would feel much better when this sort of scourge was dead. Boom. Ass frowned. His palm had just descended, but he found Aika standing before him, her fair and small palm extended forward, forming a barrier just a mere 3 inches from his own. It seemed that even now, Aika didn't have any desire to touch Ass. Ass, though, quickly calmed down. What is the meaning of this, Aika? Are you ignoring the mandate of the 9th heaven? Aika, who wasn't very good with words, didn't know what to say immediately. She used her fists most often because she didn't like to think. Anything else was a waste of time to her. But it was in situations like this that her weakness was the greatest. She had acted without thinking, knowing that the situation was bad. Her Radiant Star sect had barely managed to reach this point. She knew how much of a bad situation they were in. Though they had her, the talents under them were lacking. The only ones she had belief in were Selhair and Ryu, and she quite liked them both. A sect, even if it had powerful existences, needed fresh blood. It was the best way to gather fate, and that was needed if they wanted to make sure the sect didn't crumble again. Saving Ryu seemed to be a must, but she couldn't think of a proper reason outside of this. She couldn't very well say that she wanted to protect one of her sect's disciples, right? Because then that would implicate the entire sect. They had originally been destroyed by internal conflict and sects of the 8th heaven. If 8th heaven powers could do this to them when they were at full power, what chance did they stand in their current state against 9th heaven monsters? As pressed, his expression squeezed into a tight frown. He seemed to be really struggling, but anyone who knew him would know that this was nothing more than nonsense. One after another, the heavyweights of the other sects appeared. This was clearly no longer a situation that could be dealt with by the juniors. Plus, many wanted to appear so that they could make certain that no more of their juniors died. They had only been able to bring down a select few. Crossing the barrier through a heavenly path was extremely difficult, especially when it was a complete one. But now 4 had already been lost in such ridiculous fashion. They couldn't allow any more to fall. Just when it seemed that Aika would truly not have an answer, a laughter echoed. Isn't it obvious? She just stopped you from making the biggest mistake of your life. You should be thankful. As's gaze sharpened. Boy, is this a place where you can speak? As wasn't even the one who responded. Instead, it was a man with a set of azure eyes and hair, crackling lightning around him threatening to burst out at any time. Just from his voice alone, many had to cover their ears, some even beginning to bleed from their orifices. This man was a core elder of the Azure Lightning sect, and it was obvious why he was so chippy. Ryu didn't seem to respect him at all, killing his disciples as though their lives were worth just as much as any other. Oh, Ryu smiled. Feel free to attack, then, please do. The core elder frowned. He didn't know why this boy was so confident. Was it because of Aika? Did he not know that Aika wasn't invincible? There was no doubt that she was extremely powerful, but how many Aikas were there on the 8th heaven? And how many more of them were there on the 9th? He was far too naive. Nothing. Then shut your mouth. Ryu's smile faded, his expression becoming a biting cold. The atmosphere frosty along with his words, a hardly concealed disbelief on the faces of most. Even Aizmine was speechless. This guy, she muttered. Hush, your husband is working, Ryu berated. Aizmine's lip twitched, but she didn't say anything. Do you have any idea who she is? Aizmine, who had been wondering what Ryu was relying on, was rendered speechless again. What was he trying to do here? In truth, Ryu knew more about the martial gods of the true martial world than Aizmine did. Aizmine had spent many of the last 1,000 years outside of the true martial world, honing her skills and slowly assimilating with Eska. She only came here after she gained the legacy of a certain taboo power, and it allowed her to finally close the gap in foundation between herself and the geniuses of the true martial world. She knew that her family was from this place, and that they were powerful, but she didn't quite understand what kind of status they had. That said, even if she had known, she probably still wouldn't have said anything. For one, she was just a peripheral member of their collateral branches. And second, and most importantly, she had no method of proving it. This second part was the most important. Most wouldn't believe because it was too ridiculous. What was a martial god's descendant doing here? And even if they did believe, more likely than not they would just try to kill her in secret to avoid any possible complications. All in all, it was entirely useless to try and use this identity. This fool is going to get me killed. Aizmine wanted to shed tears, but she found the situation far too amusing and ridiculous to squeeze any out. To think that things would end up like this. Many frowned when they heard Ryu's words, but they hesitated again when they saw the state of Aizmine. If she had such a great background, why hadn't she uttered anything? That only meant one of two things, maybe even both. Either she was worthless to this power, or she couldn't prove it. Either way, they had ability to deny so long as they pretended it was all ridiculous. Suddenly, Ryu vanished and appeared before Core Elder Fared. Go on, I can see it in your eyes, you don't believe it. You want to pretend like it's ridiculous, to give yourself some plausible deniability, right? Hit me, then, we'll see what happens. Ryu grinned wildly, standing before the core elder. Ferd, whose gaze had practically just been spitting fire, suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? Not moving. What happened to your earlier confidence? Ryu's smile became brighter and brighter. Izmine closed her eyes and uttered a little prayer. What did I do to deserve this? What she didn't know is that her act, contrasted with Ryu's confidence, made Ferd feel as though he was being baited. But that smiling face was just too annoying. Roar. Ferd punched out, his expression turning fierce. But his life force hardly got the chance to gather before a pillar of red light appeared. When it disappeared, so had Ferd. Chapter 1381. Is that so? The eyes of the surrounding sky gods constricted. All at once, they looked into the skies to find a middle-aged man carrying the head of a giant that must have been at least 200 meters from shin to forehead. They recognized this sort of creature instantly, and it was the kind of realization that sent a shiver down their spines. The fire giants. If there was anyone who could stand toe-to-toe with the 9 powers of the 9th heaven, it was most definitely the 9 demon king clans of the nether world. Seeing one dead, and not only dead but being paraded around without the slightest care in the world, they felt more suffocated by this sort of realization than even the aura that was being exuded from Primus. Of course, Primus hadn't been too far away. He had been just outside this encampment. There wasn't anywhere to leisurely lay the fire giant corpse like there had been on the city walls back in the nether world here, since there were nothing but tents, so he had just chosen to do that instead. But, as maybe he should have expected, this great-grandson of his was a magnet for trouble. Primus faintly felt that Ryu was doing this on purpose, but it didn't matter to him one way or another. He was well aware of what it meant to protect someone with connection to a taboo power as well, but once again, he simply didn't care. Primus was many things, but a coward was not one. He never feared the martial gods, he simply couldn't be bothered to raise a hand against such weak beings. It was a waste of his time and a stain on his prestige. But now, his own personal feelings on the matter didn't matter at all. All that really mattered was his word. He had uttered that no one could touch Ryu for 10 years, so he would make certain that no one touched him for 10 years, not a second more and not a second less. As for what troubles came with it, he didn't really consider them at all. Wasn't this how karma worked? Ryu was wrong about one thing. Primus wasn't going out of his way to sever karma with his family because he feared it. He saw it as nothing more than a natural progression of cultivation, that was all. He was obsessed with increasing his strength, and he did whatever was necessary to do so. Dealing with karma was just one of his many measures. Countless eyes landed on Primus, confusion laced in their features. Ass and Ika especially had fierce reactions, being able to see through just the type of power that was in Primus' hands. And this man had acted to save Ryu. What was going on? Ika looked toward Ryu, confusion written all over her face. Hadn't Ryu uttered he was from a small world? Why did he have a Dao sovereign protecting him? Could it be that he had gained the favor of a master when he went out with the Dream Asuras? Ryu smiled toward Ika. Don't mind him, he's just a worthless ancestor of mine. He'll be out of the way. Ika's lip twitched and the faces of many paled. Even if this was your ancestor, what type of senior would take such a thing lying down from their junior? Ika even wanted to stop Ryu from talking, but it was already too late. The words had been said. What surprised them, though, was that Primus didn't even seem to react. He was completely focused on the head in his hands. It was unknown where the rest of the fire giant's body had gone, but trying to get that sort of answer from Primus would be like trying to find a needle in infinity mist. Quote. Senior, isn't this a bit inappropriate? We are only working on the orders of the 9 powers. A sky god of the stalwart sun sect could only try to speak up, hoping that maybe this man hadn't been paying attention to the situation and didn't know what was going on. Maybe this would be an easy fix, but what he hadn't expected was for Primus to ignore him completely, not even bothering to say a word. The sky god blushed with shame, but he should have known. Anyone who could become a Dao sovereign was most definitely not a fool, and they were always careful with how their actions could impact the state of affairs. Many thought strength gave you freedom, but sometimes it was actually the exact opposite. If he acted, he definitely knew what he had done. What was the point of saying so much and expecting something that had already been set in place? Ryu smiled. Nothing else. A shame, a shame. Alright, goodbye everyone. Just as Ryu was about to go, Jojo stopped him, her gaze still filled with a malicious light. It seemed that she was still very much upset, but Ryu was more surprised by something else, her backbone. No one here knew the true relationship between himself and Primus. For all they knew, he was just an overprotective great-grandfather and he wouldn't tolerate anyone disrespecting Ryu, and yet Jojo still stepped up. Ryu couldn't help but commend her a bit inwardly. He found a lot more light in things recently, and he was less annoyed than even he expected himself to be. No one will be able to protect you inside the heavenly path. I'll make you pay for that foul mouth of yours. Jojo snarled. The members of the Raging Inferno sect almost jumped out of their skin. Even if everyone was thinking it, how could you say it out loud? What if he really died and his ancestor came after the sect for revenge? Even if it wasn't Jojo that ended up killing him, she couldn't escape culpability. Oh, is that so? Ryu smiled, looking from Jojo's beautiful face to the armor that obstructed everyone's sight from what he sure would be a worthwhile look. I look forward to seeing what's beneath that armor, then. I wonder how many strikes it can withstand. Chapter 1382. Lord Husband Ryu's laughter erupted as he vanished, dodging out of the way of another furious strike from Jojo. Jojo was so infuriated that she roared into the skies. Cowardly bastard, leave your name behind. Ha ha, my name is Ryu Tatsuya, remember it well. It's a name that'll trample even over the likes of the 9 powers soon enough. Also, for those seeking revenge against my woman, you should take note that she has martial god blood running through her veins. I wonder how the 9 powers you fear so much would react to knowing you had hunted down one of their own for so long. This time, Ryu's words carried a completely different weight. A man who had a Dao sovereign personally protecting him, a Dao sovereign he didn't quite seem to take very seriously at all, a person who even dared to say such disparaging words about the 9 powers right in public view. Rumble. The skies quaked and shook, moving about furiously. However, no smite-like strike came down. The skies calmed not long later, and the pupils of many constricted. There were countless in the crowd, quite a few that were only members of the 6th heaven, members that Ryu would have remembered quite easily if he cared to pay attention to them. One such person was the very familiar Fairy Claire. After all this time, she had finally found Ryu again after all her attempts previously. But right now, the shine of the so-called fairy had dimmed considerably. With Jojo and Selhira around, it was hard for her to carry the same sort of shine, but she didn't seem to care about this at all. She just wanted to ask Ryu a few questions about a certain man. Hearing the Tatsuya name again, her heart couldn't help but tremble, especially as the people around her began to slowly recall certain things. Could it be that Ryu and that man were related? And were they both related to the Dao sovereign that had already vanished from the skies? Just what was going on? Where had this clan of men suddenly come from? And how could they have so many talents in such close succession? If even Fairy Claire felt small, then the so-called geniuses of the 6th heaven felt even smaller, but they clenched their fists. It seemed that some of them were reluctant to accept the status quo, but it was hard to tell if any of them would have the privilege of rising up. And then there was Selhira herself. She too had appeared within the crowd, but it was inscrutable, her expression with most of her face hidden beneath a veil. However, seeing Jojo so enraged, she did seem to finally smile before she vanished as well, only taking a small glance toward where Primus had been previously. There was a peculiar light in her in that flash moment, but it vanished just as quickly. It was impossible to tell what she had been thinking about. Ryu plowed Aizmine from behind, his palms placed firmly on her cheeks, spreading them apart to reveal everything. Aizmine didn't seem to be shy in the slightest, her ass swinging in the air, her face buried into the sheets. It seemed that she was finally getting what she had wanted after all these years despite all the nonsense she had spoken. She was far more resilient than she had been in the past, being so much more powerful than Ryu. But there was something about being penetrated that left her entire body weak. She let Ryu flip her from position to position like a doll, realizing that she had awakened quite a bit of masochistic tendencies. She even began to speak like she was goading Ryu into treating her worse. By the end of it, she completely passed out. Ryu shook his head with a laugh, letting this woman have a rest. His body was extremely durable right now, so it was unsurprising that he had such stamina. But it definitely shouldn't be comparable to Aizmine's. The only explanation for her tapping out so early was that she was truly too tired. After all, his embryonic chi didn't do anything about her focus chi. Before he could go and take a bath, though, Aizmine's body began to slowly change. Aizmine had an extremely athletic build. Her abs were defined, although not too prominent, her quads were cut, and her bottom and chest were powerful. When she was in a relaxed state, Her muscles could only be clearly seen when she took a deep breath in. But when she was in battle, she was like a war machine. She was a stunning specimen of a woman, slender and powerful. Eska, however, was elegance and grace incarnated. Of all his wives, even compared to Ailsa, her breasts were the largest, matching those wide, willowy hips. She didn't have the defined muscles of Ismine. Instead, her every edge was soft, and yet only her chest and bottom rippled with the beauty of well-placed fat. With just the slightest touch, your fingers would sink in, vanishing into a puff of clouds. However, these weren't what Ryu liked the most about her. He loved her eyes, not their white color or their gorgeous reflection, but rather than lofty, untouched and flawless gaze, the kind of look of an empress overlooking her people, the kind of look that didn't carry even the slightest hint of embarrassment even as a man scanned her from head to toe. "Lord husband," Eska uttered lightly. She seemed to want to say more, as she actually wanted to speak to Ryu about significant matters. But she never got the chance to because her lips were covered by Ryu's. Eska didn't struggle, closing her eyes and wrapping her arms and legs around his body. Her every action gracefully accepted the raging lust of her husband. Her movements were delicate, and her slight panting breath could stir up a man's very soul. Ryu hadn't felt this aroused in a very long while. Chapter 1383. Different. Ryu lost track of time. He seemed to have forgotten that he had plans to break through into the cosmic seed realm and potentially even attempt to finish his first life destruction, but it seemed that there was also a bit of a price to be paid for his newfound carefreeness. He found that being able to embrace Eska was quite a wonderful feeling. She was a woman in every sense of the word, and there wasn't the slightest bit of imperfection in her. Ryu had called Mei's newfound master the perfect woman, but he had never said that she was the only one he knew. In fact, one such perfect woman had her legs and arms wrapped around him right this moment, riding the waves of his lust. When he had finally vented all the emotions in his heart, Ryu looked deeply into Eska's eyes. Though they were a bit hazy, they still carried the same loftiness, as though she could exit this room right this moment and be well prepared to lead a nation into war. It was the kind of look that almost made him drift away again, but this time he managed to control himself. "Lord husband, you are very different from what I remember," Eska uttered softly, her voice akin to orchids gently waving in the wind. Ryu smiled, but this only surprised Eska more. Ryu had never smiled at her before. In fact, whenever they embraced one another like this, the both of them were quite cold and detached. One would have never guessed that they were husband and concubine, and some might even make the assumption that Eska was some sort of escort. Though, of course, this idea would be thrown out the moment they saw her beauty and elegance. Such a woman could play any man she wanted to in the palm of her hands. Why would she have to sell her body, when a king might very well sell his kingdom if he thought he had a chance to just touch her once? "Do you prefer the old me?" Ryu asked. Eska paused, not answering immediately. She looked at Ryu with a deep gaze, as though trying to see through something. But even after several moments, she didn't have an answer. Just when Ryu thought that she wouldn't answer at all, her faintly pink lips, akin to the first blossom of her immortal sakura, parted. "Yes," she said lightly. Another man might be hurt by such a word, but Ryu only smiled more boldly. He seemed to feel that Eska had something more to say, and that he was very much correct about. "It was much easier for me to separate things before. Now, it's not so easy." Ryu suddenly laughed. "Does that mean that the mighty immortal Sakura sky god is falling for a junior like me?" Surprisingly, Eska blushed slightly, looking away. Ryu had never seen such a look from this stoic and well-kept woman. But he felt that maybe it made sense. Just because he, himself, had a great love for women with arrogant bearings and empress-like demeanors, didn't mean that Eska liked the same in her male counterparts. She very well might like this version of Ryu far more than any other. At the same time, though, Ryu had to be open and honest with himself. If such a thing could happen in one direction, then it could very well happen in the opposite too. Ailsa was his life partner, so there was no need to worry. Elena and Yana, however, they had fallen in love with a very particular version of himself. He pondered if those feelings would still be the same. Ryu's grin faded into a light smile. If there was one thing that hadn't changed about him, it was his arrogance and his confidence. So what if they felt differently? Didn't that just mean he had to court them again? He coughed slightly when he had this thought. The last time he had tried to court a woman, well, Elena's ceremony had been quite a wake-up call for Ryu, who was quite used to women just falling into his lap. There's always room to learn, Ryu thought and nodded to himself. He would definitely refine his skills in time for his wives. Eska recovered from her blush and almost flushed again. When had she ever had such a reaction before? She couldn't remember. How ridiculous, she was better than this. Ryu rolled to Eska's side and pulled her into his arms. She was a bit startled, but she settled into his chest quite naturally, happy to be able to hide her face, her heart beating rapidly. It was hard to believe that such a thing was actually happening to her, but she managed to more quickly recover her composure this time. Lord Husband, there are still important matters to talk about. After saying this, Eska returned to her natural element. Indeed, she had been about to say something important, but then Ryu kissed her and hours flashed by in a flash. She hadn't gotten to say what she wanted to. Right, you were saying something important, Ryu nodded, his expression becoming more serious. Is this matter truly resolved? It's a bit. Eska hesitated. Originally, my and Aizmine's plans were to be captured and brought to the ninth heaven. During the trip, we would find a chance to slip away because making it across the divide is a bit difficult without a lot of resources. But now, so Aizmine wasn't actually talking nonsense. You allowed yourselves to be captured. Ryu nodded. Yes, mostly. The inheritance that we received makes us quite good at escaping, and we also gain great benefits for being of one body. We can currently, quite confidently, escape from even Dao Lords. But if we have protection from your ancestor. Ryu shook his head. Don't rely on him, he is only protecting me for 10 years to close the karma between us and ease his bottleneck into the Dao God realm. Even if he knows you are my woman, he won't lift a finger to help you. Eska's gaze flashed with understanding. This explained quite a lot. It was no wonder the Tatsuya clan of Sacrum had landed in such a sorry state, their ancestors didn't care to defend them. Chapter 1384. Separate, then what should we do? Eska asked. Well, for now, they probably won't dare to do anything. In fact, it might be even better if you appeared so that they could know that you were also tied to me. Eska's gaze flickered. The Ryu she knew probably wouldn't do this, but he seemed to be far more flexible now. In the past, he would have directly ignored the existence of Primus and come up with his own plans as though the latter didn't exist. Eska could sense the hatred Ryu had for Primus, but he still spoke of using him without a care in the world. It was an odd dichotomy that was hard to properly pin down. Ryu had indeed changed. Half of his Dao was perfect to use in manipulating people in the situation. If he was the court minister or a chancellor of an empire, he would probably be unstoppable without raising his fist even once. But until now, he had completely ignored this portion of his Dao as though it was worthless. Well, not entirely, he still used it in battle to see through the intentions of people and react accordingly, but this wasn't where its full potential lay. But now, he didn't care very much about the details. Since Primus wanted to protect him for the sake of fulfilling his karma, he would have to pay a due price. The death of his grandparents, of Primus' own flesh and blood son, making Primus the public enemy of the Nine Powers wasn't even enough. This man Primus didn't care about offending such behemoths. He had directly killed a Dao sovereign of the Fire Giants, a clan of demon kings that stood toe-to-toe with the Nine Powers, and that didn't even include the Skeleton King he killed right before that. At least the Skeleton King's death was due to adequate reasons, but the Fire Giant was killed for no reason at all. It was clear that Primus simply didn't care about such things, so what Ryu had brewing for him was far worse. Tell me about your legacy, Ryu suddenly said, changing the subject. They call it the Twin Twilight Clan. It's a clan separated into darkness and light, or more accurately, shadow and light. A clan. It was the first time Ryu had heard such an interesting name for a clan. It sounded more like a sect's name than anything else. The Frost clan was somewhat similar in this respect, but from Ryu's understanding, that was more so a quirk of the small world they had originally come from rather than an intentional choice like this seemed to be. Yes, they named their clan after their bloodline and its unique quirk. Their bloodline only activates when twins are present in the womb. One gains the shadow aspect, and the other gains the twilight aspect. Then, together, they can display extraordinary strength. Interesting, Ryu mumbled. And what's the taboo part? What deviations in their cultivation do they take? There's no precise deviation, the oddity is in how they cultivate in general. Progression has to be made by both parties. Ryu raised an eyebrow. He had thought that maybe when one progressed, the other would progress as well, but it seems that he was overthinking. But if this was the case, this sounded more like a chain and ball than it did a benefit. If you had to wait for your counterpart to progress just so that you could progress as well, it would actually slow you down quite considerably. This didn't sound like it was beneficial. But then again, Eska had yet to finish. This is a bit of a hindrance, and it was actually a great problem for us in the beginning. My cultivation was technically at the Sky God realm, while Eismine's had yet to even cross into the Cosmic Seed realm at the time. But it was also this that allowed us to restart and lay a firmer foundation. While it's a hindrance, it also comes with several benefits. For example, we both advantage from one another's talents. It's akin to having two of everything. Two sets of meridians, two sets of spiritual foundations, two sets of soul natures, on and on. It also allows us to have access to two separate Taos as well, and it allows us to complement one another using them. Ryu listened carefully, and this sounded great, but honestly it wasn't nearly as amazing as Ryu felt the unbalanced art and nine-pillar flame sects were. There was something that was missing here. The most important part of the inheritance is the twin twilight state. When one becomes the twilight and the other becomes the shadow, our talents fuse, creating an entirely new talent. At the same time, our cultivation increases by the sum of its parts. Currently, our cultivation has reached the transcendent Sky God realm. When we fuse into one, completely and fully, we approach the Tao Lord realm. Ryu's gaze narrowed. It seemed that he had asked and he had received. This was indeed huge, but more so than their cultivation realm, he was more interested in something else. Your talents fuse? Ryu asked. Yes, they fuse and become all new talents that sit on a much higher grade than usual. When we fuse our cultivations, we at best gain one realm. But when we fuse our talents, the changes are much more significant than that. Even the weakest of them are at the order grade, and the strongest of them reach the origin grade. The best change is in our Tao, though. When it comes together, it reaches the peak of ancient Taos. These people are truly not equal for us, they're just a convenient way to reach the 8th heaven. I see. Ryu's gaze flickered. This was indeed a big deal, but he had also thought of something quite important. So you and Eismine. Eska fell into silence for a long while. It was clear that this was something that she had also thought about a lot. We've opted to stay together. The benefits we receive now would disappear if we ever separated. We aren't twins, but in our current state, we fare better than even the greatest geniuses of the Twin Twilight clan. Even without entering the full Twin Twilight state, our battle prowess is naturally at the omniscient Sky God realm. Only when we've attained all of our objectives might we think about it again. But truthfully, I think we both have gotten quite used to this state. Chapter 1385, Coldness. Ryu nodded. In the end, he felt that this was a decision best left up to them, and he didn't really mind one way or another. He quite liked Eska, and Eismine had her own charm. Them being in the same body was more entertaining to watch than anything else, and since they preferred to keep things this way for the sake of their strength, he wouldn't be the one to get in their way. After a while, Ryu reluctantly rose from bed. Wait here, I have a few breakthroughs to finish first. Then we'll go out together. Eska's gaze flickered as she observed Ryu vanish deeper into his immortal cave. He was the only one whom she had ever heard speak of breaking through so casually. He didn't seem to take it seriously at all. She thought that maybe things would change after coming to the true martial world, but apparently not. Now that she thought about it, how long had it been since Ryu had come? She could intimately feel his age when they were as one, as she felt that he hadn't changed much since he entered that odd white phoenix cocoon. By her calculations, that meant that he spent nearly 1,000 years in a rebirth state, which meant that he had only been in the true martial world for 2 years at most. Was it even that long? From what she knew, the Ryu of old had been in the first path extinction realm. But now, he was already on the verge of entering the cosmic seed realm. So soon, and why did his body feel like it was both in the world sea realm equivalent and not at the same time? If she also accounted for the fact that Ryu would have to recultivate his foundation just to reach the standard of the true martial world, she couldn't help but shake her head bitterly. This man was hard to understand through common logic. Of course, she didn't know that after Ryu had completed his rebirth, his cultivation had fallen as well, or else maybe she would have been even a little bit more surprised. Ryu sat down in meditation, calmly observing his body. There had been quite a number of modifications that he hadn't taken into great account yet. If one wanted to be able to exhibit 100% of their strength, then it was also necessary to be able to understand 100% of their body. One couldn't possibly come without the latter. The largest change was probably the addition of his second cosmic seed and the changes to his meridians, or more accurately, the counterpart set of meridians to his chaotic silk meridians. This second cosmic seed had a flame character, but it gave off no heat. While the first had been formed of infinity mist, this one was formed of origin flame. In addition, due to its creation, his embryonic chi had gone from a drizzle in his meridians, to a proper stream. Although it still wasn't to the point of being as ubiquitous as his chaos chi was, it was still a beautiful sight to behold. Ryu realized that it was likely the more cosmic seeds he formed and the closer he brought his beyond perfect extreme to entering the world's sea realm, the more modifications there would be to his meridians. He truly didn't know what the end goal would be. The second largest change, interestingly enough, was in the re-establishment of his Tao heart. It felt like all the lingering issues he had faced while spending so many years without it had been remedied. And now that he was aware of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, he could sense their link far clearer than he could in the past. Which was also why he could likewise sense the presence of an outsider. Ryu's focus turned toward the white phoenix. When his Do heart had shattered, this guy had hidden away and gone completely dormant, refusing to answer his commands. Of course, this had happened with his other talents as well, but it was far more exaggerated with his living spiritual foundation. It had even co-opted other portions of his body, sealing off his chaotic silk meridians from him. He hadn't even been able to access them through his true spiritual foundation. It was no surprise that this pissed Ryu off in no small part, but he also wasn't in a position to toss this to the side. His chaotic silk meridians required 2 spiritual foundations, and he couldn't just pluck another one out of existence. Yet, Ryu actually had some ideas on this. He felt that with his new boundless cosmos bone structure, it wouldn't actually be impossible to pick out and choose a new spiritual foundation. It was just whether it was worth it, and even if it was, he didn't yet have the strength to do so. It had to be remembered just how strong spiritual foundations were. Whether their owners were worthy or not, they all had the potential to withstand a Tao God's cultivation. When they weren't under the ownership of another and didn't suppress themselves, they were probably the greatest treasures in all of existence. They couldn't just be carelessly submitted. Even the martial gods could only seal his spiritual foundation away, and that was only after he had been born. Just the seal alone was so powerful that Ryu, who had gathered more heavenly faith than anyone else in the history of the incomplete heavenly path, could hardly cause a hairline fracture on the chains that bound it. In the end, it was actually precisely because his spiritual foundation was so utterly powerful that it ultimately was able to break free. But it also had to be remembered that because it was bound to him, it was far weaker than it could have been. And then there was the obvious elephant in the room, and that was whether or not the so-called Phoenix SK god would allow it. Ryu's gaze flickered with coldness. But in the end, he sneered. He would be ready when the time came. Chapter 1386. Happiness and despair. A flood of embryonic chi rushed out of Ryu's body, flooding into the body of the white phoenix. The little creature, who had just been looking around somewhat adorably, was shocked awake before greedily swallowing. However, very soon, what was greed turned into worry and then fear. Accelerated growth was great. Too much accelerated growth made it feel like it could die at any time. Its eyes flickered with a wronged light, but Ryu didn't stop. In his opinion, if this ticking time bomb was going to be in his body, it might as well become useful. More than a full minute later, the rush of embryonic chi came to a stop because Ryu had run out. It seemed that his embryonic chi still wasn't an endless flow, something hard for a Ryu, who had gotten used to being able to tap into an entire plane of existence for his chi, to accept. But it was what it was. Ryu felt that it would probably take him a week or two to recover that much embryonic chi, but it was still much faster than it had been in the past, while the white phoenix had undergone a great amount of growth. Watching it writhe and be forced to grow, Ryu sat in silence, watching it. Various thoughts surged through his mind before he tossed them all out, focusing on the task at hand. He wanted to form his cosmic seeds. This time would be far more involved than they were for his first 2, funny enough. During that process, he only needed to absorb outside sources and his spiritual foundation formed the rest on its own. But this time, it would be dependent on his comprehension. On top of that, Ryu couldn't just forge his cosmic seeds out of the elements, it had to be beyond that. They had to be a match for his Tao, and his Tao had no particular elemental leaning. However, he already knew exactly what he needed to do, and that was of course to form an 8-trigram diagram upon this white phoenix spiritual foundation. Namely, two of them, one of light and the other of darkness. Wind, water, mountain, earth, thunder, fire, life, heaven, each one of these, even the elements, was beyond just the superficial underpinning of strength. In some ways, they were even more profound than the infinity mist that he had taken on, and probably equivalent to origin flame cosmic seed. Even worse, the more abstract they were, the more difficult it was for them to form because Ryu had to figure out a method to give them life in a way that made them more than just an ideal. Of course, Ryu was just stepping into the cosmic seed realm, he didn't need to form them all at the same time. But he did definitely need to form two of them at once so as to maintain perfect balance. To start, there were only two potential choices, either mountain or earth. But in the end, Ryu decided that it would have to be mountain. Earth and heaven both represented the truest core of his Tao, they should be left to the last and most final steps, that would be the most perfect. Mountain would be an excellent foundation to lay for the first step, but what he needed to think about was exactly how he would approach this. During his meditations, he had had several thoughts. Tao and cultivation seemed to be separate existences, but just how heavily reliant on one another were there. Ryu felt that if he wanted to break the stigma of his Tao and truly enter the sky god realm while others could not, this godhood that he was forming currently would be the ultimate foundation for that. His cosmic seeds needed to be perfect. More than perfect. So what was mountain? What were the two sides of the coin that it represented? Ryu's concept of mountain came from Shrine Mountain and his natural enlightenment. But he realized now just how little of it he understood. He had never really considered much, or rather he only had a superficial grasp of what he was truly dealing with. This made sense, though. His natural enlightenment wasn't at a very high level, at least not according to his own standards. At the same time, natural enlightenments progressed far more slowly than other comprehensions did, and it was heavily reliant on the natural phenomena that one observed from the very beginning. It was also slightly worrisome that his natural enlightenment came from a small world. Could it continue to support his founding Tao? Ryu believed so. If Shrine Mountain was able to produce the shrines, it was more special than he knew. It was up to him to unearth those mysteries. He sat in silence, entering a deep state of meditation. Soon, Ryu actually slipped into breath of earth, something he hadn't experienced ever since his eyes were sealed away. Although it was only the second state of meditation, it was a great boon to him currently. He could only give the credit to the origin flame although it wasn't nearly as good as what his eyes could accomplish. Mountain. Ryu's stare flickered beneath his eyelids as he pondered back to the prayer mat. He remembered sitting upon it just once, and he felt like he had sat within the bosom of the world. He saw all the births happening in that instant, those beautiful cries of joy, but he also saw all the pain, all the devastation, every single death that had happened in that mountain as well. That was the burden Shrine Mountain held every day, that sense of pride in what it had created, but also that sense of despair in knowing that they all had the same, inevitable end. That was a cycle of karma, of it beginning, of it blooming, of it twisting and distorting, or of it brightening and purifying, leaving a mark on the world before it faded into obscurity, scattered and forgotten, or permanent and shimmering. A surge of cosmic chi began to swirl around Ryu. The commotion was violent, so much so that the barrier of formations around his immortal cave shattered in that instant. The chi accumulated until it was visible even by the eyes of the ordinary man. One stream of gorgeous, bright and vibrant rainbow color, and another of dark, sinister and ominous. They all rushed into Ryu's immortal cave, the thunderous thunder shaking the sixth heaven. Chapter 1387. Condense. The furious debate within the heart of the Radiant Star sect was raging on. They furiously butt heads, seemingly not willing to back down for even a moment. At the forefront, Old Shu, Xiao and Zhao were all making a ruckus, and the points they made weren't all that unacceptable either. Quote, "This is absolutely ridiculous. How can we have a disciple like this one? We weren't even aware that he had an ancestor like this. If not for what happened today, how much longer would we have been in the dark about this matter? Such an existence could head a sect stronger than our own and no one would bat an eye. Why would such a person even join our sect? Could it be that his intention had always been Aika, and we simply let him have her? This isn't even the main problem. We've given him so many resources, and he doesn't seem to be very talented either. From my understanding, he joined the sect as an immortal ring expert, but he was already into his 20s. That's an inferior speed even for the first heaven, let alone the sixth, or the seventh and beyond. His foundation is already questionable. His greatest strong suit is his Tao, but how many in the history of our sect have formed ancient Taos and then failed to break through? All such people are incredibly stubborn, and someone who could form a founding Tao would be even more stubborn in this regard. Who knows if he'll ever manage to break into the Sky God realm? These three just seemed to get more and more furious the more they spoke. Maybe they were still remembering the defeat of their disciples, but Old One and Samson didn't seem to react like this. These men had given up a great deal for the sect, much like they had. They at least a modicum of respect for them in this regard, at least enough not to assume the worst. Plus, their worries made sense, although their questions of Ryu's talent was ridiculous. Sects were extremely meticulous with how they selected disciples. Those that came from powerful clans were always noted and monitored. They had much taller bars to clear if they wanted to become inheritors, or touch upon the core texts of the clan. Gallimar Looney of the Twin Phase Merchant Group, a genius of their sect back on the first heaven and the first person Ryu had met from this world, was a prime example. He had spent so long in the sect, hoping to gain their help to win the patriarch position of his clan, and yet he had never gained what he wanted, and in the end he ended up dying at Ryu's hands. This was the fate of someone who had entered from a powerful clan attempting to join a sect. There were probably some sects out there that didn't care, but these were only sects that were so supremely powerful that they were the obvious choice over certain families. Just as they were about to continue and Aika was slowly losing her patience, the commotion reached their ears. Their gazes sharpened and they left the depths of the sect's core, rising up. But when they saw it, they frowned deeply. This was a breakthrough, and it was definitely into the cosmic seed realm, but why was it so strong? It didn't make any sense. No formation of a cosmic seed should be that exaggerated. They had personally witnessed deity-grade cosmic seed formations before. Aika was literally right next to them, but it hadn't been so exaggerated. The only explanation was that the formation grade was both of an exceptionally high level. But how could it be higher level than Aika's? Aika's Tao was pretty abstract as well, dealing with chi on a quantum level. It was quite frankly almost as abstract as you could get, and her strength displayed this in full force. They couldn't even fathom what kind of cosmic seeds she would have had to form in order to supplement it and allow her breakthrough into the Sky God realms. It's not the formation of one cosmic seed, it's the formation of two, Aika said lightly. They seemed to notice this the moment Aika spoke. Indeed, there were two streams, and they seemed to complement and repel one another at the same time. It was no wonder the uproar was so large. Even now, though, they couldn't quite grasp just how deep these cosmic seeds were. Old Wan's gaze flickered as he observed. The commotion lasted for a long while until it slowed to a crawl and eventually ceased entirely. It gently came to a stop, far more calm than the initial commotion would have made seem possible. However, very soon that chilled atmosphere heated up once again as an uproar even larger than the last formed. Once again, it was another two cosmic seeds, forming at the same time. Ryu hadn't initially had any intention of breaking through more than once, but he found that first so easy that he did it again, and then again, each one was more furious than the last. If after the first the sixth heaven rumbled, but by the time he completed the sixth cycle and had formed 12 cosmic seeds, it seemed as though the plane of existence might very well break apart at the seams. However, none of these 6 cycles even began to compare to the 7th. The skies turned dark and the aura of a founding Tao seeped out in all directions. All of the chi of the 6th heaven seemed to surge toward just a single location. Those that didn't know what was happening within the walls of the Radiant Star sect even believed that it was Primus who was taking action. While he was in the process, though, Ryu frowned. He had been impeccably balanced up until this point, and he was currently forming his Earth character cosmic seeds, but it was off. His glance flashed as he made a decision. Without hesitation, the chi around him doubled again as he began to create his heaven character cosmic seeds at the same time. Condense. Chapter 1388. Sword Ryu's veins bulged across his forehead, but his demeanor was calm and unhurried. He was confident, and his mind was more than strong enough now to manage it all. In terms of comprehension, for him, the heaven and earth characters were the easiest, because they were the true core of his Tao. However, logistically, they required the most chi and demanded the most of his control. While he was condensing the earth character, he realized that if he followed through with it alone, forming the heaven character afterward would be impossible. It was akin to trying to insert a new rope into an already completed and complex knot. It wasn't possible to bind them perfectly unless the first knot was undone, but if the analogy was taken to reality, undoing the knot would mean destroying his already created cosmic seeds. That was unacceptable. The only solution was to form the final and most perfect knot right at the start, and that meant laying out all of the ropes ahead of time. Simply put, he needed to complete his heaven and earth character cosmic seeds simultaneously, all four. This placed a great deal of pressure on his body. His meridians were able to take it easily, but that didn't mean the rest of his flesh could. And, because he hadn't expected this to happen, he had used all of his embryonic chi already. Luckily, his body was already at the standard of the World Sea realm, but it seemed that this alone wouldn't be enough. Ryu, though, simply continued to endure. So long as his meridians didn't rupture, something that was probably quite impossible for him, it didn't matter what happened to the rest of his body. His skin began to crack, as did his bones. Though, the latter was a bit odd. His bones seemed to have two layers, or rather, three. One was like a glass casing, the second was also something like a glass casing, but it was far denser and a tinge darker, while the final was an endless depth of gray fog. It was the first and thinnest layer of glass that cracked, but the underside seemed to be perfectly fine. Unfortunately, that didn't magically stop the pain. That said, if there was one thing he could endure, it was pain. In fact, there was a broad smile on his face. He could feel it. He could step into the World Sea realm in a single bound. His base would be powerful and sturdy. He could already sense the doorway before him. This was the stage of his grandparents, people he looked up to, like an insurmountable mountain laid out before him. However, even as he looked toward it, his body continued to break down. Ryu's eyes slowly opened, a sharpness within. It seemed that things wouldn't work out well if he continued like this. Even so, the grin on his face only became deeper. All right, let's see then. Senior Aika, Ryu suddenly called out. Aika was startled, not expecting to be called out like this. Yes, I need a dense pool of energy, the more you have, the better. At that moment, Ryu suddenly appeared in the skies, cross-legged. Before Aika could understand what was happening, his body exploded into a bloody mist. Aika nearly shrieked. This idiot. Aika immediately flipped a palm, a stream of chi forming out from her spatial ring. Like a trickle of stars forming a road in the skies, they converged around Ryu, condensing and pressing down onto the ball of bloody mist. The clouds of blood were so thick that no one noticed the black soul sitting within, nor the 9 golden lights that formed the core of it all. Aika was practically perspiring bullets. Nervousness, she was actually feeling nervous. She never felt this way even for herself. Nothing ever fazed her. But this idiot was actually completing a life destruction and a breakthrough into the World Sea realm at the same time. Just what was he thinking? Although she thought this, she knew that Ryu likely didn't have a choice. His body couldn't withstand the influx of chi. Unless he completed this life destruction, he would implode. But just what kind of life destruction was this? How could it require so much chi? Though it was called a life destruction and sounded grand and imposing, it was ultimately just the equivalent of the World Sea realm, an irrelevant and quite frankly trash realm in Aika's eyes. But this amount of energy usage was absolutely ridiculous. Almost as ridiculous as Ryu forming 16 cosmic seeds. Although the quality of cosmic seeds was far more important than the quantity, 16 was absolutely ridiculous, especially since they were all so absolutely perfect. And now this life destruction was taking up as much energy as she felt someone might need to enter the Sky God realm. Just what was going on? How was it so strong? What she didn't know was that Ryu's body was already the equivalent of 9 normal life destructions. While he was completing his first, now, in reality it was akin to doubling that number, making it the equivalent of 9 life destructions. This was already beyond the normal limits of a peak body. Realm expert on the verge of entering the Sky God realm. For all intensive purposes, it was probably as close to the half-step Sky God realm one could get without actually entering it. At that moment, a roar shook the skies and the blood mist condensed in one violent, vacuum-like surge. Ryu appeared with shimmering skin, naked and proud in the skies. He looked as though he had been carved of gems, his blood pulsing through his veins. The last of the chi rushed into him, his 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th cosmic seeds solidifying all at once. Boom! The cry of a white phoenix rushed into the skies, Ryu's spiritual foundation cracking and then suddenly shattering into countless pieces. His aura soared, and then rose again. Chapter 1389. Unavoidable. Ryu felt as though an explosion had gone off in his dantian. The awakening realm was extremely important. Completing the rites allowed one to expand their spiritual foundation. The larger it was, the better. The next chance to improve one's spiritual foundation wouldn't come until the Dupedestal realm, a realm that Ryu had completely blazed through and hadn't really gotten the chance to settle within. A spiritual foundation's magnitude upon awakening was a part of its potential, while the rest seemed to rely on the cultivator themselves. But there was another boon possible from one's spiritual foundation's potential, and that was the size of the World Sea realm upon breaking through. This change in size would be a roll of the original size. A phantom would appear in the skies, mirroring the true size of one's spiritual foundation. In fact, the white phoenix that appeared to Ryu's back was only a phantom, as well as the true white phoenix was still in a state of evolution, basking in much of its own power. White runes filled the skies, an enormous whirlpool forming and blotting out the skies. It was a suffocating sight, and it continued to expand to the point that even many sky gods couldn't seem to see the end of it at all. All of this chi rushed into Ryu's body as though it was a bottomless pit. It was unimaginable how his meridians could withstand this kind of strength, and yet he stood in the skies as though nothing at all was happening, allowing the chi to wash over him, to strengthen him, to perfect him. It was a sight that many would never forget in their lifetimes, a sight that one would never expect to see from a World Sea realm expert's breakthrough, and yet here it was, right before their eyes. And then, just when it seemed like it was over, it happened. Those white flames, flowing like cotton in the wind, but very much unlike fire, appeared, wrapping around Ryu's body as though a beautiful thread of silk. Ryu's eyes became sharper and sharper, to the point that he thought the seals on his eyes would finally be lifted. But even though it didn't end up happening, it felt as though he could already peer down on the world, as though everything was already dancing on the palm of his hands. Ryu clenched his fists, his veins pulsing with a radiant golden blood. Suddenly, Ryu froze. Little Ryu, that voice, he knew exactly who it was. Even if he was on the verge of death, even if he hadn't heard it in countless millions of cycles, it wouldn't matter, he would never forget it, origin flame or not. That was his life partner, his precious wife, Ailsa. However, the words he heard next made him absolutely furious. Quote, "If you're hearing this, I'm happy. That means you've finally unsealed your eyes, or at least you've made enough progress that you've gained some of its abilities once again. Quote, Yana, Little Nemesis, Little Gem and Little Rock have been stuck in here for a very long time. We don't know when you'll wake up, we also don't know what happened, but for some reason, time has dilated a great deal here and so long has passed that I've forgotten to count. But however long it is, it's enough that I can feel my lifespan coming to an end. I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to see you again." Boom. Ryu was so enraged that the space around him shattered like broken glass. With his current mind, he immediately thought of a capacity reason. Wasn't this his fault? After he had learned about the abilities of his perfect blackbody soul, he had eventually decided to make use of it and swallow up the silver star. He had gained a great boon from that, and it was arguable that his strongest current abilities were related to his spacetime soul nature. The stronger he became, the more he realized that he hadn't even begun to tap into its greatest strength. What he hadn't expected was for the absorption of the silver star to result in this, but he felt that it made sense. There was so much excess power, where could it have gone? His soul probably wasn't yet strong enough to deal with it, but his eyes, he felt that they had become indestructible, reaching the point where even if a high-level sky god wanted to burn him to ashes, all that would be left of his body were his meridians and his eyes. But his casual experimentation had caused the time between his eyes world and the real world to dilate to the point that Ailsa and Yana were forced to live a life in that enclosed space. He was so infuriated, and yet he didn't know where he could vent his frustration. What he hadn't noticed was that Ailsa had yet to finish talking. Quote, "I took a risk. Sometime after the first long cycle of years, the situation within your eyes changed and I think the outside world began to impact it. The energy became so much richer and I was able to pass my days helping the three little ones to improve alongside Yana. We at least had each other, and the expansion of your heavenly pupil world left us with some entertainment, at least. Soon, the outside world began to impact your world more and more and I was able to learn so much. Eventually, the hazard came. There were large fluctuations of space that began to come with the surge of your world's size. We had to be extremely careful, or we would lose our lives even before our old age could take us first. Quote, But soon, the fluctuations became so large that they were unavoidable. Ryu's heart clenched. Luckily, it came with an opportunity. We don't know what's on the other side, but we have no choice but to go. I hope that I can see you again. Your wife, your life partner, loves you very much. Chapter 1390. Strained and limited. The commotion slowly came to a stop and Ryu stood in silence. Many thought that he should feel a great amount of jubilation, but he didn't. In fact, he was enraged with no one other than himself. His mood plummeted and the spatial fluctuations around him only grew fiercer. Many couldn't even get close for fear of what might happen to them in the attempt. What could be on the other side of those spatial fluctuations? Wouldn't it just be the world that they knew? Even if it was a small world, there was no way that he wouldn't be able to sense her. In fact, if she had long since left his eyes, it should have been at least a year or so in his time, she would have definitely found him by now. No. There was no one in this world that Ryu could sense better than Ailsa. To put this matter into perspective, he could even faintly feel Mei in the nether realm now, although it wasn't clear, the feeling was definitely there. He could sense Elena vaguely even on the 9th heaven. But, he couldn't sense Yana and Ailsa at all. Originally, he had thought that this was because they were sealed in his eyes, and that made sense. But now, there seemed to be a very obvious answer sitting right in front of him, an answer that smacked him in the face and left him even more infuriated than he was originally. They hadn't just been displaced through space, but time as well. How could he sense them if they weren't even living in the same timeline as him any longer? Fuck, Ryu roared, his voice echoing like a clap of thunder before he vanished entirely. He didn't even say anything to anyone, nor did he wait to accept congratulations. It was as though he had simply vanished into thin air, and only a rare few could even track where he had gone in the first place. Ryu sat in silence, his gaze quite blank. If he could see the situation in his eyes now, he might be able to calculate some things and maybe figure out where exactly, or when exactly they had gone. But he couldn't see the situation in his eyes at all. In fact, it might very well have been a miracle that Ailsa's voice made it to him in the first place. He ground his teeth. Just what was it going to take to awaken his eyes, or at least look into them? His gaze flashed. Was it his soul? The eyes were the window into the soul. It was something that he had heard again and again. Could he see the situation through his soul now that Ailsa's voice had managed to leak out to him? Or maybe he had to make his soul stronger first to gain the opportunity. Ryu clenched his teeth and brought out his cauldron. He began to refine pill after pill, each one related to the soul, and each one used to both cleanse and strengthen. Now that he had completed his first life destruction, the equivalent of completing exactly 10 for anyone else, the room his soul had to grow was extremely vast. Cracks of thunder roared through the skies, but he didn't seem to hear them at all. He swallowed his created runed pills as though they were worthless, his soul expanding again and then again. Eventually, it spilled over, reaching a limit of the soul refinement realm. Ryu hadn't thought that such a limit existed, as he thought the perfect black body could increase indefinitely so long as his body could take it, but he didn't care to linger on the matter. He directly broke through and entered the soul ascension realm, and his soul began to grow furiously once again. He split his mind, mixing with one aspect and nurturing with the other. He didn't stop until he felt that his body was finally beginning to reach its limits, but at this point, he had already far surpassed a World C realm standard. The World C realm equivalent for the mental realm was the middle of the soul ascension realm. However, Ryu was still firmly within the lower soul ascension realm, the supposed cosmic seed realm equivalent. It seemed that whatever limit there was, he had yet to reach it, so he stayed put. His spiritual sea was a vast ocean of reflective black, only a single spot of white hidden deep within its depths. However, Ryu was far more focused on his perfect black body. It had already grown to the point of being an adult, or more accurately, a perfect reflection of himself. This was completed through the soul birth and soul refinement realms. Now, in the soul ascension realm, one would purify and perfect one's soul. For normal people, this would polish it, turning it from an opaque white into a crystalline glow at the peak. Once it reached the pinnacle of purity, it would transform, as would one's spiritual sea, and the normal spiritual chi would transcend to something entirely new. At this point, at the pinnacle of the soul ascension realm, one would be in the sky god realm of the mental realm. If there was an opportunity to glimpse what was going on inside, it would be through it. Ryu looked deeply, trying to find what he needed to see. It had to be here. Then he realized, he just had to follow the thread of the silver star. There was obviously some of its lingering energy here, so he should be able to find a line to his eyes. There. Ryu found it and concentrated on it. His spiritual sense was the strongest it could be in here, and he followed it immediately. He felt as though his head was being squished from all sides, almost as though he was trying to look down a pipe to glimpse a vast realm on the other side. His vision was both constrained and strained, but he pushed through. And then he saw it, the realm on the other side. He fell into silence. Chapter 1391. None of them. His heavenly pupil world was a mess. He could tell that it probably once used to be some semblance of vibrant, and even now there was wildlife and plant life struggling to survive. But it had been completely ravaged by the toil of time, and more importantly than that, the surging spatial tears that would appear randomly and at all periods of time. One region would only just barely survive, and yet another would appear in its place. What surprised Ryu the most, though, was just how complex the world was. The fact that it had wildlife at all was absolutely ridiculous. Spiritual herbs made sense because there were many planted here before his eyes were sealed, and there was, of course, xianxia to take care of them. He wouldn't have been surprised even if his world had spiritual herbs that had never appeared before, but wildlife. For wildlife to appear here, there were only two possibilities. The first was that his beast companions had mated, but that was impossible unless they had managed to take on human forms. In Sacrum, beasts had no human forms, even if they made it to the sky god realm. But he had heard some inkling about it being possible for god beasts of the true martial world, but the requirements were impossibly high, likely Tao Lord at the worst. Technically, this was possible. They had been stuck in here for a very long time, and there was a woman among them in Little Gem. As disgusting as it felt to think about that little adorable griffin mating, the assumption here was that she had long since grown up. The problem with this was that while the wildlife he could see were powerful, they weren't nearly powerful enough. Ryu was certain that along with the spiritual herbs, xianxia would have also spent her time helping the little ones to improve. Setting this aside, if they managed to make it to the Tao Lord realm and had children, their offspring couldn't possibly be so weak. That only left one explanation, and one that he hated to admit to, and that was that so much time had passed that these beasts had naturally evolved to this state. However, without a protector to bestow them with the ability to cultivate, this was basically the limit of their potential. Ryu gripped his fists, scanning the region. Suddenly, he felt a raging pulse emit from his eyes. As though he had been hit by an avalanche or even a falling star from above, a rush of power nearly tore his mind apart. He understood what was happening instantly. While his eyes were still sealed, while he was within his world, he could access the strength he would have, at least in part. But this partial strength was so overwhelming that he could feel even his real body shuddering. Suddenly, he understood exactly why it was that his eyes had yet to unseal. Ryu took a deep breath, his dull silver eyes suddenly gaining a fluctuating light. Suddenly, the disorganized world became like a library in his mind. If he could see the lines and voids of space before, he could even predict them now, on top of seeing what they had once been. His third perspective blanketed the entire world in an instant, and he didn't miss a single thing. He raised a hand. Rob the world of color. Fate. Reversal. The world went completely black and white. The rampaging spatial and time chi was halted in its tracks, like a optimal mold taken and peeled back, constrained. Then, fate reversal descended, peeling back more and more of those layers, forcing it to backtrack. Maybe if this had been the real world, doing this would have been far more difficult. Ryu was currently applying fate reversal in a way he had never before. It had to be remembered that fate reversal was meant to reverse damage the owner of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils had taken on, pushing it onto the person that had caused the damage in the first place, or in exchange for more energy, to a new person entirely. However, Ryu felt that he could use it on more than just himself and an opposing party now. He used it to rewind the variations of time and space completely, undoing and rewinding what had happened until he could see what he needed to. Luckily, this was his own world, and it was one without a protector at that. On top of that, the spatial and time chi here was his own. Although he didn't say it, he faintly hoped that he could reverse things until they appeared again, but he knew it was a foolish thought. In order to succeed in such a thing, not only would he have to use fate reversal on 5 existences at once, they would likely have cultivations far above him, and it would expand the scope to wherever they had gone. That would mean that he would be playing with reality on an impossibly large scale. If he was a Tao god, maybe he would have the cachet necessary to even think of attempting such a thing. But he wasn't even in the sky god realms yet and had only just entered the world sea realm. How could he even aspire to do such a thing? But there was a bright side to this as well. So long as he felt clear resistance, so long as he reached a point where he couldn't push past no matter how much energy he poured into it, he would know that he had reached the last moment that they had been alive in here. And soon, he reached that point. Ryu's gaze sharpened and he released Fate Reversal. He perfectly mapped the situation in his mind, and then he began to test the regions one by one to check which the most resistance. So long as he could find it, he could find the exact tear they had entered, and he could hopefully reverse engineer exactly where they had gone. There, Ryu's body flickered and vanished. His soul moved through his world as though it had no danger at all, but this was the bare minimum requirement for him. How could he be hurt in his own world, and by two elements he was so intimately familiar with at that? It could be said that if he had been here, they wouldn't have been in danger at all. In fact, Ryu felt that if it had only been a matter of spatial tears, Yana would have been able to keep them all safe. The trouble lay in the fact that time was layered atop of it, making it impossible for her to handle despite being a half-sprite. What? Ryu stood before the portal he was sure they had entered in a complete and utter daze. He didn't understand what he was seeing at all. That was because this portal didn't have aspects of time at all, it was entirely space. Ryu's expression turned a ghastly sheen of pale. The implications of this weren't something that he was willing to think about, but his mind worked too fast. Indeed, if they had a choice, why would they enter a tear with aspects of time? Yana would have definitely been able to tell the difference. Not only would she make sure not to pick a tear with time fluctuations, but she would also pick one of the more stable ones to maximize their chances at success. This portal here definitely fit those criteria. It was completely stable, there was no time-chi aspect. It was the optimal choice, it was far better than every other tear that Ryu had seen to this point. In fact, he had no doubt that Yana had taken action to make it even more stable as she and the others crossed. So why couldn't he sense them? They should be in the same timeline as him, they should be within the range of his thoughts. Why were their souls so dormant within his own? He could only think of two explanations, each one as bad as the former. The first was that they had never made it through. They died in the portal. He never got news of their death because they had still been within the seal, and even if his eyes unsealed now, he would never get word. It would forever be in the dark. The second was a variation of the first. They had almost made it through the other side, but the gate on the other side wasn't nearly as stable as it was on this side. They could be in any number of states of limbo. If they had entered a black hole, they could be in both the present and the past, their bodies stretched to the point of existing in two states at once. If they entered a wormhole, they could very well have ended up in the past anyway. If they had simply entered a field of danger, they could have ended up in the depth of infinity mist like he had, or any number of other impossibly perilous regions practically cut off from the outside world. What all of these possible causes had in common was that none of them were good. Chapter 1392. Levels. Ryu closed his eyes, taking deep breaths. He had just pulled himself out from an abyss of perpetual rage, and yet here he was again, peering down from the ledge. He wondered if this was just a function of the martial world. Maybe it was impossible to be happy and carefree. At that moment, he seemed to see Ailsa's face. The roll of her eyes, the teasing expression in her gaze. When he had first met her, he thought that they were far too different to be life partners, but wasn't her usual baseline how he acted now. They were practically a match made in heaven. Their banter could probably make even a Tao god cough up blood and rage. At least when they worked together, that was. When she was reprimanding him instead, those words were just as grating and annoying, a taste of his own medicine. He knew exactly what she would say in this situation. Though, he didn't know if that was because he had been traumatized, or if that was because he knew that wife of his so well. She would probably call him a fool, probably say that he had far too much to live for, that he was too lucky to be steeped in dissatisfaction and rage all the time. Of course, that speech would probably be less effective in the true martial world where he had had to work so hard to reach this stage, but it likely would have been true nonetheless. There were always many less fortunate than him, and even more who had no ability to decide even the next step they would take on in life. Ryu exhaled a breath and his eyes opened, sharp, and yet still softened. He took a step and vanished, landing in a field of gold and silver. As far as the eye could see, gold and silver-veined spirit-seeking lilies lay. Ryu took a seat and stared out toward this beautiful scene, his mind quite blank. Even he didn't know how long he spent there, but did it matter much? With the time dilation he had spent in this place, it was probably the case that even months would feel like seconds to the outside world. It was just a shame that he couldn't enter this place with his body, and he only could with a portion of his soul. Suddenly, he sunk into breath of earth, and then breath of heaven, and then breath of world. He hadn't experienced this sort of depth of meditation in years, and it was even more exaggerated with the amplification of the origin flame. And yet, he wasn't thinking of anything, he wasn't trying to meditate on anything, and the state seemed to be entirely wasted, or so it seemed. Under its presence, he reached a state of peace he never had. It was ironically a feeling that he couldn't even quite bask in because he had forgotten all things. But an unknown period of time later, when he opened his eyes once more, and all of that feeling seemed to rush him at once. He could suddenly feel his Tao far more clearly than he ever had in the past, and his Tao heart felt polished and shimmering, a radiant blue silver coming from his skin and circulating around his body. In truth, Ryu didn't know what level his Tao was at. He didn't know its exact grade, whether it was a lower founding Tao or a peak founding Tao, or even if founding Taos had such distinction in the first place. He also didn't know how close he was to maturing it, or if his Tao had actually regressed. It also didn't help that not long after he had formed this Tao, his Tao heart had been injured, leaving him in a situation where he couldn't even use it, let alone meditate upon it to understand it. But now, he felt that he could finally grasp what it is that he had, at least in part. His Tao's level remained elusive, he couldn't quite see its exact level, it seemed to fluctuate. It was an odd feeling, watching his Tao strengthen and weaken, but this didn't confuse him. Rather, he felt that he had come to a certain understanding instead. The reason lay in his heavenly pupils. There was something odd that had happened after he stepped foot into the true martial world. He had made the decision to fuse his Tao and inheritances into one so he could progress them together. He had also done this as a measure to help along his Tao as well. As had spoken all those words about how hard it would be for Ryu to break through, but what he hadn't known was that there was a function of Ryu's 8 trigram diagrams that he had yet to use because he hadn't needed to yet. While his Tao could raise his inheritances, the opposite was possible as well. If he ever reached a bottleneck, he could focus on his much easier inheritances and use them to elucidate his Tao. At the same time, because his Tao was separated into 4 pieces, he was also capable of comprehending them each individually to help elevate the others. This was all well and great, but he had never really considered why this was possible. He had been quite ignorant to how things worked before, so he hadn't really picked up on the oddities, but there were a few. Was it even possible for others to do as he did? There was a simpler explanation for that, and that was maybe that his Tao was just unique. It was designed to understand all things, so it was also compatible with all things. The 8 trigram diagram was uniquely suited to it. In fact, this was the reason Ryu had even tried to do such a thing to begin with. That could be somewhat explained. But, why did the 8 trigram diagram appear in his eyes when his Tao activated? This was something no one else experienced, and it seemed to be entirely distinctive to him. Now that he was sitting here, the answer seemed obvious. From the very beginning, it was his eyes that had allowed it. It was his eyes that had allowed everything. Right at this moment, his eyes were in a state of hyper-evolution. He had consumed far too many black-veined spirit-seeking lilies, and then he had forced himself to use Heaven Gate to accelerate his growth through trillions of years. Right after that, he had died and experienced a rebirth, using up his rebirths in a single go. And yet, his eyes still hadn't unsealed themselves yet. While in that state of hyper-evolution, he had formed the 8 trigram diagrams within his spiritual sea, as that was the only place it made sense to put them. But once again, the eyes were the window to the soul. He had unknowingly activated his eyes in a way they had never been before, and his Tao and his eyes became inseparable. But there was a very good reason for this as well. His eyes saw through the mystery of all things, and so did his Tao. Just the same way the 8 trigram diagram was perfect for his Tao, it was likewise perfect for his eyes. They seamlessly matched one another. With all of this laid out, the reason why his Tao was in such a situation made perfect sense. His Tao and his eyes had reached about the same level now, but one of them was sealed away while the other was flourishing. The reason why he couldn't tell the exact level of his Tao was because his eyes were adding a large variable to the output of his Tao. But this was also an excellent thing as well. Every cultivator hoped that their paths would align. The greatest variables to a cultivator's path were the talents they would be born with and how they would fuse them toward a single intent. But now, One step after another, Ryu seemed to be finding that seamless, singular journey for himself. His eyes, maybe the greatest variable in his life other than his chaotic silk meridians and the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation, had already merged into him in a way he hadn't even been quite aware of until now. In fact, it may very well be possible that once his eyes awakened, it would not only carry the nature of his Tao, but also that of his soul nature. One step after another, they would come together to create a new heavenly pupil never before seen. And that just left one matter. Just how close to maturity was his Tao? Even compared to the first, this was the most puzzling to Ryu, and it may be explained why his Tao's level also fluctuated so much. His Tao was just a step away from the Sky God realm. Or, most accurately, the second cosmic grade. In fact, it might even be more precise than that to say that it was already a half step within. Chapter 1393. A sudden urge. Ryu continued to stare out at the field. He could practically feel every ounce of Ailsa's hard work. He didn't even want to touch it, not that he could. While his soul could enter here, at least a portion of it, his eyes were still sealed. It was impossible to move things in and out. That said, even if he could, he probably wouldn't. Not until Ailsa was back. Looking at the beauty of the field of spirit-seeking lilies, Ryu remembered how he used to use their petals with impunity. He never really worried about running out, and why would he? He had a cultist fairy by his side, carefully cultivating them. By the time he finished consuming one, 2 more would appear in its place. She did that without complaint, even when he hadn't treated her the best. "It'll be here for you when you come back," Ryu said lightly, standing to his feet slowly. Then, he vanished. When he appeared again, he was within his immortal cave once more. Eska sat at the edge of their bed, looking as elegant as ever. She didn't move a single inch. Though she could feel Ryu's agitation, she didn't feel that their relationship was close enough for her to comfort him, not that she was very good at comforting people to begin with. She probably wouldn't usually be self-conscious about such a thing, but right now she felt hypersensitive. Ryu gazed toward Eska quite calmly, the rage in his belly having already disappeared. He hadn't forgotten his master and the other Zhu clan ancestors, but he somewhat wished that he could. The Zhu clan ancestors had already experienced so many years, how could they survive such time dilation? Even if they could, maybe they would have already lost their minds. He remembered that the youngest amongst them, that petite woman with a fiery personality and the creator of divine chaotic annihilation, was already beginning to somewhat lose her sanity. Even so, he didn't check, reason being those 2 worlds were distinct and he couldn't seem to access the other one just yet. It had to be remembered that the usual inner world of heavenly pupils wielders was just a bland cubicle. The reason Ryu had a world like his was because he had fused with the incubator. That separated his world into 2, one he used like a spatial ring to hide his greatest treasures, and a second where he, or rather Ailsa, raised spiritual herbs. That second world was where the crystalline jade and the prayer mat were. He still couldn't sense either one of them. The reason he was looking at Eska the way he was because he didn't quite know how to break this issue to her. Usually, he would be cold and unfeeling about the matter, especially since he had also lost his wives and his beast companions to this matter, but he didn't seem to have it in him to be so unfeeling anymore. In the end, his lips parted and he explained the issue in the greatest detail he could. Eska's expression changed and by the end of it, her gaze had decreased somewhat. The 4 remaining ancestors of the Zhu clan had spent so long trapped. Although it was for the sake of their clan, the heaviness of the issue weighed on them constantly. Even as sky gods who had experienced trillions of years, confinement was a completely different animal. While she had never shown it, it was because she had these 3 companions that she was able to keep her sanity. She was sure that they likely felt the same way. As leaders of their respective eras, they were usually standing alone at the top. No one in their lives could have understood them, but ironically after death, they found companions who understood them far more than anyone they had ever met before. She could still remember Balaur's brutish humor and Morvar's failed elegance. She had even begun to treat Flora like a little sister. When she chose to sacrifice her purity for the sake of tying them to Ryu, many of them had tried to talk her out of it. If it had been when they first met one another, their reactions would have been indifferent. It was only right to sacrifice oneself for the sake of the clan. But they didn't treat her like a pawn of the clan, they treated her like a close sister. But now, it seemed that they were gone. Ryu took a breath, looking away. There wasn't much to look at in his immortal cave, but his eyes seemed capable of seeing beyond, expanding beyond the walls and seeing to the skies above. His master was his benefactor. He was a man even that repressed and depressed version of him could respect. He had never thought that he would take a master in his life, but he had ended up doing so, and this master was not only the reason he was able to break free of his previously atrocious soul talent, he was also the reason he had found a path of his own to follow after entering the true martial world, faced with adversity from all sides. Ryu suddenly wanted to forge, he wanted to concoct, he wanted to draw an array the likes of which he never had before. He stood and entered the Golden Moon world. But the moment he began, the ring began to vibrate with his actions. The Golden Moon ring vibrated and latched onto the outside. Like tendrils of delicate gold, they squirmed into the voidal paths of existence, forcing the world itself to resonate as well. It was only several days later that Ryu came out, his aura far more refined. It was clear that he had made use of the Refinement Sutra, allowing his body realm and chi realm to enter a state of absolute perfection. But it wasn't just that. Even his soul felt different. His gaze carried a sharpness it never had before, his look alone carrying the weight of 1,000 worlds. He had left behind the Tao Sovereign's mental realm cultivation technique, taking his own. 2 great sword staffs hovered to his back, ringing like the chimes of the heavens, while a bow was strapped across the chest of his fluttering white robes. "Let's go," Ryu spoke lightly, extending his hand toward Eska, who took it with an elegant grace. Chapter 1394, Why? Ryu and Eska's appearance was heart-shuddering. Let alone the juniors, sky gods who had experienced countless years of life couldn't seem to pry their eyes away from Eska. Her every movement carried the imposing air of a goddess, the majesty of an empress, the grace of an angel. She seemed to be both a part of Ryu and her own separate existence all at once, the aura of a sky god who stood at the transcendent realm radiating out in every direction. On the 6th heaven, she would already be a nigh untouchable existence. But now, she hung from the arm of a junior without the slightest hint of rejection. And yet, Ryu didn't seem out of place in the slightest. To the shock of the onlookers, it even seemed like he belonged there. His aura wasn't shrouded, it instead seemed to elevate Ryu. While a supreme sky god hanging from the arm of a world sea realm expert would usually cause gazes of derision and even some disdain, some feeling that the woman in this situation would value herself too lowly, these thoughts couldn't even seem to begin to form, let alone be spewed. The way his white robes, etching with lines of sky blue, danced in the wind, the way his hair seemed to radiate its own light, glowing like the beautiful fog of a white gold nebula, the way his great sword staffs sung to his back, echoing with his every step. The sword staffs radiated a silver color, their blades as thin as a cicada's wings. Their spines were entirely cut out, leaving nothing but the sharp rim of the blade behind. Their polearms were simple and unadorned, and even seemed to be somewhat dull. But the undeniable air of an heritage-grade weapon resonated, and yet seemed to already carry some of the mystery of a god weapon. The gathering wasn't small, as was expected for the opening of the complete heavenly path. It could even be uttered that it was even larger than usual, with those of the 7th heaven having come to take part. And yet, the appearance of Ryu stole the complete center of attention. Jojo grit her teeth, grinding them with such strength that it seemed that she might very well crack them. This bastard had actually appeared with yet another woman. Did he have no sense of shame? She really wanted to project some disdain toward this woman, but she truly couldn't find even the slightest flaw on her. On top of that, it was actually yet another sky god, making her far stronger than herself. It was infuriating. Even so, this only made Jojo disdain Ryu all the more. She felt that the only way a junior could possibly have such a woman was by relying on his family's power. It was clear that this Ryu was no different from any one of the other annoying young masters she had to deal with every day. Suddenly, she felt a gaze land on her. Jojo's spine tingled for a moment, her own gaze sharpening. However, when she realized that this gaze was actually from Ryu, she couldn't help but frown. He was actually so strong. She actually felt a small hint of threat coming from him. She definitely hadn't sensed this before. While Ryu had dodged her attacks before, she hadn't been fighting seriously. On top of that, she had her own methods to deal with Ryu's spacetime soul nature. But now, she almost subconsciously gripped her sword, only barely stopping herself at the last moment. After a long while, her tensed muscles relaxed and she grinned. She had actually almost attacked out here, she was too eager. No matter what, a Tao sovereign wasn't someone she could ignore. She would have to wait until they were inside to test whether this was a paper tiger or not. Ryu, though, scanned Jojo before glancing over her armor as though he could see right through it. Unfortunately for her, he smiled and nodded to himself. Indeed, what a beautiful body. Jojo suddenly felt as though she had been stripped naked. The uncomfortable feeling spread all throughout her body like a raging itch. She suddenly wanted to strip completely, just to find that itch and deal with it. That feeling vanished as soon as Ryu looked away, but it left behind a billowing fury. "I'll kill him," she roared in her mind. Ryu chuckled. Was it noble to use such methods? Absolutely not. However, if he didn't piss this type of woman off and then conquer her, what use would there be in living? This was the price to pay for attacking him, not once, but thrice. Ryu made it to the encirclement of the Radiant Star sect. At the forefront, it was they and the Fading Stars sect who stood. To his surprise, xianxia seemed to actually have intentions of entering this time, though he probably shouldn't have been. It was probably only this sort of matter that could interest her. Her gaze and smile were still as gentle as ever. She didn't seem to notice that Ryu had a woman on his arm at all, something that left Jojo quite exasperated. She had tried to goad this woman into action several times in recent days, but she hadn't reacted at all. It seemed that she was wrong about the kind of relationship these two had. Ryu welcomed xianxia and Aika, but he seemed to be waiting for something, and indeed, it didn't take long for it to appear. Primus suddenly appeared in the skies, his expression just as indifferent. He waved a hand and a power surrounded Ryu to the point that he was completely immobilized. He didn't explain anything else and simply sat in the skies, focusing on a piece of flesh that he was dissecting. Ryu couldn't even change his facial expression, it was as though he was completely frozen in time. But he didn't need Primus to explain to him what was going on. Primus had uttered he wouldn't allow anyone to touch Ryu for 10 years, but he couldn't enter the heavenly path at his level, not without the purpose to completely obliterate it. So, why would he let Ryu enter at all? Chapter 1395. Self-deprecation. This was a change that was completely unexpected. No one but the most powerful could feel what Primus had done, but it made them just as confused. They didn't know what was happening, and obviously Primus wouldn't be explaining it to them either. Eska's expression changed somewhat, but she soon calmed down. She had an understanding of the situation that others didn't, so she could easily guess what had happened. She hadn't thought enough about the matter to guess this ahead of time, but now that she had, it made perfect sense. Primus had no reason to risk his chances of completing the cycle of karma just to allow Ryu to enter a place that was insignificant to him. He obviously didn't care about Ryu's progression or how far he would make it. Maybe in Primus' opinion, just having him follow him around was a great boon for Ryu and he was actually trying to waste it. If it was up to him, he would just directly lock Ryu up for these 10 years. The trouble was that if he didn't actually help Ryu, then how would he be completing the cycle of karma? That said, he didn't have to go above and beyond. For the sake of Ryu, he had already offended the 9 powers by being the de facto protector of both Izmine and Eska. He was already doing more than enough. He didn't have to jeopardize himself any further. Plus, this situation would only be until the complete Heavenly Path gateway closed. After that, he would release Ryu as though nothing else had happened. Ryu couldn't move at all as there was a sudden whoosh. Chi began to swirl and rainbow clouds began to shimmer into existence one after another. Soon, an enormous portal had formed. Usually, when such a large pool of spatial chi was created, there would be some great changes to the region. But this time, nothing of the sort happened. In fact, it was impossibly calm and tranquil, without even the slightest wind. Aika looked toward Ryu, feeling quite a bit of apprehension at the moment. The requirements for crossing into the 7th heaven from the 6th was far stricter than it had been for the 3rd to the 4th. Even though xianxia was participating this time, she still didn't have 100% assurance because the complete heavenly path not only had many more variables, but there was no doubt that the members of the Radiant Star sect would be targeted by those of the Fading Star sect. But even more importantly than that, she was worried about Ryu. She had thought that he and his ancestor were a package deal now. It was even part of the reason there had been so many arguments between them. Though, these arguments had died down after his breakthrough. He had now become someone worth taking a jeopardize on. But now, Ryu couldn't even change his facial expression when Aika looked at him. He even had on the same relaxed expression, but no one took comfort in this. They simply assumed that he had never seen this coming. How could a World Sea Realm expert react to a Dao sovereign? Aika bit her lip. With her usual fiery temper, she would have usually done something by now. But this was Ryu's ancestor, not a normal person. She didn't feel that it was right to even ask to allow Ryu in if he didn't want to allow it. Ryu's loyalty to his family should obviously be higher than his loyalty to a sect he had only been in for a short while, especially when she had practically strong-armed him into being a part of them. Ryu had never really treated the sect like it was his home. Even when he became an inheritor disciple, that wasn't by choice, but rather a choice that she had made for him. Then there was her slip of the tongue that caused her to almost have to be promised off to her juniors. Looking at the woman by Ryu's side, Aika sighed. What she was feeling wasn't jealousy, but rather a bit of self-deprecation. Although she had never really said it, she felt that it was a boon for Ryu to be attached to her as a potential husband, regardless of how talented he was. Ryu treating that matter as casually as he had left her a bit speechless. Didn't he know how many powerful men wanted her? In fact, if she appeared on the 8th and 9th heavens, there would probably even be Tao gods pursuing her hand in marriage. But looking at Eska, she seemed to realize something. While she didn't think Eska was so much more beautiful than she was, in terms of grace and elegance, she was surpassed by far. Aika had always had a hint of a roguish and immature air that couldn't be found anywhere near Eska. In fact, Eska seemed to repel such an aura with ease. Even though Eska was several times weaker than her, maybe if this woman appeared on the 8th and 9th heavens, some Tao gods might directly forego her for the sake of this woman right here. She felt that it was improper to keep pushing. With a sigh, she waved her hand. Enter. Her command left no room for questions. Selhira gave Ryu a glance before flickering and vanishing, being the first to enter. Soon, a storm of youths began to fly by. Jojo didn't forget to give Ryu a glare. Coward. After she said this, she too vanished. Once all of the 7th heaven geniuses were gone, the 6th heaven geniuses made their move, then the 5th, and finally the 4th. Soon, only the seniors and Ryu remained. Eska sighed. She had never released Ryu's arm as though to signify that she would remain by his side, but at that moment, she suddenly felt a rush of a milky white chi enter her body. Before she could be surprised, she remembered to maintain her calm. She had seasoned too many years of life to lose her composure so easily. At that moment, the gateway began to slowly shrink, accelerating toward closing until next time. It was then that a dense gray fog flickered in Ryu's eyes. Chapter 1396. Childish inwardly, despite the relaxed expression on his face, Ryu's soul was roaring. He was pouring everything he had into this next moment, and compressing it. His cosmos fog was an excellent secret weapon in this situation, but it wasn't perfect. Against a Tao sovereign, it would probably be used up in less than an instant of time. That wasn't enough for him to do anything. So, he was pouring all of his recently recovered embryonic chi into, fueling his bones and forcing them to produce more and more. However, even when he had tapped out his embryonic chi reserves, it didn't quite feel like enough. It seemed that he had still underestimated Primus. No, he had underestimated what it meant to be a Tao sovereign, one with a step into the Tao god realm at that. His cosmos fog wasn't infallible and he was learning the hard way. However, he wasn't done yet. At the instant of time before the portal closed, the cry of a phoenix suddenly echoed. Ryu's body exploded forth with countless runes, each radiating a white gold. At the same time, his soul released a subtle ripple, one that could only come from the unbalanced mantra. And as though even that wasn't enough, a pair of translucent wings appeared to his back, rippling with strong wind and spatial chi. And then, his founding Tao erupted. It all happened in the blink of an eye. First his cosmos fog formed a thick layer around his body, breaking him free for an instant of time. Primus looked down with an indifferent expression, hardly reacting to this matter. But the fact that he took his eyes off of what he was doing at all spoke volumes. Even so, it didn't mean enough to change things. He would simply increase the range. Plus, he could tell that whatever Ryu had used just now was running out, quickly at that. However, just when he wanted to lock onto Ryu again, there was a distortion. Ryu's unbalanced mantra seemed to warp reality itself, but it wasn't it alone. Those white runes that coated his body seemed to latch onto those warped rules, shredding them to pieces and putting them back together in a completely incomprehensible way. In that split instant when Primus failed to react to the change, Ryu's spectral wings had already flapped, his body surging forward and crossing the distance that wasn't even 20 meters. Primus looked down from above. It was such a short distance, one that wouldn't even take a World Sea Realm expert a second to cross, let alone one with a space soul nature and the support of a god treasure. It was a truly insignificant amount of time indeed. But what good was a short amount of time, if in the eyes of a Tao sovereign, it was still too long? Maybe a little amusing, Primus thought. His forte was obviously in fire gi. It was what he had always focused on, that in the body realm and his saintly weapons. Attacking from a distance, locking down space, and especially doing so without harming someone, could all be uttered to be what he was absolutely weakest in. But that was only relative. Just because it was his weakest ability, didn't mean that it was weak in comparison to other Tao sovereigns. And even more importantly than that, in this situation, what good was the weakness of a Tao sovereign to an ant not even in the world sea realm yet? The gap between them was so large and impossible to cover that even if he had never practiced such a thing in the past, it would mean nothing. Even with all of this said, why did he have to do any of that? In fact, he would simply use his strength. His hand paused and he suddenly vanished. When he appeared again, it was already too late for Ryu to stop. Bang! Ryu shot back like a ball out of a cannon, spitting up a mouthful of blood. He ricocheted across the earth, suddenly finding himself several kilometers away from the portal he had just been a few meters from. The gap between Tao Sovereign and World Sea Realm experts wasn't something that could be closed by a few tricks. The other sky gods remained silent. Primus' speed was unlike anything they had ever seen before. Even Aika felt a cold sweat drip down her back. She had had her suspicions before, but now she was certain. She wasn't just a small measure weaker than this person, she couldn't even track his movements. Primus could have moved long before, but it was as though he had purposely waited until the final moment he could, and even then, it seemed like he could have waited even longer if he had really wanted to. It was a hopeless disparity. At that moment, the portal closed, blinking out of existence. The wind came back and the birds began to chirp once again, the rainbow clouds above fading out of existence as a silence fell. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then another, while Primus only gave him a glance, ready to vanish once again. But right then, Primus' gaze focused as he turned back toward Ryu. Eska had rushed over to his side, a sparkle of worry in her eyes as she bent to his side. But when she touched him, Ryu's body seemed to crumble. First the white runes dissipated, and then his skin crumbled, leaving behind a fog that scattered into the air. But there was something else mixed within the fog, something heavy and dense, so much so that when Eska's finger touched it, she recoiled it, looking at her once slender, beautiful finger in shock. Right now, her once flawless finger was bruised and crushed as though it had been chewed up by some sort of mechanical beast and spit out. Despite the pain, she felt far more shock. As the last of Ryu's body crumbled, a formation took the shape of two middle fingers, causing Eska to be speechless. Since when had Ryu been so childish? Fuck you, old bastard. I'll see you on the other side. Chapter 1397. Lord Husband des Ellipsis. Primus stood in silence. Even now, he didn't quite understand what had happened. Even after several moments, he still didn't. But if it was so easy to see through, then how could it have fooled him in the first place? For the first time, he felt a hint of seriousness. This wasn't because he had failed to stop his great-grandson, but rather an understanding of what it meant for Ryu to be able to outsmart and outthink him. Simply put, if Ryu could do it once, he could do it again. And in a situation where his karma hinged on Ryu's cooperation, this was very bad. At that moment, Primus suddenly grinned. It had been a long time since he had felt any sort of blood-boiling conviction. His opponents were too weak, and this was part of the reason he was going to force his way into the ninth heaven. He never thought that this feeling would actually come from someone who wasn't even in the sky god realm yet, let alone his own descendant. Primus laughed, his laughter echoing throughout the world and reverberating. Compared to the commotion that Ryu's breakthrough had caused, this was simply on an entirely different level. Just his laughter alone increased the temperature of the sixth heaven by as much as 10 degrees Celsius across the board, and it didn't even seem like he had done it on purpose. Without another word, he walked away and flickered and vanished. The next thing those present felt was a surging aura that tore the skies open. The gazes of the sky gods present constricted. That tear, it was definitely leading up to the seventh heaven, but how could it possibly be so easy to open such a path without a spatial soul nature, unless half-step Tao God? They all turned a deathly sheen of pale. It was only the change of a few words, and yet it felt to them that they were being suffocated. The gap between what they thought Primus to be and what he actually was so enormous that it drowned them. Suddenly, They felt that it was more reasonable that he had entirely ignored the face of the 9 powers. Silence fell as Primus disappeared, the atmosphere slowly alleviating. Eska looked at her hand. It was badly mangled, but that odd milky energy surged and quickly healed her, leaving her gaze flickering once more. She could feel that this energy wasn't simple, it was actually increasing her talent, and that was just the effect of a single drop. Ryu had practically filled her up with a river of this chi, just what was it? She wanted to investigate more, but she knew that this wasn't the time. She looked up to find that Aika had appeared before her, a look of curiosity and hesitation in her eyes. After a moment, Aika sighed. What was she doing? When had she lost all of her backbone? About Ryu, Eska looked down toward Aika. She wasn't very tall, at least nowhere near as tall as Selhira or Jojo, or Ailsa for that matter, but compared to the petite Aika, she was still more than half a head taller. She could tell at a glance how powerful this woman was, so she was respectful, but there still wasn't even the slightest hint of subservience in her eyes. Yes, Eska asked in a pleasing voice. Is his relationship with his ancestor? Eska's eyes twinkled. Lord Husband's relationship with his ancestor is complex. The saintly weapon Sky God did not appear when Lord Husband's clan was destroyed, and as such he had held a grudge. Aika and the gazes of several others flickered when they heard Eska's form of address for Ryu. Although they had somewhat guessed it, it still hadn't quite clicked until this moment. They had still felt that it was too ridiculous for such a perfect woman to be in the hands of a brat. Though, they could only refer to Ryu as a brat with a clean conscience now only because he had already vanished. As for the rest of Eska's explanation, they seemed to understand. Unfortunately, their deductions were wrong, although reasonable to make. They believed that Primus felt some guilt about not being present to help his clan, and as such wanted to take on his last remaining descendant to nurture and guide him. Indeed, the guidance of a half-step Tao god was far better than one might expect from the complete heavenly path. Why would Ryu even care to enter if he wasn't holding a resentment against his great-grandfather? Eska didn't explain anything further, but everyone latched onto this story, and they felt that Ryu was even more untouchable than they had presumed in the past. A half-step Tao god in his lineage was already enough for Ryu to be untouchable, but for this half-step Tao god to feel a great deal of guilt and responsibility toward him. Well, in that sort of situation, even the 9 powers would be hesitant about exactly how they approached Ryu, even if they had a resentment against him. This was the reality. No one wanted to deal with a lone wolf who was so powerful, especially when he felt that he had nothing else to lose. Of course, Eska had purposely chosen these words. Not only were they the truth, but they gave herself and Ryu a shield of protection that would last for an extremely long time, at least on the 7th heaven. She could clearly sense the change in demeanor immediately. As's expression darkened for an instant before he slowly recovered and returned to his usual self. Such a thing wasn't enough to throw him off of his game entirely. I see. So a doting ancestor procured a wife for his descendant, is that it? I sympathize with you, fairy. As's words were quite melancholic, but also laced with daggers. It was a bit below him to attack someone younger in this way, but with the way he veiled his words, they didn't sound wrong to those who heard them at all. Eska looked toward As with an indifferent glance. Lord Husband does not speak of his family matters. I learned about this matter at the same time as you all. I chose Lord Husband on my own. Please mind your words. Eska's words carried a biting cold with them. Chapter 1398. Shit. As's gaze flickered, but he maintained his smile. I see, I'll be more mindful in the future. Apologies, fairy. Aika snorted and took Eska's arm, leaving As and the others. Clearly, her intention was to have Eska come with them once they had cleared the requirements of the complete heavenly path. She sighed inwardly. Although they now had Ryu, she was still slightly worried. The difficulty of the complete heavenly path wasn't set to the 6th heaven. The rewards that appeared and the difficulty would all be scaled to the geniuses that entered. In fact, even those that could enter were adjusted depending on the situation. Usually, the World Sea Realm was the highest state you could be in to enter a heavenly path, whether it was the complete or incomplete one. However, this time, it had actually allowed some who had some aspects within the fragmented Sky God realm in. Luckily, the 7th heaven hadn't expected this change, so those that had entered had only been from the 6th heaven. But the gap was frightening indeed. While there would definitely be some checks and balances, it was impossible for things to be perfectly fair, and she wasn't entirely sure what would happen this time. Her senses felt that there was something special about this opening, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She felt like if they failed this time, they would regret it for a lifetime. But she unfortunately couldn't take action herself. This was all she could do, and it left her feeling frustrated, as though she had been born far too early. Good luck. Ryu appeared in a twisting miasma of heavenly favor once again. With his improved talent, he should have been able to move through it much more quickly, but he still felt somewhat sluggish. There was definitely a change here that he wasn't aware of. But this wasn't something that he could focus on at all, because the state of his body right now was terrible, and he had run out of embryonic chi to heal him. He had originally used all of his embryonic chi on the White Phoenix, and it had taken a while to recover, so he hadn't been able to give enough to Eska ahead of time, forcing him to hand it over at the last minute. It also didn't help that a portion had been used to enter in the first place. The reason he had been able to do any of this relied on one particular thing. Well, one particular thing was the absolute most important, and that was Infinity Mist. He might have been fine if he had used the Infinity Mist on someone else, but because he had used it on himself, this was the obvious result. His ruse was quite elaborate, and it had taken quite a chunk of flesh out of him. The first thing he did was maybe the most painful thing he had ever experienced, and that was splitting his soul in two. One couldn't possibly fool a Dao sovereign, let alone a half-step Dao god, unless you were willing to go at least that far. Usually, one would have to rely on a technique, and that might at least mitigate the pain somewhat, but Ryu didn't have such a technique, so he could only rely on the nature of his soul itself. He split his soul in two and then used his Cosmos Fog and Infinity Mist to wrap around it. Then, he did the same with his real body. In the instant he entered the void to cross the distance toward the portal, he released his fake body from the Golden Moon world and swapped places. Infinity Mist was an existence that even Dao gods feared in large enough quantities. It represented the absolute extreme of the extreme, a water and ice chi so concentrated that it transcended from solid right back into a gaseous state. It simply wasn't possible for others to permeate it with their senses, even if they were a sky god. Of course, the trouble with surrounding himself with Infinity Mist, even if it was under his control, was that his body entered an absolutely terrible state. And the fact his soul was split in two didn't help the situation at all either. His mind felt foggy and a constant migraine was tearing at him. After the other half of his soul dissipated beneath Primus' attack, and the fact it had been separated from him too long, the feeling only got worse. Unfortunately, he couldn't begin healing his soul ahead of time, or else the imbalance would have been a dead giveaway. Only when they were of equal strength could one confuse the other. As for the state of his body, well, if even a transcendent sky god like Eska had ended up with a mangled finger, his state could be imagined. He was very much used to being able to control all the energies and chis in his possession with exceptional familiarity and ease, but Infinity Mist was so unruly and arrogant that he couldn't quite get a rein on it, causing him to end up in this state. Ryu took a deep breath. It should be fine. In a few minutes he would finish forming his first drop of embryonic chi and his body would be back in tip-top shape. So long as his body was in an optimal state, he could protect him and then find an area to recultivate his soul to his previous level and get rid of his headache. Unfortunately, the Golden Moon world was sealed now. It was obvious that the Heavenly Path had sensed the favor alchemy sky god and taken action. Obviously, they wouldn't allow such an obvious loophole, or more accurately, a treasure of a former Sixth Heaven clan wouldn't be able to fool this world. Suddenly, Ryu fell through the last of the miasma, causing his expression to flicker. He contemplated that he would have enough time to at least heal his body, but it seemed that the illusion of him moving slowly was exactly that. His talent had, indeed, gained a great boost. Shit. Ryu vaguely sensed it even before it landed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Bang. His already badly mangled body was sent flying like a ragdoll. Down below, a man with burning red gaze stood, seething. No. His eyes were actually a light shade of brown. It seemed that he was just so enraged that his eyes had taken on this color. Mental Realm Master. Ryu contemplated as he flew out. A sky god. What good luck. He already had a guess who this was. Who else if not the elusive first disciple of Saint Rinishka? He had nearly overlooked that Aika had slain that man, but this individual certainly didn't forget. Chapter 1399. What? Saint Rinishka wasn't a man that Ryu was intimately familiar with. In fact, he had only met him once. The trouble was that he had killed his youngest disciple. He still remembered how annoying that little bastard was. Of course, he didn't know his background at the time. And it was only Antha, Mei's cousin, who had informed him, not that it would have made much of a difference. He killed who he wanted to kill. Unfortunately, the issue with being so disobedient was the fact that someone would always come to demand a debt. At moments like these, he almost felt that Primus was a bit noble. It was too bad that he was also a spineless piece of trash. Pyrethorn looked at his hand, somewhat astonished. At first, he couldn't believe his luck. He had recognized Ryu long ago. Due to this man, he had gone from a person that stood on top of the world and whom not a single soul dared to offend, to a man who had spent the better part of the last 2 years on the run. Under his master's influence he had offended a lot of people, but no one that he couldn't deal with personally. He wasn't that shameless. The trouble wasn't who he had offended, but rather who his master had offended. As a transcendent sky god that had ridden on the heads of many omniscient sky gods, it was safe to say that the saint had a great number of enemies. He had obviously thought that Aika would just be one more to this number, but who would have expected that not only would his clone die, but Aika would even be able to use a mysterious method to target his real body at the same time. This left his first disciple carrying a heavy weight. As the saying went, a master for a day was a father for a lifetime, and unfortunately it was the fate of the son to carry on the sins of his father. This was the reality of it all. He had benefited from his master's umbrella, and because he had to deal with the consequences. This was karma. Even so, that didn't mean that he was happy about it. The opening of the complete heavenly path provided him an opportunity to flee all of this. So long as he made it to the 7th heaven, he could join a small sect of mental realm masters and continue his path forward. Even if he had to take a hit to his prestige, or become only a disciple in name, he would welcome it with open arms. So, he had snuck in with a carefully organized disguise, only releasing it after he had entered. What he hadn't expected was that the moment he had, his enemy would come falling from the skies right into his lap. This was even more surprising considering right before he entered, it had seemed like Ryu wouldn't be able to make an entry. The best part about this was that Jojo had threatened to kill him, so the Tao Sovereign wouldn't even come after him. Of course, his real enemy was Aika, but would he admit that? Did he stand a chance against Aika? Plus, it was this man who had killed his kid junior brother, and it was also because of this man that his master had to insult such an existence. He deserved to die, so, why hadn't he? While it was true that Pyrethorn had only entered the sky god realm with his mind and not yet with his chi realm or body realm, a palm strike from him, especially one carrying the laws he could mobilize now, should have been enough to eviscerate someone who had just entered the world sea realm, especially when they were already so heavily injured. But not only had he failed, his palm even hurt. He looked down at his hand again after taking a look at Ryu. It was bloodied with the latter's blood, but it was also shaking. His wrist had even seemed to be only a moment away from snapping. What kind of body? Pyrethorn's gaze trembled. He realized at that moment. How could the descendant of a Tao Sovereign not have an extreme amount of talent? How could Ryu's body be normal? I need to go all out. If someone witnesses this, the current location wasn't exactly hidden. They were in a rocky land, and there were many mountains in the distance. There was some sparse greenery, if they could even be called that. They were far more gray and brown than they were green. At the same time, there was this odd pressure above as though it was leading people by the nose, dangling a piece of meat before them just far enough away that they couldn't fully understand what was happening. There was no region for him to disappear quickly outside of the mountains, but they weren't a range, but were rather far more spread out than was usual for such a group. Speed wasn't his forte, so this would be dicey. The only choice was to crush Ryu with his full force as quickly as possible. He stopped holding back, retracting and flicking his palm, his spiritual chi surged. Ryu immediately tried to pull out his god treasure, but that failed. That mysterious energy dangling a piece of meat almost slapped him out of the skies, and not long later he crashed and rolled along the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He didn't stay there, immediately rolling up to his feet, but he had only just when he grabbed his head, roaring out in pain. Pyrethorn's spiritual chi was fast, descending without technique first and crashing into Ryu's mind. What? Pyrethorn's eyes widened. He had begun preparing a true technique out of pure habit, he hadn't thought he would need it. But the fact Ryu was screaming meant that he still wasn't dead. What kind of mental defenses could possibly protect a Soul Ascension Realm expert from me? Chapter 1400. Ellipsis. Ryu's Magus lock threatened to collapse entirely. Just in case, before he had split his soul, he underwent a great deal of trouble to rebuild and reconstruct his Magus lock. With his talent, he was already infinitesimally close to the soul quintessence realm, at least in terms of the size of his spiritual sea, when his soul wasn't split in two, that is. Even so, the Magus lock he had on right now was the representation of the best of his abilities, and yet half of it had collapsed due to a single attack. Much like the change to cosmic chi after the cosmic seed realm, entering the soul quintessence realm allowed a qualitative change in one's spiritual chi that was impossible to fight against with quantity alone. Ryu had plenty of quantity, but when it came to quality, it was several steps behind Pyrothorn. At that moment, he almost regretted not attempting to break through. In truth, his soul talent was so exceptional now that if he focused for a month or two, entering the soul quintessence realm in one fell swoop wouldn't be an issue. But he discarded this thought the moment he had it. What was the worth of his perfect blackbody soul if he couldn't make full use of it? It had to be remembered that at its foundation, the perfect blackbody soul was only ranked at the ancient grade. That was a talent barely good enough to be ranked in the third heaven. The only way to unearth its full potential was by 1. Having a powerful enough body that you could take advantage of its ability to infinitely expand, and 2. By swallowing up natural treasures or profound understandings that could grant you powerful soul natures. Ryu refused to cut off his potential just because of a mere Pyrothorn. Focus, he roared in his mind. Ryu activated what was left of his cosmos fog to slow the time within his body even more than he would normally be able to with his spacetime soul nature alone, and then he began to circulate the technique of the prayer mat, moving that mysterious energy through his 7 spirits as he quickly began to replenish his focus chi. Of course, his focus chi hadn't dwindled. The problem was that Pyrothorn's attack, on top of the migraine he already had, was whipping his mind out of focus. He couldn't control his chi or his body, and if he just sat here, he would only be able to wait for death. Knowing this, he immediately activated this circulation method, not for the purpose of accumulating focus chi, but rather to force his body into a state where focus was its #1 priority. In that instant of time, he managed to regain control of his body and he forced his spiritual sense to manifest. The feeling was akin to his body being ripped in two. Having torn his soul apart not long ago, forcing his spiritual sense to manifest was like sticking a finger into a festering wound and trying to dig out the infection with a jagged nail. Ryu had experienced a great deal of pain in his life, but this had to be among the very worst. Even so, his mind was extremely pointed as his cold glare landed on Pyrothorn. This time, he could sense the gathering and swirling spiritual chi, he could even see the subtle formation of a rune he was about to use to attack him. Ryu realized he had to escape. There was a great doubt that he could do much even if he was at full strength. With his talent, Pyrothorn's body and chi realm might never catch up to his mind, but that didn't change the fact he still wielded the power of a sky god. However, he had just escaped from the clutches of a half-step Tao god. What was Pyrothorn worth to him? His spacetime soul nature surged and he twisted the space around the gathering spiritual chi. Pyrothorn felt as though his control had suddenly lagged just when he was about to finish. If not for his over 100 years of rigorous training, it would have completely gone out of control. In the moment he spent regathering himself and centering his focus, Ryu had already paled considerably. Using his soul nature while left with only half a soul, yet another terrible, horrible feeling of pain. However, he didn't let that stop him from immediately turning around and bolting away. His northern heavenly wind wrapped around his body and his gaze flickered with a light that was both cold and sparkling. Gritting his teeth, he shrunk the earth beneath himself and appeared hundreds of kilometers away. By the time Pyrothorn realized what was happening, Ryu was already deep into the mountain range, or maybe more accurately, the collection of mountains. His gaze became red. How could he allow a mere World Sea Realm expert to run from him? He dispersed the spell he was forming and cast something new. A shuttle appeared beneath his feet and he shot off into the distance, quickly closing in on Ryu. While his personal speed was slow, how could he not have methods of dealing with his weaknesses? There was nothing that his spells, or mage arts, or mental realm techniques couldn't make up for. It was already twice now that he had underestimated Ryu, he couldn't allow it to happen again. He had grabbed at the air, the distance between him and the running Ryu barely a dozen or so kilometers, but such a distance to a sky god might as well have been a single step. However, just when he was about to chain Ryu up, the latter vanished again, appearing hundreds of kilometers away with beads of sweat falling down his brow. I can't let this continue, there has to be a way to vanish completely. Ryu had already reached the state of being able to enter the void even without his god treasure. The problem was that his soul was too injured to allow him to maintain it. Entering the void was a very dangerous matter. After crossing the threshold of the skill and/or strength needed to do so, the actual process itself could end your life. One had to rely on their innate talent to avoid these potential dangers. However, at the moment, those fast twitch responses that Ryu relied on from his instincts had instead become roaring pangs of pain. I can. Ryu flipped his palm, his matrix appearing. Then, gritting his teeth and releasing another roar of pain, he vanished into the void. If his talent couldn't keep up, he would have to rely on his mind to calculate what his soul couldn't. As for whether he could focus long enough to do so, Pyrothorn landed heavily in the location Ryu had just vanished, gnashing his teeth. As a mental realm master, he could still sense Ryu's location, but he didn't have the strength of a transcendent. How could he still attack Ryu? Follow him, he doesn't seem to be able to keep this up for long. Though he articulated this, Pyrothorn was sweating. Since he had attacked, he really couldn't allow Ryu to leave. But Ryu, who he wanted to follow, was already over 1,000 kilometers away. Chapter 1401. Limits. Ryu felt as though his head was being pounded by a continuous string of hammers. Even so, his gaze was entirely focused on the matrix before him. Flying through the void without access to his usual level of spacetime affinity was like blazing through a belt of asteroids at full speed with your eyes blindfolded. Even when he took out his matrix, the only difference was that while he was still blindfolded, he could barely hear the whistling of the asteroids from within the cockpit of his ship. It was truly not the best of situations, and if he ever failed to remain within the void and stepped out of an inappropriate location, he could very well find himself impaled by even the most mundane of materials. Losing his life to a stray and wandering leaf, or a bird's shit falling from the skies, wasn't on the top list of his priorities for the day, but given his situation, both were equally likely to happen. If his body was suddenly superimposed with something it shouldn't be, death would be near immediate depending on which body part it was, and his life might be at risk even if it was a relatively less important body part. On top of this, there was another worry that was creeping up in the back of his mind, and that was the situation of the heavenly path. The moment he had entered, he had been attacked, so he had no method of trying to figure out exactly what sort of land he was within right now, and what sort of challenges he might face. For all he knew, Pyrothorn was his task. The incomplete and complete heavenly paths should be different in the way they functioned. The incomplete path was split into stages, and it granted opportunity to most. But the complete heavenly path had already undergone a significant change by even allowing those with sky god aspects to enter in the first place. There was no telling exactly what might be going on, and he didn't like the fact that he was wasting so much time without being able to lock in and figure things out as quickly as possible. His gaze flashed with a cold light that was disrupted by yet another pang of pain. He wasn't even allowed to be angry anymore. What a terrible deck of cards he was dealt. If he didn't make Primus life a living hell for this, his name wouldn't be Ryu Tatsuya. The distance between Ryu and Pyrothorn now was several thousand kilometers. But this was the trouble with dealing with a mental realm sky god. The range of their spiritual sense was infuriating. This heavenly path had about the same suppression as the seventh heaven, though maybe a sliver or two weaker. Even so, the range of a fragmented sky god's spiritual sense was easily tens of thousands of kilometers. For a specialist like Pyrothorn, it was even more exaggerated. Ryu wouldn't be surprised if it was approaching 100,000. This was a distance it would take a sky god an hour or two to cross, and it was probably better to measure things in this way rather than deal with the exaggerated numbers. Thankfully, because he was in the void, the range through which his opponent could sense him was far shorter than just that. He just needed to, quote. Ryu's thoughts came to a pause. Up ahead, there was a barrier, a very thick and strong barrier, one that was absolutely impossible for him to cross even from within the void. That was because this barrier signified the end of a world. There was no void to continue in, no space to speak of. He wanted to curse. It seemed that he didn't have to spend time thinking about exactly what was happening here because it had slapped him in the face before he could even get a chance to do much else but run. He was stuck, likely in a combat zone of sort, one where he was forced to face off against Pyrothorn. It was an agonizing realization, but one he felt was true nonetheless. There really was no fairness in this damned world. He, a World Sea Realm expert, was not only tossed into the same combat zone as a sky god, but the arena itself was also so small that said sky god could cover a large majority of its range with his spiritual sense. On top of that, he had even been sneak attacked the moment he entered. It was a perfect trifecta of absolute bullshit. Even if he managed to hide from Pyrethorn now, it wouldn't even take the latter an hour to find him unless this space was much larger going the other way. However, judging by the curve of the barrier, and assuming a perfect semi-sphere, Ryu already calculated that it wasn't. If he wanted to hide from Pyrethorn, he would need to set up a concealment formation strong enough to hide from Soul Quintessence Realm Expert. But how would he do that? That state of his soul was terrible, and even if he was in top condition, it would take a great deal of luck and effort to pull it off. To make matters worse, as though they needed to be, he didn't have the time or the bandwidth left to deal with this. If he wanted to pull it off, he would have to stay within the void, and staying within the void would necessitate him using his matrix. Usually, he would still have enough endurance remaining to divide and deal with this matter as well, but right now he couldn't afford such a thing. Run, I have to keep running until my life force energy recovers enough to heal my body at least. While he was so concentrated on the state of his mind and soul, his body felt as though it was falling apart. Taking a hit from a sky god while in such terrible condition already was practically a death sentence for anyone but him. But even he was reaching his limits. Chapter 1402. Terrible luck. A bloody grin spread across Ryu's face as he immediately turned to the left and bolted with his fastest speed. When was the last time he had been forced to run away from someone so much more powerful than him? Probably back when he had first stepped onto the pedestal plane. But the woman that had left him in such a sorry condition had fallen so far behind him by the time he saw her again that he couldn't even be bothered to kill her. This Pyrethorn, though, he wouldn't make him wait for long. He would have his head on a pike soon enough. Pyrethorn noticed the barrier soon and guessed the same thing Ryu had. When he realized that the latter couldn't run away, his eyes glowed with a fierce light and then he relaxed. He laughed into the skies as though he was a man locked in a cage for years that had suddenly been released. Why wouldn't he relax? What chance did Ryu stand now? Especially since it seemed as though there was simply no one else in this region. He realized that soon Ryu wouldn't be able to hold on. However, the moment he had this thought, he caught himself. His master had been an extremely cautious person. Despite being a transcendent sky god that even omniscient sky gods were hesitant around, he only traveled with his clone and he never put himself in the line of danger if he didn't have to. And yet, he had died simply because he had provoked the wrong person. He knew well what Ryu's background was and who his ancestor was. While Aika had been an unknown to his teacher, how could the same be said of Ryu? If he had all of this information and still somehow managed to fumble the situation, he would be worse than a fool. What can he use to escape me? Treasures. No, I've tried using my treasures here already, and yet I can't access any of them. Even my alchemic pills, ones that I meticulously prepared, aren't where I stored them. It's obvious that this world wants you to rely on nothing but yourself. In that case, the only thing he could possibly use to hide from me would be a formation, but how could a World Sea Realm expert lay a formation that I can't see through? So long as I catch the faintest fluctuations, he would be finished. The last possibility is hiding underground. Spiritual sense doesn't travel as far through the ground, but he doesn't seem to be an earth chi cultivator, so he shouldn't have any earth escape or fusion techniques, and if he tries to dig one the normal way, the residual effects would be too easy for me to spot. It would be even worse than the formation. Pyrethorn felt that it would truly be unfeasible for Ryu to escape him, but there was still some uneasiness. His mind managed to defend itself against my blow. It's not impossible for him to have a method of laying a formation that could hide from me. As Pyrethorn thought, he moved as fast as he could toward Ryu, but the distance continued to increase. Ryu had taken a very smart path that made it so. It was clear that he was still trying to get just outside of Pyrethorn's range. Pyrethorn felt that he should stay on top of his toes. He burned away more of his spiritual chi, rushing forward with an even greater speed. It was only a 1 or 2% increase, but he gave it all he had. Unfortunately, he still couldn't match the pace of Ryu running through the void. It was simply unfeasible to beat running without air resistance and friction. Pyrethorn felt that it was inevitable by this point that Ryu would exit the range of his spiritual sense, but he didn't panic this time. Instead, globules of light continuously formed in his hand and he tossed them to the side one by one as he continued to rush after Ryu. Soon, Ryu had managed it, rushing outside of Pyrethorn's range, his chest heaving and his head hammering. A burning feeling of heat and blood threatened to rush up his throat, but his gaze was steely. Without hesitation, he came to a stop and rushed downward. He passed through large segments of rock. Pyrethorn wasn't a complete fool, he knew that it was possible to enter the earth using the void. The reason he hadn't considered it was because he felt it was foolish unless Ryu could stay within forever. If Ryu ran out of stamina while he was so deep within the earth, then the only thing waiting for him would be death. It wouldn't be as simple as the earth around him crushing him. Instead, it would be like a glitch in reality, two states fusing into one when they shouldn't. He would be crushed down to a molecular level. The only good thing was that it would be a quick death. Even so, Ryu did so without hesitation, rushing deeper and deeper until he was thousands of kilometers beneath the surface. Only at that point did he come to a stop. There's got to be a pocket somewhere, anywhere, Ryu thought to himself. His senses couldn't be spared to find a location. He was trying to run into one by luck, but he quickly found out how foolish that was. He needed a better method, something that would actually work. He grit his teeth, but then his eyes flashed with an idea. He stripped himself of his clothes and then tossed them out of the void. The moment this happened, his clothing and the rock overlapped and flashed. They both crumbled. Where is it? Ryu couldn't calculate everything as precisely as he could in the past, so he had suddenly lost track of exactly where his clothes had gone. He felt like he was suffocating, his mind about to reach the end of his rope when he finally found it an entire kilometer away from where he had been standing. He rushed into the hole that had been formed and collapsed, gasping for breath in the fetal position because the hole that had formed was only large enough to accommodate such a thing. He nearly passed out, but he bit his tongue hard. He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. His fortune was truly terrible. Chapter 1403. Too long. Ryu tried to regulate his breathing. He didn't even waste the energy to create a larger space around himself. It would not only be an effort he couldn't afford to put out right now, it wouldn't be easy and it would cause a disturbance that he wasn't willing to deal with. This many kilometers beneath the surface, the pressure was off the charts, and the hardness of the rocks reflected that. The density of material in a nice seventh heaven environment was already sturdy enough to withstand the battle of high-level sky gods, let alone Ryu's fists, especially so far beneath the surface. So, he had to make do for now. On the surface, Pyrethrin was in his own bind. He had actually lost track of Ryu. At first, he thought it would be easy to find the little bastard even after he slipped away. Those orbs of light that he had left in his wake had shrunk Ryu's chances of escape by even more. They were essentially ranged probes that could act as stand-ins for his own spiritual sense. So long as someone passed by within a certain range of it, or there was an odd energy fluctuation around it, or even another spiritual sense passed over it, he would be in the know. But Ryu seemed to have vanished into thin air. Pyrethorn's expression became frighteningly cold. He was no longer worried about Ryu escaping, so he was easily able to remain calm. He could even take his time to adjust his condition and be prepared for when Ryu appeared again, but he didn't do this. He had barely used any energy, and the stamina of a sky god was far more than a world sea realm expert could fathom. He wouldn't give Ryu an opening to do this. He'll need to recover. The moment he starts pulling chi in from his surroundings, it will be a simple matter to find him. Even a concealment formation can't hide chi outside of its bounds. What he didn't know was that Ryu had absolutely no need to draw in chi from the outside. Why would he with access to an entire plane's chi within him? Ryu's embryonic chi finally recovered a drop and he immediately used it, but not long after, his expression turned dark. A single drop of his embryonic chi could even cause large changes in a sky god like Aizmine, so why didn't it fully heal him? Taboo. Ryu's annoyance increased, but there was no need to panic. Pyrethorn still couldn't find him, so it didn't matter if he took a few more minutes to fully recover. It was clear that because his body had firmly stepped onto a taboo path now, it would take more than just one drop of embryonic chi to heal him now. It was also probably in part due to the fact that it was infinity mist that had harmed him so much as well. This was an extremely high level of energy, and its effects couldn't be easily waved away with a hand. If not for the fact it was partially under his control, he would have died. Despite feeling that this made some sense, Ryu wasn't satisfied with this explanation. Embryonic chi was also an exceptionally high-level energy, one existing on the same level as essence and chaos chi. Why was it restrained by the taboo path? The reality wasn't that it was restrained, but rather that the taboo path was restrained. Matters of faith, karma and fate intertwined themselves with every aspect of the martial world, and this was only doubly so in the true martial world. The taboo powers had had their path severed and their names trashed, they were marred by terrible karma and their fates were more sealed than even Ryu's own. By the same token, embryonic chi was a chi that quite literally gave birth to the geniuses of the true martial world, it was it that molded the future generation. Ever since the taboo powers had been suppressed and restricted, embryonic chi no longer gave birth to their talents. So, embryonic chi had naturally begun to lean toward the 9 powers as well. To make a long story short, embryonic chi was simply far better at healing those of the now common paths, as opposed to those of the taboo paths. But then that begged an obvious question. Why was it so much easier to heal Eismine, then? That was where the matter became more complicated. Just because embryonic chi leaned to one side, didn't mean that it was weak. Its abilities were still extremely potent. The problem was that Ryu had quite literally molded his body, changing it fundamentally to step onto a taboo path. Eismine and Eska, though, weren't even quite following a taboo path themselves, their path was usually followed by twins, but they were one person. The restrictions on the taboo path weren't as heavy for them because it wasn't as recognized. In addition, even if it was, they still wouldn't have molded their body like Ryu had. It would probably only become more difficult for Ryu to heal himself with embryonic chi in the future, but in truth, he wasn't worried. He had only formed 1 drop just now, but he was capable of forming small streams of embryonic chi now. If it wasn't for the terrible situation he was in, he would have easily been able to produce the embryonic chi he needed for himself. Soon, Ryu had formed a 2nd drop, and then a 3rd. He was fully healed by the 4th, and could finally feel his body decompress and relax despite the splitting headache he was still experiencing. After this, Ryu focused on his soul. It wasn't that embryonic chi didn't work on his soul, but rather that there was no point. If he healed the wounds on his soul, it would just be half as powerful as it wouldn't replenish the half he had lost. It was easier to just recultivate. In fact, doing this instead of directly using embryonic chi made his soul more resilient. This was already the 2nd time he had done something similar and he could feel hints of his soul recovering somewhat like what a muscle would do, as though shredding it apart again and again was an exercise. Ryu didn't believe it was a coincidence. It was definitely somewhat related to his phoenix bloodlines. The more he learned about his soul, or rather souls, the more he understood just how intertwined all the systems of the body were. So, he found that letting his soul recover on its own was actually much better. With practiced precision, Ryu pulled his chaos chi from his meridians. In the past, he wasn't about to pass it through to his thoughts easily and would even have to expel it, before turning it into spiritual chi, and only then absorbing it. But he understood the systems of his souls far better now and didn't feel that sort of restriction. The hours ticked by. Recultivating was a simple matter for Ryu, especially considering the new friend in his spiritual sea. The endless black sea looked just as reflective as usually, but now, there was a hidden change. Or maybe, not so hidden. A complex formation lay in its depths, at the center of which was a flickering white flame, the name of which Ryu had still never tried to pronounce. With this white flame as the center, waving about like a ball of content, his soul always seemed to tend toward perfection. What breaking into the soul ascension realm had taught him was that there was, indeed, a limit to the perfect black body, a limit that went beyond what the soul could do, and rather pushed up against what the heavens could allow. And this formation would help him reach that. It would have to do at least that much since it made him abandon a Tao sovereign's self-created technique. It went to show just how much confidence Ryu had in himself now. Maybe what he liked most about this formation, though, was how it perfectly melded with his Magus Lock, intertwining and even becoming a part of it. This was the reason his Magus Lock had actually been able to withstand Pyrethorn's blow. Suddenly, Ryu's eyes flashed open, a dense coldness within. He was now in his peak condition. There was no one here. He faced a sky god alone. And he even had a protective talisman in that old bastard. Good. It was about time he found out what the true extent of his power was. What did it mean for Ryu Tatsuya to use 100% of everything he had? Right now, Ryu wasn't the only one struggling. The mighty 7th Heaven geniuses came across their own partial sky gods one after another, unlucky enough to have not broken through themselves. In fact, it almost felt as though the heavenly path had done it on purpose for one reason or another. However, at the moment, Ryu wasn't thinking about the fate of others. He had revenge on his mind. Bang! The earth exploded as chaos chi spilled out in all directions. His chaotic silk meridians screamed to life, suppressed for far too long. Chapter 1404. Mental Realm. Sky God Pyrothorn was completely taken off guard by the sudden raging tide of chi. At first he thought that his patience had paid off and that Ryu was just a fool who couldn't control his own cultivation energy properly. But very soon, that thought was through to the back of his head as he spotted Ryu high in the skies, standing upon a greatsword staff with his bow drawn into a full moon. Even from here, he could feel the coldness emitting from Ryu. He was actually enraged. Pyrothorn was so stunned, and then suddenly furious himself, that he laughed. A World Sea Realm expert dared to be angry with him, dared to show discomfort and dislike toward the situation of losing to him. Who did he think he was? Pock! The release of Ryu's arrow interrupted Pyrothorn's thoughts. The arrow was akin to a roaring wave, the snap of the string like a pop of a bubble holding back all of its seething power. It appeared before Pyrothorn so quickly that he almost couldn't react, but out of sheer instinct, he raised his hand, runes of spiritual chi gathering and forming a shield before him. The collision was immediate and sparkles of chi radiated through the air. However, to Pyrothorn's shock, the arrow actually shattered his shield. Just what? Pock! The second arrow appeared before his forehead and Pyrothorn didn't have time to think at all. He couldn't understand how a World Sea Realm expert could possibly have such overwhelming chi, so powerful and dense, so utterly surpassing that of his own. While he hadn't entered the Sky God realm in the Chi realm just yet, the gap between the lower World Sea realm and the peak World Sea realm was absolutely enormous. In addition, because he was in the mental realm, his consciousness was able to allow him greater fluidity and control over his chi, making him far stronger in that aspect than most peak World Sea realm experts. Even if he was to refrain from using his mental realm master abilities, there was no chance for normal World Sea realm experts to match him. This chi. Pyrothorn's eyes widened. The third arrow came. Pyrothorn hadn't even dealt with the second, but his powerful consciousness caught sight of the third hidden in its shadow. It moved so perfectly, so seamlessly. It was a level of skill with the bow and arrow that he hadn't seen even from Sky Gods. It was then that he sensed it. Bow God. In all of his shock and humiliation, he had missed such an omnipresent aura, a suffocating, towering, godlike being standing upon the shoulders of none other than Ryu himself. Fear crept into Pyrothorn's very soul and he began to understand that he could very well become the prey if he wasn't careful. He had all of these thoughts in an instant, the speed of thought of a mental realm master not to be underestimated. With a flick of his wrists, his silvery robe sleeves flared out and several readied spells took shape, wrapping around his body like an armor. These weren't spells that he had prepared before the entry but rather how he had passed the time while looking for Ryu. It was a habit that his master had ingrained in him from youth. Due to the heavenly path making preparation impossible, he had to redo all of the prep he had readied in the several weeks. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would have to use them on the likes of Ryu. Bang! They weren't enough. Pyrothorn felt like a ton of bricks had slammed against him. While the spells held up, his body couldn't. They weren't complete yet and couldn't eliminate inertia, and his body alone wasn't strong enough to deal with Ryu's blows. He flew out like a cannon, but his expression was calm. He had already expected this. This sort of added distance wouldn't only make it easier to deal with Ryu, then he could truly prepare for his onslaught. Trying to fight a mental realm master from a distance was asking for the fourth arrow appeared. Ignoring distance, it flashed through space itself. The speed of Pyrothorn's flight backward was irrelevant to it as it closed the distance, appearing so close to Pyrothorn's forehead that he felt its coat of chi piercing into his skin, causing a drizzle of blood to run down the bridge of his nose and around his nostrils, leaving his lips with a bitter, metallic taste. Pyrothorn's life flashed before his eyes before he unleashed a roar. Enough. Spiritual chi exploded from him like a shockwave, rippling outward. 10% of his spiritual chi was dried up in an instant as he crashed toward the ground, landing heavily, and awkwardly, on his feet. That ripple had cost him a lot, but it had also shattered Ryu's fifth and sixth arrows. While this might only give him a split second was more than enough time for a mental realm master like him. Without even bothering to stabilize his footing, his hands raised into the air, countless sword lights appearing in the skies. A cudgel appeared in his hands. It was short and stumpy, its rounded and protruding edges formed of a wood that looked as though it was rotting. However, in that instant of time, the illusory sword lights solidified and a rampaging, spinning tornado of spiritual chi formed around him. Since Ryu wanted to play, they would play. He looked up, but his pupils constricted. Ryu was nowhere to be seen. A shadow materialized in his blind spot and his heart leapt into his throat. He didn't have time to think about just how Ryu had evaded his spiritual sense. All he could see and sense was the latter bent down into a potent stance, his greatsword staff swinging down from overhead and approaching his neck with such swiftness that his soul fled his body. Ryu's presence changed, from bow god to sword god. His intention to cut through all things was so palpable it could be tasted in the air. And then he swung down. Pyrethorn's neck soared from his head, or rather, his head, part of neck, and half an angled piece of his torso, shoulder, arm and all, flew from what remained of his body. Ryu stood to his full height, swinging out his greatsword staff casually. Usually an arc of blood would follow, but his newly forged greatsword staffs, each with a blade as thin as a cicada's wings, were impossibly perfect. So much so that during that cut, not only had he not felt a single ounce of resistance, it was too swift even for blood to latch on. The feeling of not having to suppress his power made him feel like a god, but even more so than that, the power alone was shocking. The gap between the world's sea realm and the sky god realm was enormous. His chi should have no ability to deal with Pyrethorns, and yet his arrows, formed of nothing but chaos chi, had been able to pierce through as though they were equals. There was a problem, though. His chi was so potent that it simply didn't even make sense to use his bloodlines. The gap was too large. This was already his strongest state outside of using his Tao more actively and manifesting his birthed phenomena. Of course, there was also using Infinity Mist, but that was a death sentence for him currently. Ryu's gaze sharpened and his body suddenly vanished. Bang! The location he had just been standing erupted in a blaze of sword chi, or something that seemed to mimic it. Ryu's expression darkened. After the soul birth realm, cultivators already gained the ability to survive the death of their body. But Ryu obviously knew this, so whenever he dealt a death blow, he took this into account and drove his chi to rampage a body. Obviously, a mental realm sky god was even better in this regard. Let alone just surviving, they could live without their bodies entirely. The Zhu clan ancestors had to rely on a special jade to sustain themselves, but someone who had entered the true soul quintessence realm could survive years without their body. There were even some cultivators who discarded their bodies entirely. Of course, more didn't choose to do this as it painted oneself into a corner, and it also required giving up all of your talent outside of your Tao and soul nature. This was a path only extremists would take, especially since there were many other related dangers that Ryu couldn't be bothered to think of right this moment. The short of it was that he had been aware of this, so how could he not take action to prevent it? Unfortunately, it seemed that he had still underestimated sky gods. Boy! Pyrethorn's furious roar shook the world. The agony in his voice was clear, but the rage was even clearer. His spiritual chi spilled over, fueling a suffocating presence. Chapter 1405. Black spiritual chi. Ryu opened up a large range between them with quite some speed. His steps were light and his soul nature moved with even more fluidity than even his feet. He didn't seem panicked and he even somewhat wanted to see how much strength Pyrethorn really had. The truth of it was that Ryu had caught Pyrethorn off guard and then pressed his advantage without giving the latter room to breathe. This was what his spacetime soul nature was best at, though shockingly enough, in terms of pure offensive power, it was likewise shockingly powerful. Pyrethorn, for obvious reasons, had never fought someone that could outmaneuver him in such a way, and that was especially so when it was from a distance. A mental realm master's greatest strength was in long-range combat, but he had been completely outplayed. But now, he was absolutely furious. His spiritual chi lurched and then solidified. Like dominoes being stacked up in quick succession, countless barriers formed around him. Even after dozens had been formed, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, and to make matters worse, each barrier felt like a moat of thousands of kilometers. Even with his spacetime soul nature, Ryu didn't feel as though he could cross even one of them, let alone so many. Fascinating. That was the first word that came to Ryu's mind, before he suddenly realized that the barriers weren't what he should be focused on at all. Those illusory swords formed in the air once more, but they were even more solid than they had been in the past. At the same time, he sensed a faint hint of something different, something quite subtle, and yet powerful. It was akin to a pinch of baking powder that would make pancakes rise, small and insignificant, and yet its lack of presence wouldn't be missed all the same. Tao. Ryu was certain, and once he latched onto it. His eyes reflected a sharp light as the illusory swords descended. Something told him that he needed to understand Pyrethorn's Tao before they reached his range, or else dodging just might become impossible. Then it clicked, close and yet far. The words came to Ryu's mind so naturally as though they had been whispered into his ears. It was the first time he had felt such a thing, but then again, this was the first time he had cared enough to try and understand a target's Tao after he had entered the founding Tao realms. This wasn't a matter of space or time, like it seemed, but rather one of illusion. Pyrethorn kept forming swords, but he definitely wasn't anywhere near a sword god, nor a blade master. When they first appeared they were illusory, and then they solidified. And then there were his barriers. They were powerful, certainly. And theoretically, it was possible to form a spell that increased range in the sense of it. Ryu himself had done as much before even forming a Tao, and that was without even forming his space-time soul nature. It was his self-created visualization, a technique he hadn't used in ages because it was far too weak now, warped ripple. The trouble was that 1, it shouldn't have been so easy, and 2, shouldn't have been capable of countering Ryu so easily. Theoretically, had he run into someone with a space soul nature, or even that dragon he had offered to become his mount, assuming the same level of strength between him and them, his warped ripple would have been rendered entirely useless. By the same token, Pyrethorn's should have been against him as well unless he too had a space affinity, or at least had time to set up a more complex spell. The fact it wasn't meant the gap was being made up by a natural energy, his Tao. Mature dynastic Tao of the fragmented level. The moment it clicked for Ryu, the swords appeared before his face. He didn't move, his robes fluttering and his eyes forming a twin pair of circles that rotated in opposite direction, each more complex than the last, one white gold and the other dark gold. The suffocating presence of a founding Tao erupted and the swords that had solidified in the air became illusory in his eyes once more. They layered atop one another, and the closest one was at his throat. Ryu shifted and vanished, dodging out of the way of the sword he hadn't seen until just moments ago. His sword god aura flared and the swords faltered further, dimming once more to become nothing more than keen beads of light in his eyes. Nothing of them was real but a small, centimeter-wide sharp hue of light. 99% of the swords were fake, but that only made it more devastating. The true blade could be hidden anywhere within the swords and even his spiritual sense couldn't see through them. He might step past a blade that he thought he had already dodged, only to find his throat slit. But that was only the first layer of the illusion. The second layer was the movement of the illusory swords themselves, and then the third was there. Solidification. More important than all of that, though, was just how subtly Pyrethorn used his Tao. If not for Ryu's hypersensitivity, he wouldn't have known he was using it at all. It was hard to imagine just how many had died to Pyrethorn without even knowing how it happened. Is this how sky gods battle? How boring. Ryu raised a palm and his greatsword staff slapped into his hand with a satisfying pop. He raised it, leisurely, blade tip pointed toward exactly where the roaring Pyrethorn was. Having lost his body, Pyrethorn was absolutely furious. He didn't even seem to realize why it was that Ryu had managed to dodge his attack at all. But by the time this transient thought passed through his mind and he tried to remind himself to calm down, it was too late. A blade suddenly appeared before his somewhat weak soul form, but what was scary wasn't the blade itself, but rather what coated it, a dancing blade energy of concentrated spiritual chi. Black spiritual chi. He had never. His body was cut apart, shredded to pieces, and then consumed whole. Chapter 1406. Luck-based. Ryu's face twisted with some disgust as he felt Pyrethorn's power trying to return to him. It was no surprise that Ryu had relied on the ability of his perfect blackbody soul. There was truly nothing more effective against other souls than the devouring character of his own. However, the troublesome aspect of this was that he actually had to devour. It wasn't that Pyrethorn disgusted him as a person, though sneak attacking a World Sea Realm expert when you already had a foot into the Sky God realm was pretty despicable. The real reason his face twisted in disgust was because Pyrethorn's memories had come with them, that and the fact he felt that this mental realm master's spiritual chi was nowhere near pure enough. Upon entering the Soul Quintessence realm, spiritual chi was no longer referred to as such and was instead called quintessence by some, spirit by others, and some others yet still called it spiritual quintessence. It should have been to spiritual chi what cosmos chi or god chi was to mortal chi or immortal chi, but it felt muddled and quite trashy when Ryu sensed Pyrethorn's, as though he had been in too much of a hurry to break through, something odd considering his usual caution. Of course, what Ryu didn't know was that Pyrethorn hadn't been in a rush at all. Just like normal qis, spiritual qi had grades, it was just that this didn't become obvious until solidifying it all into soul quintessence. This grade was decided by not only your soul talent, but also your cultivation method. Ryu had been using a Tao Sovereign's training method until this point, and even after he had abandoned it, it was for good reason. Quite frankly, he had never seen spiritual qi this poor. As for before he had entered the true martial world, he chalked much of that up to his soul being messed with before his birth. Other than those disgusting memories and the odd quintessence, Ryu couldn't be bothered to care about anything else. Pyrethorn didn't have a soul nature, and even if he had, it would have been useless for Ryu to absorb it. Due to the quirks of his soul, only if he managed to find a natural treasure or soul nature on the level of that silver star could he gain a second. Though, through the same token, if he accidentally absorbed one even stronger, then his spacetime soul nature would vanish, not that he felt that that was very possible. There was nothing of interest in Pyrethorn's recollections either. His master had too many enemies. The moment he died, they ravaged his belongings like a pack of wolves. Pyrethorn didn't even dare to return and was only lucky enough that he found out the news before he did, otherwise he would have probably suffered a fate worse than death. The fate of this man was a bit tragic, or it would have been, if not for those memories. Not that Ryu ever felt much sympathy even when he killed someone supposedly innocent. That was just the way of the martial world. Suddenly, the ground rumbled and the separated peaks began to move. Though it was impossible to spot from this location, Ryu was certain that it was forming a formation of sorts. Soon, the mountains snapped into place and Ryu looked up as the formation stretched across the skies. Then, each one of the mountains opened up a passage, of which Ryu was pretty sure you should only enter one. Ryu didn't move immediately. He still didn't quite understand what these trials were about, but if he had to guess he had probably cleared the first hurdle. All things considered, it wasn't too bad, though he had lucked out in the fact that Pyrethorn was much too overconfident in his abilities. It was funny, even though he felt that he had lucked out, he had still ended up half dead previously. That was just his luck, he guessed. Regardless, now there seemed to be a prize segment of sorts, potentially. Even that he wasn't quite sure of. It might just be giving him a chance to pick his next enemy. So, which one should he pick? After a few moments, Ryu shook his head, feeling annoyed. He hadn't dispelled his Tao just yet, so he was still using it to read and analyze the world around him, but each and every one of those portals looked the exact same. It was as he had expected, one of the most annoying kinds of trials, purely luck-based trials. Why certain bastards in the heavens liked to test one's fortune so much, he would never understand. Then again, much of his strength now was due to the luck of what he was born with. That was exactly the point. The luck of the draw had already played out in all of their lives already. Doing it any more was like slapping the faces of those that hadn't gained the luck of the draw with constant reminders of how inferior they were, never giving them a chance to rise up. Ryu shook his head. He didn't know when he had gotten so sentimental, but his stare quickly became frigid again. He looked forward and toward the entrances. He wasn't just anyone anymore. He was a man with a founding Tao. A Tao that could change the very fabric of the heavens should it be allowed to grow to that point one day. Reveal yourself to me, Ryu uttered lightly, his birthed phenomena rising from behind him. The portals seemed to swirl with various colors, much of which was a facade, but a deeper layer of which was laid bare beneath his consciousness. His eyes locked onto one with a silvery construct wrapping around its base. It was familiar, calming, even. It was a silver that he had seen through for much of his life. His birthed phenomena collapsed and his body stumbled, but his grin spread across his lips. With a step, he vanished, appearing before the entrance and stepping through without hesitation. Chapter 1407. Lucky Ryu's vision went black and his spiritual sense was entirely cut off. It felt as though he was in his mother's womb once again, without the sense of comfort or warmth. In fact, it was quite cold. If this was a passive cold, it would have still been fine. But this level of cold was like fine steel needles piercing into his skin, slowly inching deeper and deeper until it touched upon his bone and continued. Ryu frowned, but he didn't resist, not that he could. He could feel the intention of the path. It wasn't like him to turn back. Oddly enough, he couldn't even quite feel that he was moving forward right this moment, even his proprioception was cut off. The only reason he was certain that he was moving forward at all was because of the confidence he had in his own willpower and his control over his body, but he also acknowledged that this could very well be an illusion. A feeling of disgust welled up inside of him again. If you were going to test luck, then just test luck. Why were you layering a competence challenge on top of that? It didn't even seem to make sense, it was more cruel than anything else. Ryu was slowly finding himself being disgusted with the heavens again, a novel feeling, at least it was novel compared to how he had felt in the past. After Ailsa woke him up, he felt a much deeper understanding for the heavens and found it to be just an amorphous blob following rules that had been decided long ago. As for who decided those rules, he didn't know, nor did he know if it was possible for a sentient being to decide such important things in the first place. However, as he had learned long ago, it was more important how one had come to a conclusion, than what conclusion they had come to. In the past, he hated the heavens because of a false sense of unfairness, especially when he had been given so much more than most others. It was a petty hatred, and one that came from a place of weakness. But whether it was this heavenly path, or the incomplete one, he found himself feeling dissatisfied with how the heavens did things for much more substantial and honestly mature reasons. Ryu didn't turn back. Even if he had made a mistake in his choice, he would go down with the ship. He was a sharp and decisive person. These petty tricks couldn't sway him, no matter how much pain they came with. With slow, but purposeful steps, he continued onward. At the same time, he basked in this peculiar feeling. If there was one thing that he had neglected as he grew stronger, it was soul techniques. He remembered a particular technique that he had learned from the Radiant Star Sect libraries that enabled him to snatch away the senses of others. He obviously didn't use it anymore because it was too weak for his current standard of battle, but this experience made him recollect it once again. He reminded himself to have a chat with Eska about her opinion on how visualizations translated to this world and if they were still viable at the highest levels. He believed the answer was yes, but since he had a woman who could give him a shortcut, why not use it? Ryu smiled to himself again. What a novel thought that was. Him, Ryu Tatsuya, not insisting on doing things the hardest possible way. It was a breath of fresh air, one that left him with a brighter and brighter smile. This was the feeling of true freedom. Freedom was always something that he chased after, but he had never realized just how much he had chained himself. It wasn't just the heavens and his enemies that had shackled him, but even his mind was a prison of its own. He would have to pay more attention to this in the future. The mind of a cultivator, their very condition of being, was just as important as every other factor. It could very well be said to be the seventh pillar of cultivation. Suddenly, something flashed in Ryu's eyes. He imagined that if there was someone observing him now, especially if that person was a living, breathing entity that had set up this test in the first place, they would be rather dissatisfied. After all, Ryu was smiling, his thoughts lost in his own world. He hadn't even doubted his decision for a second. But maybe that was also why the trial came to a stop so quickly. When Ryu's gaze cleared, the cold needles were gone and he stood in a hall, a familiar one at that. It was extremely similar to the hall he had been in at the end of the incomplete heavenly path. God treasures lined the walls and sat upon the pillars. What was surprising, or maybe not so much, was the fact that these God treasures were just as powerful as the ones that Ryu had seen after stepping into that reward center of the incomplete heavenly path. But this was shocking for a different sort of reason. Was that it? Was that the complete heavenly path? Was this already the end? Of course, asking a World Sea Realm expert, especially a lower World Sea Realm expert, to battle it out with a mental realm master sky god was a top-level test in every perception of the word, but Ryu felt a bit dissatisfied. No, this should just be the first reward. But why does it emit a suggestion of finality to it? Ryu's gaze flickered and it suddenly landed on a floating cube in the skies. It bobbed slightly, radiating an ancient aura. But more importantly than that, it had words on it. Ryu smiled. He was so used to figuring things out on his own that he hadn't even noticed there were rules right in front of him. I see. The heavenly path wanted him to make a choice. He could take a god treasure now and leave happily. When his eyes cleared once more, he would be in the seventh heaven. Or he could continue and try for greater rewards. Ryu's lip curled and he walked past the treasures, leaving out the other end. What he didn't know was that he was rather lucky in this regard. Chapter 1408. Protector Spirits. The truth was that Ryu was correct, these were paths that tested one's luck. Not everyone would find a room of treasures and a path to exit immediately, many more would find challenges, and only a number slightly less than this would die, never to see the light of day again. The heavenly path wasn't so kind, and it was surprisingly because of Ryu's choice that someone else was able to get lucky. Most who were lucky enough to reach the stage that Ryu had chose to leave, they had no business here, nor did they feel the need to continue risking themselves. The large majority of them were sixth heaven geniuses, and this was more than they had expected of themselves. However, the seventh heaven geniuses, many of whom were matched up against sky gods along at least one path, beaten and bloodied, glared at the cube and continued forward. These treasures that floated before them were ones that they would eventually get their hands on so long as they continued along their current path. But what they wanted is a chance to change their fate entirely. This wasn't enough, they were more ambitious, they wanted more. And they were willing to risk their lives for the chance. Ryu's gaze flashed once again and he found himself in a lush forest. It was far less barren than the previous area, and though he was a bit tired after pushing his Tao to the limit, his smile didn't fade. This sort of small fatigue would vanish soon enough, and it was the far better fate in comparison to the state he had been in the last time. Feeling his chaos chi circulating through his body, Ryu actually felt quite vibrant. It was as though he had been forced to breathe through a mesh all his life, and it had finally been removed now. He didn't know if he would continue to use his chaos chi or not, as this world seemed different from the last, but at least for now, he allowed it to move freely. The truth was that despite his shift in mentality, Ryu wasn't going to rely on Primus fully. 10 years was just a short time, and if he revealed all of his cards, then he would be screwed when the time came. Also, Primus wasn't invincible. It was very likely he would cause so much trouble that there would eventually come a point that he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Ryu wasn't worried about the taboo power aspect of things because Aizmine was, indeed, a martial god. He felt that he could deal with that situation even without Primus. But if others found out the true depth of his talent, and then found out that he also followed a taboo path, on top of the fact he had a founding Tao, Aizmine and Elena wouldn't be enough of a protective shield for him. Of course, that didn't mean that he would definitely not use his chaos chi. It just meant he would be cautious about the cards that he did reveal. And if he ended up in a one-on-one battle again in a closed-off space, he wouldn't even hesitate for a moment. This place, though, didn't seem like that. This shouldn't be another one-on-one battle. It seems that those were only the preliminaries. Ryu looked around. He had learned his lesson already. Since this heavenly path seemed to deviate from the normal path so much, there might be explanations for what was going on hidden in plain sight. Sure enough, high in the skies, there was another floating cube. Ryu quickly read what was going on and then looked at a list of names. Interesting. If the time he spent healing himself was neglected, Ryu would have definitely been one of the first to reach this stage. But because he had to hide away for so many hours to heal himself, he was lagging behind. This region was similar to a test of the incomplete heavenly path, but far more straightforward. Rather than cities, there were territories. These territories were the home to a protector spirit that tested certain aspects, and they were separated into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Unlike the cities of the past, once one cleared a territory by defeating the protector spirit, it would become attached to the person. If one wanted to claim a defeated protector spirit, one would have to defeat the person that carried it. If the target had more than one protector spirit on them, then you would gain them all. Of course, the obvious choice seemed to be to target those with the most protector spirits and relax in the beginning. But if you did so, you would only be shooting yourself in the foot. That's because the protector spirits could add to a person's power. If you waited too long, you could find yourself without a protector spirit and suddenly not a match for even those that were once far weaker than you. Ryu was in the high 4 digits, close to 5 digits, in terms of his current ranking. It seemed that almost 10,000 cultivators had entered this region before he had, but he still didn't feel worried. Interesting. So it encourages teamwork, too. How potent are these protector spirits? Ryu's eyes narrowed as he read the last of the rules. He was a bit stunned because he hadn't expected such a thing. The cube floating in the sky recommended that protector spirits above the bronze grade be attacked in groups. The group that succeeded would be rewarded evenly with the strength of the protector spirit. Ryu couldn't help but frown when he perused this. That was because the challenge of this heavenly path had already been modified to accommodate for the stronger specialists of the 7th heaven. If that was the case, then this warning wasn't one that could be ignored. But he really didn't feel like teaming up with anyone. His head turned toward a certain direction. The only way to find out whether he was assured or unwise was to fight a bronze grade protector spirit first. He really wanted to see just how potent they were at this level. He took a step and vanished. Chapter 1409. Mocking Ryu's speed was quick, but he still lagged behind. When he made it to the first bronze protector spirit that he had sensed, there was already a group of individuals present. They were 3 in number and they wore the garb of a sect that he found very familiar, but Ryu cared less about this and the fact that one of them was even more recognizable to him. Vi, that golden-haired, green-eyed young man that wielded a glaive, the very same junior of the man that he sworn to be his first kill as a sky god. Ryu raised an internal eyebrow. Vi was much too strong currently compared to what he should be. It hadn't been that long. His eyes narrowed. That was right, there was a time stretch between the nether plane and the true martial plane. There had been one back in Sacrum as well, but the reason he didn't really consider it was because he didn't know if it translated to this world as well. He hadn't thought much about how many changes had taken place because he pretty much expected these sort of large, broad turnovers to occur. But he realized now that he had been neglectful. Vi had already cultivated to the middle of the World Sea Realm, and he was side by side with 2 peak World Sea Realm geniuses of his sect. They were working well to deal with the Bronze Protector Spirit, so focused that they didn't immediately notice Ryu. Then again, they couldn't be blamed. Ryu had gotten into the habit of using his void spiritual sense when he could, so most wouldn't notice his presence unless they laid eyes on him directly. And sometimes even that was impossible if he chose to travel through the void. It could be said that he would already be among the best killers of true martial world, at least at his cultivation level, so long as he had the thought to do so. However, in this situation, he didn't really feel the need to hide himself. He took a strong step forward and the 3 young men realized that he was here. They frowned when they recognized Ryu, not having thought that they would be in such a situation. Usually they would disdain a lower World Sea Realm expert, but it was hard to do so after learning his background. As for Vi, who understood even more about Ryu, his reaction was even more serious than the others. The last time he had met Ryu, he had been at the peak of the Tao Pedestal Realm while the latter was in the Path Extinction Realm, yet he had lost handily. Now that they were in the same realm, he had thought about revenge, but now, he didn't even feel the confidence to stand before him. Much of the matters that had happened back then were muddied in Vi's mind due to the existence of Starlight, but matters that were directly related to himself, like how he had to pretend passing out to escape from the embarrassment of his loss, were fresh in his mind. His anger almost took hold of him, but then the roar of the Bronze Protector Spirit shook him awake and he quickly turned back. The Bronze Protector Spirit was ironically a golden bear with a circular patch of glorious white fur right on its belly. It was quite a beautiful creature, when it wasn't roaring at you, and the fact that it was slightly illusory only made it more mesmerizing. The cultivation of the bear was at the peak of the 11th order, the equivalent of the peak of the World Sea Realm, but this was less important than the pressure it gave off. All of the Protector Spirits had this exact same cultivation, however their strengths weren't even remotely the same. The trio of glaive wielders had chosen to work together regardless, not only to bolster their teamwork, but also to minimize the risk while they gauged just how difficult the task ahead would be. In this time, they had realized that a single distraction could be fatal. The eldest of the trio looked back for a moment. You two stay focused on the bear, I'll go deal with him and chase him away. If I can kill him, I will, but I want the facade of the benefit of the doubt in case I fail. Stay sharp. Vi and the other hesitated, but then they nodded in understanding. Suddenly, the eldest vanished, his glaive streaking forward and appearing between Ryu's brows. His killing intent was restrained and quite subtle, making it difficult to pick out. Ryu understood what he was trying to do immediately, and he even found it to be a bit amusing. His fingers reached out. Pung! The sound of Ryu's fingers pinching together was akin to a hammer forging a piece of hot metal. The eldest found himself frozen, his momentum entirely incapable of moving any further. Ryu's body alone was only a small measure from the Sky God realms. In fact, it could be said that he was even a half-step as he had technically completed what amounted to 10 life destructions, one more than the supposed absolute limit. Against weak World Sea Realm experts like this, he didn't even have to circulate his chi. The gap caused by that half-step was enormous. The eldest's expression changed and he tried to retrieve his blade. Unfortunately, snap! Ryu twisted his wrist slightly and the rigid blade of the glaive shattered, crumbling to pieces that fell to the ground. Ryu looked down toward the fallen pieces with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, almost as though he lamented destroying such a weapon and wanted to apologize for it. The eldest, though, was far too shocked to be enraged by Ryu's clear and obvious mocking. Soon, though, he would have hoped that that mocking expression would have stayed. Ryu looked up, his gaze flashing with cold. Trying to kill me, Do you think your petty tricks can fool my eyes? Ryu grasped at the air and the fingers of his hands vanished into thin air. Chapter 1410. Insights 1410 Insights. The eldest froze. He looked down at his chest. Ryu hadn't even closed the gap between them. The length of his glaive's polearm was almost 2 meters, and the blade alone was an additional 1.5 feet. The fact Ryu had caught the tip of the blade meant that there were at least 2 large strides between them, not enough for a single arm to cross, especially not when Ryu hadn't taken a step forward. So, why did it feel like his heart? 5 bloody holes burst from his chest and blood flowed in 5 rivers. It dripped to the ground as he crashed backward, his expression growing dull as Ryu's 5 fingers appeared once more. However, not a single one of them was bloodied, as though Ryu didn't want to stain himself with the blood of someone so insignificant. Ryu strolled past the eldest, before he even hit the ground. Vi and his remaining partner were shaken. They still couldn't sense Ryu with their spiritual sense, but they could definitely sense the fall of their comrade. Their immediate choice was to retreat, moving back from the roaring bear spirit with their fastest speed. Ryu watched this scene without much of a chance in expression. He was far more interested in the bronze protector spirit. His goal, in the first place, was to see if they were really so powerful. As for Vi, he was an insignificant character he had already defeated once. He also felt it was more intriguing if Vi was alive for the day his senior died. How would he feel knowing that he was the trigger for everything? Vi felt a bitterness rise up his throat when he realized that Ryu had directly ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. But it also reinforced a sensation of inferiority that had been kept deep within his soul. At that moment, his gaze went red and he unleashed a roar, his toes slamming into the seemingly soft soil and leaving a small pit as he rushed forward, his glaive swinging upward. His Dao charm technique bloomed and he seemed to become a towering mass of qi. He rose from not even 2 meters tall to over 3, his glaive increasing in size to match him. His aura soared past the eldest and continued rising in an instant. It was clear that while his cultivation was the weakest among the 3, his talent and even his combat power was the highest. Vi, stop. Ryu looked over. He was already within 20 or so meters of the bear spirit while the 2 had retreated to over 100 or so meters away. It wouldn't have been so easy for them to do so, if not for the danger the protector spirit felt coming from Ryu. It was clear that this beast had some intelligence. Ryu couldn't help but chortle somewhat inwardly. First Starlight, nor Vi. What was it about him that made cowards grow spines? Did he just enrage them that much? That must be a talent of some sort. The bear spirit, noticing that Ryu was distracted, swiped down with full force. The wind whipped against Ryu's scalp so sharply that it almost made him feel as though he didn't have any hair whatsoever. The raw power of this protector spirit was off the charts, but by the same token, it didn't seem to have any other modes of attack. At the same time, Vi closed in from the distance, his glaive's blade screeching across the air. His Dao hummed into existence at the last moment, the aura of an immature sovereign Dao forming and increasing the strength of his strike all the more. Troublesome, Ryu thought faintly. The strength of the bear spirit was actually only a small fraction weaker than his own. While he was stronger, he couldn't just blow it away with physical strength alone. Of course, his thoughts were mostly about the bear, or more accurately, what it meant for this bear to be so powerful. If a bronze protector spirit was already so strong, what about the other ones? Would he really have to work with others? That idea was truly annoying. Unless, Ryu's thoughts flickered with an idea. Suddenly he moved. Vi's glaive descended, its blade so close to the tip of his nose that he could almost feel the coolness of its metal against his skin. Ryu's gaze sharpened and the aura of a fist god erupted. He punched out a single time and the world's wind seemed to come to a stop. Bang! The head of the bear spirit shattered into motes of light. A single punch, an instant death. Ryu didn't even look toward the bear again after sending out that fist. His steps were faster than Vi could react to. He appeared by his side. Vi froze, his large body dripping with cold sweat. He could only look at the fallen bear spirit, not understanding. Their trio could have vanquished the spirit, that much he was confident in. Not much time had passed yet, which was why they hadn't, and they were also reserving their might knowing that they would have to battle far more battles. But even if they went all out, could they defeat it in a single strike? No, that was impossible. Just by function of the fact they were fighting in threes while Ryu was alone was a slap to the face of that possibility. He was simply on a level all to his own. Bang! Vi! Body folded as Ryu's fist slammed into his hip. A raging torrent of energy threatened to shred him to pieces, his body flying out like a broken kite caught in a roaring storm. At that moment, the final motes of light from the protector spirit latched onto Ryu and a barely perceptible symbol formed at the center of his forehead. Interesting. Ryu waved out a hand and he felt that his might had increased, but the thing was that he hadn't used the protector spirit's power. Instead, he had used its insights. It seemed that the protector spirits had more to give than just their temporary power. Realizing this, Ryu was more determined than ever to kill as many as he could on his own. Chapter 14:11. Martial forms. Ryu's senses swept through his body, his mind sharp as he checked for the changes. This protector spirit seemed to have the ability to change aspects of his muscle memory. He felt that his energy usage had become more efficient, and his muscles fired in a more coordinated and organized motion. Though Ryu understood this immediately, he was still surprised. He didn't understand it so quickly because it was simple, but rather because of his now complete origin flame and his founding Tao. There was very little he couldn't understand at this point, and his body was among the count that found it almost impossible to baffle him. Martial forms. It had been a long time since Ryu had thought of these two words. He had stopped practicing his four martial forms a long time ago because he had already reached the limit of their usefulness. But he didn't forget about them, rather they were still a part of him. It was just that he hadn't had the time to refine a newer, stronger version of them. If he still had Ailsa by his side, she would have already probably long since done it for him, especially since he was certain that her current level of strength and understanding was far beyond what it had been in the past. His Tatsuya martial form had helped him with stability and power, focusing on his lower body and his bones. His Kunin martial form had helped with his speed and explosiveness, focusing on his quick twitch muscles and his reaction speed and adaptation to situations. His Ice Phoenix martial form had maximized his endurance and durability, focusing on the efficiency of his blood flow and oxygen use. Finally, his Fire Phoenix martial form focused on his recoverability and flexibility. It concentrated on accelerated healing and the flexibility of his muscles and overall body. All these things were extremely important, and Ryu would have never stopped practicing them had he not stopped seeing the benefit from them. He thought of them from time to time, and subconsciously completed some movements, but it wasn't to the point of diligence that he had reached in the past, not by a long stretch. But this feeling, it was eerily similar to what he remembered them to be. Ultimately, if he broke it down, the purpose of the martial forms was to make effective use of his body, to form a shortcut and lay the base of the youths of the family. Whereas it would normally take countless years of experience to build up that sort of muscle memory and flexibility, it now took no more than diligent practice and a fraction of the time to build up the same tolerance. These protector spirits seemed to do the same thing. This bear spirit, for example, focused on explosive power. It subconsciously taught Ryu how to gather up his strength and release it all in an instant. It took a bit of fast twitch muscles, but it was mostly down to coordination, using a powerful base and twisting through each one of your attacks. I can use this. Ryu thought to himself. He could reform the martial forms of his family. If there was one thing Ryu had never given up on, one thing that hung in the back of his mind, was the revival of his four clans, the four clans responsible for the talent flowing through his veins right this moment. Even until this moment, he had their treasures, and countless vials of blood that could be used to reboot their bloodlines. Of course, those bloodlines were only to the standard of sacrum, but he chose to focus on one problem at a time. Right this moment, he had a solution to a problem that loomed overhead. These martial forms, aside from their bloodlines, could be said to be the very foundation of the clans. If he could use these protector spirits, he could rebuild them from the ground up, raising them up to the standard of the martial world. When he began to have children and revive his clans one by one, he would be able to give them all the sturdiest base there was. He gripped his fists and his gaze flashed with a cold light. All of those thoughts about potentially working with others flew out of his mind. Of course, he hadn't been a fan of the idea in the first place, but he had thought that working with Selhira might not have been too bad. He was the only person he had really considered, as he always felt calm in her presence. But now, he knew that this was impossible. He could tell that if he split the protector spirit with others, then he would also have to experience a split in this boon as well. That would fracture the insights he could gain, and that would be unacceptable. If he was going to reform the martial forms of his family, he would have to make them absolutely perfect. He wouldn't settle for anything less. In that case, I can't just concentration on a quantity of protector spirits, I also need to find compatible protector spirits, and they won't necessarily have elemental similarities. I'll have to observe their combat style. The bear had nothing to do with the lightning Qilin, it couldn't even use lightning, and yet it was a perfect match for the Kunin martial form, which focused on speed and explosiveness. Although it was lacking in the speed part, it fit in perfectly with the latter. This would make things more complicated. After all, there were only two ways to observe a protector spirit battle. Either to do it himself or observe others as they did so. Either way, it was trouble. If he observed a battle and found a protector spirit he liked, he would have to take it. If he fought himself, and found that the protector spirit wasn't to his liking, then he would have to remove himself without allowing the spirit to follow. Ryu smiled. Now things are getting interesting. Chapter 14:12. Fun news of a white-haired man floating around, snatching spirits and running from them spread like wildfire. The requirements of this round were much less stringent than it had been in the past, and as such the geniuses were taking their time to exhale breaths and rest between their battles. During this time, they socialized and networked with those they felt they had similar potential to their own, and they of course shared what they had experienced. It was safe to say that many were furious, but curiously enough, there were also many who were mocking this man. They all knew who this white-haired man was. It was none other than the Tao Sovereign's descendant, and that was precisely why the polarization was so great. On the one hand, those that had their protector spirits snatched felt infuriated and thought that Ryu was simply abusing his status. On the other, those that had witnessed him running away felt that he wasn't worthy of having such blood run through their veins. It couldn't be helped. Not everyone was as stupid as Vi's seniors. When they saw that Ryu was interested in their protector spirit, they gave way to him as a sign of goodwill. Who in their right mind would want to offend such a monster? They even assumed that maybe Primus had stopped Ryu from entering before them so that they wouldn't see what trump card he would hand him. How could they even fathom the idea of a World Sea Realm expert escaping a Tao Sovereign? Then there were those that witnessed him running away. They were even more straightforward with their ridicule, feeling that someone like Ryu truly wasn't worthy. Like this, two groups of people grew to hate Ryu for completely different reasons, and Ryu, who caught a whiff of it, felt that it was more entertaining than anything else. Usually, he might just directly kill anyone he came across saying such things about him, but he found himself just laughing. If he wasted time here killing everyone who uttered something, then where would he put his tears when time ran out and he didn't create the ultimate martial forms he wanted to? Though there was no time limit clearly stated, he felt that only a fool would treat it as such. There would definitely be at least one other round, and there was no doubt in his mind that many who were dragging their feet now would regret it when that time came. If he only had to complete one martial form, things would still be fine, but having to complete 4 really restrained him. The bronze protector spirits were powerful, but the insight they gave was still limited. At the same time, Ryu didn't want to progress to silver protector spirits too soon or else he might find himself suffering. He had seen a silver protector spirit from afar earlier and it was no joke. It was at least on the same level as Pyrethorn, and they wouldn't have a mental breakdown halfway through a battle, nor would they underestimate their opponent. They were like computers, using their full strength right from the beginning. The large gap between bronze and silver also told him that it would only grow more exaggerated as he continued. He calculated that in order to defeat a silver protector spirit as calmly and smoothly as he had defeated a bronze protector spirit, all things considered, he would need to kill exactly 999 bronze protector spirits. On top of that, he felt that that number wouldn't decrease if he wanted to use his killing of silver protector spirits to deal with gold protector spirits. The trouble was that the number as one continued to go up the tiers most definitely lessened considerably. Would there even be 999 gold protector spirits total? What about silver? He felt that there were at least a few thousand silver protector spirits, but the problem was that he wasn't the only one hunting them down. He would have to dominate at least 10% of them if he wanted to clear gold protector spirits quickly enough to challenge diamond protector spirits before this matter ended. Ryu dodged out of the spinning stinger of a scorpion protector spirit. It's fast and agile. It has aspects appropriate for both the Kunin and Fire Phoenix marital forms. Realizing this, Ryu punched out with great strength, his body rippling with the insights of his previous several hundred kills. There was a very good reason he hadn't just killed every protector spirit he came across, causing his myth of running away to spread. It was because he felt that there was definitely a limit. That 999 number he had calculated wasn't just the number he needed to kill silver protector spirits as easily as he had killed the first bear spirit he had eliminated with a single fist, but it was also the limit this heavenly path would allow him to absorb as well. This was another worry. He wondered if the limit for silver would be even lower, making his dreams of killing golds effortlessly fly away with the wind. Unfortunately, he couldn't calculate that until he absorbed one first. Ryu punched out several times, feeling the insights of the scorpion inundating him. Less than 100 left. Ryu had already begun to radiate a strong bronze aura. His aura was radiating out in all directions, but this only made him smile. This aura made him easier to find. Usually, he would already be being overwhelmed from all sides. But the shield that useless ancestor of his gave him was actually quite useful. Many approached from the distance, but when they saw who it was, they turned tail immediately. This was a really good feeling. The last time he had had such a badge of protection, he had been a cripple of the Tatsuya clan. He wasn't really able to enjoy it at all, aside from being able to speak some sharp words to World Sea Realm experts that annoyed him. But now, he truly felt free. It seemed these next 10 years would be fun. Chapter 14:13. Not enough. Ryu's hand gripped down, shattering the face of the 999th bronze protector spirit. After the first 100, the rest had become even easier to kill as the power of the spirits flooded through him. By this point, his bronze aura shone so brightly that it could be mistaken for gold under certain lights, and a blazing pillar of light surrounded him constantly. He could feel without even checking himself that his presence alone could be spotted from dozens of kilometers away through sight alone. If one used the feel of his aura and matched it with their spiritual sense, hundreds of kilometers shouldn't be a problem. By this point, Ryu had already completed the martial forms to a standard of the true martial world. When he used them now, he felt the world reacting just as violently as they once did in Sacrum. The problem was that he still felt that this wasn't good enough. He imagined that this was enough to stand tall in the 7th heaven, but the 8th? Definitely not. In fact, he wasn't sure if completing the silver protector spirits would allow him to reach that level. It was likely that it would take him assimilating some gold protector spirits to do that. As he thought about the matter, he flowed from one martial form to the next, his body practically screaming with excitement. His fused bloodlines agitated themselves in a positive way, reacting with a beauty and understanding that made Ryu's bones sing. Using the martial forms was far sharper than just relying on the insight the protector spirits gave alone. That was because these insights came in bits and pieces, and while it was subconsciously ingrained into your bones, what it lacked was the nuance necessary to flow from one state easily to the next. For example, if Ryu wanted to be explosive, his body would naturally tap into the bear spirit and spirits like it. If he wanted to be fast, it would tap into the scorpion spirit and ones like it. However, he couldn't seem to be both fast and explosive at the same time. This made sense. After all, the muscle memory was built in pieces rather than holistically over a long period of time. It was like training running form and breathing technique separately. If one wanted to go and run a marathon right afterward, but had never practiced them together, who was to say how well things would go? At the same time, Ryu could tell that once this round was over and the power of the protector spirits drained from his body, the feeling of sharpness that he got from the insights would also dull. The martial forms were different, though. By practicing them together, Ryu was getting this exact sort of holistic result that he was looking for. Over time, it would only get sharper and benefit his combat prowess. He would thus have to rely on his Tao and his origin flame less in analyzing his battles, and he could act and respond more instinctually. If he succeeded in doing this, he could free up bits of his mind, or even allow his mind to work more efficiently, raising the level of his battle prowess, and that would both be in his ability to read and react, but also in how well he used his strength too. Flexibility, for instance, was a huge part in how well a cultivator could use their strength. If your hips were locked and your knees weak, how would you properly drive a fist through an opponent? The same principle could be applied across all disciplines, and of course, since Ryu had mastered so many god auras, he was well aware of this as well. He clenched and unclenched his fists, taking a large, sweeping breath that formed a vortex of wind in the surroundings. The ground shook and the trees swayed wildly from side to side, their weaker branches and leaves being ripped from their bodies as Ryu flowed the Ice Phoenix martial form. This also isn't enough. For me. Ryu thought this as he slowly closed his eyes, pressing down his palms toward the ground and exhaling a slow breath. His gaze flashed open with a hidden sharpness, his very cells singing. The martial forms were good, excellent, even. The reason he said it wasn't enough was because he felt that he could take it to another level, he could fuse them and make the perfect martial form for himself, one that only he could use, he just needed more insight. Silver it is. It was time. Ryu took a step and vanished. He was getting a bit obsessed to the feeling of this kind of speed, this kind of power. The protector spirits flowing through his veins threatened to overload his mind, and would have overloaded practically anyone else's. But from what Ryu could tell, both his soul and his Tao worked in tandem to suppress and control them. Once he fused with the silver protector spirits, they would become the de facto rulers of his consciousness in this strength, and it would then become up to him to suppress and control them. Regardless of what it was, he felt confident in his success. Even though he thought this, he knew that the more powerful he made the martial form individually, the more difficult they would be to fuse. He had to be cautious with how he approached this, but he would also prefer nothing at all than settle for something imperfect. This region is a bit. The terrain didn't change much as it was still a dense forest, but Ryu realized now why he hadn't really been bothered until this point. It wasn't just because of Primus' protective shield, but also because the elite had already begun hunting much higher protector spirits. Clearly, they hadn't thought to limit out like he did, they probably didn't have sharp enough senses to realize that there was a max in the first place. Ryu came across the first silver protector spirit almost instantly and he was immediately interested. The issue was that the aura he was intrigued in wasn't the spirit itself, but rather the cluster of 5 battling it, each of them with a slight silver aura themselves. Chapter 14:14, I'd rather. A group of 5 faced off against a roaring wolf spirit beast with 3 spiraling tails. The tails moved like shadows, throwing feints and jabs that they were on high alert against, only to swipe down with its claws, catching one of the 5 off guard and knocking them back several paces. It was clear why Ryu wasn't interested in this protector spirit. Its main ability was in using its body and subtlety to trick its enemies into misunderstanding its true intentions. It was actually a beautiful style because it not only hid the fake in reality, but it could also hide the reality in what was fake. You could never see the real strike coming because it felt like just as much as a feint as all the others. Under normal conditions, Ryu might be interested in such a thing. It would pair well with his space-time soul nature. If he could layer reality and fiction throughout both time and space, he would be almost impossible to deal with. However, he was solely focused on one matter right now. If he split his attention, he would never accomplish his goals, and he couldn't waste precious space on useless spirits to him, at least relatively useless, but that also meant that he would have to wait until these 5 finished. He didn't want to have to kill the protector spirit to deal with it, or else it would fuse with his body. It was a good enough time to observe them. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Down before, one of the 5 was familiar. Iroh, of the Twin Earth Dragon sect, that big-bellied young man he had met after exiting the little woman's legacy world. He still wielded those 2 hammers, and he was just as ferocious as ever. However, he had stepped into the Sky God realm with his body. On top of that, he had a silver aura around him. A single silver protector spirit was worth as much as Ryu's 999 bronze protector spirits. This was why it took him absorbing that many to be able to defeat a silver one just as easily as he had defeated his first bronze spirit. That also meant that he couldn't use this advantage to deal with this group either. He shook his head inwardly. Breaking through the Sky God realm with one path shouldn't have been so common. The default path was to enter the Sky God realm in the Chi realm and proceed through smoothly. This would raise the norm of your body and soul naturally, and this was the path most people took. But until now, he had already met one that had done it with their mental realm, and another that had done it with their body realm. Even worse, Iroh wasn't the only one of the team that had managed to do so. From his understanding, the Twin Earth Dragon sect, a powerhouse of the 6th heaven, was one of the very few sects that actually had a connection to the dragon race, unlike Akura and his clan which just used dragon names to make themselves seem superior. If there was any sect that could form a large contingent of body realm experts below the 7th heaven, it was definitely them. They've likely absorbed quite a few silver protector spirits by now. They're just trying to strengthen themselves enough to go after golds, but if they're splitting the power, it'll take quite a number. Though, they're also working together so that makes it a bit easier on them, it makes it harder on me, though. Ryu sighed. Why did he never choose the easier path? In truth, he should have just gone to target other spirits first, and then come back when he had enough strength to deal with them. But if there was one thing that hadn't changed about him, it was that he hated taking a step back. Since he was already here, why would he turn away with his tail between his legs? The perception of others might be that he already did so, but the reason he refused to explain himself was because he felt that the only thing that mattered was his own understanding of himself. The three-tailed wolf spirit felt and flooded the 5 large-bellied men with strength. At the same time, Ryu gently landed on the soft grass, his great sword staffs landing just as gently in his palms. The 5 men had already noticed his presence but hadn't turned to him just yet. When they did, their eyes narrowed. Ryu walked forward, his great sword staffs pointed to his left and right. Angled the way they were, their blades were so thin that they could hardly be seen even with the sharp vision of the 5. A light smile curled his lips, his steps relaxed as his bloodline surged. He could feel an agitation deep within, an agitation he hadn't sensed the last time he saw Iroh, maybe because his bloodlines had been so restricted for so long. He knew what that feeling was. It was a rivalrous spirit. It seemed his bloodlines, his dragon bloodline in specific, felt that it was on the same level as Iroh and his sect brothers. That left a taste of disgust in his mouth. He was a powerful fire dragon, the emperor of all dragons. A mere lizard wanted to be on the same level as him. The smile on his face became cold, an arrogant disdain roaring from him as his body erupted with a white gold aura. Scales of white coated his body, bright white wings shredding his robes apart and exposing a powerful, chiseled torso. Iroh's gaze narrowed. He didn't know what Ryu wanted, but he felt a discomfort deep within. His gaze turned red, a low growl coming from his lips as his large, iron belly rumbled. Bang! Ryu's chaos chi flourished. I originally planned to ask you all to hand over that snake spirit within you and we could go our separate ways, but I think I would prefer to beat it out of you instead. A wild, toothy grin spread across Ryu's face as he took a step forward, vanishing. Chapter 14-15. Smooth Iroh's pupils constricted. He could feel something stirring deep within him. His better judgment told him not to fight Ryu. It wasn't worth offending the ancestor that stood to his back. But the moment he heard those provocative words, his large belly thrummed with a bronze light, his gaze turning into slits and the earth beneath him rumbling. He reached out with his twin pair of hammers, his gaze as fiery as that of a dragon's, but that only fueled Ryu's fighting intent all the more. The other 4 reacted in the same way, suddenly surging forward. But even as they did, motes of starlight descended from the surroundings. The forest floor became like a gorgeous floral arrangement of twinkling light. It felt like countless seeds, holding the breath of life itself, floated in the surroundings. And in that very moment, Ryu that had already vanished, but was still firmly within their senses to grasp, slipped from their senses entirely. Absolute domain flourished, spreading out far further now than it ever had in the past. Its beauty was captivating, but the danger it posed was even more so. Ryu hadn't felt that such a marvelous movement technique was the best way to maximize his strength against Pyrethorn. But against these rumbling dragons, the difference was clear. 5 pairs of hammers swung toward Ryu. As expected of dragons, when they saw something they didn't understand, rather than being shocked into silence, their first instinct was to blast right through it. Ryu slipped through like a fish in water. His agility with his large and heavy great sword staffs almost painted the illusion that he was instead wielding a pair of thin short swords, his movements akin to an assassin in the night and flickering shadows beneath the moonlight. He struck out, knocking Iroh off balance slightly. His sword god aura flared. He gripped it and manipulated it, dulling the forceful and blunt hammer chi that Iroh used further. Before he could follow up, 4 more pairs of hammers came swinging down toward him. He wanted to flicker and vanished, but they stomped along the ground, disrupting his movement technique. Ryu's grin spread wider and wider as the pressure increased. His advantage had only lasted for a brief instant before it was unceremoniously crushed, the overwhelming power of his enemies coming forth like a tsunami onto loose sand. Even so, his smile only seemed to grow brighter, the excitement thrumming through his veins unlike anything he had experienced in a very long time. How long had it been since he battled to his heart's content? How long had it been since his battle wasn't just about life or death, but rather about his own desire, his own will, his own forged determination to reach the peak of all there was? His body glowed and the call of a phoenix echoed. Ryu used it as a proxy to activate the unbalanced mantra. What once was a soul-type technique was being wielded by his chi realm with the ease of breathing. As his comprehension of the 3 souls and 7 spirits deepened, his control only increased. Strengthen. He didn't have the time to swing out his blades, their bulky length becoming troublesome as they bore down on him and constrained his lanes of movement. However, he didn't panic. Still holding onto his polearm tightly, he struck out with a fist. The art aspect of the unbalanced mantra echoed, increasing his strength in an explosive arc. His Kunan martial form circulated and the fast twitch of his muscles suddenly expanded and pulsed midway through the blow, increasing its speed further. Bang! The face of a twin Earth Dragon sect geniuses collapsed, half of his skull being crumpled like a mix between paper match and aluminum foil. Ryu's white-scaled fist glistened with a dancing rune and his gaze flickered with a rolling pair of 8 trigram diagrams. His body instantly rolled to the side, seemingly falling along with the genius screaming in pain. However, Ryu's reason was much different from that latter, using his self-created opening to rush out of the encirclement and vanish into his absolute domain again. When he had appeared once more, he was already to the back of another one of the geniuses. But at that moment, a roar echoed. Twin dragons rage. The 4, or rather 3, excluding Iroh, roared in unison, an expansive domain forming around them that twisted space. A power gravity-type domain descended and their veins began to pop across their skin and muscles, pulsing with a bronze light. Ryu's blades slowed and his absolute domain threatened to blink out of existence. Danger signs roared in his mind, but Iroh had already appeared before him, unaffected by the domain and swinging his twin pair of hammers toward his chest. It was too late to dodge. Ryu crossed his swords before him just as a rumbling force shot into his body. He could immediately sense that it carried a powerful vibrational energy, as well as a heavy chi that pressed down on his weapons, almost making him drop them to the side. Even after he had skid back a long distance, the chi continued to latch onto his weapons and he found that he couldn't dispel it quickly, at least not quickly enough to deal with the next attack Iroh was already leveling toward him. Blood leaked out from his lips and his bones creaked as several tendons and ligaments around them were partially fractures. Powerful. Iroh had only landed one strike on him, but it was so devastating. It was like he truly had a slumbering dragon deep within his body, one that Ryu was stirring awake with every action he took. Ryu let his great sword staffs sink into the ground around him. It was simply impossible to use them. He was confident in using his chaos chi to disperse them quite quickly, it was just that even a split second in a battle of this magnitude could decide life and death. He glided backward, using the momentum of Iroh's strike to shoot himself just outside the range of the latter's follow-up strike. But to his back the 3 had already begun to circulate, and even the 4th, which he had heavily injured, collapsing half his face, was actually standing to his feet. If there was one thing dragons were known for, it was their durability. Even if he had shattered every bone in his body, he would have still tried to stand one more. Ryu's gaze grew sharp and, finally, his Tao, which had been like a smoldering fire, needing just a single spark to erupt once again, roared to life. The suffocating presence of a founding Tao nearly pressed the 5 to their knees. They shook it off quickly, fear flickering in their eyes, soon replaced by determination, but a split second was all too important. Ryu punched out once, his body moving even faster as he stepped into the void. When he exited, his fist pressed down on the plated chest of another genius. Bang! His chest crumbled just like his fellow disciple's face, being crushed under the weight of Ryu's fist, targeting a weakness in his crafted armor, and also being powered by the art mantra. Ryu darted to the side, dodging out of the way of another hammer. It just barely grazed his shoulder as the flat of his hand slammed down on its body. The hammer, already swinging downward, swung down even faster, its speed becoming too great for the second twin Earth Dragon sect genius to stop. He was thrown off balance and found his nose colliding with Ryu's knee. Ryu drove his knee upward with a great amount of force. All of his energies seemed to be in perfect alignment. His soul nature reached out, neutralizing the domain around him. What was gravity if not a function of space? His chaos chi circulated through his physique like a roaring wave, fueling his every assault with a power that had no business being in the hands of a World Sea Realm expert. It matched the tsunami that was his vital chi, the 2 chis moving through his body in perfect unison and fueling his strikes. His spiritual sense, matched with his absolute domain, seemed to pick up on every and anything, from the slight twitches of his enemy's muscles, to even the slight beads of sweat that pooled along their pores as they began to strain them. His martial forms activated on their own from time to time, exploding his efficiency to another level, and his focus chi was like a steady stream, flowing slowly and efficiently. He darted in a meditation state without even realizing, and 4 of the Twin Earth Dragon sect members fell beneath his fists, knees and kicks one after another, leaving none but Iroh standing, heaving deep breaths. Pa! Ryu's great sword staffs flew into his palms once again, the chi that had been weighing them down finally having been dispersed. Come, he pointed out his blade. Chapter 14:16. Begin. Iroh's gaze flashed with rage, his chest heaving. He seemed to hesitate, and then he closed his eyes in resignation. Before Ryu could even react much, he released the protector spirit that the former was targeting and allowed Ryu to take it. Ryu's fighting spirit dampened, but he didn't say anything. Even after defeating the 4 others, he was still not 100% confident in dealing with Iroh. The logistics of fighting in a team made it so that even if you were extraordinarily powerful, it was more important for you to fit in than display some outward showcase of strength. Iroh had been greatly restricted in the battle because he not only had to cover for his teammates, but he also had to restrict the kind of attacks he used so that he only targeted Ryu and didn't harm his allies. He was quite confident in his own strength, but if he wanted to maximize the chances of his people and his sect, the best thing to do was to avoid this battle. It was impossible for Ryu to not be disappointed. At the same time, though, he also knew that it was a bit foolish of him to waste so much time here. He had a feeling that things wouldn't end so easily, but that only made his lip curl into a smile. He was technically in the wrong for this event. He had targeted them, and he was trying to steal the fruit of the labor. But Ryu had never been the kind to care about things like this. If someone did it to him, he would just directly kill them, and if he couldn't at the moment, he would survive and then kill them the first moment he could. As for doing it to someone else, he wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Beaten and groggy, the 4 other members of the Twin Earth Dragon sect followed Iroh's lead. Though they were reluctant, they were in the worst position to resist at the moment. Their hearts clenched and they seemed to want to burn Ryu's face into the memories, but the latter didn't seem to notice them. Without a word, Ryu turned and left, somewhat catching them off guard. They half expected for Ryu to demand the rest of their spirits as well. In fact, it was a risk that Iroh knew he had taken, a risk he might not take with anyone else. But he had sensed the dragon's pride within Ryu's heart. Since he had already spoken about what he needed, he wouldn't take more if he didn't have to. All things considered, this had gone far better than they had hoped. But that didn't mean that the rage in their hearts had lessened. Watching Ryu leave, they burned the humiliation into their hearts. That bronze aura is far too strong. We cleared a few dozen bronze protector spirits, and that was only because it had to be split between us. Indeed, they had wanted to get to silver protector spirits as fast as possible, and the only reason they defeated a few dozen bronze protector spirits in the first place was because there were 5 of them. Iroh, we need to kill him. My blood won't stop boiling until I do. I don't care who his ancestor is. Slap. Iroh slapped a palm on the top of the head of his senior brother. His eyes were burning as well, but they also carried a hidden sternness with them that overrode that fury. Keep your mind about you. He's in the heavenly path now, the best place to advance. The only reason why there isn't a constant stream of breakthroughs right now is because everyone is at the limit of the World Sea realm right now. Everyone except for him. Iroh's senior brother snapped up in a rage, but when Iroh's words sunk in, he shivered. In fact, it reminded him of something else as well. The 7th Heaven geniuses wouldn't just sit idly by, waiting to be crushed by stronger existences in the Sky God realm like they had. The only reason they hadn't sent such geniuses of their own was because they had miscalculated and things seemed to be moving in a completely unpredictable way. However, that wouldn't stop those that were already here from doing what they needed to do to break through into the pseudo-Sky God realm as well. Many of those that had come from the 7th Heaven had suppressed themselves for a long time already, they were just waiting for the perfect opportunity. This was to say that the greatest advantage they would have was here and now. If they wasted that time going after Ryu, how much regret would they feel once the others caught up? Any advantage they had now would become a disadvantage the further along they went. They had to maximize their time now and build up a huge lead. If they couldn't do that, there would only be regret. The worst part was if they squandered time, what would happen if Ryu entered the Middle World Sea realm? The higher, each step was meant to take years even to the most talented, but in this sort of environment, just how much faster would it be? At least for now, Ryu didn't seem to have any excessive ill will towards them and let them go. Their injuries were heavy, but they weren't lethal. If they wanted revenge, they had to keep their heads low for now, and only strike when the time was optimal. Iroh's senior brother balled his fists. Iroh stood to his full height. Let's go. I think we've neglected something here and it might be a key to us closing the gap. Ryu didn't wait around for the revenge of the Twin Earth Dragon sect members. Did he think that they might target him later? Sure, but he did the very same risk assessment that they had. Going all out to defeat Iroh, just so that he could make sure they all died, would waste too much of his time. He wasn't particularly worried about his stamina. His chi was endless, and the spiritual sea was larger than even a sky god's, and his embryonic chi was slowly becoming a flowing river again. His great commodity this moment was time, and he wouldn't waste it on this. As for their attacking him for revenge, they were free to. The situations in which they could do so would be limited, and the few situations there were, he would have plenty of methods to deal with them. He was looking forward to it. His focus was on clearing out these silver protector spirits, but as expected, the number of them was much lower than it had been for the bronze protector spirits, and because very few people spent time gathering bronze protector spirits, eager to progress, there was a far larger number of people hunting at this level as well. This made it not only more challenging for Ryu to find the exact kind he needed, but he was also forced to offend quite a number of people. Not that he cared. After fusing with a silver protector spirit, his strength doubled and the ease with which he crushed these people, and the next protector spirits he came across in the rare instant he found one unoccupied, was exceptional. His numbers continued to climb even as the number of infuriated parties did, but Ryu's smile was just the same. Very quickly, the rumors of Ryu running away were overshadowed. The individuals who had moved on to silver protector spirits had much more backbone than those that had remained to target bronze protector spirits. This resulted in far more clashes. That said, when they felt Ryu's strength, they still ultimately chose to take a step back, making the very same choice that Iroh had. This led to many half-fought battles and extremely resentful individuals, but their rage was mostly met with a chuckle by Ryu. If the situations were reverse, what would he do? Quite frankly, he wouldn't give a damn about a Dao sovereign and their great-grandson. Was it his fault that these people were cowards? Regardless, it was better for him, less time wastage. Even so, his pace was far slower than it had been against the bronze protector spirits. The latter had only taken him a few hours at worst, but even after 3 days, he was only about 2/3 of the way through to the 999 number he needed. Even so, he could feel his physical strength increasing. His combat skills were sharper, faster, and it wasn't just a matter of the protector spirits, it was his martial forms. He realized that the act of comprehending and sharpening his 4 martial forms, and even more importantly the act of trying to fuse them into one, was making his senses incredibly sharp. No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It was more so that his body was finally catching up, albeit slowly, to how keen his mind already was. He hadn't acknowledged that there was such a huge gap. But the act of calculating, and then having his body react, rather than calculating and having his body react in tandem, was huge. His battle prowess relied too much on his raw strength, and not enough on his battle prowess. He also acknowledged just how much his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils had masked this weakness. It was also somewhat embarrassing that it had taken him so long to realize this, but he had been too concentrated on other things. He had thought that his greatest weakness was his lack of talent, but there were more ways than just increasing his talent to strengthen him. Ryu clenched and unclenched his fists, shattering the head of another silver protector spirit with just a single blow. It was time to move on to gold protector spirits, but this was likely where the true trouble would begin. Chapter 14:17. He should be. There were practically none. The golden protector spirits seemed to have a layer of mystery to them, not simply appearing in open space. However, Ryu felt that this was actually quite a benefit to him. That meant that whatever lag he had in starting wasn't as excessive as he once thought. He didn't want to be overly confident, a blatant lie, but he doubted that there was anyone who would be better suited to him at finding these golden spirits. But first, Ryu chose to change his approach this time around. Since golden spirits were so few in number, there was very much a chance that the ones he wanted might be in the hands of others already. At the same time, there were likely an extremely small number that had them in the first place. Since there was a radiant aura around those that had claimed spirits, why not take advantage of it? He wanted to see who his competitors were as well, this might potentially be like knocking down two birds with a single stone. To his surprise, though, Ryu came across the members of the Radiant Star sect first before anyone else. They were none other than Brianus, the man who wielded a pillar as a weapon, Robian, a man with the air of angel-like wings, and Bruiser, a man who relied on his fists and pair of brass knuckles for everything. They were decently powerful, though they had lost against Ryu back then. However, since then, they had broken into partial sky god realms, one after another. They were much more potent than they had been in the past. And yet, their state currently could only be said to be sorry. Ryu might have usually ignored them, but he decided to land. He could feel that they actually had the aura of a golden protector spirit on them, but it was rapidly fading. At first he thought that this was because they had claimed it and then had it stolen, but after a while, he understood that this wasn't the case. Instead, they had fought a golden protector spirit and lost. Interesting. Ryu's gaze flickered. The standard of these three was extremely high. They were the hand-picked talents of the elders of the Radiant Star sect. It was all too obvious that they had a great amount of talent. And they had the auras of quite a few silver protector spirits on them. On top of that, they hadn't been foolish enough to jump right to gold. Although, they had also skipped over bronze entirely. The three sensed Ryu from a long distance away, not that this was very impressive. Ryu was like a swirling beacon of silver and bronze, even a child could sense him from hundreds of kilometers away. They found it hard to believe that he had actually gathered up so many spirits, and why did he seem so complete? Ryu flashed before them, landing on a soft bed of snow without leaving in the slightest footprint. His body seemed to be as light as a feather, and while the three's faces were slightly rouged due to the cold, he was seemingly entirely unaffected by the cold. This time, though, it wasn't because of his Ice Phoenix bloodline, but rather because his Tatsuya martial form was practically spitting fire out from his heart like a perpetually roaring dragon, that in his exceptionally potent body. His bloodlines weren't strong enough to ignore this level of cold, and those in this region were whittling away a large amount of chi just standing here. A complicated swirl of emotions danced in the eyes of the three, and there was even a clear hint of rage, but in the end they chose to calm down. They were all of the same sect, and there wasn't exactly any pride in defeating Ryu now that they had become pseudo-sky gods. Although, it was hard to tell if they could since he had absorbed so many spirits. Ryu's gaze narrowed for a moment, scanning them seriously. Then, he spoke. Don't take this advice as my being condescending. If you want the best chance at defeating golden protector spirits, absorb as many bronze and silver protector spirits as your body can handle. This isn't necessarily a race to the top. There are great benefits in consuming these spirits. Ryu nodded after saying this and vanished in a step. The three looked toward one another. Was this arrogant prick always so nice? Why couldn't they remember this? It was hard to be angry at such words, especially since it was clear that Ryu had followed his own advice. Even so, they shuddered inwardly, feeling a hint of remorse as they watched Ryu vanish into the distance. They had meant to say something, but it was too late now. The gap between the silver protector spirit and golden ones was enormous. It felt like fighting against true fragmented sky gods. Although the word pseudo-sky god sounded impressive, the reality was that compared to true fragmented sky gods, they were pitiful. Truly stepping into the sky god realm was a holistic and sweeping change. Pseudo-sky god realms wouldn't even be able to display their true strength and power until they took that step. He should be fine, Robian finally said. So long as he can make it out of the range of the golden protector spirit's territory, it won't chase him. His movement ability is far beyond ours. It was embarrassing to admit, but that was how any of them had survived. One could tell how potent a golden protector spirit was until they actually faced them. Peak of the 11th order their asses. How could someone not in the sky god realm be that powerful? Even if they ingested all the silver protector spirits they could until they were brimming, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Even so, Ryu's words made them feel better. Even if they couldn't get golden protector spirits, they still had some rewards to gain. Chapter 14:18. Not a chance. Ryu chuckled to himself. The range of his spiritual sense was far beyond what those three knew, so of course he had heard their conversation. He found it somewhat amusing, and another part a bit warming. It was interesting having sect mates not try to stab him in the back, not that he had much experience in being a part of a sect in the first place. He was much more used to being a lone wolf. Though he laughed, he began to take this several folds more seriously. If the protector spirits were so powerful, then anyone who had actually managed to kill one was on a completely different level. It seemed that he couldn't rely on the number of spirits he had swallowed alone to carry him to victory. We'll fight one first. Depending on how it goes, we can make a plan. Though he thought this, his mind was already spinning with such plans. His mind worked too fast, and he was immediately comparing and contrasting how things had gone on the side of the weaker spirits, and how things would go this time. What was interesting was that bronze and silver protector spirits were wanderers. They didn't have a restriction to their territory, but they would lose track of you if you fled far enough away from them, and you could also easily distract them by passing them off to another person or group. But it seemed that the reason golden protector spirits were so difficult to find was because they were hidden within their territories, and they didn't wander. Instead, they had defined barriers that they couldn't cross. With a flash of his step, Ryu crossed another several hundred kilometers and then came to a grinding halt. He could almost smell it, the scent of a formation so perfectly concealed that he had almost stepped into it even with the sharpness of his eyes. This person certainly had a great amount of skill, though not enough. At first, he thought that this was simply the barrier of the golden protector spirit, but after another split second, he tossed this from his mind. He had been following the trail that the trio had followed, reversing their steps so that he could land in the territory of the golden protector spirit that they had just fought. This made things easier on him. Since he had changed his plans, he might as well check out the easiest spirit to reach. Who knew that he would be targeted before all of that? The heavenly path hadn't allowed him to use any treasures he had brought in with him aside from his great sword staffs and his grandfather's bow. That meant that whoever set this formation had done so under their own power. He was quite fascinated. His gaze flashed as his eyes swept the region. His spiritual sense was already deployed and yet he couldn't find this person. Is it him? This aura is a hint familiar, albeit a small bit. Ryu never forgot anyone. Although this person had left a seemingly small impression, he still remembered them quite clearly. This was the first genius of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion, an extremely handsome man that had technically lost at Ryu's hands several times. But he should be an alchemist. Does he dabble in multiple fields? Suddenly, Ryu's gaze flashed. Heavenly Dew Pavilion, Heavenly Dew Branch, names were extremely important, though he hadn't considered it before. Were they related? Technically, the Heavenly Dew branch of the martial gods, the very same branch that Eismine was born into, were as inferior as servants in the martial god clan. If they had any sort of importance, they would have never been sent to waste their potential in a small world like Sacrum, nor would they be under the control of an inferior, peripheral wife like Alina's mother. However, their standing in the ninth heaven was one matter, their standing in lower heavens was a completely different one. That's right, his name was Adlail. His hair is also white if I recall correctly. How interesting. The Heavenly Dew branch is known for their body, but this man's soul is actually so powerful. But another question is, why is he here at all? Even a servant of the ninth heaven would be better treated than a king of the seventh heaven, let alone the fact that the Heavenly Dew Pavilion was far from a king. It was quite paradoxical for Ryu of all people to say this, especially when he would rather die than be a servant. But that didn't mean that he assigned the same level of pride to everyone else. Ryu's gaze flashed. He's not here. This is like an animal trap, there's no use in looking for him. With a step, Ryu entered the void, crossed the entire formation as though it wasn't there at all. In the back of his mind, though, he added one more competitor outside of the seventh heaven geniuses and those on the same level as Iroh. This Adlail, and that comforting, smiling, handsome face of his, was quite interesting too. Unfortunately, he wasn't clever enough to catch Ryu in a trap. After this, I will take my time to examine the formation. It must do something, and whatever it does do, it should have already targeted those three. There's no way that they crossed this region without being tagged first. Ryu stepped into the territory of the Golden Protector Spirit and froze. After this, I will take my time to examine the formation. It must do something, and whatever it does do, it should have already targeted those three. There's no way that they crossed this region without being tagged first. Ryu stepped into the territory of the Golden Protector Spirit and froze. It wasn't a large creature. It was the size of a normal, mortal panther, sleek and black, potent and slim, radiating a dull golden aura. It almost looked real. The peril signs pulsed in Ryu's mind and his heart constricted. It was so wild and domineering that his hair stood on end, his own white hair whipping back gently despite the lack of a breeze. I can't overcome this thing right now. Ryu, who had consumed 999 bronze protector spirits, and 999 silver protector spirits, didn't stand a chance. Chapter 14:19. Anyway, Ryu didn't move immediately, his senses firing at extremely high rates. Subconsciously, though, he felt like he understood something, and that was that he was nowhere near the limits of the world's sea realm. He didn't believe that the heavenly path was artificially inflating the strength of this 11th order beast, nor could he sense that there was nothing artificial about its strength at all. In fact, it was far more corporeal and real than the other spirits had been. Rather than being an illusory construct, the creature was very much real, or it at least felt that way. The only sign that it was a golden protector spirit was the aura around it. It was like the heavenly path was trying to display the truth right before his face, boldly presenting it and daring him to see through the reality. It was a harsh reality. Even with the boost of 999 bronze and silver protector spirits, he still couldn't defeat a spirit within the normal bounds of the realms below God Beast. And it made sense. Until now, the strength of the taboo powers that he had come across were absolutely overwhelming. The Unbalanced Art sect had given him the ability to enter the void even before the transcendent sky god realm. The Nine-Pillar Flame sect had allowed him the ability to have the bodily strength of a pseudo-sky god of the body realm without even touching the dividing line between mortal and godhood. On top of that, it had to be remembered that the Unbalanced Art sect's inheritance had still not been quite successfully fused by Ryu. At the same time, he had only just completed his first life destruction. He still had 8 more to go before he even thought about crossing into the sky god body realm. Just how much more room was there for him to grow stronger? None of that even considered the fact that he was still at the lower world's sea realm, though this matter was less important for this deduction for one very simple reason. If the taboo powers were so powerful, how had they lost? There was only one explanation, and that was that the 9 powers, including the martial gods and those of their ilk, were more powerful than even these explanations would suggest. Clinging onto the legacies of what were ultimately failed and destroyed clans and sects like they could possibly bring him to the pinnacle was likewise the pinnacle of foolishness. This wasn't even the Diamond Protector spirit, and he still felt like there was such a huge gap. Ryu took a breath, exhaling slowly. He even did this consciously, on guard against providing an opening for the Golden Protector spirit to attack. Bronze represents the limits of the 6th heaven. Silver, the limits of the 7th. And gold, these were just guesses on Ryu's part. He even felt that he was being too nice to himself. These weren't limits. These were probably just what the heavens felt should be average for a genius of such a heaven, and that was something that stimulated him all the more. He raised his hands and his great sword staffs slapped into his palms. He unleashed everything he had, his white phoenix, his bloodlines, his chaos chi, his founding Tao, his birthed phenomena. He even kept a tight circulation on his infinity mist, ready and willing to deploy it if he got the chance. Did he think he could win? His calculations said absolutely not. But he wanted to fight anyway. Xianxia gazed up at the skies with a hint of worry in her eyes. She was a far cry from her usual self, and she looked quite defeated and haggard. Though, her veil was still perfectly in place, as though it was the one thing that would always be unblemished by her battles. Unlike Ryu, she was in the depths of a desert. Even the sand beneath her feet felt like scorching hot coals, and if one looked closely, it was possible to see that many bits and pieces of the land had melted into shards of glass. Up ahead, an earth dragon with various injuries lay with its head low, but the more time passed, the swifter those injuries healed. In another minute or two, it would be fully healed, while Xianxia herself would be far from it. It seemed that she might truly have to form a team. She had been too prideful to do so, a seemingly misplaced feeling for a woman of such grace and gentleness, but Ryu wouldn't be too surprised had he known. After all those games of domain, he had long since discovered Xianxia's true side. She was a gentle woman who wouldn't even mind sitting by his side as he ate and wiping his mouth from time to time, but when it came to things she took keen interest in, she was highly competitive. I'm still so far away. She looked up toward the scorching skies, the reflection of crystals bouncing from her blue irises. Her white hair shifted in the wind, though this wind was stale and far too dry, providing no sort of relief from the wind at all. She seemed to be very disappointed in herself, but if one looked closely, she didn't have the aura of even a single protector spirit. She hadn't absorbed even a single one, and yet she had beaten this earth dragon spirit beast to this point. Xianxia suddenly looked up, her gaze narrowed. In the distance, a glowing golden armor became akin to a second sun. Selhira would recognize that armor anywhere, who else would it be if not Jojo? She didn't seem to be alone though, followed by Litor and Reikian both. As they approached, Selhira could already tell what their intention was. Jojo gave a look to the Earth Dragon as she circled around its territory, her expression indifferent. The same though, couldn't be said of the two young men. When they saw the lack of energy field around Selhira, their hearts jumped another beat. Chapter 1420. Part of his strength. Jojo stopped 5 or so meters from the boulder Selhira was seated upon. Her nose was turned up in one part frustration, and another part reluctance. It was a look that made Selhira amused for a moment, before she realized what kind of response she would have to give for the coming question. The thought made her very unhappy, but she knew that it would be foolish to turn down a good thing. Well, come on, then. Do I need to spell it out for you? Did all the meat in your head go to your chest? Selhira raised an eyebrow and then sent a glance toward Jojo's chest. No one knew clearly what kind of figure Jojo had aside from herself. That was because she was quite notorious for her armor. She never took it off, with the only exception being when she had absolute privacy. However, that only made it more amusing. Whenever Jojo changed her armor to a new one, the most obvious change wouldn't be the color, or the design, but rather the two rounded metal plates that would have to make space for her chest. Without fail, they grew larger and larger every time. At this point, they bulked as much as that enormous heavy sword on her back, to the point that it felt more comical than anything else, and if not for her gorgeous face, would have made many laugh at her. Women didn't usually wear such bulky armor, but because Jojo insisted on doing so, it was like she was always wearing 2 steel balls on her chest. Selhira had never heard of an already large-chested woman making fun of another large-chested woman. Wasn't she making fun of herself at this point? Of course, Selhira had thought of something else that was quite amusing, and that was the possibility that it was all a facade. It would be quite funny if Jojo's armor breast insertions were filled with nothing air. She wouldn't have enough tears for her laughter. Even with the veil, Jojo could tell that Selhira's lip was twitching. She knew this woman too well, and feeling her gaze, she was starting to get annoyed. Let's go already, this event won't go on forever. Selhira slowly stood to her feet and brushed the dust from her flowing white gown. Might I suggest a course of action, then? I have yet to absorb a spirit, but I feel that we can only gain the benefits of one if we absorb one whole. In that case, how about we each find golden protector spirits that suit us, and the rest of us will allow whomever to have the final blow while the rest retreat from the spirit's territory. Jojo's gaze flickered. It was dangerous to put your trust in others like that, especially when absorbing a whole golden protector spirit would give a person a huge boost in strength immediately. What if the first person who succeeded decided to turn on the rest of them? In fact, in the worst-case scenario, they might hide their initial intentions until the second spirit was defeated, and then turn on them all, booting them out and gaining a second spirit all to themselves, but then they would be basically impossible to defeat even if they combined strengths. Though Selhira was suggesting this to everyone, she really only looked for Jojo's answer. The two men would fall in line quite easily and there was no need to consider them much. We'll swear oaths, Jojo finally said. This is too important to leave to one's word alone. The two young men had been going with the flow until they heard this, whereupon the expressions changed slightly. This wasn't because they had plans of betraying these two women. What a joke, they were courting them, not trying to kill them. But it was rather that oaths in the true martial world were especially binding and could affect one's future. But in the end, they took a breath and nodded. It was the best way forward. The benefits from the golden protector spirits were too great to pass up, and they still had their eyes on the diamond protector spirits, although that seemed like a far-off world. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood as he landed heavily in the snow outside. How long had that been? 3 hours, and he felt like he had gotten nowhere. That beast was so strong, so sturdy, so fast, so agile, it felt like it had no weaknesses at all. It hadn't even used any techniques. From the very beginning it had always been nothing other than its body. And that was when it clicked for Ryu. Indeed, these protector spirits didn't just represent the 8th heaven average for those that could be called geniuses among their ranks, but it represented their raw strength, devoid of technique. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all of his embryonic chi in the last 3 hours, so he would need another few minutes to recover. He spit at the fresh snow and slowly pulled himself up, breathing haggard breaths. If not for his chaos chi and his birthed phenomena, that battle would have been more of a joke than it already was. His infinity mist couldn't even land because his control over it was so poor. He realized that the idea of using it in battle anytime soon was a fool's dream. He had also grown too used to thinking of each cultivation realm like a single block, as though the only dividing lines that mattered were the ones between realms, and not the sub-realms within. But he could very clearly feel the weight of the fact he was still in the lower world sea realm now, facing off against peak world sea realm spirits. Was it time to collaborate with others, then? Ryu grinned a bloody grin. Of course not. If his unrefined power wasn't enough, then he would have to use his other skills. After his rebirth, he had drifted away from his various skills. These were things he only ever began to study because he didn't want to be useless, and practicing them in this life made him remember that helplessness. Now, however, he grinned wider. He just felt that they were a component of his strength. Chapter 1421. True Great Circle. Ryu already had a perfect map of the region in his mind, he didn't need to go and double-check. The problem was how he would set up anything. Doing it in advance was obviously impossible because that would require stepping into the beast's territory. Once he did so, it would have free rein to attack him as it pleased, and by then, he would have to focus everything on surviving. Of course, there was another path, and that was to focus all of his attention on closing the gap. But Ryu felt that it was impossible if he was also considering a time frame on top of everything else. In the back of his mind, though, he was constantly thinking of just where the gap lay, and he believed that he had some understanding. It wasn't just sheer talent, and it wasn't just sheer battle prowess either. Rather, it was a combination of the two that made the panther beast so absolutely powerful, and would likely also make the monstrous geniuses of the 8th and 9th heavens so powerful as well. In terms of talent, it wasn't just about having a high grade. If Ryu was correct, the 8th heaven had likely figured out a method of restricting the types of talents their descendants could receive, causing them to align far more. If one thought about it, Ryu's original talents had nothing in common. His ice jade crystal bones, his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, his chaotic silk meridians, his perfect blackbody soul. Each one was more powerful than the last, and they were all equally his birthright, but they didn't fit into a single path properly. His bloodlines were even worse, clashing and fighting against one another, and just in order to have them coexist well with one another, he had to restrict a great deal of their power. Talents of the 8th heaven, at least in Ryu's speculation, were not like this at all. Every one of their 6 pillars was in perfect harmony with one another, causing an effect that was larger than the sum of its parts. That was when Ryu made another observation. The humanoid races he had met until this point, they were mostly human. Of course, there were still some of the other races like the Dream Asuras in Akurasa clan, but the vast most were human. Why was that? In Sacrum, humans weren't all that powerful at all, and those that were had the bloodlines of ancient beasts like Ryu's family. But then it clicked for Ryu. It only made sense that humans were the vast majority on the lower planes, because humans didn't usually have race talents to restrict their paths forward. Take Ailsa, for example. She was born with dual meridians, one a flawless match for her cultist fairy bloodline, and another a perfect match for her mother's Quibus fairy bloodline. Ryu had never thought about it so clearly in the past, but this was a unique characteristic of special humanoid races. Their paths tended to blend down a single path, all stemming from their race talents. Humans were different. They followed such variable paths, and the powers that they did gain, like Ryu's Tatsuya family, came from outside sources like plundered dragon blood essence, or maybe half-dragons that had married into their clan. That's the difference, that's where the gap is. It slid into place for Ryu. He hadn't forgotten about Surreal. He was certain that if she was anywhere on the first 7 heavens, he would have already met her. There was no way a woman like her wouldn't be in the mix, even if she was trying to maintain somewhat of a low profile. The fact she wasn't meant that she was at least on the 8th, and the fact that she was meant that that was where what remnants remained of the Fey race were. That coincided perfectly with Ryu's guesses. A great circle talent. No, a true great circle talent. It wasn't just having all talents at the same level, but talents that perfectly complemented one another, layering atop of one another, uplifting one another, pushing them to such an elevated level that they echoed with a strength beyond their grade. Exceptional geniuses of the 8th heaven were like at least omniscient true great circle talents. That actually seemed low, but if Ryu's comprehension of the situation was correct, then even a true great circle talent at this level could crush him. The question then was, how could he fight back, or How could he fuse his current talents into an approximation of a true Great Circle talent at the very least? I've got it. Unfortunately, these words weren't for the answer to his question, but rather for how he would deal with the Panther Beast. In reality, all of these thoughts of true Great Circle talents had happened at the back of his mind. Was he discouraged? No. In fact, he felt a faint excitement bubbling up within him as he charged into the Panther's territory. Ryu's gaze was sharp as he moved with a nimble quickness. Star Chi descended from the skies and formed a star map that hovered just above the ground. He pushed his absolute domain to the limits as a streaking black shadow closed the space to him with great speed. He suddenly flickered and vanished, but the moment he did, the Panther Beast reacted, pivoting as though inertia couldn't affect it at all and rushing toward the location Ryu would appear nearly before he did. However, when it got there, it found that Ryu was still in the place he had been before. Ryu's aura flared and he slapped his palms together hard, a flourishing tide of spiritual chi spilling out in all directions. This time, he didn't hide anything and his spiritual chi rolled with a dense blackness that nearly looked like dark fog crawling along the ground. It felt like any moment not, a boneyard of skeletons would rise from the ground, reaching out of the dense, black fog. However, just as quickly, the fog condensed, forming innumerable kernels that sped off in all directions, each one carrying the dense characters of Morvar's visualization. The Formation Eye Visualization, Chapter 1422, Sightless Eyes. The Formation Eye visualization technique had been incredibly useful to Ryu in Sacrum, but here, it wasn't able to sustain the formations of the true martial world. They were essentially meant to be like portable, self-created formation flags. However, they didn't have the proper supporting fundamental runes to work properly in this world. Ryu hadn't had the skill or the time to improve them to the standards of the world. Even now, he still didn't. Though, it was probably more a function of time than skill now. So why was he deploying a useless visualization technique? It was because he was cheating. Each kernel of a formation eye was sustained by his birthed phenomena and his founding Tao. Using the much weaker core of the visualization as a foundation, he was able to trick the heavens into thinking that it was indeed a formation eye that was present. A formation eye was essentially a signal to the heavens. When they were arranged in a certain way, heaven's laws reacted accordingly and allowed a formation's effects to take hold. However, if a formation flag was too weak, and tried to form a much stronger formation, then it would fail and shatter. But Ryu realized not long ago that he had a built-in ability to stimulate the heavens to follow his will. His birthed phenomena pulled in and controlled much more chi than he could alone, while his founding Tao carried a supreme power over the laws that allowed him to understand all things. Together, they could form a weak approximation of the real thing. Ryu knew that it wouldn't last long. He had poured far more strength into the form of the formation eyes so that they would be able to sustain themselves, but they would last for nothing more than a few minutes at best before collapsing under his might. If that happened, he would need to trick the Panther Beast into giving him enough time again, and it would be much harder the second time around without a doubt. Ryu roared, the delicate skin across his body, and even the flesh beneath, suddenly splintering and cracking as roaring black lightning began to descend from his birth phenomena. The violence was heart-shuddering, and the chi in the surroundings, as though being judged by a higher being, began to scatter and rush about, the commotion becoming so violent that a whirling tornado of blackness shot into the skies. Sightless eyes. Ryu's palms, pressed together so hard his wrists fractured, began to outpour with a whirling violence of spiritual chi just as volatile beneath the raging black lightning. As for what this black lightning was, it was none other than Ryu's first usage of primordial chaos chi in the true martial world. And it truly didn't disappoint. The Sightless Eyes formation of the Unbalanced Art sect relied on volatile chi to create a confusion field that was easy to step into but impossible to step out of. This was just the core of the formation, though. When it was used cleverly, the Panther Beast stood on the spot, and then suddenly spun around with a vicious expression, attacking. But it hit nothing but air. Its face might have contorted in confusion if it wasn't just a mere construct, but because it was, it turned and attacked again. It was using its senses to track down Ryu, and it believed that it knew exactly where the latter was. But because of the volatile chi in the formation, the true effect of Sightless Eyes activated. It was certain of its choices, and yet that only made it all the more wrong. Ryu took a deep breath, his intent blazing as he raised his bow. Crackling black lightning continued to split and char his skin, but he didn't dismiss it. He had access to chaos chi, but he had already realized over the course of the battle that while it made him exceptionally powerful, it wasn't enough. Chaos Chi alone only really had the ability to swallow and devour other GIS, or more accurately, destroy them. It wouldn't deign to take in weaker lifeforms into itself. However, without another method of directing it, outside of this purpose, Ryu could only use it to amplify the strength of his attacks. He was lacking in techniques, or more accurately, techniques suited to the power of Chaos Chi. As such, his primordial Chaos Chi was actually the far stronger trump card, because even without techniques to direct them, they were fierce and oppressive. And better than that, unlike Infinity Mist, he could control them perfectly. Shoo! Bang! The panther spirit went flying, its head becoming a mangled mess of blood and flesh. It almost immediately stood to its feet, looking around with a furious sort of gaze. It had dodged, it was certain that it had dodged, but it had somehow ended up rushing right into the path of the arrow. Ryu's gaze narrowed. It actually hadn't died from that single strike. He pulled his bow back once more, the raging, crackling black lightning thunderous to light. But this time, there was an added trace of black flame. This black flame wasn't his rage flames or his death flames, but rather a dense mass of destruction that seemed to have aspects of both. Primordial Chaos Fire Chi. Shoo! Bang! The panther beast tried to dodge again. It moved in the wrong direction, but it did so with such speed that Ryu still somewhat missed, causing his gaze to grow cold. Even so, the ribcage of the golden protector spirit was blazed open, his skin a mass of boiling flesh, its bones cracked and haggard, its inner organs threatened to fall out. What strong defenses! Ryu fired several more arrows. He could feel that the formation eyes were about to waver and vanish, but he didn't panic. In the state the spirit was in now, it could no longer threaten him. However, the load of using such powerful primordial chaos chis was practically ripping him from the inside out. He released a final arrow and the panther spirit seemed to unwillingly collapse. Ryu's gaze suddenly flickered. In all of his thought and effort, he had forgotten one very important thing. Did this panther spirit even align with his martial forms? Why was it that he couldn't tell immediately? The moment he had this thought, the sightless eyes formation collapsed. Chapter 1423. Perfect picture of feeling of danger blared in Ryu's mind. He was surprised. The danger could only be coming from the panther spirit, but given its wounded state, it should be able to make such a large surge. Even so, his surprise didn't make his reaction slow. Although setting up the formation had taken up a lot of spiritual chi, he was practically a bottomless well. He didn't even feel fatigue, and the only reason he was injured at all was because of the backlash of his primordial chaos chi. But that wasn't enough either to stop him. He sidestepped, his gaze reflecting the depth of an endless scape of stars. His absolute domain moved him out of danger with incomparable ease, and he could feel a vicious wind kick up as the panther spirit flew past the side of his head. Its tail, Ryu thought immediately, ducking with his greatest speed. Unfortunately, one could only rely on gravity itself to duck. It was probably one of the slow movements that a cultivator could rely on, but even according to his absolute domain it was his best choice. The danger and warning signs blared stronger and stronger. Even as Ryu ducked, he knew that he wouldn't make it. Despite his earlier injuries, the panther beast had never managed to actually lay a hand on him. Had it, he felt that his life would have already been forfeit. It was that strong, and his defenses were limited. His mind worked faster and faster. This tail was aimed for his head, just a slight brush would be enough to crack it like a watermelon. Even in this situation, Ryu felt a eerie calm. It was the calm he always felt in the face of death, a calm that came from a deep well of confidence, a calm that would never leave him no matter what changes to his personality occurred. Stepping into the void now was impossible due to his own actions. The chi in the surroundings was too volatile to properly use spatial chi, and his time chi was still in its more infant stages of control and comprehension. Even so, he dug deep, reaching into his time chi and deploying it with much the same elegance as a child learning to walk for the first time. Even so, he was an absolute genius of time chi. Even with it utilized so crudely, it didn't do exactly what he wanted, slowing the events around him. He dug even deeper, finding Eska's primordial yin and turning his founding Tao on it. He grasped a small inkling, and deployed the immortal Sakura for the first time in a long while. He tugged on Eska's comprehension and the very foundation of her cultivation. Bang! The immortal Sakura shattered and Ryu's head suffered a destructive blow just a moment afterward. He flew back with a speed that tore into his clothing and aggravated his injuries, but none was worse than his furious collision with the walls of the enclosure. He coughed out an arrow of blood, his head feeling like it was being spun around in a bowl. However, this only meant that it was very much intact. He thought he would have been able to give himself more time. His time chi was something he had been using more actively recently. However, it had such a dull effect on the panther spirit. Even so, he had bought himself enough time. He looked up with a sharp, albeit somewhat hazy gaze. His origin flame stabilized his mind quickly despite the jarring concussion, but he couldn't wait for it to finish its job perfectly. However, when he looked up, he found the panther spirit had collapsed under its own weight. Ryu's gaze intensified and he realized that that attack was its final push. It truly reacted like a real creature, exhibiting signs of pain and fatigue at the same time. Ryu shakily stood to his feet, coughing up another mouthful of blood. He raised a hand to his forehead and there was a very clear dent. His skull had been cracked. Had he been mortal, this alone would have been enough to kill him. He had come to a decision. That sort of explosive speed and great agility was perfect for his martial forms. He raised his bow once more, his breathing steady as he released another arrow. It pierced through the panther spirit's eye and it trembled once before it collapsed. The panther spirit rose into a tide of golden aura that shot into Ryu's body. The latter felt a huge surge of strength and he almost felt invincible. It was completely unlike anything he had sensed from the bronze and silver protector spirits. The disparity almost felt far too exaggerated. No more tricks, I'll fight with my own strength now, Ryu thought to himself. The strength granted by the protector spirit was at least decent enough that he wouldn't be as helpless as he was because. Although it wouldn't close the gap, Ryu felt that that final attack was a strong wake-up call. In the end, schemes would never be as useful as your own personal power. Some might argue that the unbalanced formations were part of his strength, especially since they only worked with his birthed phenomena and his founding Tao, and Ryu would actually agree now. However, if he relied on such things too often, it would come back to bite him one day. When he imagined standing atop the world, he didn't imagine doing it with formations created by others and makeshift solutions to save his life by a hair. He imagined his palm being able to cover the skies and his steps being able to quake the earth. This wasn't the path for him. But that didn't mean that he wouldn't use it to climb the mountain where he could. Ryu took a breath and exhaled, then fell into meditation. After consuming enough embryonic chi to heal himself perfectly, he didn't move immediately, turning his attention to the insights of the panther spirit, but even deeper than that, the truth behind its strength. He had to dig deeper than the surface, much deeper. He replayed the process of the fusion again and again, relying on the origin flame to paint a perfect in his mind. Chapter 1424. Much better. Ryu found himself going back further than he thought he would have to, or more so, it wasn't that he had to, but instead that he found himself entranced. The movements of the panther spirit were just great enough that he felt overwhelmed, intrigued and highly impressed, but they were also weak enough that he could actually see what was so special. The strength of the panther spirit was perfectly controlled, almost too perfectly controlled. Every movement was intentional, and yet could be stopped in an instant and reversed at will, almost as though it could. A sense of enlightenment overcame Ryu. He was thinking too much about his muscles and firing signals to them, but not nearly enough about his vital chi and how it circulated. In fact, he didn't think very much about circulating his vital chi at all. The only times he did was back when he had to absorb the vital chi of beasts to improve his body, and also when he used his master's technique. He felt that he had had this revelation before, but he had never taken it very far. At the very least, he never tried to apply it to concepts of his martial forms. His vital chi was the fuel of the engine that was his body. Whenever he used his body's strength, he would only circulate his vital chi passively, but there was much more strength to be had, especially if. Ryu's heart shuddered again, the 9 pillars that anchored his flesh and bones vibrating as he felt like he had come to understand something. There were more applications of the 9 pillars than he knew. He just hadn't had the time to continue to meditate on those fundamental runes that he had already memorized. Subconsciously, Ryu tried it. He ran his vital chi as fast as he could in one direction, then, abruptly, he changed the direction to the complete opposite path. His stomach expanded by a size and his eyes turned bloodshot. His blood vessels popped one after another and a suffocating feeling of death and destruction came out from within him. His organs ruptured one by one, and his heart took the brunt of it, shredding itself into pieces. If not for his realm heart, he would truly be on the brink of death right this moment. He keeled over, gasping for breath, but even the small and delicate capillaries of his lungs had been shredded. The pressure build-up of his blood had been so great that it expanded out in all directions, pouring into all the locations it could to disperse the pressure, but the result was that he had practically shredded his body to pieces. This was what it meant to start and stop so abruptly, but not just to stop, but to try and reverse directions. This was the weight of that Ryu was used to doing this with his chi. His meridians were unbreakable, so he hadn't thought much about doing it with his vital chi. But now it was all too clear just how large the gap was and what advantage he had being able to use his chi like that. The worst part of the devastation was what happened to his brain. Vessels rupturing elsewhere was still fine, but his brain ruptured as well, pushing against his skull and leaving him in an even sorrier state than he had been in before. However, in the back of his mind, Ryu promised himself that he would take more benefit of the nigh-indestructible character of his meridians more. The ability to start and stop so suddenly, and even cancel and reverse, was so invaluable. The weakest character of the chaotic silk meridians was something that he had neglected far too much because it was precisely that, its weakest character. He had been fooled by the ancestral grade moniker and didn't realize just how precious such an ability was, until now. Ryu didn't actually believe that the panther spirit was starting and stopping so suddenly using such a crude method, rather it was that it was able to control and parse the flow of its vital chi. It didn't full commit to an attack until it was sure that it would land, and when it did, it would finally use its vital chi in a sudden and fierce burst. It was a complex balance, one that required using vital chi in steady and small streams all at once across the entire body, and then converging them when you commit, or using the separate streams to release the pressure when you wanted to cancel or reverse. It was a clever method that would take years of training to master perfectly. Even for Ryu, he felt that he would need several weeks to get it just right. It was akin to using your veins and arteries like a plumbing system, adjusting water pressure, valves and capillary action to maximize both your strength and the adaptability of its use. However, Ryu had another method. He coughed up another mouthful of blood before pushing himself up weakly to his feet. He flowed his embryonic chi once again and his body quickly healed. Then, he did it again. If others were watching him, they would think him to be a madman. He had nearly died the first time, but he didn't even hesitate to try again, and this time he seemed to go even harder than he had before, pushing himself to the utmost limits. But this time, 9 pillars lit up. Ryu threw out a punch with the full strength of his blood backing it, but just when it was halfway there, he pulled it back violently, his vital chi circulating in the reverse direction as he took a step back, but just when he was halfway through his step back, the circulation of his vital chi changed again and his hips pivoted, the leg he was using to step back suddenly becoming a furious kick. His leg lashed out against the air, the after images of his punch and his step back still lingering. Crack! The snap of wind was fierce and immediate, a scythe-like invisible blade cutting against the stone and ripping a hole through it. Ryu slowly lowered his leg. Just with this alone, he felt his combat prowess had increased by at least 50%. In fact, that was still quite conservative. But it wasn't enough. I can do better. His stare flickered as he turned toward his bone structure. Chapter 1425, Himself. Ryu was still considering the best ways to use his bone structure. In reality, its ability could be described in a single phrase, and yet it was exactly that ability that provided him such a broad range of possibilities. In truth, this was probably the case for all bone structures, and he was not exactly special. His far weaker ice jade crystal body had 4 abilities, but each one was broader and more variable than the last and could be used in an endless amount of applications. Take his sped-up cultivation as one. It essentially allowed perforations in his skin that enabled him to absorb chi through his skin instead of just through his mouth and nose like everyone else. This increased flexibility was great and made the ice jade crystal body comparable to much higher forms of meridians in terms of cultivation speed, especially when paired with his chaotic silk meridians. Ryu had never really thought about it before, but naming this ability, speed cultivating, had pigeonholed him. If he had instead looked at that ability as the connection between his skin, pores and meridians, the strengths that he would have been able to unlock would have been on a completely different level. For example, if he had made use of this ability for anything other than cultivation, he would have been able to use external chi before entering the appropriate realm. He could have easily expelled chi from his palms, his fists, his elbows, his legs, even his head had he so chosen, catching his enemy off guard. As a fight tactic, this would have been invaluable. Even after he gained the ability to attract atmospheric chi, this ability would have still been invaluable because it could catch enemies off guard. Everyone could sense atmospheric chi being gathered, but no one except those with the best of heavenly pupils could see what was going on with the chi inside your body. There was a clear advantage in using one over the other. Unfortunately, he hadn't thought of this method until now, long after he had already had his bone structure replaced and his body reforged. Even so, it was a proof of concept that let him understand that he had to open up his thoughts and think outside of the box. The good news was that having a new bone structure that had maybe never before appeared made this much easier, because relying on the opinions and long ingrained biases of others, he would rely solely on himself and formulate a new discipline. A large part of the reason he had never thought of such an application for his ice jade crystal body was because it had been practically drilled into him that it was only a supplementary bone structure. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was so much more he could have done with what he had. What if he could use the friend of beasts facet and harmony with nature to trigger a larger pool of control over his atmospheric chi? Or what if it could amplify his Tao and make a weaker level or grade of Tao exhibit the strength of a stronger one? His perfect flexibility and balance had always been something used passively by him, but what if he had tried to use it more actively? What could it have done in conjunction with this new fight style of his? How could he have applied it to his vital chi? And back to his speed cultivation ability, would not the new connections between his skin and his meridians formed by the bone structure create little, minor changes to his meridian pathways? What secrets did those pathways hold? How could he have used them more effectively? The questions practically burned a hole within Ryu. He felt like he had left so much on the table and almost wanted to go back in time to shake his younger self awake. He was focused so much on increasing his talents, that he did not take a step back to truly understand what he already had. Who knew? Maybe he could have honed the special abilities of his meridians to such a fine and sharp blade that its grade would have naturally increased. Where else was he making this mistake? If there was so much to gain from a much weaker talent, what about his much stronger ones? Did they have even more flexibility? Or did they have much less because fate constrained them so much as powerful talents? His mind was spinning, however he was able to force himself to calm down. No matter what constraints held back his other talents, his bone structure was a blank slate. It was up to him to see just how far he could push it. He could use his bone structure in conjunction with his soul nature to form a domain of sorts within his body separate from the outside world. This allowed him to cultivate at an accelerated speed. Objectively, it was even more useful than his ice jade crystal body just in terms of cultivation speed alone. But if he could speed up the circulation of his chi for cultivation, what about other things? That was much harder. This was because the time dilation worked the easiest within his body, where it was the center of his own universe. He had to expel chi for the sake of an attack that would change the scope of the time chi, and it would be as difficult as trying to affect the timeline of another person, requiring much more energy. But what about vital chi? Vital chi did not have to be expelled from his body at all, and it simply fueled his physical strength. Something is missing in the loop. Still, the act of punching or moving at all is impacting that outside world and would thus require me to increase the scope of my time chi, unless... Ryu's heart skipped a beat. He did not need to continue the time dilation through to the end of the attack. What if he simply used it to position himself instead? Chapter 1426. Hunting. Ryu's thoughts were simple. With this new fighting style of his, he was relying quite heavily on the feint, but his speed hadn't increased at all. In fact, although his vital chi was being stabilized and controlled by the 9 pillars, his actual explosion toward his true attacking posture was a small measure slower. His mind could pick up on this easily, and it was a matter of just a small few fractions of a second. But even at the World Sea realm, fractions of a second were the equivalent of several meters if not dozens of meters of movement. The difference was vast, but what if he used his 9 pillars and his bone structure at the same time? It would be difficult, extremely difficult, maybe even more difficult than learning the method the panther spirit used, and that would have taken weeks to perfectly master in Ryu's estimation. But for some reason, Ryu didn't feel that this one would take him as long, because this method was complicated for many different reasons. While the former method, the method of the panther, relied on control, specifically vital chi control, this wasn't about that. Instead, it relied heavily on timing. And, with Ryu's mind and his origin flame, perfect timing was well within his strengths. The panther spirit's method required splitting vital chi into several streams across the body, one main stream and several smaller streams of equal strength. The main stream would be used to direct the path of attack. If the attack was chosen to be followed through with, the smaller streams would converge on the point of attack. If the attack was abandoned part of the way through, the smaller streams would still converge, but rather than adding to the strength it would ebb it away, weaken it, and turn the momentum to another direction before splitting once again and repeating. It was clear how much manipulation and concentration this took. To apply it in battle would take great talent, hard work, instincts, and an expansive mental capacity. Ryu's method, though, was still even more complicated than that, not in explanation, but rather in application. He planned to continue using the 9 pillars to control the flow of his vital chi and stop it from ripping his organs to pieces. However, he incorporated one thing: a brief complete stop. Stopping your movements in the middle of battle was probably a death sentence, especially if you have to be completely still. But what if it happened for only the briefest of moments in the midst of a flurry of feints? And, what if in that brief pause, you gained back seconds of momentum? In that brief stop to his movements, he would use his bone structure and spacetime soul nature. A split second of pause could easily gain him seconds worth of circulation, but he wouldn't even need all of it. He could pause for far briefer stints than that. He needed less than a second to circulate his vital chi throughout his whole body, so why would he even need several seconds in the first place? Ryu immediately moved. He didn't rush forward or backward, he simply threw fists and kicks, his feints leaving countless afterimages in the air with a fluid motion. But suddenly, his gaze glowed bright and his movement inexplicably became faster despite the relaxation on his face remaining just the same. 10%, 20%, 30%, eventually, his speed of attack was twice as fast as it usually was and without even sign of slowing down. Afterimages of him remaining in place began to layer atop of one another, giving the illusion of a Buddha sitting down in prayer and yet attacking at the same time. The speed was mind-numbing and the powerful power was bone-crushing. Ryu suddenly began to move more actively. He shifted forward and backward, shadow boxing with a sharp speed and nimble movements. Afterimages of himself frozen in place dotted all across the terrain. The slight pauses he made remained somewhat a permanence in the scape of reality. Ryu continued to move, his movements still getting faster and pushing upward of 250%. Then, his aura changed and his chi began to circulate. He controlled his chi and vital chi at the same time, the former far more violently than the latter. His 9 pillars didn't work on his normal chi, but it didn't matter. His chaotic silk meridians were nigh indestructible. I don't have to pause to use my chi unless I'm immediately about to activate it to perform a technique or I'm using it to supplement my motion speed and powerful power, that means. Ryu's speed exploded forth, his vital chi and his chi working in tandem to fuel the strength of his body. His pauses became slightly longer, causing his afterimages to have slightly more permanence, but his overspeed rose by a great measure, his attacks becoming more layered. Suddenly, his speed dropped again, but this time, after he left another afterimage, his body suddenly appeared in his hands and an arrow trembled to life. It was so fast it was blinding. Not the arrow, but the formation of the technique. It was as though Ryu had manifested it from thin air. 13 soaring azures. Snow a blizzard formed in the surroundings as the arrow was released. All around, a icy cold wind of sharp chi spun, ripping the surroundings to pieces. Ryu appeared out in the cold winds of the snowy fields, his expression calm as his hair danced behind him. In the midst of battle, he could use those small pauses to accelerate the completion of technique patterns. Meaning, when he began to move again, he could instantly cast his techniques without the slightest lag. This definitely wasn't the only application either, he could do the same for his mental realm techniques as well. If his previous discoveries had increased his strength by 50%, this was at least in boost by a factor of 3. Overall, he was almost 5 times stronger than he had been before. Let's go hunting. Chapter 1427. Missing something. Ryu slid out of the way of a swinging vine, or at least it moved so quickly that it was truly difficult to pick up on what it truly was. Thick fur, a tentacle, a tendril of some sort. It might have even been an arm moving at extreme speed. Even so, Ryu slipped and shuffled forward, moving in the midst of the swinging vines as though he had eyes dotted all across his body. There was nothing that he couldn't see and his movements were no longer hindered by such speed. When he was fighting against the panther spirit, the reason he kept getting caught up wasn't because of his mind, his mind was plenty fast enough to see through the movement, and his eyes were the strongest part of his body. While these vines looked like blurs to almost anyone else below the sky god realm, to Ryu they practically moved in slow motion. His problem the entire time was that his body couldn't keep up. By the time he registered a feint, or a change in trajectory, the attack would have already landed. But now, things were very much different. His body still couldn't keep up, but what had changed was the fact that he could suddenly and abruptly change his direction, something that would have completely shredded him apart in the past. Of course, it also helped that he had already absorbed a golden protector spirit. Even with the addition of just one, his speed and power had undergone a sharp increase. Due to this alone, he would have already been just barely able to keep up with the changes of speed. But with the addition of his new perspective and abilities, he looked like a fish in water, shifting and moving, pausing and accelerating at will. He left countless afterimages through the bundles of vines, or what his sharp eyes were easily able to pick up on his hair. Up ahead, a mountain-like beast that looked like a mount of white shaven fur stood. Ryu had never seen a creature like this, nor had he ever heard of records of it, but he wasn't a beast tamer, at least not by any official metrics, so this was still acceptable. Even though these tendrils did look like thick lines of hair, or fur, Ryu could feel an aura of flexibility coming from it, an aura that reminded him of his ice phoenix martial form. That made him feel as though these weren't hairs at all, but rather arms covered in hairs, or maybe even that feeling was part of the illusion of flexibility that was being projected to him. The mystery enthralled him, pulled him in. Was there really such a beast? Or was it something else? His irises spun with life, each one gaining a white gold and a dark gold 8 trigram diagram. The sharpness of his eyes increased and his founding Tao bared down with full force. He could see it, the patterns of lines being drawn across in the skies in an elegant sort of dance. Without hesitation, he accelerated backward, his spacetime soul nature activating when he found a gap and transporting him outside the range of the beast entirely. He exhaled a breath and his breathing grew steady. These days, his southern heavenly wind didn't feel as useful as it should, mostly because of his embryonic chi, but he could still calm his beating heart with a single huge breath, letting him know that it was very much still there. Ryu hadn't retreated because he felt inferior, he actually thought that he could win the battle. It was rather that this golden protector spirit wasn't suited for him. Everything about it was an illusion. It still didn't use chi, but what was fascinating was that it could do so much with just its body alone. The hair, or rather fur, was very much real, and that was part of it. The tendrils that were being used to attack him were like thick dreadlocks, the individual furs locking around one another and twisting to create a thicker, more violent form. As for the creature underneath, it was just a single bear that had grown used to using its fur as a proxy by which to interact with the world. Its true body, though, was actually quite fragile and probably the weakest of the golden protector spirits in terms of this matter. Even so, it completely fascinated Ryu. Indeed, the hair was a part of the body, no less so than the blood that carried his vital chi, and that could be freely controlled by him. With the effort of cultivation, one could even learn to control muscles you were meant to, like the heart and the digestive system mechanisms. In that case, why would the hair be so much different? This beast, had it been the first golden protector spirit he had tried to take down, he would have ended up in an even sorrier situation than he had against the panther spirit, but there was something that was calling out to him here, something that filled his heart with an intent, but not enough that he could fully grasp what it was. Did Ryu suddenly want to use his hair as a weapon? Of course not. He had seen hair attacking techniques before, it was just that they relied on chi, and they had never fascinated him like this. Rather, it was just the idea that vital chi could be used in this way as well. He looked down at his nails and circulated vital chi toward it. His nails were the point of his attack whenever he used clawing techniques that had a great foundation in most dragon-related arts. They grew whenever his bloodline circulated, and he would usually use some kind of blade chi to slice them off when he was done. They grew, as he expected, when they came in contact with his vital chi, but far greater than when he had done it passively in the past. They grew to 3 inches immediately, and would have easily crossed a foot in less than a second had he not stopped it so quickly. He casually slashed out and his mind seemed absent and blank as a sharpness rang in the air. Soon, a sword chi flew by and cut his nails into clean brackets, a state he liked the best, but he still wasn't quite satisfied. He had never consciously done this before, but it wasn't as though it was a groundbreaking achievement. His nails wouldn't be sharper than his blade, though it might help him marginally when he was executing claw techniques. No, he just felt that there was something deeper here, something hidden in the methods of circulating vital qi, but he couldn't quite grasp what it was. He shook his head. He knew that since he hadn't thought of it immediately, just standing around here wasn't going to help him. He flickered and vanished, trying to find another golden protector spirit to target. The location was the enclosure Ryu had left not too long ago. The signs of battle hadn't faded, and even seemed to be screaming with life as though to make sure the world never forgot what happened here. A white-haired boy flashed and landed, a slight contemplative look on his face. His formation was still there, intact, and it was working as expected, but the golden protector spirit he wanted was actually gone. Whoever had been here had not only been able to detect the formation, they had avoided it, and then cleared the spirit anyway, before leaving. It was unfortunate. His formation was actually designed to do nothing at all, unlike one who had the protector spirit. It would have trapped whoever exited here so long as they had it, and then he would come and deal with them. He couldn't help but wonder just who could evade him so easily. He didn't lose often, even when he had been holding back for so long. Only then, only that one stain on his record existed, and he would deal with that person eventually. It was just a shame that they hadn't entered this time. He smiled to himself and turned to leave. Oh well, it was still fine. There were plenty of other traps to check. Ryu rushed forward and slid, moving with greater and greater speed as he pushed against the space in the surroundings to decrease the resistance against his slide. Suddenly, he felt like he was in the depths of space, moving without the slightest hint of slowing. The more he fought these battles, the wider range of applications he thought for his abilities, and the sharper his intuitions seemed to grow. He didn't think that he was stretching himself too thin. If anything, he wasn't stretching himself thin enough. He had a complete origin flame. His ability to handle and select from a number of abilities to use in any given situation was better than also top standard sky gods. At the same time, paired with his founding Tao, his ability to master and perfect these abilities was on an even higher level than that. If he didn't master 1,000 techniques, and then acquire 1,000 more, he would be undervaluing himself. His wrist shifted and his blade tilted up, slashing against the underbelly of the lion spirit. Sparks flew and his gaze turned sharp. Indeed, being able to move and keep up in speed wasn't enough to close the divide in defenses. However, he had something for that. His gaze exploded with sparks of black lightning. It appeared he would have to use his primordial chaos cheese again. Chapter 14:28. No idea. Ryu hopped out from behind the lion spirit after sliding out from underneath it. He hopped to his feet with a swift agility, his head bending backward to just dodge out of the way of its whipping tail. Even as he did so, he sensed the lion spirit's body leaning forward, pressing its great weight onto its front paws. Ryu understood what it was trying to do immediately. It was a double kick with its hind legs. It flowed smoothly from one failed attack to the next, its attempt with its tail not having stopped its follow-up strike. This thought quickly buried itself into Ryu's psyche. In the state that he was in, leaning back, his knees bent, and his momentum swinging strongly in one direction, it didn't seem like he had the time to dodge at all. In addition, because he was moving, even if it was only by gravity, the burden of speeding up time within himself was far greater. Ryu nodded silently to himself. It seemed that his new combat method still had a great deal of weaknesses, and these weren't weaknesses that he could make up for by being more clever. Unless, Ryu's gaze flashed and his spatial chi flared. The air around him solidified and his body came to a sudden and jarring stop. Just as the two hind legs were about to cave in his chest, his vital chi circulated with a huge surge, tearing a path toward the heels of his feet. His northern heavenly wind took root and his power bubbled up. He drove his heels into the ground, shooting backward with a great amount of speed, just dodging out of the way of the two hindled kicks. However, he didn't move far, his body suddenly freezing in the air again just a centimeter out of the way. His vital chi shifted from his legs to his arms, fueling a large amount of force in his torso as he landed heavily on the ground. With a furious intent, his primordial chaos lightning surged and he swung down with all the effort and strength he could muster. Bang! The lion spirit beast was smashed into the ground, a long line of blood splitting its back in two and slicing into its spine. The earth beneath its feet shattered into a crater and its body curved as it was swallowed up by Ryu's force. Ryu's feet flashed and he appeared above the lion spirit before it could move. The mountain character in his eyes lit up with a raging torrent of wind, and his spacetime soul nature surged, bending the world around them and increasing his weight by several times over. He smashed down with a boom, his black lightning flickering as his two blades pierced into the shoulders of the lion beast. As it roared, he twisted. A shocking flood of black lightning and black flames poured into its body, and soon, its roars fainted into faint whispers and then nothing at all. As Ryu inhaled, another surge of golden protector spirit rushed into his body. Insights of bulldozing power and control flooded into his mind, and he slowly began to refine his martial forms even more. The lion spirit was a master of attacking even while preparing its next attack. Right now, Ryu's movements looked fluid, but that was an illusion. He was acutely starting and stopping a lot, reversing the flow of his vital chi using his 9 pillars and then attacking again. How much faster would he be if he prepared for his next attack before thinking about it? But even though he thought this, it was easier said than done. For one, it required a method of vital chi utilization that was no less complex than the one the panther beast had used. That would take him quite a while to get used to, but that was just the first problem, and not even the largest in Ryu's opinion. In fact, if it was just this alone, he might even still consider it. The true issue was the pre-preparation part. It required something beyond what he was doing now, which was just reading and reacting, whereas preparing the next combination of movements required prediction. The reason for this was because Ryu's body was currently his limiting factor. Being able to prepare your next movement, like the lion spirit did without the need for prediction, necessitated a force of some sort. This force referred to forcing your enemy into a passive position, or locking down their movements until there were only a small number of counters they could use to deal with you. The problem, then, was obvious. Ryu was too weak to force these golden protector spirits into a restricted number of counter moves. That meant that his predictions would need to be wide and variable, and mostly reliant on the opponent's skill set alone, a skill set that he wouldn't be fully intimate with until after several exchanges. Even then, it might still not be possible. If his opponents were anything like himself, it would mean that he would need to account for hidden trump cards. He wasn't exactly a god, so how could he do that? Reading and reacting was the absolute safest thing for him. This didn't mean that he had gained nothing from this battle. He realized that if he kept a small and limber domain of spatial chi around himself, it was even easier to come to a stop. In fact, when he needed to dodge, or even needed to accelerate his movements just a bit, he could use his wind chi. However, this didn't feel good enough. Using atmospheric chi like this was still good, but without a technique to direct it, it was limited. In order to gather the control he needed, it required more focus than he was willing to give, so that's it. If I want to give it the proper control, I can adapt Master's Elemental War God visualization to it. I can adapt the staff stage, the outline stage and the wheel stage into a cloak, and then... Ryu's gaze flickered several times, deep in thought. Then, it clicked. He had already seen the fundamental runes he needed to do this. They were all on his god treasure, the spectral wings. If he could adapt them, he could use some of the abilities of the spectral wings even without them. And, into the future, he might not need them at all as he improved beyond them. He closed his eyes, falling into silence. The minutes ticked by, long and slow until, whoosh, a transparent cloak formed over Ryu's ragged white robes, making them perfect and whole. It looked as though he was dressed in the starry skies, almost like he had printed a star map onto himself. Ryu shot into the air, came to an abrupt stop, went forward, then backward, then rushed down. Every time, the movement was abrupt and sudden. However, it was still quite jarring. Using a visualization, or a spell, as the proxy by which he controlled the elements made the process smoother, almost too much smoother. He felt like his inner organs were being rocked with every sudden movement. He realized that he would need to match the process with his 9 pillars, at least slightly, to make sure his insides didn't rock too much. Ryu's toes touched down on the ground and he shot off into the distance, looking for a new target, but his thoughts were still focused on the lion spirit. He wasn't quite satisfied just yet, even though he was improving by leaps and bounds with every battle. It came down to one word: prediction. Prediction should be what he's best at, and he truly used to be, before his eyes were sealed. By using lines of fate, he could see the most likely outcomes even without understanding all the trump cards of the person he was facing. Of course, the longer he battled uttered individual, the better the predictions would become, but far beyond what he could do, not for sure. The only other way he could think of to close that gap aside from awakening his eyes was more battles, more experience, more life and death experiences. He felt like he had plenty, but it just wasn't enough. He needed his tactics to be in his very bones. Ryu suddenly felt something rumble within him. His eyes narrowed. His bloodlines. He thought back to the overly furred bear spirit he had faced before the lion spirit. There was something about that battle that he had missed, something that felt like it was on the tip of his tongue but didn't quite click. It felt like it was stirring again, but he still couldn't quite. Ryu entered the territory of a new golden protector spirit. He felt like his progress was far too slow, so even as he thought, he attacked, unleashing a furious barrage as his absolute domain formed once again. In the not too far off distance, a recognizable team of 3 had gathered. Iroh of the Twin Earth Dragon Sect, Juno and Zavase, 3 individuals that Ryu had entered the Favor Alchemy Sky God's legacy world with. The density of bronze and silver on them suggested that they had each slain hundreds of each between them, and their strength was quite excellent as a result. Interestingly, though, Iroh was no longer with his senior brothers, seemingly having traded up for stronger teammates. Unfortunately, this didn't seem to have helped. The 3 kneeled on the ground, defeated and bloodied. But they had no idea where their opponent was. Chapter 1429. Battle-hungry Ryu's movements became more and more erratic. It was impossible to tell which direction he would go and when. Sometimes he chose the best option to dodge, sometimes the second best, and at other times the third. Sometimes he would attack rather than dodge at all, distorting the future path of the battle with a subtle grace. He would move up, and then abruptly downward. To the right, then suddenly up. To the left, and when it seemed he would change his trajectory again, he would continue, or even sometimes come to a complete stop. When equaled with the absolute domain, to say that Ryu was easily 10 times more powerful than when he came into this round wasn't an exaggeration at all, and this was the case when the protector spirits and their boost to his overall strength was ignored. The drastic change made Ryu wonder how much more he had left to unearth, how much more strength was buried within him that he had ignored in favor of chasing after more talent. This was a product of his own mistakes, his own arrogance. He was too used to being the most talented person in existence. Before he had left Sacrum, that was what he truly was. He could crush everyone around him with his talents alone. There was still a small need to unearth its secrets, but he had always just relied on his base abilities to do so. Was it really doing his best to unearth his talents if he just relied on one of them, his heavenly pupils, to casually see through everything? Just how much stronger would he have been if he had truly taken all of this seriously? In truth, much of Ailsa's teachings were also geared toward elevating his talent levels, but he didn't blame her at all. The fact that she could raise his talent at all when it was already so great by Sacrum standards just showed how excellent of a life partner she was. Beyond that, he was already guaranteed to reach the pinnacle of Sacrum. It was only a question of how much he lapped everyone else. But now, he was behind, so far behind that he couldn't quite see where the pinnacle lay. Forced into a corner, and without a route to increase his talent in a short time, he was forced to pick up what he had and forge it into gold. There's more, I know there's more. Ryu's gaze blazed. He had improved so much in just a few weeks, he knew there was more to gain. He knew that this was because of his origin flame. His ability to process and tend toward efficiency was on a completely different level. This boon was far greater than what he had thought it would be. He had spent so much of his life with an origin flame, but not until now did he know what it truly meant to have one by his side. But that also made him realize that there was more to be had. Ryu suddenly vanished again, his body appearing with a sharp forward momentum that came to an abrupt stop. He utilized another method of combat that he had learned in that time. Gathering up the momentum of the twisting of space that had suddenly come to a stop, he transferred it to his blades. His strength exploded and his once forward momentum was perfectly transmitted to his blades. The faster you moved, the heavier you were. This was the law of the universe, of all of existence. He had learned to gather up the strength of his abrupt stops using his spacetime soul nature and then use them as a bludgeon to crush his enemies. Each one of these things were just small changes, slight tweaks, and yet when they were built up into the fighting prowess of a single person, it was like he flooded the world with his strength, each drizzle, each tiny droplet, coming together to form a furious tsunami that toppled his enemies. The roaring turtle spirit was smashed into the ground, its great shell, filled with runes and patterns, flared in protection, causing Ryu's mighty strike to come down like nothing more than a glancing blow, but Ryu. seemed to be prepared for that. His greatsword staff came to another sudden halt and the surrounding folds of spacetime gathered and pooled together. He raised his second greatsword staff and swung down with new momentum, plus the old. It glanced off once again, but Ryu repeated the process, swinging his other greatsword staff, then he repeated again, gathering the other. The violent storm of blades descended in a continuous, furious barrage. His skin glowed with runes, his bones creaking and bending beneath the continuously increasing might, but as though he had lost his mind he continued to strike, again, and again, and again, each powerful swing coming stronger than the last. Boom! The turtle spirit's 4 powerful legs gave out, its body crashing into a crater of its own creation and its shell cracking like a fragile egg. Ryu raised both of his great sword staffs, a violent swirl of black lightning and black flames gathering into one as he roared and swung down a final time. The turtle spirit was obliterated. From head to toe its body was ripped to shreds and then burnt to ash, torn apart like a pillow filled with goose feathers, and incinerated as though it had stood there to be cremated. Ryu landed heavily on the ground, sucking in a deep breath as the surrounding winds raged, pouring into his lungs. For the surrounding several kilometers, winds poured in, a heart-shuddering hurricane forming as Ryu filled his lungs. He swallowed so much that his wounds burst at the seams, pooling over and dripping, but he didn't seem to care as he unleashed a roar. Flames billowed from his mouth in a cone that swallowed the clouds above. He was battle-hungry. He hadn't taken a rest for weeks, but he still wanted more, needed more. The feeling of constant improvement was addictive and he never wanted to give it up. Chapter 1430. Curious. The Ice Phoenix represented life. The Fire Phoenix represented rebirth. The Dark Phoenix represented death. The Emperor Phoenix represented creation. The Fire Dragon represented rage, the truest kernel of fire, of kingship and emperorship, of rulership. The Lightning Qilin represented judgment. As Ryu continued to battle, he continued to think about what it truly meant for his bloodlines to be fused into one, but even more important than that, he wanted to understand how he could match it with the rest of his talents, but he had made little progress, mostly because he couldn't understand the first question. He stood just outside the territory of yet another golden protector spirit. One of his great sword staffs was held out, trembling with a surge of micro-movements. The condensation of spatial chi upon it was enough to tear through the void several times over. Suddenly, he moved. When he appeared again, he stood to the back of a gorilla spirit beast, slowly lowering his blade. The gorilla spirit beast was completely frozen in place, space pressing down around it until it exploded. It was shredded to pieces by countless sharp blades of chi that looked like swirling disks of concentrated galaxies. And then, the spirit fell, broken into pieces. Ryu turned back with an indifferent expression. Space was said to be the sharpest chi there was, but Ryu felt that this was the analysis of the ignorant. It was all dependent on several factors, and ultimately there was no sharper chi than blade chi. The sharpness of space was dependent on creating a space of nothingness that everything else was forced to bend around or disappear within. When this was used cleverly enough, and with enough skill, it could match up and surpass a blade. However, it was also easier to deal with, at least in Ryu's opinion. The only way to block blade chi was to either physically block it or meet it with an attack of equal or greatest strength. However, an opening in spatial chi could be dealt with in a number of ways. A domain could be used to solidify space. A domain could be used to disrupt space. It didn't even have to be something as constructive as a domain either. Pulses of wild chi could disrupt space, a strong solidified shield of chi could disrupt space. Even Daos of a certain level could crush openings in space, while just regular neutral chi of a high enough grade, when backed by strong enough laws, could rip it open or pull it closed. The stronger a person was, the more control they would have over dealing with such attacks. Spatial chi was actually the only chi in existence that one could casually gain access to so long as they grew strong enough in their own path. After all, that was why transcendent sky gods were able to step into the void at will and even collapse space with a thought. When it was put like this, a space soul nature might be rare, but it didn't seem so special, nor so powerful as it seemed at first glance. Time had even more of the same similar restrictions. He couldn't even use it on himself without a great deal of sacrifice, and while he could use it on techniques, the moment his enemy released any sort of AoE attacks, the burden on him would increase severalfold. It seemed that this, ultra-powerful, soul nature had more limitations than not, and was only an active benefit when his opponent was far weaker than him, and could only be used as an auxiliary ability when his enemy was equal to or much stronger than him. When Ryu reached this conclusion, though, he didn't despair. In fact, he grinned. Because unlike his bloodlines where he couldn't even understand the first question, let alone answer it, this breakdown of his spacetime soul nature was exactly the answer to the first question he was looking at, that being what the core truths of his gift was. If you took a step back, it was true that so long as anyone grew powerful enough, they would gain great control over space, and time would have even less effect on them. But that was based on one thing: sheer power, not skill, not talent. The distinction was important, and it was a clue to Ryu making his spacetime soul nature truly powerful. While using his spacetime soul nature casually had an alluring appeal, it was too easily crushed. What he had to do was layer it in complexity, shroud it in mystery, and take advantage of his talents so that his enemies wouldn't be able to see through what was happening easily. When he jumped through space, it was foolish to only open a single tunnel when opening many would be just as easy for him. When he was distorting time, why only speed things up or slow them down? Why not stratify them with countless minor changes, each stacking atop of one another either both positively and negatively to form holistic change? And, when he was slicing through space, why only use one blade? Why form a simple line that could be followed even by a child? Why not rely on the chaos of space, the raging fury of a black hole? Looking toward the pieces of the gorilla spirit beast, he felt like he had comprehended something else once again. For once, chasing effortlessness was leading him down the wrong road. He had to take advantage of his sight, of his sharpness in the ways of space and time, and crush everyone else with sights they had never seen before. It had been over 3 months since he had started hunting golden protector spirits, and he had finally felled one in a single strike. His spirits brimmed with power, and his combat prowess could only be calculated on an entirely new scale. Ryu took a deep breath and closed his eyes, absorbing the new insights. Then, he moved. Ryu came to a stop not long afterward. Down below, he saw the cadavers of 3 individuals. He didn't know exactly who they were, but he recognized the emblems that rested on their chests. This was Iroh and the others, but they were part of another segment of potent Sixth Heaven. There were 2 main alchemy powerhouses, the Heavenly Dew Pavilion, and the Tranquil Hand Pavilion. From Ryu's understanding, these 3 should be a part of the latter, and they should be no less potent than Iroh. The fact they were dead, and seemingly not with the ability to struggle at all, was curious. Chapter 1431. Target of Interest. Ryu stayed there for a while. It was definitely one person, he could tell that. Although they had put quite some effort into making it seem like it was more than one, what they couldn't change was the essence of their attack, its very core. However, it seemed that they knew that some sharper individuals might be able to tell this, and had, as a result, morphed and changed what their aura was. Ryu didn't recognize it, and he didn't feel like taking the time it would take to decipher it all. It was true that he could, but why? These people had nothing to do with him, and whether this person would be a threat to him in the future, so what? He already had too many enemies in here. He hadn't forgotten about Starlight, and there was still Jojo. He had also yet to come into true conflict with those geniuses of the Seventh Heaven, but it was really only a matter of time. The only reason he hadn't clashed with them yet was because there were so few hunting golden protector spirits. By now, everyone had realized just how difficult it was to hunt above the silver level, and many were still focused on bronze. At the same time, many were beginning to notice the benefits that Ryu had from the very beginning. They began to attempt to gather more and more, and this led to more conflicts as the number of spirits began to whittle down. Just due to this alone, even if he had the mind to, was enough for Ryu not to care about this matter. As the number of spirits lessened, he could feel the walls of time closing in around him, and very soon the beneficial round would come to an end. The feeling of improving every day, every moment, even, was intoxicating, and Ryu almost didn't want to move on at all. However, he exhaled with a smile. Why should this be the only place he could improve? He had a feeling that very soon he would come against plenty more enemies he could sharpen himself against. With a step, Ryu vanished from the region of the fallen corpses, not thinking much of it at all. A long distance away, though, an encounter was taking place. Adlail stood on a hill of green. This region was a field, but it was anything but flat. As far as the eyes could see, rounded hills of green with vibrant, tall grasses stood. It was a beautiful region, especially when you stood atop a hill and could catch its full glory in your eyeline. On a hill across from him, another young man stood, just as handsome, just as gentle in expression, but wearing robes of black instead. They almost looked like mirror images of one another, but this was nothing more than an illusion. It was clear that they weren't related, nor were they similar. Upon closer inspection, the truth became clearer. It wasn't their looks that mirrored one another, but rather their auras. They were a perfect match, but considering how far they stood apart, and the smile in their eyes, it was impossible to tell if they were the greatest of friends, or the greatest of enemies. But what was more shocking than all of this was the dense pillars of gold around them both. "You've made your move so early, Adlael, that's unlike you," the black-robed man spoke. "I don't know what you mean," Adlael replied with a similar smile. Though, it was clear to the both of them that they were both quite well aware. Adlael had killed those of his faction, and though he had hidden it well, the black-robed man was well within his abilities to expose this truth. However, in typical fashion, as things usually went between the two of them, the thin layer of cordiality never vanished. "Interesting card to play. Ignorance, is it? I would expect something more clever from you." "Well, we can't all be genius ruin masters, now can we? My small little mind can't possibly compare to yours, I'm just barely holding on." "Ho ho, a man on the path of both alchemy and formations, and yet stands out as a genius in both, claims to have a small, little mind. I didn't think that you'd have also become a comedian since I last saw you. How fascinating. Ah, but it's exactly because of this that I'm no match for you," Adlael sighed. "I've been told since a very early age that my journey is foolish. How can one individual give their all to more than one path? I'm afraid that I am a comedian, but for very different reasons. I've made a fool of myself." The two sighed at once. It was the kind of conversation that truly made an observer want to punch them both in the face. The feigned humility made them come off as more arrogant than it did humble, and it was hard to tell if they were aware of this or not. "This much is still fine and acceptable," the black-robed man finally spoke. "I can allow you this small victory, but I would hope that you remain cautious. There's been some very interesting changes, there's even a particular young man that I have my eye on." "What a coincidence, I have my eye on one as well. He's quite interesting." "Ah, I have a feeling I already know who you're speaking about. It's typical of you to be so concerned with someone you lost to. Like my parent always said, a true man should know when to let go, to instead learn from it, and grow from it." Adlael chuckled. Indeed, I have a feeling I know who you're speaking about as well. Considering your father's words, it would make sense that you have an eye on him. After all, he lost quite handily to my target of interest." "Very true, but I believe that he will shine from this instant onward." "You speak of shining quite candidly as though you have no intentions of killing him when it suits you. That smile on your face is quite casual as well. Is this also the candor your parents spoke of?" "Of course, how could it not be? To greet every day with a smile of confidence and radiance, that is the way of a true man. I might swing by your target of interest to see if he can do the same." Chapter 1432, Ryu didn't expect to be interrupted. It had been months since he had entered this round and those that he came across tended to steer well clear of him, even when he had this swirling pillar of bronze, silver and gold around him. However, up ahead, over 10 kilometers away, he could see a young man in black robes. This distance wasn't enough to tell if a person had come for you, at least by normal standards. But even at this distance, Ryu was quite certain. His steps came to a stop and he continued to look ahead indifferently. He didn't seem to have any intention of closing the distance for this person, not that 10 kilometers was a large distance considering their cultivation realms. Even so, that didn't stop the black-robed young man from being surprised. Ryu had spotted him not from 10 kilometers away, but from over 100. The dense trees didn't seem to impede his sight at all, and the only reason he had continued forward was because this was the direction of his next target. But seeing that this person was also observing him from so far away, he felt that he wasn't planning on vanishing like all the others had. He didn't say anything, just standing in place, looking at the young man. Usually, one might feel some pressure to speak, but it was as though Ryu was looking at air. His cheery mood had vanished and it was replaced by his usual cold demeanor. He didn't feel like this person was a friend, and no amount of smiling on their part would change that. The black-robed young man blinked. He had expected Ryu to notice him only when they were within a kilometer of each other. He hadn't exactly tried to hide himself, he was just waiting outside the barrier of Ryu's destination, waiting for him to approach. Just behind him, there was a monkey golden protector spirit that he knew was Ryu's target. Ryu's wrist trembled slightly, and suddenly all of the trees in the 10-kilometer radius between himself and this man were shredded. First they were cut off once, rising into the air from their trunks upward, and then by some mysterious force of the wind, they were split into countless strips of wood, raining down in such a fine mist that the skies somehow still remained clear. The black-robed young man pursed his lips into a smile, looking down at his robes. There was a single line going through them, though they quickly healed, his smile couldn't help but brighten. Sorry, my name is, not interested, Ryu replied lightly. Draw your blade or piss off. There was an uncomfortable feeling in Ryu's chest. It was the kind of feeling he got whenever people tried to challenge him. He abhorred that feeling. Testing him implied that someone else deemed themselves above himself, worthy of standing above him and casting judgment on him and his accomplishments. This was something he would always hate, no matter what changed about him. The black-robed young man blinked. It was hard to tell if he was surprised because he lagged a bit in being mad, or if it was because he had truly never met someone like Ryu before. Then, he suddenly laughed. I didn't want to fight you, I just wanted to play a game. Aren't you interested? Not in the slightest, not even if it was a competition for our protector spirits. It would be fun, no, and quite high stakes. You could gain all the hard work I've put in for these last few months in an instant so long as you win. Ryu didn't say anything. His silence only lasted for a split moment before he moved, but in that fraction of a second, his thoughts swirled with many things. In a bet like this one, without a third party, who would be the arbitrator of this bet? How would the other force one of them to keep their word? Why would they trust the other? It all came down to a single thing. This man didn't think he needed an arbitrator because he believed that he could make Ryu comply when he ran. It was nothing but a farce from the very beginning, and Ryu didn't have the patience for it. The black-robed young man was astonished once again. He locked down space around him, prepared to battle, but to his surprise, his senses suddenly flared. Tunnels of space opened up all around him, encircling him in a tight bind, and it was impossible to tell which one Ryu would come from. It was as though he was coming from all directions at once and yet none at all. In the distance, Ryu's afterimage had still yet to fade, but the attack was upon the young man. To the young man's surprise, as his perceptions were flaring out, wondering which direction Ryu would come from, Ryu came right from his very front, his blade swinging down with a mighty force right before the former's eyes. The black-robed youth blinked, seemingly slow to react. This Ryu that Adlail had been interested in was quite curious. Having a half-step Dao god as an ancestor was interesting enough, but to be this, well, odd, was another layer of mystery that left him quite baffled, especially since he seemed to have seen through the truth of this round. After a moment of what gazed like hesitation, but was instead a casual thought, the black-robed youth struck out with a palm and hit nothing but air. Ryu had suddenly vanished again. The black-robed youth realized too late that the portals around him and never closed. Not only that, but they had looped and been layered around one another, intertwining in a mess of spatial chi that he didn't have nearly enough affinity to see through. The only way to deal with them was to crush them by brute force, but by the time he crushed one layer, 10 more would show up in its place, and if he made a second attempt, Ryu's blade would descend. Bang! He miscalculated. His body was sent flying forward. Somehow, Ryu's blade strike was even faster now than it had been before. Ryu didn't even look at the young man. His blade pointed toward the monkey spirit from just outside the territory boundaries. His spatial chi condensed and quaked, and he suddenly moved. In a flash, the monkey spirit froze, rising up into the air under a mysterious power before it was shredded to pieces by countless silver radiant blades. Chapter 1433. Dividing Sin. Ryu slowly lowered his blade, looking toward the black-robed man. The latter had already landed on his feet, his smile still there. The gap is pretty big, huh? Though he had this thought, Ryu didn't really seem to be very panicked. However, his deductions were spot on, that much he was certain of. By this point, he had already assimilated over 600 golden protector spirits, and by his estimations, this young man hadn't taken in even 100. Of course, it was also the case that the more spirits you absorbed of the same rank, the less obvious the benefits. But even so, the fact he had taken Ryu's strike so easily meant that at their base strengths, the gap was quite large. Ryu was quite curious about who this man was, but observing him seriously for the first time, Ryu actually smiled too. That was because he felt like he was looking at a young man he had seen before. This black-robed young man and Adlail were actually so similar. they might as well have been carbon copies of one another despite not looking like the same person at all, and Ryu found it quite amusing. So between the two of you, Ryu suddenly said, who's the leader and who's the puppet on a string? For the third time in the short moments he had met Ryu, the black-robed young man was startled again, and this time, he didn't quite recover quick enough. The reason Ryu found all of this so amusing was because two grown men didn't just happen to share the same personality. There were only two options: either they were raised by the same person, or one had latched onto the other, following his footsteps very closely before breaking off and deluding himself into thinking he was his own person. The first felt unlikely, mostly because they looked dissimilar enough that it wasn't a possibility that they'd be siblings, even if they differed by one parent. Plus, Ryu was very good at reading auras. Unless someone had been perfectly veiled, or changed their bloodline, he would be able to sense such a thing in a single glance. Of course, it was possible that they were instead raised by the same master and that was why they had come out so similarly, and Ryu was more receptive to this sort of explanation. It might even explain why they seemed to be so pitted against one another. After all, if there were inheritances that required bloody conflict to pick out one successor, there were some masters cruel enough to do that to their direct disciples. However, Ryu found the second explanation far more amusing, and judging by the black-robed young man's response, he felt that it was even more unlikely. Ryu hissed and clicked his tongue. Judging by that reaction, it seems that you're the little brother holding onto the hem of his elder brother's robe, huh? I've always thought about what it might feel like to be an older sibling. It was just unfortunate that my parents had to try for years just to have me, so it's unknown whether I'll ever get the chance. But seeing it here in the flesh, I don't know if I want it anymore. Would my younger brother be able to have his own personality? Though, I guess if it was a younger sister, it might be a bit easier on her. The black-robed young man fell into silence. He tried to smile again out of habit, but it came out more forced than he expected. It was only after a few more seconds that he truly relaxed. This is your Tao, he uttered with a smile as though he had finally understood something and had exposed Ryu. It's quite powerful, extremely so. I didn't expect that, or maybe I should have since your ancestor is a half-step Tao god. It would be difficult for a descendant to be mediocre. It should be at least on the verge of the ancient grade if not a half-step in. Congratulations. Once you become a sky god, you'll immediately defeat the majority of those here. Ryu's smile didn't fade, though the implication was clear. Oh, you noticed. Not bad. I guess you do have some insight of your own. The black-robed young man found himself being far more ticked off than usual, mostly because he felt that he only had part of the story. He felt like he was missing something. He didn't usually try to grasp straws when he was facing off against someone in a war of words, because feigning omnipotence was far stronger than guessing. If you guessed wrong, then your facade of greatness would shatter, and he felt that his already had. What he had sensed wasn't Ryu's Tao, but rather a small part of it, and a small part of it not actively activated either. This was Ryu's dividing sin, or at least his dividing sin in part. Dividing sin was the mirror of dividing karma. The latter could already see through the thoughts and intentions of people, but the former could comprehend them, ripping them open layer by layer, forcing open wounds and pouring salt into them. When Ryu had uttered that he could become the most supreme of court ministers with just dividing karma alone, he wasn't lying. If he used dividing sin at the same time, or even combined their functions into one as he was able, breaking down the resolve of a young man like this with just a few words was as easy as breathing. When Ryu had uttered that he could become the most supreme of court ministers with just dividing karma alone, he wasn't lying. If he used dividing sin at the same time, or even combined their functions into one as he was able, breaking down the resolve of a young man like this with just a few words was as easy as breathing. That's because no matter how talented this young man was, what he didn't have for certain was a founding Tao. The black-robed young man wasn't facing a half-step ancient Tao at all. He was facing a true founding Tao, and existence of the level of which he had never graced before. He knew that he should control himself, he knew that Ryu was trying to get him riled up, but it simply didn't matter. When a future Tao god spoke, you listened. The young man gripped his fists, his smile becoming colder. Chapter 1434, Identical. Ryu pointed his blade forward. I already know what your elder brother would do. He would smile and leave without a word. It's not quite time yet for him to reveal himself, after all. But I'm far more interested in what you'll do. I mean, unless you want to follow in the footsteps of your big brother a bit more. The black-robed young man took a breath. He was intelligent, highly so, far beyond what these geniuses of the 6th and 7th heavens could compare to. He had already succeeded in his goal on the 6th heaven, and so had his elder brother. The heavenly path to them was just a convenient way of returning to the 7th heaven, whereupon they could return home with ease. They still planned to benefit from the path, as it seemed far different than what it had been in the past, and there might even be some things here that even they could benefit from. However, the goal stayed the same. They couldn't bring too much attention to themselves. That sounded amusing to say. After all, Adlael was known as the best alchemist of one of the top 2 alchemy pavilions of the 6th heaven. While he, Ramon, had likewise taken a similar position in the opposing pavilion. They were as high profile as they could get. But it was all relative. They had already been forgotten in the grand scheme, and that was always their plan, a plan that had gone perfectly until now. And what had changed? Well, Ramon really wanted to kill right now. Ryu beamed, his smile brightening up the world. Come. The word had barely come out when Ramon moved, his speed tearing space in two, a trail of void following in his wake. It tore apart Ryu's attempts at controlling the space around him, and he almost couldn't react when a palm had appeared before his chest. Without even a forced thought, Ryu could tell that if he let this strike hit him, it would pierce right through his chest as though he wasn't standing here at all. He wouldn't die thanks to his realm heart, but he would be in a state where battle was next to impossible without using his embryonic chi. Even so, he didn't seem to panic. His Tao flared up and it crashed down with the full force of a mountain descending from above. When Ramon felt it, his eyes widened into saucers. He felt like his perspective was being flipped on its head. Founding Tao. Twin pairs of 8 trigram diagrams spun in Ryu's eyes, and all the secrets of the world were laid bare before him. He could see it all, everything there was, and he realized that Ramon hadn't torn space apart with sheer power. He was a ruin master. He used his matrix to find the nodes and attack them with precise force. His skill was so high that he painted the illusion that he was no different from a transcendent sky god. This told Ryu a few things in an instant. The first was that there were more than just transcendent sky gods that could disrupt his spacetime soul nature. The second was that his founding Tao was far more powerful than he knew. With swift movements, Ryu threw one of his great sword staffs into the air, flipping his palm over and taking out a matrix. His gaze flashed with a blinding silver light, and all of Raymond's attempts at destruction were reversed in an instant. Ramon might be a genius ruin master, but what he didn't have a space soul nature. When faced against Ryu, who was also a genius ruin master, what opportunity did he stand of stopping the latter? Ryu's figure flashed backward, disappearing into space as he pierced with his greatsword staff. Raymond's brows jumped several levels. He didn't even have the thinking speed to process what had just happened when Ryu's blade threatened to pierce right through his hand and toward his chest. He could even feel that heart-shuddering attack Ryu had used to slice a part of that golden protector spirit in just a single strike forming, but he could also tell that there was no way Ryu had the time to form it. Ryu had shrunk the time he needed to complete the attack from over a minute to just a second in these last few months. But an entire second in a battle of his caliber was like asking to die. Raymond's mind spun. He knew that Ryu wasn't so foolish. Someone that could outmaneuver him, and was obviously a ruin master of great accomplishment, couldn't possibly make such a stupid mistake. But that was the thing. The best plans weren't the most clever ones. They were the ones where an opponent knew what was coming, and yet couldn't do anything about it. A portal suddenly opened before Ryu's blade, and Raymond's palm hid nothing but air. At the same time, dozens of portals the same size as that one appeared all around Ramon. Raymond's brows jumped. He couldn't sense which portal the blade would come out of. He threw his effort behind his hidden matrix and he began to calculate, his mind spinning at a high octane before he struck out at a portal. He sneered, his smile forgotten as Ryu's blade appeared out from his right. But then, his expression changed. Out from every portal, an uniform piercing blade came out from them all. And each and every one had a completed vortex of raging spatial chi around them. There were too many, and Ramon didn't have time to understand how Ryu had suddenly multiplied his blade. Spatial chi couldn't do this, and there was no technique that could make each one so perfectly identical. Bang! Ramon was swallowed up. Small vortexes of spatial chi swallowed him whole, suddenly combining and forming an attack that raised him into the air, shredding him from top to bottom. He unleashed a shout of anger, but even after obliterating the first layer, there was another, and then another. His shout was distorted and swallowed, his body disappearing beneath countless crisscrossing blades. Chapter 1435. Far enough. Ryu lowered his blade slightly and he vanished, appearing on one of the few trees remaining in the region. His expression didn't seem to be one of victory, but it wasn't one of fear either. Right then, Ramon fell out of the air, his clothes shredded to pieces and his skin covered in dense, but thin lines of blade marks. He looked to be in a sorry state, and he was, but Ryu could also see that it was very surface level. Ramon had obviously been able to protect himself from the greatest damage, likely relying on some sort of chi shield, as his body didn't seem that impressive to Ryu. My Dao is far more useful against actual humans than it has been against the spirits. It's no wonder. Ryu had gotten the feeling when this battle started that his Dao was far more effective, and now he understood why that was. Using it against real people, who had thoughts and emotions, and could be manipulated, was far easier than constructs that only knew how to battle. It was no wonder, although he was certain Ramon was far more powerful than any single spirit he had battled until now, Ryu still felt that he was still in more manageable ranges in terms of what he could deal with. Even so, Ramon was truly impressive. Ryu was certain that even if he gave up all of the Golden Protector spirits he had, that attack just now could still kill a Golden Protector spirit in a single strike. But Raymond's life wasn't even in danger despite the blood covering his body. Impressive, truly impressive. Ryu grinned. He had learned something else. He had done it on a whim to counter Ramon, but the feeling felt good. Having a matrix in one hand and a blade in another felt right. But at the same time, it was also a bottleneck. In the past, this matrix had helped him greatly, but now he felt like it was holding him back. Of course, it was still a help, but it felt like it could only amplify a small part of his strength. This made sense. After all, he had both an origin flame, a complete one at that, and a founding Dao. It was no wonder that his matrix couldn't keep up and amplify it all. I wonder. Ryu thought to the formation he had used to replace his soul cultivation, and then he thought about how Ramon clearly used a matrix without bringing one out, and he grinned to himself. He had known it, from the very beginning. The basis upon which he had used to forge his own mental realm cultivation method was built off the back of the matrix. He had had thoughts about doing this, and he took a leap of faith, and now the person that he needed to complete it was right in front of him. If he succeeded, then he would not only no longer need a matrix, but that feeling of a bottleneck would vanish. His speed of thought would become faster, his Dao would become sharper, his mind would. Ryu allowed himself to fall out of the tree, controlling the spacetime fabric around him to accelerate the gravity and fall even faster. He just barely moved out of the way of the coming Ramon, his mind still working a step ahead. His matrix rapidly calculated as he observed Ramon, and then his spiritual sea rolled. At that moment, a hidden formation, embedded within like spiderwebs in glass, rumbled and took shape. Ryu was instantly shrouded in void spiritual chi, and a dense fog wrapped around Ramon in a domain. Ramon didn't say anything, his face an icy cold crisscross of injuries. His robes had rapidly healed under some mysterious power, but his body itself was slower too. As he moved, his blood leaked, but Ryu could tell that soon enough, even this would come to a stop very soon. Raymond's healing factor wasn't bad at all. A small snort left Raymond's lips as a barrier of chi rushed around him, blocking against the void spiritual chi, but to his surprise, it failed. Spiritual chi. Raymond's eyes sharpened. Perfect blackbody soul. He recognized Ryu's talent immediately and his pupils constricted. A founding Dao and a perfect blackbody soul. In addition to such a high attainment in space soul nature, he didn't feel like he was fighting against someone from the sixth heaven at all. The void spiritual chi lapped against his skin, feeling like a cool breeze, and then he felt as though every inch of him was being scanned. This only lasted for a split second before his own spiritual chi rumbled forth, vibrating and dispersing Ryu's spiritual chi. However, Ryu had already hit the ground, accelerating backward and skipping through space. Baby, say hello to your elder brother for me. You think you... Ramon looked around and Ryu was gone. When he looked toward the ground, his gaze flared with anger. Even during the battle, Ryu had been forming a large-scale teleportation formation concealed within the layers of his attacks of space and time. He was simply on a completely different level. Ramon had simply never seen anyone beneath Sky God had such a strong space soul nature, and to use it like this, so cleverly, with such layers of complexity. Even Sky Gods couldn't do that. Even now, he didn't comprehend how right he was because he had still not picked up on Ryu's time affinity at all. It was too deeply hidden, too perfectly shrouded. Ramon stood in place for a long time, taking deep breaths before he settled down and his smile slowly returned. Fine, he would just have to go and check on his choice instead, then. At least this Ryu knew his limits. He slowly unclenched his fists as the last of his blood dried and his wounds closed up completely. He would recall this, and when the time came that he no longer had to hold back, his retaliation would be had. If you can make it far enough for me to care, that is. Regardless, that soul is mine. Chapter 1436. Fragmented Sky God Ryu appeared in a dense miasma of snow. It took him a moment to realize that he was actually buried deep within a snow mound, but he didn't mind. He had known that his teleportation would be a bit crude as it was a new ability he was using and he was teleporting to an unfamiliar place, so he had designed it to send out a pulse of spatial chi first, that way he wouldn't find his body magically fusing with snow and killing himself. Since it was so convenient, he decided to stay in place. The cold of this place used to bother him even with his Ice Phoenix bloodline, but that had stopped after he gathered more golden protector spirits and had improved his martial forms. Plus, even if it was too cold for him, the best place to be in that sort of situation was buried in the snow anyway. He crossed his legs and began to meditate, namely focusing on what he had just learned. I was right, he whispered to himself. Black steel bone structure, black steel meridians, black steel soul, black steel spiritual foundation, and a bloodline the name of which Ryu didn't know, but most definitely emitted an energy that melded and fused the other ones well. A perfect set of omniscient grade talents and a bloodline that supplemented them all. There were very few talents that shared a name across the 6 pillars, but Blacksteel was one that did, at least across 5, and Ramon was the beneficiary of it. Despite the sound of its name, the Blacksteel talent wasn't one of purely defense, though it was quite great at that as well. Its main attribute was the first part of its namesake, blackness. This wasn't just in the sense of the color, but in terms of the philosophy of it. It absorbed, consumed, swallowed everything in its path. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The Blacksteel soul was like the child of the perfect Blackbody soul. Although the former started as an omniscient grade talent, and also had some characteristics of an indestructible soul, it would end as one as well. Ryu wouldn't be surprised if Ramon was suddenly very interested in his soul now, not that it made much of a difference to him. In fact, now that he thought about it, the Blacksteel meridians had some mirrors of his chaotic silk meridians as well. It was very strong and sturdy, and was probably among the topmost meridians in terms of durability. If he had used his chaos chi during the battle, or more accurately, had projected it outward, there was no doubt that Ramon would be intrigued in it as well, not that that was saying much. Everyone wanted his meridians. This wasn't what Ryu was focused on, though. The reason he had scanned Ramon's body so thoroughly, at the risk of exposing his perfect Blackbody soul, was so that he could see where he was hiding his matrix and gain a perfect reflection of it in his mind. That way, he would finally be able to perfect his own foundation. When Ryu saw it, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. It was the most complex series of connections he had ever seen. Rather than looking at a matrix, it felt like he was staring into one of the Little Woman's star maps. The absolute domain technique had been just as complicated, and Ryu had to figure out a workaround just to use it effectively, so it could be imagined how complicated this matrix was. If it was so easy to create matrices, they wouldn't make life as easy as it seemed. However, the Ryu of now wasn't the same as the Ryu of back then. Not only did he have the origin flame that allowed him to memorize this entire star map matrix in a single glance, but he also now had a founding Tao. With a thought, Ryu began to set up a protective formation around himself that kept him both hidden and secured. Then, he entered his world of his eyes. Using this method, he would likely only be gone for a few seconds even if he spent months here, but one lapse in caution was all it would take to ruin everything and lose your life. Ryu tapped into the abilities of his heavenly pupils and entered Breath of World in a single bound. His focus was so flawless and whole, fusing together with his origin flame and his foundation Tao, that he cut down the time he would need from months to just a few weeks. When Ryu had entered that state of enlightenment after learning of Ailsa and Yana's disappearance, he had understood exactly what he required for a formation that would replace his mental realm cultivation technique, an internal matrix. When he made the decision, he hadn't pondered that there would already exist such a thing, nor would it be so handy to read and copy one made at the hands of a master. But he wasn't complaining in the slightest. This would cut down the time he would need to flawless his matrix from a lifetime to just a few weeks. Once he succeeded, his soul itself would become his matrix, but not needing to use a matrix when entering a ruin would be the least of the benefits. Right now, Ryu's mind was like a data collector. His Tao could see through countless details, and his origin flame helped him to memorize and organize them all with great speed. However, what he was lacking was something that could be used to parse out these details, ignore what was useless and combine what was useful into a single answer. There might come a day where his Tao was so powerful that it would be able to subconsciously tell all of this on its own, but even when that day came, his soul would grow to the point where this internal matrix of his could even see through to the future. The weeks passed by in a flash, and Ryu opened his eyes, exiting his eyes world as though only a few seconds had passed. Then, he grabbed onto the kernel of his origin flame and crushed it. He grabbed out with his other hand and began to use the formations to draw, writing out a formation that looked like flickering stars in the night sky, dense and vast. The more he wrote, the clearer he felt his mind was. The larger the formation grew, the slower and slower the trickle of his focus chi became, as though he was a machine of efficiency. When he finished, he wanted to raise his head up to the skies and roar. With the combination of his origin flame, his self-created mental realm cultivation technique, and his founding Tao, his Tao functioned as though it stood beyond its station in maturity. He saw the world with impossible clarity, and matters that he couldn't understand in the past shifted into place, slotting in as though they had always been meant to be there. And most shocking of all, that feeling that had eluded him for so long, that deduction related to his bloodline, clicked through. The slower and slower the trickle of his focus chi became, as though he was a machine of efficiency. When he finished, he wanted to raise his head up to the skies and roar. With the combination of his origin flame, his self-created mental realm cultivation technique, and his founding Tao, his Tao functioned as though it stood beyond its station in maturity. He saw the world with impossible clarity, and matters that he couldn't understand in the past shifted into place, slotting in as though they had always been meant to be there. And most shocking of all, that feeling that had eluded him for so long, that deduction related to his bloodline, clicked into place. For maybe the first time in history, a world sea realm expert had a Tao no less powerful than a fragmented sky god. Chapter 1437. Molded. Ryu felt an unimaginable level of control. It wasn't power, not exactly. It was more like he could sense every little thing, even down to the atoms of the world itself. Everything was in his grasp, and nothing could escape his attention. He had never felt this way before, even when he had fully unlocked his heavenly pupils, even when he was in a far weaker world with far greater restrictions like sacrum. It was all simply unimaginable. It almost felt like the heavens themselves were pouring power into him, and in a real sort of way, that was exactly what was happening. A Tao was exactly that, an external source of strength granted to you by the heavens as a reward for your comprehension. Depending on what you had come to understand about the reality of the world, certain amounts of its laws were laid bare before you, opening themselves up so that you could use them as freely as your focus chi would allow. The amount that had been opened up to Ryu hadn't changed, but a few things made it feel as though that was what was happening, the most important of which was efficiency. Having a founding Tao was both a gift and a curse. Most didn't actively use their Taos in battle, but rather did so passively because of the drain on focus chi. It wasn't until they entered a hyper-intense state of battle that they would lay it all on the line and ignore the potential consumption. Even the saint's disciple was like this. His use was so subtle in the beginning that Ryu had almost missed it. For Ryu, this was even more so. He was lucky that he had received the origin flame not long after forming his founding Tao, or else he would have felt the drain far more significantly. Without the prayer mat, his chances of using his founding Tao, his current greatest reliance, in the midst of battle would be like a baby trying to wield a heavy-duty god treasure. But even with his origin flame, Ryu had been very careful with how he used his Tao, not only for the sake of hiding his identity, but also sparing a thought for his focus chi as well. Now, however, whereas using his Tao in the past cost a steady river, it was no more than a drizzle. With his entire Tao opened up to him like this, he didn't have to be so cautious, often using only quarters of it at a time. He could use them all at once, exhibiting its true strength passively. Or, he could actively tap into its strength, opening himself up to the world, or rather, forcing the world to open itself up to him. When Ryu had the idea to build a matrix in his mind, he had thought of many potential applications. The most obvious to him, especially in the last several weeks, was the potential it had for helping him to quickly lock onto the deficiencies in his battle style and fix them, maximizing his own strength all the more. He hadn't expected that it would have such a profound effect on his Tao and its strength, and even beyond that, Ramon had enlightened him to its possible applications in battle as well. These were benefits that even he hadn't seen, and he realized just how great of a benefit this was. No, it wasn't a boon. It was something that he had created with his own hands, his own taboo power of sorts, and it made him feel alive. When Ryu had run into the Refinement Sutra in the lowest reaches of the Radiant Star Sect's technique libraries, he had known that it was perfect for him. But he had also felt that it would take quite some time before he could truly unearth its potential, and by extension, his own potential. Sitting here, so he had just roared away billowing and spinning around him, he felt that he had still underestimated himself. It had taken years, but the moment he sniffed the slightest hint of enlightenment, the benefits had all come rushing together. But he felt that this was only the beginning. This was just the slightest taste of what it felt like to blend your talents down a single path. Ryu had just managed to align his soul and his Tao, and not even perfectly yet, but the benefits were so great. If he began to use the Refinement Sutra to incorporate his other aspects, even fusing his 3 cultivation methods into just a single one, just what level would he be able to reach? What station would there be waiting for him at the end? Would he already be at the top of the world by the time he succeeded? Battle. He wanted a battle. Ryu flickered and vanished. His passive use of his Tao was so great that even with a casual intent, he easily crossed what was 10 times his previous greatest distance, leaping across thousands of kilometers. With just that single step, he had already appeared within the territory of a Golden Protector spirit. Absolute Domain was activated again, but this time, Ryu used a level the little woman would never think possible at his level. The technique was divided into grades, and certain levels were always restricted in their use against certain enemies. A Heaven-grade Absolute Domain, for example, would always be useless against a World Sea Realm expert no matter how cleverly they used it. So what about the Fragmented grade against one? The white-scaled crocodile spirit seemed to rush itself onto Ryu's blade. The gap in tactics and movements was so immense that a third-party observer would have assumed that the spirit was simply tired of living, of the hardships of life. Ryu didn't even have to use his spacetime soul nature cleverly, nor did he have to use his chaos chi. He didn't use anything but the strength of his body, and even that was less than 10% used. He stood in silence as the spirit poured into his body, its physical form collapsing. He suddenly comprehended just how potent Absolute Domain was. And by extension, he understood just what kind of monster he had formed with his own hands. Chapter 1438. Interesting. The power was intoxicating. Every enemy he came across didn't have the ability to last even a single exchange against him. Absolute Domain used the very stars to map out projections that could allow for a perfect defense. If you were still enough, this perfect defense could easily become a perfect offense. If you were even more skilled, then you would have to sacrifice nothing at all. A perfect offense and defense would seamlessly meld into one another, creating a battle style far beyond anything that Ryu had self-created in the last several months. Soon, though, this intoxication wavered and Ryu's coldness returned. In fact, it was a coldness that suffused from the depths of his soul and it dashed all the previous happiness he had had. He had put his everything into these last several months, carefully honing himself and building little changes to his combat strategy that made large differences in his strength. But the moment he made use of Absolute Domain, it all became useless. He felt like he was being pulled along by someone else's strings and he was relying on a Tao forged by another person. It was a feeling that made him unhappy and disgusted, and if this was the him of just a year ago, or even a few months ago, he would have vowed right here and now to never use Absolute Domain again. He didn't like the feeling. It was like an elder was casually patting him on the head, and an elder he didn't know or have any love for, shaking their head at his naivete. Indeed, how could anything he could accomplish in a few months, even with the backing of a founding Tao and an origin flame, possibly match up to what he was experiencing here? The Absolute Domain was indeed very difficult to use, and it required memorizing all the star maps of existence itself. However, there was a proportional reward for succeeding. Usually, a technique with such a steep entry requirement would be too greatly flawed to be used by anyone and it would be cast as a failure. But this technique was obviously one of the very few that was worth it. It was a sharp reminder, and almost painful one, of how far he still had to go and his happiness toward the success of his self-created mental realm technique was dashed. No, it wasn't dashed, instead it turned into a boiling flame of lava that poured through his veins. Ryu quickly used the absolute domain to tear a path through the remaining quantity of golden protector spirits. He knew that absolute domain or not, the golden protector spirits could no longer pose a challenge to him. If he wanted to catch up, creating a method of combat that could rule over even absolute domain, then he needed to fight against the diamond protector spirits. When he succeeded, a roaring pillar of golden light pierced the skies and Ryu's gaze narrowed. Until now, he hadn't come across a single diamond protector spirit. He had wondered why this was, but it seemed that he was about to get his answer. Ryu didn't believe that the requirement was gathering up 999 golden protector spirits like he had, or more accurately, he believed that this was only one of the potential triggers. There simply weren't enough spirits remaining for this to be an expected course of action. The other trigger was probably far more reasonable, like a percentage of protector spirits. Regardless, it seemed like the diamond protector spirits would appear now, but now before. As expected, several powerful auras appeared over the horizon, speeding toward Ryu. The disparity between 998 golden protector spirits and 999 was enormous. He wouldn't be surprised if the pillar of light that surrounded him now was visibly everywhere. It was likely they thought he was the spirit. Ryu crossed his arms and didn't move. He had no need to flee, and it wasn't as though it mattered if he did flee. With the density of the pillar around him, people would find him no matter where he went. Of course, whether they could actually catch him was another matter, but he didn't have a propensity to flee. Several who saw him from a distance decided to directly stop coming forward. However, just because they halted moving forward, didn't mean that they left. Anyone with the courage to come after what they thought was a diamond protector spirit was also smart enough to know that if they were attracted, then other people would be. It was relatively harder to gain knowledge in this environment, and if such a big showdown was about to happen, it would all be for the best if they observed it personally so that they couldn't be manipulated due to their ignorance later. It wasn't long before the true powerhouses began to appear. Ryu spotted 3 squads from the Azure Lightning sect, 3 teams from the Stalwart Sun sect, another 3 teams from the Raging Inferno sect. Every team that came forward was surrounded in a swirling pillar of mostly silver, but he could see quite some gold within as well. It seemed like for them, the search for gold had just begun. Each one was taken aback when they realized it wasn't a diamond protector spirit at all, but rather a man. They slowed to a stop, but unlike the first group of stragglers, they were much closer. Clearly they weren't here just to observe. And then came the team of the Fading Star sect. There were 5 of them, that being the number of teams. As for their numbers total, there were 20. None of them seemed to have any distinctive characteristics, but with just a glance, Ryu picked out Starlight as though it was as easy as breathing. He grinned, but he didn't say anything. And then came those 4, maybe the 4 that everyone had been waiting for from the very beginning. Litor of the Azure Lightning sect, Rakian of the Stalwart Sun sect, Jojo of the Raging Inferno sect, Selhira of the Radiant Star sect. Ryu raised a slight eyebrow. Interesting. Chapter 1439, an honor to be by his side, you. Jojo shot forward like a meteor streaking across the skies. The pillar of gold around her seemed thirsty for power as it greedily drank in the surrounding chi, fueling her, empowering her. Ryu wasn't too surprised by this. Everyone would follow different paths. While he was focused on internal constructs like maximizing his explosive power or flexibility, others like Jojo might have focused on finding methods of forcing the reaction of atmospheric chi with nothing more than her body. Maybe a few minutes ago, this would have baffled Ryu. Wasn't controlling atmospheric chi a strength of the chi realm? He had never heard of vital chi doing such a thing. But this time, with just a single glance, even while using his Dao passively, he saw through the secrets. When he used his Ice Phoenix martial form, he could swallow a large amount of air, and then guide this air through his body to promote his speedy recovery. It was the perfect sort of blueprint for the ability he was seeing right here. Wasn't that a rudimentary form of his body using atmospheric chi to its benefit? Taking it a step further, wasn't this a concept his master's magnum opus was based upon? His master elemental war god visualization could carve out pathways in one's veins and arteries to mimic the passages of ancient and powerful beasts. Then these circulation patterns could be used to provoke the activation of talents you shouldn't have access to at all. Wasn't this another method of atmospheric chi usage? The difference lay in the fact that Jojo wasn't absorbing the chi into her body, nor was she fusing it to a technique. Rather, It was like the heavens had enveloped her with a second skin, causing each and every one of her actions to thrum with its support. It was a more active usage of an ability that one could passively gain access to after forming their cosmic seeds, but adapted to be used with one's bloodlines. But more pointedly than that, it was a far weaker version of what his birthed phenomena could do. Ryu had these thoughts even as Jojo appeared before him, but he didn't seem to have the intention of moving at all. Selhira had already appeared, grabbing her wrist. The knuckles came to a stop a mere half-centimeter from Ryu's sharp nose, and the smile on his face never faded. He looked into Jojo's eyes without much care and even a bit of a teasing light. She was powerful, truly powerful. If it was before he had succeeded in creating his mental realm cultivation technique, he might have to run from her like he had from Ramon, even despite the completion of his absorption of 999 golden protector spirits. But now, he didn't feel like he had to fear her at all. It's a bit inappropriate to attack my junior brother when we're working on the same team, don't you think, Jojo? Jojo grit her teeth. Let me go. I'm going to tear a layer of skin off this bastard's face. How dare you stop me? Tearing layers off? Ryu asked, looking somewhat surprised. Have we reached that stage in our relationship already? Selhira let go of Jojo's wrist, but Ryu tilted his head to the side even before her fingers twitched, causing Jojo's fist to fly by his cheek. Ryu chuckled. It seemed that Selhira had her own temper as well. Though, he didn't think that that action was out of jealousy. Instead, it was because she thought that he was antagonizing Jojo while relying on her power. If that was the case, then it was like he was using her, and that wasn't something even the gentlest of people would like. It could be said that releasing Jojo's wrist was a test, much like gauging his reaction toward Aika's marriage was another. If Ryu's calculations were correct, this woman had tested him in at least a dozen different ways. He never seemed to get enraged, though, a fact that was amusing in its own way. It seemed that he had his own bias toward beauties. Ryu suddenly vanished and appeared barely a meter away and by the opposite side of Selhira, casually slipping his hand into hers before she realized what was happening. She was stunned, not expecting this sort of thing from Ryu. She even felt that she had misjudged him. Had her tests not been thorough enough? She looked toward Ryu, a slightly dangerous look in her eyes, but the smile on Ryu's face never changed. There it is, Ryu suddenly said. I've known that you've had that look in you for quite a while, and for more than just the game of domain at that. Gentle women are nice, but I much prefer arrogant women. A woman who would deem to test me so many times can fall into one of two categories. Either I'll kill her, or she'll be my woman. I wonder what category you'll fall in. Selhira was once again stunned by Ryu's words. The casualness of the action, and the future tense in his words as though he really might kill her if she acted inappropriately. She realized now that she wasn't the only one being tested, and Ryu's arrogance wasn't a facade, it was even deeper than she had realized until now. Ryu's hand squeezed Selhira's gentle palm and her bone almost seemed formed of clouds. But he let go of a moment afterward as though he wasn't interested in taking exploit of her either. And then, he walked away, vanishing. He sensed the diamond protector spirit. Why would he stay here? To coddle a woman's feelings? Selhira was a bit stunned. She didn't know how to react. Jojo, herself, blinked, before bursting into a fit of laughter to the point of slapping her knee. The echo of her gauntlets slamming against her knee brace caused a roar to echo through the skies that made it feel as though it might collapse any moment now. Holy shit, this is hilarious. Jojo seemed to have forgotten that she hated Ryu's guts. Instead, she was having the time of her life. When she spoke about Ryu's relationship with Selhira, she had made the same assumptions that Selhira had. She thought that since Selhira had shown the slightest fascination in Ryu, then it would really only be a matter of time. Selbira's instincts were sharp, and if she liked a man, even if it was just a little bit, he was worthy of a second look. After all, she knew things about Selhira that no one else did. What she, and clearly Selhira, hadn't thought of, was the possibility that the man Selhira had her eyes on might reject her. If it was someone else who had uttered what Ryu had, it might have come off as posturing, even an attempt to make Selhira chase him rather than the other way around, but Jojo already knew enough Ryu to know that there was little to no chance that he would do such a thing. That man too boldly spoke what was on his mind, and she could sense that he meant every word. And clearly Selhira could too, or else she wouldn't have reacted the way she had. This was better than even a birthday present, it was better than stumbling on a god treasure in the wild, it was better than even if she would step into the sky god realm right this moment. To see Selhira embarrassed like this, she could live out the rest of her life with a blinding smile on her face. She had never seen this gentle beauty take such a loss, and she was having the time of her life. She fell to the ground, slamming her fists as she laughed. She almost forgot to chase after Ryu, and most had. Who could blame them? Who hadn't heard what Ryu had said? Who hadn't seen what he had done? Reikian, however, looked as though he wanted for bloody murder. Ryu didn't think too much about what had just happened, looking at the colossus before him. While it was true that his women could be as willful as they wanted, those women could only have the title of wife and they had to actually be his woman. He didn't have a habit of bending over backwards just because someone was a beauty, even if she showed fascination in him. If he took in every woman who showed interest in him, he wouldn't even have enough time to go around. Was it a bit cruel to Selhira? Probably, but he was getting a bit displeased that she just assumed that she could have him if she wanted him. He was Ryu Tatsuya, a man destined to stand on the tallest peak of the world. It was an honor to be by his side, not the other way around. A mountain in the distance rose into a titan of over 10 meters tall, wreathed in blue armor that radiated like crystals. He pointed his great sword staffs forward. Let's end this battle before any unwanted guests arrive. Shall we? Chapter 1440. Stupid heavenly path. Ryu inwardly whistled, feeling the strength of this titan. The gap between the golden ranks and the diamond ranks was more than twice that of the silver and golden protector spirits. It felt ridiculous that someone not in the sky god realm could be so powerful. Even now, it didn't seem like it was using chi. Was this what ninth heaven geniuses felt like? To be so powerful even without full access to its abilities, it seemed that the ninth heaven lived up to expectations. Even so, there was absolutely nothing this beast could do that Ryu couldn't see through. There's only one diamond protector spirit, not multiple. In that case, one don't have much time at all. The distance between here and where he had just left from was a few tens of thousands of kilometers. If the strongest of them used their greatest possible speed, it was a distance they could cross in less than a dozen minutes. Could he defeat this titan that fast? His confidence said yes, but his understanding about his Tao said, maybe. The spirits didn't function the same way humans did and his Tao wasn't as effective against them. However, Ryu's confidence overrode his other thoughts as a grin spread across his face. With a stamp, he flickered and vanished. As soon as he moved, the fist of the Titan spirit moved as well, collapsing all of the spatial tunnels that Ryu had formed. Ryu's brows couldn't help but jump as he came to a stop in the void, just barely avoiding the fate of being crushed into a meaty paste. Alright, maybe he was a bit too eager. This spirit was something else power-wise, and it was obvious that no one, not even someone who had consumed 999 golden protector spirits, should be able to defeat him. There was only one diamond protector spirit because he was meant to work with everyone else who was worthy. However, Ryu wasn't a fan of the idea. He stood in the void in silence for a long while. Well, it was only a few seconds, but such a thing was an eternity in a battle of this scale. What interrupted his attempt at thought, though, was a sudden pressure that came from the Titan spirit. Some part of its bloodline was pressuring him, trying to close down the spatial nodes he was standing within. Ryu could fight back against this with ease, especially with his affinity, but it still made him an extra hint cautious. This Titan spirit was even more powerful than he knew. His better judgment was right to tell him to be cautious, and he was foolish to have tried to ignore it, albeit for just a split moment. Ryu sighed. He had gained some insight about his bloodlines after he succeeded in completing his mental realm cultivation method. He had learned that he could use his bloodlines as an extension of his instincts in battle, almost like a sixth sense. Within his bloodlines carried a whole host of memories that came from beasts he shared a lineage with. Within those memories not only included the talents that he had awakened one by one, but also various miscellaneous thoughts and experiences, anything that survived, really. Part of the reason it was so difficult to awaken talents was precisely because of this. There was a sea of completely useless information within, but there was also a whole host of useful information in there as well not related to talents at all. The blood had paths that it preferred to move along, muscle memory born of countless generations of experience and a tie of fate that made it run more smoothly when completing certain pathways. However, tapping into that required a subtlety and talent that was even beyond what it took to find and unearth talents within your bloodline in the first place. For geniuses who had all of their talents follow down a single path, this was easy. Their talents would awaken naturally because it was their sole focus to begin with, and then they could throw all their attention behind picking up on these subtleties. The level of cheating was even beyond what RVU had expected. They didn't even need to build their battle experience off the backs of countless life and death experiences because all the battle experience they needed was already built up by their ancestors, they just needed to unearth it. Of course, this was just the simple explanation, the reality was more complex than that. It still required a great amount of talent to unearth these combat styles hidden within your bloodline, and only the worst of the geniuses would fully rely on them. So, as Ryu had expected, the golden protector spirits he had fought didn't represent the pinnacle of 8th heaven talent. Rather, it was quite middling. Well, middling by Ryu's standards for him. These were rather what the average to below average prodigies of the 8th heaven could accomplish, and by extension this diamond protector spirit was only average on the 9th heaven. When Ryu had this thought, his expectations came to a head and he made a decision. There was absolutely no chance that he would share mere crumbs with other people. This heavenly path actually expected him to be happy with mediocrity. Boom. Since he couldn't vanquish this titan spirit head to head like he wanted to, he would just have to cheat. Since they could do it, why couldn't he? Ryu took a breath and his gaze sharpened. An overwhelming pressure poured out as his birthed phenomena took shape and his founding Tao rose into the skies like a looming mountain. His irises flashed with twin 8 trigram diagrams and a blast of chi raged into the surroundings. Black lightning flashed. Black flames rose from the grounds. And in the middle of it all, a heart-shuddering, and yet beautiful mist took shape. The last of them only appeared for an instant, but it caused reality to nearly collapse. The improvement, or rather relative improvement, of Ryu's Tao was the headliner. Thanks to his mental realm cultivation method, his Tao, though still being immature, could exhibit shades of a true mature Tao. It made sense that such an ability would take the forefront. But that didn't mean that there weren't also benefits. Along with the increased efficiency, so too did Ryu's spiritual chi gain a huge bump. For formations he created through the use of his visualizations, their potency could exhibit a level that was a half step into the god realms. So, this time, when Ryu used the sightless eyes formation, it was so potent that the titan stood blankly in space, not understanding what was happening. The panther spirit had at least been able to mount somewhat of a resistance, but the titan spirit felt stripped even of its proprioception. It was akin to its soul having been ripped out of its body and sent adrift into an endless. There was no up, no down, no left, no right. There was no heaviness, no speed, no time. It couldn't move because it didn't even know how to go about doing so. All of its sense of body was stripped from it and it became as lame as a newborn, unable to do anything for itself. Ryu took a breath. He didn't have much time. If the titan wasn't a spirit, it would probably just rage and send its bloodline pressure outward. Any power that it could send out that had its full brunt behind it would be enough to shatter this formation. Ryu still wasn't sure if it could do that, so he didn't want to risk it at all. He raised his blade and his gaze sharpened. It all came down to whether he could harm this titan spirit or not, and he only had one thing that he felt could allow it. His infinity mist cosmic seed flared. His control was much better now, far better than it had been in the past, but it still felt as though he was trying to leash a dragon, the spurts of failed control causing his body to shred itself apart. Even so, his gaze flared and he rushed forward, swinging his blade down with a mighty pulsing strength. Bang! The feeling of slicing something apart never came. Rather, it felt like it was fracturing everything in his path. Even his greatsword staff shattered into so many pieces it looked as though it had been burnt to ash. Toward this result, he could sigh. That was why he had only tried it with one greatsword staff. It seemed that he would only have one weapon from now on, aside from his bow, that is. The titan's head was crushed, and the only reason the rest of its body hadn't followed suit was because by that point, Ryu's control had dissipated. All at once, Ryu was suddenly flooded by radiant blue energy and the amount of acumen was so great that he was certain he would have roared out in pain if not for the origin flame. He suddenly understood that maybe it wasn't the fact that the heavenly path was being stingy, but rather that it simply hadn't believed a single person could take in so much. But now, it was all his. Unfortunately, the procedure was much longer than he expected it to be. Ryu almost snarled. This stupid heavenly path wouldn't let other individuals impede with me, would it? He had only just had this thought when the first blazing paths of individuals entered the frayed edges of his quickly shrinking spiritual sense. Chapter 1441. Rounds. Ryu took a breath, his body entering a state of focus. It was incredibly hard to do so when he knew quite well that there were a whole host of people rushing toward him, though. Even so, the first thing he did was check on the state of his body. His chi could move, albeit slowly. His body was a bit languid and his reflexes were shot. But the greatest change was in his mind. It was practically shut down, as though a business that was boarded up and closed off for the day. Its full effort was placed behind assimilating with this coming information. Then Ryu understood. The reason his thoughts were so slow and his reflexes so shot was because he could only control himself with a sliver of his mind right now, only barely enough to remain conscious. He had a feeling that if not for the origin flame, he wouldn't be awake right now at all and might even fall into a coma for an extended period of time, leaving the others to do whatever they wanted with his body. He didn't even have the mind to spare for computing exactly how long this would take, and for all he knew, it could end either in the next second, or take several years to finish. Ryu snarled inwardly. This didn't make any sense. The origin flame was a god treasure that stood at the pinnacle in its greatest reliance in the help it provided to bolstering the mind. Plus, he had just made great headway into his self-created cultivation techniques. His mind should be the sharpest it could be. Ryu grit his teeth and disregarded it all. Figuring out the reason this was happening would take a mental capacity that he simply didn't have right now. There was no use in trying to figure out when, very soon, he would have some unwelcomed guests. He gripped his remaining greatsword staff and closed his eyes. Relying on his mind right now would be impossible. He exhaled a breath and white scales manifested all across his body as his bloodlines thrummed with life. A wide pair of wings spread and horns that arched toward the skies grew from his forehead. He took another breath, this one slower than the last, and then a third even slower than the second. His breathing became so rhythmic and lethargic that it seemed as though he had begun to sleep. Adlail's eyes widened. He stood on a mountain range in the distance and he was among the first to reach this location because he had never gone after Ryu in the first place. He had been able to distinguish between Ryu and the true Diamond Protector spirit. However, Ryu still got here before him. That was fine, because Adlail's goal was never to personally defeat the spirit. That would cause him some issues. Instead, he much preferred someone else to do so, and then he could wait his time. The only reason he had insisted on getting here first was because it would only benefit him. The less he missed, the better chance he would have to be fully prepared. He didn't know what Ryu had done, but the powerful spirit he was sure he couldn't defeat actually fell to a single strike. And then, instead of immediately imploding due to the influx of energy, he actually withstood it, and now he seemed to be preparing for a fight as though he knew what was coming. Adlail didn't know that Ryu had the origin flame, or a founding Tao, and he definitely didn't know that Ryu had just succeeded in creating his own cultivation method, at least up until the World Sea realm of the soul. But what he did know was what absorbing that spirit meant. The complete heavenly path was different from the incomplete one. Rather than having a set path it took every time it opened, it rather had a pool of challenges, of which were randomized and then picked from. Usually, there could be anywhere from a single round up to 3. There were even some instances of 4 or 5 and it was difficult to tell exactly what triggered the differences. Even so, after so many cycles of opening, all of the rounds had pretty much been logged, though no one dared to say this for certain. On top of this, there were certain patterns that were unearthed as well. The fact that round 1 was a single elimination style round was a sign of the path this heavenly path was taking, and it was a bloody one. Usually rounds like that one, so straightforward and ruthless, only appeared when the heavenly path had a great reward to give out and it only wanted a chosen few, or even just one to benefit from it. But what didn't make sense was that this single elimination style round was followed up by a team battle style round. It was completely inconsistent and it didn't line up. It was as though the heavenly path was confused. Or was it? What if, the entire time, this was the outcome it wanted? For just a single person to gain all of the benefits. Were they just naive in assuming this was meant to be a team battle round just because the introduction of the rules had uttered so? But in that case, why had the heavenly path said so at all? Adlail was certain that if it had simply said nothing, most people would try to work alone until they were forced to do otherwise. But in this situation, most had teamed up first, and then begun to battle. This wasn't the only oddity either. Usually, the heavenly path was only open to World Sea realm experts and below. Those that had come from the 7th heaven, and even himself and Ramon, had remained in the World Sea realm as a result of these thoughts. But this time, half-step sky gods had entered, many. foregoing their foundations to force this change upon themselves, and the heavenly path had allowed it. Beyond that, it seemed that most of the world's sea realm experts had been purposely matched up against the half-step sky gods of the sixth heaven just to gain a right to enter this team battle round. Chapter 1442. Far more interesting, the confusion weighed heavily on Adlael and it made him hesitant to take action. He had a feeling that if the others of the 8th and 9th heavens had been aware that these huge changes were coming, they wouldn't wait for the convergence to reach their heavens before taking action. They would have sent their youths down as well, despite usually disdaining the lower heavens. Were both he and Ramon wrong? Had they been too casual up until this point? Should he throw caution to the wind and take this victory for himself? Adlael's eyes narrowed slightly. He was a cautious person by nature, and he much preferred to lean back and plan diligently. This was a far cry from how the rest of his branch family members were, most of whom were crazed, battle-hungry maniacs. But it was also because of this that they were constantly and unwittingly, often, the pawns of others. He was tired of that kind of life, but clearly the pride of being a heavenly dew was ingrained into his veins. He had come to this heaven, but he had still disdained it, still believed that there was nothing much it could do for him aside from a scant few things that he carefully decided upon. I will wait until the next round. If things are still so odd, it will mean that I'm correct in my presumptions and this heavenly path opening is far different than it ever has been before. Adlael continued to stand in place, watching as the countless auras converged onto Ryu's position. He didn't have any intention of moving, but it seemed that Ramon wasn't the same, and it also didn't seem like this was out of any attempt to gain benefits, at least not the same benefits that Adlael was after. Ryu's breathing was steady and even. His eyes were closed and his spiritual sense had already been torn to the point it couldn't maintain its state at all. It winked out of existence entirely and Ryu was left with nothing, and yet he didn't seem to have the intention of opening his eyes. The first grounds that made it to his location were those of the Radiant Star sect, but not long after the 4 immortal deities appeared. It seemed that the Radiant Star sect had a combined movement technique that they used that pulled upon Star Chi to function, allowing them to outstrip the immortal deities who were only casually working together. Group after group arrived to find Ryu standing in silence, seemingly sleeping on his feet. Selhira frowned. She hadn't said much since the incident that took place just a few minutes ago, not that she said much usually. Jojo was still having the time of her life, and it could be said another reason why they were so slow was because of this. They could all tell immediately that Ryu had somehow already defeated the spirit and it was now being absorbed into his body, but it wasn't immediate. And now he was clearly exposed to attack. Selhira came to a pause and looked around. She had no ability to stop all of these people. What was she thinking? Why did she even want to? She had never been embarrassed like Ryu had embarrassed her in her life, and her pride was bone deep. Since Ryu was so confident, he could get himself out of the situation. She bit her lip. Maybe if he asked for help she would. But if not, then Ryu didn't even look in her direction. To be fair, he couldn't even tell who was coming and who wasn't. Even if Selhira joined the attack, he wouldn't be able to tell one way or another. He was completely focused. A sudden arrow came in from a long distance away. Even when everyone looked toward where it might have come from, they saw nothing. It was clear that whoever had attacked had done so with concealed intentions. They likely wanted to gather up all the benefits while hiding their identity. But their attempt was too stupid. The moment Q's spirits transferred to him, there would be a clear line to follow. In fact, he might be even worse off than Ryu, unable to assimilate the spirit and just directly die. Selhira's heart lurched when she realized that Ryu's head was about to be pierced through. She had stubbornly come to a stop, but that slight pause made it so that she wouldn't be able to reach in time. It was then, though, that Ryu suddenly took a step to the side. It was a precise 6 inches, just enough that the arrowhead and the arrow's aura missed him. His hair danced in the wind, but nothing else happened even as the ground behind him was torn to shreds. Ryu's body might be in a sorry state, and his chi might not move to his command, but he had an upper hand that everyone else didn't. He was the only one to have absorbed a diamond protector spirit, even if it was only in part. Reikian suddenly cut forward like a blazing sun. Reikian, you dare! Selhira suddenly roared. Reikian's flight stumbled for a moment, but his gaze only became a steely cold as he rushed forward. Not far behind him, Litor moved as well, but Lojo didn't do anything to stop him. She just looked on, quite amused by the situation. She had thought that Selhira would be infuriated to the point of maybe even attacking Ryu herself, but to think that she would actually say something to stop Reikian. This was all much more interesting than killing Ryu herself. Selhira sent a gaze toward Jojo and then shot forward. Jojo didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her either, she just sat back and watched the show. If it was just Reikian and Litor, there would be no suspense. But she could sense that there were many other participants at play here, and she wanted to see who would sink or swim. Who knew, maybe she could reap the benefits in the end. Chapter 1443, Frustration. Ryu couldn't feel anything. He saw nothing but darkness, the only exception being a slight spark of blue in the far-off distance. But this blue wasn't a light at the end of the tunnel, it was instead the power of the Diamond Protector spirit engulfing his senses. He ignored it, focusing on the darkness. Suddenly, slashes of red, gold and blue appeared all around him. They seemed intent on slicing him to pieces. He could feel his body being pulled in several directions. One part wanted to crush them with absolute strength, another part wanted him to slide by and dodge flexibly, another part wanted him to roar and force them into submission. Each and every one of his bloodlines, even while fused, had their own ideas on how to deal with the situation, and what made it worse was that just picking one didn't seem to make sense. There was another layer of complexity that Ryu had neglected to mention earlier, and that was that all of these bloodline memories that had managed to make it so far, came from absolute experts who had once stood at the top of their cultivation paths. How would such existences react to being in the body of a weakling like Ryu? Would they even be able to acknowledge the fact that they weren't as powerful as they once were? Were these attacks possible to crush? Was he even fast enough to dodge them? Could he roar them into submission? He didn't know the answer to any of these questions, and the pressure of indecision weighed down on him. There was no path that seemed correct, they all felt wrong. He took a step and felt a searing pain rack his body, dulled by the occupation of his mind. It was hard to tell if he had just been grazed, or if he had lost an entire limb, but he still didn't open his eyes. The flashing lights overwhelmed him again. There seemed to be even more attackers now, a large number of them, and there seemed to still be more coming from the distance. His world of black was overwhelmed by blades of light, varying in color and spanning across the entire rainbow. He once again felt the several pulls on his body, each one wanting him to do something different. His instinct was to reign in control of his blood, to command it as it was his. But in this situation, this wasn't an option. If he didn't, then he would have to rely on his own combat prowess right now, and his mind wasn't nearly sharp enough to do so. The only way forward was to find a kernel that linked them all, to find a method of counter-attacking that aligned with all of them. But even as he tried, he was starting to get more and more frustrated. As he continued to move, he continued to get hit, and for all he knew, he was on his last breath, and the only thing burning within him was his frustration. He had gone through all of this trouble to fuse his bloodlines, even giving up the talents that he had painstakingly awakened, and for what? The boost to his body was negligible compared to his cultivation method. His bloodlines had once been the leading reason for his strong body, but now he was entirely reliant on a cultivation method that made him stronger in some aspects, but far weaker in others. The Nine-Pillar Flame Sect's body realm cultivation method made him more powerful in body than any Nine-Life Revolution expert should be, and yet it was the reason one of his strongest trump card, his embryonic chi, was now suddenly far more useful on others than it was on himself. It was a double-edged sword that swung at him every time he swung at an enemy. The frustration of his breakthrough came boiling over. He had just made the greatest breakthrough of his life, allowing his Tao to accomplish something he was certain that, at the very least, no one on the seventh heaven had accomplished before. And yet, just mere minutes later, he was reminded of how far he had to go by the little woman's absolute domain technique. Every time he made a huge breakthrough and he thought himself to have taken a large leap forward, he would find out soon afterward that he wasn't nearly as strong as he thought himself to be. He was one person trying to fight against the foundation of lineages that had existed for periods of times even Tao lords couldn't possibly put into context. This frustration wasn't something that Ryu would usually feel so violently. He wasn't a child, he knew the world wasn't fair, and he didn't expect it to be. The usual him would have already shrugged it off, but the him that had most of his mental faculties occupied by something so ridiculous caused the usual protections he had in place and much of his rationality to fly out of the window. Fuck off, Ryu suddenly roared, annoyed by his bloodlines being pulled in so many different directions. If he had been aware of what was going on, he could have come up with a far better solution. Maybe he could have used his new internal matrix to try and filter out the coming suggestions and then only allow the one he felt made the most sense to activate. That would slow down the reactions by a small measure, but if he grew used to it and created a formation adjacent, just to focus on this one task, then he might be able to slow down the lag until it was truly negligible. But he didn't even have the mind to come up with plans right now, and his disappointment quickly became the only thing that he could focus on. Like a child whose mind had been consumed by their unhappiness, he lashed out. His boundless cosmos bone structure released his cosmos fog into his body, wrapping around his blood vessels and squeezing them down. The raging pull and voices were cut to nothing, and Ryu suddenly felt an avalanche of even greater pain. Without his bloodlines to guide his steps, the attacks bombarded against him from all sides, and it was only his circulating embryonic chi that kept him on his feet. His frustration grew and he suddenly lashed out. He threw out a fist with all of his strength, a violent roar leaving his lips. He felt as though he was ripping everything in his path away, and without even noticing it, his bloodlines had fallen into a line. Ryu's rampage was catastrophic. He didn't even seem to open his eyes, but his physique was covered in both his own blood and that of everyone else. Corpses were strewn around him and his power had a lethality that didn't match the size of his body. To his back, 5 monstrous beasts stood, each one just as imposing and mighty as the last. The fire dragon, ruby-scaled and wings opened wide, raised its long neck and roared. The lightning Qilin's hooves trembled with black clouds and vibrant royal blue lightning. The dark phoenix, the fire phoenix, and the ice phoenix all flickered between a physique of incorporeal flames and a corporeal body wreathed in the most gorgeous of intricately sculpted feathers. The auras that radiated as one brought many to their knees. When Ryu appeared before their kneeling forms, they couldn't even mount a resistance, finding their heads twisted off and their torsos bloodied with an extra bowl-sized hole. The 5 beasts began to shimmer as though forming a formation of sorts, but seemed to be lacking something to take that final step. Even so, it didn't seem to matter at all, the suffocating weight of their emanations bearing down with full, overpowering might. In the distance, Selhira faced off against Ramon. She hadn't been able to get close from the beginning, this mysterious figure appearing to block her path. She didn't even know who this person was, but no matter what she did, she couldn't get by him at all. When she felt the sudden change, her raging bloodline settled and her eyes opened wide. Litor was thrown away like a broken rag doll. Reikian had an arm ripped from his shoulder and a leg broken in the wrong direction. This, she mumbled to herself, not understanding what was happening. Of course, she knew better than most. Those were definitely bloodline phenomena. But they should only be able to appear in the strongest of each race. Ryu himself had activated them before, but that was only in Sacrum. It had been impossible to even think of doing so in the true martial world, he was too far away from it. The strings of karma here were too powerful to allow a human to tap into such things. But even if Ryu could succeed with one, how could they be okay with sharing space with the others? It was right then that a 6th beast appeared. A phoenix wreathed in golden flames rose up and roared with a sonorous call that made one feel as though it was tapping into the very embodiment of nature itself. Ryu's strength soared again and his punches and kicks became more furious. Ramon looked toward what was happening and his eyes narrowed. But then he looked toward Selhira as well, as though something else had caught his interest too. I see, no wonder. Now, veiled beauty, would you mind telling me what a crystal dragon is doing walking around amongst humans? Selhira's eyes snapped back toward Ramon, her radiant blue eyes suddenly becoming a stream of rainbow as her pupils turned into slits and her white hair began to emit its own rainbow-colored light. Speak again and I'll kill you right here. Chapter 1444, Crystal Dragon's Ramon's lip curled into a smile. He didn't seem to take Selhira's threat very seriously. It was either because he didn't feel that the threat was worth his time because Selhira wasn't willing to do what it would take to follow through, or it was the case that he didn't fear Selhira whether she did so or not. However, the thoughts toward the truthfulness of the second option was put into question if one could see the fist he held in his robes as he clasped his hands to his back. He seemed to be prepared for battle if he had to, but he also felt that if Selhira was here and his assumptions about her lineage were correct, then in all likelihood what she was facing was similar to the restraints he likewise had on himself. In that case, there was truly less to worry about. In the end, after taking one loss to Ryu, he was unwilling to take another in such quick succession, especially since it seemed that Ryu would be able to pull himself out from his predicament. Well, at least this predicament. What it would mean for him to enter the seventh heaven with all those here knowing he had such bloodlines and could even access their bloodline phenomena, that was another matter entirely. So, Ramon chuckled in the face of Selhira's fierce glare. Crystal dragons, they had gentle spirits and they were unwilling to war and shed blood like their fellow brethren. They even descended from the ninth heaven, avoiding conflict and settled into the eighth heaven. But I wonder, why is it that one of their own is on the seventh heaven? It can't be that the crystal dragons feel that even the eighth heaven is too bloody for them, right? Does your race want the true martial world to provide a nursery for them? Selhira's expression darkened considerably. Ramon didn't seem to notice that his words had begun to lack their usual airiness. There was nothing cloaking his animosity at all, or at the very least, it was hardly as veiled as it had been in the past. Instead, he seemed to be having a hard effort shielding the true intentions in his heart. But that was also because he truly was curious about Selhira all of a sudden. Although his words were a bit crude, it was the truth. The crystal dragons were the most docile of the dragons, and unlike many of their kinds which followed various paths of wrath and carnage, the crystal dragons were actually the exact opposite. According to the legend, the fire dragons might have been the emperors of the race, but the crystal dragons could be akin to the prime ministers. They were the ones that had stirred the dragon race's strength toward the proper channels, allowing them to become the mighty existences that they had come to be. However, for whatever reason, the crystal dragon lineage had grown tired of this burden and chose to descend from the ninth heaven. Unlike other clans that were often forced to do so in order to maintain an inkling of their usual autonomy, the reality for the crystal dragons was that this was truly a choice. Though, many believed it was just the wrath of the fire dragons that had finally caught up to them. The fire dragons had maybe the strongest offensive fire power in the whole of the ninth heaven, and the crystal dragons had arguably the strongest defensive measures. Of course, this wasn't exactly true, as there were many others that vied for the titles, like the dark phoenixes with the former and the ice phoenixes for the latter, but at least within the ranks of the dragons, this was very much true. It could be uttered that the greatest opposition to the rule of the fire dragons was the crystal dragons, so after establishing their position, it wouldn't be a surprise if the usually unruly fire dragons made the decision to suppress the latter lineage. That said, many had great respect for the wisdom of the crystal dragons and believed that even if all of this was true, they would decide to take a step down on their own. They were a race unwilling to deal with confrontation. It was only natural that they make such a choice. And now, whatever open or partially closed wounds there were, Ramon was poking and poking at them, trying to see if he could learn anything from Selhira's expression. What's more interesting is that you're quite a rebel. Taking on a human form so early, could it be that you're trying to abandon your lineage? Some teenage angst, is it? Or is that you're such a great talent? Maybe a little bit of both. A great talent, disgusted by her family's actions and wanting to strive to return to the ninth heaven without relying on the talents she was blessed with. What an interesting tale. As Ramon spoke, he grew more and more comfortable. It seemed that he had thought too much about it. He was still great at reading people, it was just that Ryuhu was such an annoying gnat. He could still control the flow of most conversations he was a part of, and nothing would be able to stop his steps, not even that senior brother of his. Selhira still didn't respond to his taunts. It would usually take even a talented beast to enter the Tao Lord realm before they could take on human form, but the ninth heaven, or at least geniuses with lineages that hailed from it, worked on a different plane entirely. They could make a choice, and often, the hapless form of a human was very useful in taking on certain paths. The problem was that these paths had great limitations, especially when you weren't strong enough to take on human form on your own. Unless you had the aptitude to break those restrictions. But whatever the truth was, Selhira had no intention of explaining, and Ramon suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Chapter 1445. Rage. Ryu's rampage raged on, and he didn't even realize what was happening to him. It wasn't because he had lost his mind or that his bloodlines had altered his thoughts, it was rather that this was simply the side effect of having such a small part of his mind left to his control. Just the activation of his bloodline phenomena had resulted in his mind being completely focused on the signals it was sending him and how to act. He had no idea how much time passed, but when the fusion with the Diamond Protector spirit finally came to a stop and he could finally use his spiritual sense once again, he spread them out just in time to find his phenomena slowly fading away one by one. Ryu's eyes opened in slight shock, but before he could even understand that view, what he saw around him left him speechless. He looked down at his hands to find them marred by flesh and blood. The space beneath his nails was clumped with skin and bone he had ripped apart, and his body was completely drenched. It wasn't like Ryu was a saint, so he didn't really care about how many he had killed. The main problem was that he didn't remember enough of it, and the moment he regained his lucidity, all that strength had vanished. Well, a part of it had. The main reason he was able to kill so many wasn't just because of his bloodline phenomena, but mostly because of the Diamond Protector Spirit. It was just so much more powerful than the Golden Protector Spirits that even absorbing a small smidgen of it had made it so that his strength output was far beyond everyone else. In fact, the longer he fought, and the more he assimilated with it, the greater strength he absorbed and the more helpless the battle had become for everyone else. Of course, realizing that it was helpless, many had run, and most of them had escaped. They could just consider themselves lucky that Ryu didn't have a spatial bloodline, or else there was simply no way they could have succeeded. He would have definitely killed everyone. The reality was that with his mind occupied the way it had been, he couldn't use his soul nature properly, and this was doubly so since most of his battle instincts had been controlled by his bloodlines just now. Ryu took a breath. What a joke. He hated his bloodlines, not for their poor strength, but because of the chains that weighed them down and their cowardice at the worst of situations. But it was also because of them and relying on these very chains that he had survived this situation with relative ease. I can't have forgotten everything, I can sense it. If Ryu didn't have the origin flame, he might truly be out of luck. But he was confident in himself. Even if his origin flame had been mostly occupied by the assimilation, just a small gap should be enough for him to grasp the bits and pieces of what happened and pull them together into a cohesive story. The first thing Ryu understood was why it was that he was in this situation in the first place. The Diamond Protector Spirit was indeed meant to be absorbed by many people, and the reason for that was because the vastness of the information was beyond what someone beneath the Sky God realms could consume. Even a false Sky God would struggle a bit, albeit just a small bit, no more than a light jog of a few miles. The origin flame could easily process all of that information, but the difficulty and the limitation lay in his own body. When he usually used the origin flame to remember things, it was one at a time and it could pluck from a large selection before sorting it for him and handing it over. However, in this situation, the reverse was happening. It was taking in a large selection from an outside source and then piling it into his mind. He almost never had to use the origin flame like this. The treasure was powerful, and it allowed him to do things that would otherwise be impossible, but the bottleneck would always be himself. The bad news was that he limited this treasure. But the good news was that it would always grow with him and it would never become less useful. That was acceptable, and what Ryu was more focused on was just how he had entered that state, and surprisingly, it wasn't difficult to figure out at all. The combination of his Tao and the origin flame, plus the insights that he had just assimilated with, made it all too easy. Once again, it was his 7 corporeal souls. Ryu never really thought about it before, but what did the rage flame truly represent? How was it possible for a flame to get stronger just because of your emotion? Was emotion more physical than he thought? What was he missing? But then it clicked. The 7 corporeal souls, they didn't just symbolize his inner organs, but didn't they also represent various emotions and emotional states as well? There was fear, aggression, affection, mood, joy and pleasure, desire, and finally, melancholy. But when were things ever so simple? This was just one translation, and the true manifestation of these words represented something much higher. For example, what was mood, and how was it different from just about everything else? And what was the difference between joy and pleasure versus desire? There was something deeper here, and it was something that Ryu had neglected. What about aggression? If he thought through the possible translations, he could get anything from a fearsome will to protect, to insecurity and retaliation, and then finally there was rage. In that state, when he had suppressed everything else and began to feel frustration and unwillingness, he had tapped into something extremely primal, something beasts could do naturally and yet he couldn't do as easily as a human. Ryu understood then that the clue to controlling his bloodlines and his bloodlines' phenomena actually resided in his 7 corporeal souls. Chapter 1446. Spiritual. The more Ryu learned about the 3 souls and 7 spirits, the more he realized that the odds that he was the only one who knew about them was middling at best. He had run into too many of his abilities that would benefit from them to believe that he was the only one who could have figured all of this out. He was arrogant, but he wasn't foolish. He wasn't the only one ever born with mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. If he had been, it wouldn't be ranked number 1 as the ranking was dependent on the feats of its past owners and the ties of fate between them. He wasn't the first to form a founding Dao, and he most definitely wasn't the first to ever have an origin flame. While he was in a unique situation that allowed him to master these things so early on and without the backing of others, there were definitely other geniuses out there that had ancestors that could lay out the truth for them without any effort on their part at all, and there were most definitely lone cultivators who had progressed into the sky god realms deep into them, at that had Daos much more powerful than his current that could see through the secrets of such things. However, whether or not these people had an understanding of the full scope was unknown, and only time would tell Ryu that. Much of what he knew about the souls were based on folk tales he had pieced together. He hadn't run into any information on them even in the taboo ruins that he had visited 2 of by now. However, that didn't mean that there wouldn't be clues on higher heavens. Regardless, he would just have to keep this matter in the back of his mind. Right now, what was most important was understanding the changes to his body and what might have triggered it. His most important gain was understanding that emotion was intangible at all. When you felt rage, your body heated up. When you felt sadness, there were pangs in your heart. When you felt anxiety, your mind would fizzle out of control and your blood might race at speeds it shouldn't. When you felt depressed, you might feel a feeling of emptiness. The deep and profound effects emotions had on the body were clear and obvious, almost like an open secret that could be easily waved away. Ryu, for example, just assumed that since emotions were just a balance of changes to the brain and soul, the fact they could impact the function of the body was only natural. What he hadn't considered was if there were certain centers of such things within his body itself, separate from his brain and soul. It sounded ridiculous, foolish even, like a pseudo-science concocted by some brain-dead granny clutching her crystals and whispering to herself. But Ryu's mind had been completely occupied by the assimilation with the Diamond Protector spirit. If his mind was so occupied, how could it have time to feel emotion and then cause changes in his body? It meant that there was something deeper, something far more primal, something buried within the fabric of his body itself, and this was where the strength of his bloodlines came from. And then it suddenly clicked. Beasts didn't have the usual 6 pillars that humans and humanoid races did. Their Daos were replaced by their runed bones and beast crystal-infused runes. As for the rest of their 5 pillars, they were practically fused into one, forming the system of flesh that housed their spiritual roots. Within a beast's body, they didn't have meridians, or at the very least it wasn't a separate system from their veins and arteries. Instead, it was a single whole system that they used called spiritual roots. This was something true across sacrum and the true martial world as well, though the beast crystals and various runes were distinctive to the latter. If you cut open a beast and took out their spiritual roots, you wouldn't find anything spiritual about them at all, it would just look like a wiggling mass of bloody organs. But why was it that they had such an enlightened name? It all fell into place for Ryu right then. The beasts had evolved differently from humans. Humans' 7 corporeal souls had become somewhat dormant, lying in their bodies and only barely pulling out the strength that they would need from time to time, often not even at the behest of their host or owner. Focus Chi was a perfect example of this. However, the 7 corporeal souls of beasts had taken a different line of evolution, forming into a robust cultivation network. It all made sense to him now. They were called spiritual roots because they were truly spiritual, they were the very core of a beast's being. It wasn't that a beast didn't have a soul in the normal sense, but rather that their own manifested in different ways. Then, the question was obvious. What did it mean for Ryu, who had taken the bloodline of beasts and yet didn't have spiritual roots to use them properly? What roadblocks would he run into? What difficulties would he have in controlling and manifesting their talents? Ironically, all this time, he had been so focused on his bloodlines as being a part of his body, trying to wrestle with his vital chi, his bone structure, even his master's elemental war god legacy to figure out a method of using them. However, all the while, the secret was far more spiritual. Beasts were often seen as unaware and unintelligent, endowed with their gifts from the heavens and being unallowed to change their fates. But what if from the very beginning this was just the sacrifice for their spirituality? What if they were even more spiritual than humans could ever hope to be? And what would happen if a human like Ryu finally comprehended all of this and pieced it together one by one? Chapter 1447, Time. The avalanche of insights made Ryu feel as though he was riding on a cloud. He was sure that if he hadn't fused his inheritances with his Dao, allowing the former to progress smoothly along with the latter without much effort, he would have formed yet another right this moment, and this natural endowment might be even more powerful than his Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment. What mattered most in cultivation wasn't that you knew something, but rather how you came to know of it. One conclusion of the exact same thing would be worth different weights to different people depending on how they had made their way to said conclusion. Ryu had always known that beasts were more in tune with the heavens, he had always known that they were more blessed and that their cultivation was often smooth sailing so long as they had the talent to continue forward. These were things that everyone knew. But it wasn't until now that he understood what it truly meant. This was why ancestors couldn't just pass down their Tao insights to their juniors, it was the one pillar that couldn't be messed with, at least not by normal means. That you knew something didn't mean that you understood it. And even if you felt you understood it, you might have come to understand it poorly or in a manner that was far too lacking compared to what its true grandeur deserved. That path before Ryu seemed to have opened up wide and he knew what he had to do. Somewhere within his 7 corporeal souls and the 8 organs that made it up, there were the secrets of his bloodlines. He now firmly believed that some combination of pathways in his veins and arteries, and certain links between these organs could represent that natural path of his bloodlines. For example, his fire dragon bloodline didn't just represent wrath or rage, that was just a singular aspect, and maybe even a foundational aspect, but it wasn't the whole. In Ryu's understanding, the fire dragon represented defiance of the heavens, or maybe the will to battle against the heavens. The wording could change in countless ways and each might have a slightly different approach or produce a different result. The closer he got to the truth, the more strength he would be able to pull from his fire dragon bloodline and the more powerful the talents would become. If he took on defiance of the heavens as the foundation, it would incorporate some of the aggression organ, but it could also incorporate some of the desire organ as well. Defiance could mean several things in several languages, but it ultimately boiled down to will to resist, the important part and the word will, which would definitely require the desire organ. If he took battle against the heavens as the foundation of his fire dragon bloodline instead, it would incorporate the aggression organ as well, but the desire organ would fit less. Such a path might incorporate more of the joy and pleasure organ, representing a love of battle, or it might incorporate more of the fear and melancholy organs, representing an unwillingness to do battle, but an understanding that it had to be done. Just laying out these two paths that seemed to mean the same thing, but had completely different approaches compared to each other, not to mention within each other, made Ryu realize just how complex this could become. The complexity would only become worse when one understood that Ryu didn't just need to come up with a path for each one of his bloodlines individually, but then he would need to find a method to fuse them all into a single cohesive whole. Only then would he be able to pull out the truest strength of his body. However, this didn't dismay Ryu. Instead, it made him grin ear to ear. He might struggle bringing his bloodlines to 100% efficiency, comparable to what Tao gods could do, but with his mind now, would he be weaker than what a World Sea Realm expert could do? Given some time, he might even be better than what fragmented god beasts could accomplish with their spiritual roots. If he wanted to use his bloodlines one at a time, he could even accomplish that right now. He would need even more time to find a path to fuse them all together, though. Or would he? There was one piece to this puzzle that Ryu hadn't slid in yet, and it was a piece that was resting on his palm, prepared to be used whenever he so chose. His grin widened. Under normal circumstances, he would have to be very careful about what wording he chose or what way he selected. Even after choosing a wording, however, that was only when he had to consider the binds of fate that bound him. If one could theoretically disregard those ties of fate and the paths their predecessors had taken in the past, so long as they chose a road that their bloodline was compatible with, one wouldn't be hindered at all. For example, in such a situation, one could turn the fire dragon bloodline from a more intricate and inwardly brooding bloodline, to one that was purely rage-filled. You could discard all the complexity and just focus on wrath, and the bloodline would be perfectly fine with that. You could even make it even more simple and shed the pretext of emotion entirely and just focus on the power of the flames, and the bloodline would still be alright with that. Without the influence of previous karmic ties, one could follow any number of paths their bloodline was suitable with. And Ryu just so happened to have a method of doing exactly that. Time. He didn't need duration to figure out an optimal method of weaving a needle through all of his bloodlines that would make all of his ancestors happy. His boundless cosmos bone structure thrummed and his cosmos fog pooled into his blood. Take form and conquer the heavens. The world around Ryu shattered as his bloodline phenomena appeared once more. Chapter 1448. Take form. The violent storm around Ryu raged. It was a furious tempest, the kind that could pull apart the seams of space even without the reliance on soul nature, or maybe it was precisely because of the passive effect of his soul nature that the result was so exaggerated. The birthed phenomena that appeared high in the skies seemed to blink into and out of existence. What destabilized them wasn't Ryu's inability to control them, but rather because they seemed to be somewhat hesitantly fusing and yet were still incapable of taking the final step. Even in this weird half-fused, half-unfused state, the power that was coursing through Ryu's body threatened to roar out on its own. The 9 pillars within himself barely managed to contain it, but even then, every time his birthed phenomena partially fused, a thunderous power would awaken and nearly shred them apart. Ryu could feel that it was already madness to take things this far. The strength of his body right now wasn't just a few times stronger. He felt like he could rip mountains apart with his bare hands, like a single stomp could create a river that split a single continent into two, like he could pluck stars from the skies and plant them into the earth below. It was like his foundation had finally awakened and his body realized just how much power was hidden within it. The bloodlines all synergies into one and their output would already be too great to imagine if it was just a sum total, but the reality was that every time they hesitatingly fused just a small bit, they would erupt with strength beyond themselves. Ryu realized after a moment that what was limiting him wasn't the wording he had chosen, nor was it his bone structure. No, what was limiting him was the actual strength of his body. His bloodlines still had an air of self-preservation. If they truly fused, he would be ripped apart from the inside out. When Ryu was originally born, the heavens had only allowed his existence because his bloodlines were whole but separate. Not only were they separate, but they also weakened certain aspects of one another, not allowing any particular single entity to display their full might. This was why when Ryu opened his body pulses and body vessels, each of his bloodlines took a hit in the amount of power they should have been able to provide him even in sacrum. But now, he was trying to bypass those limiters, and in doing so, he was taking on a strength that was beyond him. Even so, Ryu grinned and the chains he had latched onto his bloodlines began to release. The moment they showed the slightest inkling of doing so, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, one of his shoulders imploding into a rain of blood as though a bomb had gone off inside him. Ryu coughed and his smile was still a bloody grin. He was confirming something and it seemed that he was correct. This power he was experiencing now, it was a mere fragment of what he truly had access to. He suddenly slammed his hands together and his birthed phenomena began to blink out of existence one by one until there was nothing left but a roaring red dragon. In the past few moments, his birthed phenomena had been mostly illusory, their true strength being unable to shine through properly. But now, with just a single remaining, it was so solid that it almost looked as though Ryu had summoned a true fire dragon. It scaled a dense ruby red with a concealed black flame dancing within each one. Take form and burn the heavens. Boom. Ryu's body exploded with red scales, his height growing from over 2 meters to over 4. Claws grew out from his hands and a pair of scaly wings wreathed in black flames took shape. His rage flames returned as he took a step forward, clawing at the air. Burn could mean multiple things. It could refer to flames alone, kindling under the power that fueled it. It could refer to a cycle of death to lead back to life, in much the same way a forest would grow back more vibrantly after devastation. Or, it could refer to an internal, undying will, one that could even be passed on generation to generation or turn the bounds of time to ash and echo through all layers of reality. Ryu unleashed his dragon's claw talent, dividing the skies into 6 and tearing menacing holes into space. Take form and command the heavens. His body shuddered, the corporeal fire dragon in the skies became a towering lightning keelin radiating a sapphire, royal blue light. The skies boomed with thunder and arcs of blue descended. Ryu's storm talent brewed as every strike split space apart, leaving craters so large in the ground that the continent was devastated. Command could mean multiple things. It could refer to leadership and the responsibility that came with it. It could refer to a cruelty, an imposing malice that forced those under your thumb to bend to your will. Or, it could refer to a final word, a resounding and final judgment that could bend even the skies to bow. Ryu's tribulation lightning seed thrummed and a whipping kick flew out like a scythe, splitting a line in space that crackled with blue lightning around its edges. Take form and forge the heavens. Boom. Ryu's body erupted with golden flames. His rebirth flame, tinged with the majesty of both creation and emperorship, echoed through the surroundings. Even the slightest hints of fire chi were forced into submission and corralled into the embrace of their lord. Forge could mean multiple things. It could refer to a persistent will to rid one of impurities, the time and effort one had to spend in wringing an ore dry of its worst parts and helping it to achieve the shine it always deserved. It could represent an iron will, one tempered through countless years of hardship and the evil whims of the heavens and fate. Or, it could refer to a forceful change, a commanding blaze that would not be stopped, a lack of care for fate and the whims of the heavens and a willingness to take what you were given and mold it into a treasure. To create something from nothing. The call of a phoenix left Ryu's lips. A cyclone of golden clouds appeared above the shredding apart the thunderous clouds of the lightning Qilin before it and blazed with a fire that seemed to bless the world around it. Countless heavenly patterns appeared, each one doing so naturally as though Ryu didn't even need to think or consider before they manifested, as though they came to him as naturally as they possibly could. The swirling patterns of the dark phoenix. The sharp-edged patterns of the ice phoenix. The fragile feather patterns of the fire and emperor phoenix. They swirled in a mass of profound creation that echoed across the skies. The power was intoxicating, and for the very first time in his life, Ryu felt that he could truly sense the power of his bloodlines. This was the strength that he had been born with, strength that was ripped from him, concealed from him, strength that he had unearthed himself and strength that he would continue to empower. That was the beauty of the balance he had struck. The heavens had bestowed this upon him and it wasn't as cruel as he had once thought it to be. He was a naive boy, enraged with the world, and demanding that it owed him more, but it didn't. All it owed him was the chance. He was bestowed strength in one part, and he took strength in the other. He both created this strength and was bestowed this strength. This was the beauty of the heavens, this was the freedom of what it meant to live, it was why he strove to reach the apex of all things, to test his fortitude against those that dared to create strength as he had. And there was still far more to gain, far more to take. Ryu smashed his fists together and his heartbeat resounded into the surroundings. He felt good, better than he ever had in his entire life, as though the world itself was in the palm of his hands and it could escape unless he allowed it to. However, he knew that there was still more he had gained from this second round. These benefits were the ones he had taken with his own hands, benefits that he had forged with the treasures already within his body. But there were external treasures that he had yet to benefit from, only that way would the cycle be complete. His thoughts wandered the Diamond Protector spirit and the insights that it had passed on to him. These would be the new benefits that he gained from the heavens, and one day he would create more power from it as well. But for now, it was about time he found out what he had bled for. Chapter 1449. Lines of Fate. Ryu's senses flourished. After what felt like eons of battling it out in his own mind, he could finally feel the freedom of having full control of his faculties once more, and quite frankly, it was exhilarating. Up until this point, the Protector spirits had caused minor changes to his muscle memory. They didn't actually change anything fundamental about his body and he expected that this would continue. Whatever the Diamond Protector spirit gave should be far beyond what the other spirits had been capable of, but whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, still remained to be seen. Until now, the focus that Ryu had toward increasing his own muscle memory and increasing his battle prowess while working with what he had was great. However, the breakthrough in his understanding of his bloodlines and how they might be related to the 7 corporeal souls made him less enthusiastic about it. He no longer needed martial forms, or even the self-created fusion of his martial forms, because he could tap into the truest strength of his bloodlines whenever he wanted now. The martial forms weren't necessary. Of course, this martial form would still be the perfect foundation for the future rebuild of his clans, but that was of no use to Ryu now. Although it sounded selfish for him to not be excited about this, the return of Ryu's clans was entirely dependent on his personal strength. While there were still his parents alive, and Ryu believed in them as much as a person could believe in their parents, he still chose to see things this way as there was no better method of spurring him onward. With that framework in mind, while such a boon would be useful, it wouldn't be useful enough in the interim. In fact, it might even be detrimental. If he had all of these other muscle memories, pulling and tugging at his body while he was trying to battle, he would have to waste valuable time and mental fortitude to pick the right one amongst them and use that. It might even force him to change the current paths he wanted his bloodlines to take to be more in line with what his body wanted to do now. Of course, this was all the worst-case scenario. Ryu had more belief in the heavens than that. It couldn't possibly reward him for going above and beyond expectation by strapping him down with a greater burden, right? He thought this somewhat jokingly as he was fully prepared for this to be the case. He had come to understand the heavens as an entity that could be sometimes a useful idiot. At other times an unwitting pawn, and somehow still choose to be a devil incarnate and a holy saint back to back on the very same day. This was just the way of the heavens. This trial didn't seem like it was formed for just one person to benefit, and in the eyes of the heavens, if Ryu overestimated himself by doing this, then he only had himself to blame, much like he had almost died just hours ago. Even so, Ryu wasn't worried. If he was strapped with another negative gift, then he would just have to break through like he had just now, taking his fate into his own hands. One day, he'd be able to make whatever curse he was afflicted with a blessing. He smiled to himself. He had all of these thoughts in the blink of an eye, but when he actually explored into the truest center of his body, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Ryu's current body was formed of what he liked to call 6 important centers of power. There was his dantian, which was currently an endless ocean of white waters, covered by a dancing white flame that looked more like cotton than it did an oppressive fire. In the middle, his cosmic seeds had intertwined their roots and they almost looked like Tao pedestals. There was his heart, or rather his heart and realm heart combination, which both housed his true spiritual foundation, and that at the same time contained his realm heart, a trump card that had saved his life on more than one occasion. There was his spiritual sea, which was currently an ocean of black, containing an array formed of red-gold flames. It looked like clear, black epoxy had been poured in 2 portions, one portion forming the foundation, and the second sandwiching a gorgeous formation of intricate patterns and runes. Of course, his spiritual sea also contained his birthed soul and the various primordial yins of his women. The fourth was his body. This included the new pathways that he had learned controlled his focus chi and various other hidden secrets of the heavens that he wasn't too familiar just yet. The fifth was, of course, his meridians. They contained a world within and Ryu would never forget about such things. It had its own mysterious strengths to unearth and he was also mindful to consider how best to take the next steps of his cultivation so that he didn't suddenly lose every aspect of this chaotic silk meridians. Though, he had been far less concerned about that ever since he gained his second spiritual foundation back. He was certain that very soon, he would have already laid the perfect foundation for his meridians and would no longer need to fret. Instead, his focus would be much better spent on figuring out the best ways to utilize his chaos chi and what techniques he could either steal or create himself that would benefit him. Finally, there was a new addition, his bone structure. They too seemed to hold a world of their own, but this world wasn't one that existed anywhere else on the outside, but was instead solely his own. His own boundless chaos. Right this moment, within his body, he could feel a faint link between all of these aspects. He had felt this sort of feeling before. It was one that came only when his intuition activated and he could feel the silky strings of karma pulling him forward. He was astonished. He understood what this meant immediately. The reward for absorbing the Diamond Protector spirit wasn't a curse at all, in fact it was far better than anything that he could have ever imagined. He had been wrong all along. The real reason it had taken him so much effort to fuse with the Diamond Protector spirit wasn't even because of him, it was instead because of the heavens. It had been taking its time to read him, to analyze himself, to fuse everything that it knew about him into a single cohesive whole. The heavens had been creating a cultivation path for him, not just a cultivation path, but a method of one day fusing all of his talents into a single mighty flagpole. It was weak and even incomplete, but Ryu could feel it. If he allowed these subtle feelings to pull him along, he could read ahead to find out exactly what path the heavens wanted for him. If he used his self-created mental realm cultivation method, the feeling wouldn't even have to be subtle. It would be like having a cultivation jade handed to him for his perusing. He couldn't even fathom what it meant to have gained such a reward, but he could guess something. Was it that the powerful clans of the 8th dimension, the ones that had fused all of their talents into a single path and had formed true Great Circle talents, had all received this reward in the past? Was that how they had built their hegemonies? Ryu's heartbeat threatened to rush out from his chest and he let it all sink in one beautiful thought at a time. And then, he couldn't help but laugh to himself heartily. It was no wonder this reward was meant to be split. If he had enlisted the help of others, this reward could have been split most probably about a dozen ways. They wouldn't have allowed the rabble to participate, so it would have been himself, Selhira, those other 3, immortal deities, and probably Starlight as well. If he had gotten a sixth of the benefits, the rewards would have still been excellent and beyond him imagining. He could have probably focused the lines of fate on his chaotic silk meridians and elucidated their truest path for himself. But now, he could do that and then some. He knew that there was a limit to what he was feeling right now. For one, there was time. As more time passed, the lines of fate would grow weaker and it would be harder to glean the secrets the heavens wanted him to see. Second, there was his strength. He could read the lines of fate clearly, but only up to a certain point. Anything beyond was marred by mysteries that even Tao Lords and beyond would have trouble seeing through, and he would need his Tao to be at least that strong to peer into the secrets. However, what did it matter? Since this was a reward of the heavens, he didn't just need to ramble about and wish that he was correct, he had 100% confidence in its validity. Of course, this was only in the individual strands of his various talents. Whether he agreed on how the heavens wanted him to fuse them together was another matter, but that was a bridge he would tackle when he got there. Right now, he could finally see through the true path of his chaotic silk meridians, and he didn't hesitate to delve into the lines of fate to see what it was. Chapter 1450. Vessels. Ryu didn't want to wait. Although he knew that he had more leeway with his chaotic silk meridians now, more than he ever had, he still wanted to be certain that he was most definitely walking the correct path. If he didn't do this now, who knew if he would accidentally take a step so wrong that he would regret it for a lifetime. He had made recultivating sounds like an easy task, but that wasn't even true recultivating as his cultivation level never actually fell. In this world, if you took a step forward, you would often be finished. Ryu had considered methods of wiping cultivation clean, but such methods were drastic and the required one to restart from absolute zero. And then, from further on, every step they took would be arduous and difficult. That was especially so when it came to recomprehending what had been lost. But now, he had the path right before him. How could he wait? Ryu entered the world of his heavenly pupils and began a focused session of meditation. He didn't miss even a single detail, and the more he learned, the more astonished he was, about just how lucky he was. In fact, it felt like something more than luck, it felt much more like divine intervention, as though some Tao God was watching over his every step. But the amusing part was that that was technically true. Reason being, intuition was the reason he had been guided to this step to begin with. But it wasn't entirely like that either. For example, entering the spiritual severing realm, the fourth cultivation realm in his journey. Back then, he had failed his severing, and it was probably one of the only times that Ryu had actually failed in a step of his cultivation. There hadn't been another moment like it since, but it was precisely that allowed him to take the first true step in path, fusing with his realm heart. According to his understanding, something he had muddied together by loosely and then firmly tying the lines of fate together, in order to access the truest power of the chaotic silk meridians, you needed a vessel of sorts. The grade of this vessel would decide how strong your chaotic silk meridians could become into the future and how much of its strength you could eke out. The lowest level vessel would be something like a treasure, one crafted in the hands of a blacksmith. Of course, this would have to be a god treasure, but even so, it was the weakest one on the list. This god treasure would be fused to your body and follow you for life, and it would also, hopefully, have an upgradable path just in case anything unexpected happened. What could be considered a mid-tier of vessels would be a natural treasure, not one formed in the hands of humans, but rather one that existed thanks to the blessings of the heavens. This would be some sort of spatial spiritual herb, or anything of the like. The high-tier level of the vessel would be something snatched from a cultivator. This could be the godhood of a supreme being, the beast crystal of a Tao beast, or even the spiritual foundation of a humanoid cultivator. Even if said cultivator was on the weaker side, so long as they were a sky god and compatible with you, there would be no doubting the benefits you could receive. If it was an ancestor of yours, with fate tied to your own, there would most definitely be bonus points. Beyond this tier, there were the truly elite of the elite. In this tier, there were several paths that could fit in well, but how good they would end up being would be highly dependent on several factors. Even so, even if these methods were used to their weakest of their potential, they would still be about a half step better than using a high-tier vessel. The first method, unsurprisingly, was the godhood a Tao god. It made sense that this was kept separate from the high tier as it represented the path of an existence that stood above all. The second method, though, was even more surprising, and that was because unlike the others, it required cultivation deep into the sky god realms first. Meaning, one could forego everything and only use the chaotic silk meridians to their lowest level potential, and then burst with all that latent strength later on. Of course, the requirements were high. Much like the first method, it required a Tao god, but this time, it rested on your shoulders to reach that state. Even so, This was a bit of a relief to Ryu even though he didn't really need to think about it anymore. Essentially, even if he had missed out on the first opportunity, so long as he became a Tao god one day, he would be able to unearth the true potential of his meridians. Though, become a Tao god with a set of meridians that could only be particularly sturdy and tough was as hard as ascending the heavens themselves with all of your limbs tied. The third method was the sacrifice of a world. This was the method that Ryu's path fell into, but it could be said that within this tier, his benefits were of the highest. The weakest journey in this method was to capture the protector spirit of a low-level world. Ryu's own world, Sacrum, was already a middle-level world, so one could imagine just how weak a low-level world would be to the people of the true martial world. The greatest journey was to claim a guardian spirit from a world on the level of the true martial world, or more accurately, one of its planes. The middle journey of this method was to find a realm heart before it could create a world, and this was the category that Ryu fell into. Chapter 1451, Order and Chaos. Finally, there was a path just above that of Ryu's but just below the greatest path, and that was to fuse with a realm heart that was just on the cusp of forming a new world, right when it was at the very peak most of its potential. Although it was a little bit disappointing that Ryu wasn't using the strongest of all the paths. The fact that he had stumbled into such a high-class path for his meridians without even knowing what he was doing was a blessing. If he had never failed in his spiritual severing, he would have been out of luck until he reached the Tao God realms. Unfortunately, the path to becoming a Tao God to unlock his meridians was cut off from Ryu now that he had already stepped onto another path. He could no longer reach perfection with his meridians by relying on his cultivation alone, but it was still fine. This outlined, though, why Ryu felt that he was so lucky. What were the odds of something like that happening? He even had a feeling that the protector spirit of Sacrum had forced him to fail on purpose, knowing what it would mean. When those warriors of heaven descended and called him a traitor, Ryu came to understand that his place in Sacrum's heart was actually quite high. If he was supposed to be a hero of his world of some sort, then why wouldn't the protector spirit be looking over him? In doing something like making him fail in his severings on purpose was all too easy, especially considering how reckless he had been back then. Ryu shook his head. These things didn't matter for now. What mattered where one would take it from here? Just what was this vessel for? Two things. The first was the most obvious, and that was as a secondary vessel to a second spiritual foundation. There were grades for the fusion of his spiritual foundation as well, but none of them applied to Ryu because his starting point was so ridiculous. His second was actually his first, the one that he was born with, making his compatibility be off the charts. He didn't fall into a category with the others because he had blown them out of the water. The second one was more of a shock to Ryu, and it went to show him that he had truly lucked into these things, not because he had just so happened to use the vessel perfectly in both aspects, but rather because he hadn't thought of, nor used the second method at all. And that was to store chaos chi. This sounded ridiculous. After all, the greatest store of chaos chi that Ryu had access to was in his meridians that were connected to the chaos plane. Why would he need to store it elsewhere? It didn't make any sense. And that was precisely why he had never thought or considered it. But even so, this second reason was extraordinarily important, as it was what allowed a user of the chaotic silk meridians to truly become what the heavens called a child of chaos. The reason why one's compatibility with one's vessel was so important, and why it was considered a higher grade should you have high compatibility, was because this vessel was best used as an extension of your arm. Living beings, by definition, were children of order. It was because there was order brought to the world that lives could exist. If not for order, the universe would be just a soupy mess of hot energies. Ironically, though, it was the existence of living beings that helped the universe tend toward chaos. It was a beautiful cycle of things, a cycle that Ryu felt enlightened by, and yet didn't give much thought regardless. A child of chaos was different, much different, and it could be said that becoming one was akin to gaining a constitution of sorts. Just the mere existence of a child of chaos could cause techniques to fall apart, laws to cease to be, and even the chis of the world to collapse. Up until now, Ryu was forced to dispel his disorderly chi and use it as a sort of great divider to crumble the techniques of others. But if he had been filling his vessel with chaos chi from the beginning, he wouldn't even have to expel chaos chi to do so, just a touch would be enough. It was like how once one formed cosmic seeds, every movement pulled on the natural laws of the world. This was what made cosmic seed realm experts so much more powerful than Tao pedestal realm experts, and also why it was a huge dividing line. There was a reason cosmic chi was named as such. It could pull on the rules of the world and meld into them, using them to fuel you. Becoming a child of chaos allowed you to do this, but toward the chaos plane rather than the real plane. This was meant to be the cosmic seed realm equivalent for his chaotic silk meridians, and he had almost missed out on it entirely. Not only this, but finally doing so would give Ryu the immunity to original disorderly energies that he had been looking for so long. He would finally be able to use them freely and without restriction. And once he tied himself to the laws of the chaos plane, he would finally be able to take the first step toward understanding chaos enough to begin to build skills around his disorderly chi and use its truest strength. He felt that there were more capabilities that an offspring of disorder should have, but before he even began to delve into them, he turned his focus toward his realm heart. After confirming the method, he began to pour all the disorderly chi he could muster into his realm heart. Not long ago, he had sensed his realm heart coming into being and he could finally sense its natural enlightenment. But now, he was happy that he had been too busy to meditate on it. He didn't need another inherent awareness of order. He needed one of chaos. Chapter 1452, Familiar Ryu snapped his eyes open a long while later. He had lost himself in cultivation and he didn't seem to care very much for the next round. In reality, though, he was only being smart. Once the second round was over, the strength boost that the Diamond Protector Spirit had given him, not to mention the other 3 sets of 999 Protector Spirits of various grades that he had gathered, would all be gone. In that situation, his ability to climb cultivation ranks to challenge them would be limited and he would need to be far more cautious. It could be uttered that there was a potential chance this might be the last one he would receive for a while, depending on how the next round would go. As expected, all around Ryu, there was a familiar treasure room. Though, he used the term, familiar, loosely. That was because while this treasure room looked almost identical to the one he had seen after the first round, the rewards were even more tantalizing. Just the first one Ryu saw was of a Tao Lord treasure, and he very much doubted that it was the strongest thing here. The gap between Omniscient and Tao Lord didn't need to be described, but it should be understood that it was enormous. This gap was as large as the gap between Omniscient and True. It was, clearly a honey trap. The Heavenly Path wanted to test the resolve of the survivors once again to persevere, and this time, many might really come to fall. After all, Ryu had taken the largest benefits from the first round, and what the others had received might very well be limited. Some might see a treasure room with treasures that hadn't improved at all, or maybe their selection of treasures might be even worse than the first round. Would they gamble on a better result? Or would they simply just take what they could get and accept things as they were? Did they have the resolve of a cultivator? Ryu stood and shook out his arm. He could feel a power surging through him and a confidence in his gait. He had already been confident, but that was most an internal matter, something driven by his own heart and his own thoughts. But right now, it was as though the tune of the universe itself was singing with him, as though the lines of fate had aligned and the heavens felt that he most definitely did have the right to be confident. It went well, but I wonder how much more I have left to give. Ryu wasn't exactly new to the idea of infusing his vessel, or realm heart, with high-level energies. In fact, back in Sacrum he had used chi pulses to raise its level. And after coming to the true martial world, he had made use of heavenly favor to progress it as well. But the method taught to him by the heavens was different, and infusing might not even be the right way to describe it. In fact, the method almost sensed like he was destroying his realm heart rather than improving it. After a few hours, he sensed that he had reached the first stage. The heavens called this the initial success of chaos, or an initial child of chaos. If Ryu had been aware of this method long ago, he might have already progressed much further than just this, but this was all he could hope for right now. According to his calculations, if he wasn't to form a small child of chaos constitution, it would probably take him several more days. Beyond that, it would take weeks, then months, then years. If he wanted to reach the great circle of perfection, for one, it was unknown if his imperfect vessel could even handle going beyond 100% infusion, and second, even becoming a Tao God might not be enough. Even so, the fact that he had a clear pathway from initial to complete just went to show how lucky he was. If he had stumbled into a weaker version of a vessel, like a low tier 1, for example, not only would it take far more than just a few hours to reach initial success, he would be capped at small success for the rest of his life. But he wouldn't need to worry about that. What he did need to worry about, though, was the odd movement in his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. His spiritual foundation had clearly formed a home in his realm heart, and changes to the latter would impact the former. But he didn't quite know how. The heavens had mapped out a path for him, but it had already taken him over a day to outline the path of his chaotic silk meridians up until this point, and his spiritual foundation seemed to be even more difficult to manage than that. On top of that, there was the added layer of complexity that came from trying to marry not just one path, but two of them. Ryu sensed that it was okay to stall for time here a bit, but he didn't want to end up wasting too much time, or else he would start the next round too far behind again. There needed to be a balance, like all things. The lines of fate the heavens had drawn for him weren't going away just yet, and he could still sense them with resounding clarity. He would just have to wait to see what his spiritual foundation was trying to whisper to him. With that thought, Ryu's body flashed and he exited the treasure room, not even glancing at what was around him. A flash of blinding white light assaulted his senses. When Ryu appeared, he saw an endless sea of pillars and almost couldn't refrain from chuckling. It appeared that testers in the heavens were very much fond of pillars, though he had to wonder what that meant for the little woman. Chapter 1453. Heavenly Favor. The little woman's test, too, had a series of pillars just like this. She had called herself the Favor Alchemy Sky God. Now that he thought about it, being allowed to place the word favor in your title must mean something quite extraordinary. What was even funnier than that, though, was that everyone who had decided to take on this test was formed into a line. It seemed that the third round hadn't even begun yet, which actually meant they had all been waiting for Ryu. What a shame. If he had known that, he would have taken all the time he wanted. Why would he have accelerated his pace just for the comfort of others? Boom. Ryu's thoughts were whisked away from the unhappy stares of the many he had just heavily injured or fought barely a day ago. A steel he found all too familiar appeared high in the skies, exuding such an oppressive might that even many of the geniuses that had had the resolve to step into the third round were nearly forced to their knees. The cube-shaped, ancient steel trembled with a heavenly might, but Ryu could feel something else. It felt like it was looking for something. One by one, the countless names that colored its surface began to erupt with strength and a blazing fire. It happened quickly, but just as quickly they faded as the flame began to soar up the steel. It's looking for something. Don't tell me. Ryu didn't even get to finish his thoughts. The ancient cube went through what must have been billions, trillions, even, of names in an instant, the blazing fire becoming bolder and bolder as it raised to the very top. And right then, that was when they all seemed to finally register what was happening. 1. Ryu Tatsuya. 2. Primus Tatsuya. 4. Rainbow. 4. Titus Tatsuya. 3. Rainbow. The blazing titles were seared into their psyches. Many of them weren't exactly sure what they were seeing, but the likes of Ramon was stunned to the point he forgot to maintain his carefree attitude, while Adlail's expression became serious. Ryu's name didn't even have a number beside it, but it shimmered like a raging light, pulsing and vibrant without comparison. Worse than that, just what did it mean for three of the same family to occupy the top 5? The top 4, even. What kind of fate was being focused into this family? Or, what kind of curse? As though to answer that question, like it had finally found a beacon, the accumulating blazing light that had only gotten stronger as it rushed up the list concentrated into a concentrated beam. Ryu couldn't even react. It was faster than fast, as though it existed outside the bounds of reason and the laws of the world. The light pierced him right through the chest, but he felt no pain. Instead, skin danced like reflective crystals and his eyes gained the glow of a fiery golden light. After he had been pierced through this chest by this searing light, he felt that the lines of fate that had accumulated around him had become sharper. He could subconsciously tell that if he started to meditate on his chaotic silk meridians now, without any knowledge he had previously gathered, he could accomplish in a few minutes what had previously taken him over a day. It was an absolutely shocking change. It was like the heavens had just changed his constitution to be more in line with the melody of fate's plucking strings. The ancient cube began to fade, but not before it seemed to calculate things once more. Then, one by one, those that had chosen to enter the third round along with him gained a small flame of their own, each one seeming to be a weaker version of what Ryu received. They seemed to sense exactly what he had, and they all became elated as well, but comparisons were the robbery of all happiness. If they were this happy with their gains, what about Ryu? What did it mean for him to gain so much? Their eye lit up with greed. It was obvious that the heavenly path had done this on purpose, there was most definitely a reason why it had waited for everyone to arrive before it took action like it had. Since that was the case, there would be a chance. So long as they bided their time, maybe the happiness that Ryu was feeling now, with that smug smile on his face, would be wiped out by their own hands. Ryu shook his head internally when he saw these gazes. There wasn't much he could do, he only wished that he had cultivated for a bit longer. Then, the steel vanished and in its place, the explanation of the following round was projected. Tao Discourse. Ryu almost burst into another fit of laughter when he saw this. But this time, he only managed to hold it back a small bit before it sputtered a bit. He had to roll his lips one over the other to stop it from continuing. His laughter was very much warranted this time around. He had been worried all this time, and for what, exactly? He could have taken his leisurely time cultivating in the treasure room, and now the third round was a Tao discourse. It seemed that the heavens did have a sense of humor. Who here could match the strength of a founding Tao? Who here could match the strength of a mature Tao? It was like it was being handed to him on a silver platter. But then it all came crashing down. Ryu felt his heart flutter and he brought a hand to his chest, feeling a bit woozy. What was that? But then it happened again. In a distant location on the abyssal plane, a blazing silver star stood, chains that seemed to match the hues of its colors pulled against it, keeping it from rotating and displaying its true might. And that was when an enormous tide of fate made its way over. It wasn't under Ryu's control, but had rather happened naturally. The amount of heavenly fate that he had just been infused with was so enormous that it had no other outlet. In order to help Ryu to deal with it, the heavens moved it to the only place it felt it should naturally go. His fate star. It was a benign action. No, it should have been a great boon. How many clans and powers had spent lifetimes trying to play with fate, trying to change it tangibly and evolve their fate stars beyond the level of what they had been born with. It should have been yet another great reward. But for Ryu, it was the exact opposite. The chains that had remained dormant for so long rattled and Ryu tumbled to his knees. A thick scent of death began to emit from his as all of his heavenly favor plummeted like a boulder in a raging ocean. His link with the heavens weakened, his Tao felt as though it had slipped out from his grasp, and the lines of fate that had felt so clear just one moment before snapped, disappearing entirely. Ryu coughed, a thick black blood flying from his lips. Chapter 1454. Impossible, son of a bitch. Ryu held a hand to his chest, still feeling as though it was practically being ripped apart. Even given the situation, after the first round of pain, that is, his smile returned and he couldn't help but chuckle. Maybe in the past, he would have been enraged by this sort of thing and started lifting up a few middle fingers to the sky, he might have even started roaring. But right now, he found this situation more hilarious than anything. Of course, his laughter was more than a little bit self-deprecating. As well, since when had things ever really been easy for him? Imagining that he would get a victory on a silver platter. Well, it wasn't like the world to allow him that. He could vaguely gain a hint of what had happened, just before much of his Tao was cut out. His eyes were still sealed, so he couldn't gaze upon his fate star anymore, but his senses were far sharper than they had once been and he could vaguely measure its presence. Just like it had always been, his fate star was unmoving and stalwart, like a blazing light that would burn brightly, and yet give out just as quickly. It was the very same feeling his fate star had always given him, nothing had changed, even after all the improvement he had made. It was like a constant reminder that his demise was inevitable and he would never reach the pinnacle. Now, though, his Tao heart was simply far too firm to give a damn. He had ignored his fate star and he felt that it was only a moment of time before he found a way to shatter its restrictions much like he had shattered the restrictions of his spiritual foundation. But it was unlike these bounds placed on him to not at least cause him some trouble before he dealt with them. His spiritual foundation had caused him such bad backlash that he felt months feeling as though he had stepped into a burning, hellish inferno. There hadn't been a single inch of his body, back then, that hadn't been harmed. Now, it seemed like it was his fate star's chance at a turn to screw him over. Such was the cycle of life. But it was also why Ryu was chuckling. Wasn't this also a chance? Maybe, if he carved a path out just like he had for his spiritual foundation, he could shake it free once more. By then, the last of the restrictions the martial gods had placed on him would be dealt with and he would be ready to bring them holy hell. Wasn't this a matter to laugh about? Wasn't it so incredibly funny? There hadn't been a single soul here that hadn't been paying attention to Ryu. Seeing him wiping blood from his mouth and chuckling, it looked as though he had lost his mind. Different people dealt with grief differently, and some would have been able to accept that this was a laughter of defeat. But what was with that glimmer in his eyes? Veins of black latched onto Ryu's body and chains began to appear, tightly wounding around him. They flickered into and out of existence as though painted illusions, but every time they almost solidified, Ryu's body would unleash an imperceptible tremble. Ryu coughed again and slowly rose to his feet. "It seems you're all in luck. Maybe you have a chance after all." No one uttered anything, but any sympathy, or at least neutrality, toward Ryu's situation vanished. How could a man who looked so weak now speak with such bravado? In the not too far off distance, approximately a dozen or so pillars separated from Ryu, Selhira felt her heart tremble. She found a smile creeping up on her face before she forcefully pushed it down. How ridiculous. She wasn't alleviated approximately this guy at all, not until he apologized to her. She caught herself again. When had she become such a tsundere? It's all that guy's fault. Couldn't he tell that she liked him? Couldn't he treat a lady more delicately? What was that nonsense he had said before? She looked away unhappily. She didn't feel like herself right now, and it was for more reasons than just Ryu, she knew that. She cast a slight peek toward Ramon. This man, she didn't have complicated feelings toward. Instead, she really wanted to kill him. But to kill him she would have to do something she really didn't want to do. He could count himself lucky. Ramon didn't seem to notice Selhira's glance, but it wasn't an act either. Usually he would be far more focused on his surroundings, but in this situation, he simply couldn't be. He was so completely focused on Ryu that he had forgotten everything else. His heart was beating out of his chest as well and he almost couldn't put his thoughts into words. It was like all speaking ability was deprived from him. Once again, he was the only one other than maybe Ryu and Adlail who understood what was going on. No, maybe only he and Adlail. If Ryu knew what was really happening, maybe he wouldn't have gathered up the conviction to begin cultivating at all. In fact, he couldn't believe that Ryu had made it to the World Sea Realm at all, let alone so fast. How was that possible? If it wasn't for those chains, how powerful would he be? Would he already be a Tao god in just a few handful of decades? The words sounded ridiculous, and even Ramon felt that he was a fool for even thinking them, but from what he knew approximately those chains, it hardly made sense for Ryu to be alive, let alone for him to be capable of cultivating. The only way for it to be possible was if his original fate so far outstripped the restrictions that even with it, he was able to do so much. But it was still only just that. With those chains, touching the realm of the sky gods was simply impossible. Chapter 1455, Martial Gods, Those Chains. Ramon gulped, unable to breathe properly. The martial gods were among the most powerful 9 powers of the 9th heaven. This was a truth everyone knew. However, Ramon knew better. They weren't just one of them, they were the most powerful entity. For whatever reason, they chose to keep the facade of their equality with the other 8. The entire race was an anomaly. They called themselves the deity race, but even this was something they had made up. The so-called deity race were just humans who had reached the extremities of cultivation and became so powerful that they no longer deigned to call themselves human. Instead, they called themselves gods. The martial gods were a power that none but maybe their Tao gods could understand properly. They had countless bloodline branches within them, each one seemingly having no relation to the other, and each one capable of reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. The 4 branches that had come to Sacrum were only considered minor bloodline branches of the martial gods, and yet if the strongest of them decided to descend back to the 8th heaven, it would only take a handful of years for them to form a hegemony. And yet to the martial gods, they were mere minor branches not worth thinking too much about, small rabble that could be used to bolster their strength in the outer regions of the universe, and even worth little enough to have their potential sacrificed to a weak middle world like Sacrum. Outside of their minor branches, there were still their elite branches, and then there was still their main branches, which were further split up into minor, elite and the true deities. The martial gods had no less than dozens of powerful bloodlines, and by the time one reached the main branches, each one could form a powerful force of their own on the 9th heaven that could survive on its own. A single bloodline of their true deity bloodlines could easily split off from the family and form the 10th power. This was how powerful the martial gods were, how infallible their hegemony was. At the very top, though, of these countless bloodlines, only 3 reigned supreme. The Divine Wing bloodline, the Divine Hegemony bloodline, and the most powerful of them all, The divine chain bloodline, and those chains that bound Ryu, were most definitely from the divine chain bloodline. The power of this bloodline could be described in a single phrase. To chain the heavens and restrict it to the earth. Ramon felt as though he had been struck by lightning just thinking these words. The corner of his lip drizzled with scarlet blood so bright it looked as though it had been cut free from a gorgeous ruby. His essence blood, just thinking these words in passing, not even focusing on them, had caused such harm to his spirit that he had lost a segment of his blood essence, a segment he would take months, at the very least, to recover. This was the destruction of the martial gods and their strongest bloodline. And for whatever reason, a Tao god of the divine chain branch had chosen to target Ryu. Not only had he targeted him, but he even sealed away Ryu's fate star, restricting him from ever advancing to the sky god realms in his lifetime. Looking at the wild, bloody grin on Ryu's face, something else birthed within Ramon. Fear. It wasn't a fear toward the martial gods. It was a fear toward Ryu. How could he stand with those chains wrapped around him? How could he smile? How could he say such arrogant words? Crack. Raymond's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Ramon. It was Adlail's voice. Ramon barely heard it. But even though he just managed to, how could he focus on it? His Tao heart had shattered. He was as good as dead. Adlail's expression turned red. Maybe even Ramon himself would be shocked to see such a thing. Since when had this senior brother of his cared so much? But maybe that was simply the predicament of siblings. The younger didn't understand the offerings of the older until it was too late. Adlail's aura leaked and his fury towered. An illusory white flame danced in his long hair and golden fundamental rune appeared around him, causing space to crack and fragment as though his fury alone was enough to rewrite reality. He grit his teeth, hard. Martial gods, I swear I'll slaughter you to the last man. Even in his fury, he didn't dare to think of the names of those he wanted to slaughter. Even in his fury, he didn't dare to think of the name of the divine chain branch. Raymond's pillar trembled and it began to sink into the ground until it vanished entirely. He seemed to be holding onto a last breath, but to the task at hand, it simply no longer mattered. Ryu sent a glance over, as did many others. The strength that Adlail just revealed made them all grow cold. Even so, Ryu was focused on something else, and maybe that was because Adlail's gaze was focused on him. He could see a familiar fury in the eyes of the young man who had always had a serene smile on his face. The only difference was that Ryu had dealt with that emotion by becoming cold and detached. As for Adlail, he had dealt with it with a pretense of politeness and agreeableness. Maybe this was the gap that separated a man born at the top of his world, and a man born at the bottom of his. Killing intent suffused Adlail's gaze. He couldn't kill the martial gods now, but he most definitely could kill Ryu. If one part of the blame for Raymond's fall was those overlords of the ninth heaven, then the other half fell onto Ryu. It was a preposterous shift of blame, one that made Adlail seem far weaker than he was. But seeing that familiar gaze, Ryu's bloody grin only became wider. His aura blazed. Chapter 1456. Random. Ryu turned his attention away from Adlail. If he didn't have such a tough road ahead of him, then would it even be worth it? This was what he came to the true martial world for. As much as he wanted to say that it was to grow more powerful so that he could protect his family from the martial gods, that was only one of the reasons. In truth, even if Sacrum wasn't in danger of being constantly targeted by these bastards, he would have still come. What he wanted most in life was to battle against the strongest, to feel his blood boil even as it leaked from his body in the midst of a bloody battle. He wanted to feel that euphoria of crushing his enemies in his fists, of climbing over adversity and coming out on top. His aura flared and was quickly suppressed by the blinking chains. Spikes of pain shot through his body, but his grin didn't fade as he focused on the rules. He scanned them quickly and understood what was going on. This was a battle of snatching heavenly favor that relied on the Tao, but with a twist. Rather than them all starting at the same point, they would have a divide between them, and ironically, it was those that had to climb up from the first heaven to reach this place that had an advantage. Or at the very least, those that had performed well did. This was a struggle between those that had been handed all the luck in the world, whether that be in terms of backing or talent, and those that had fought for everything, tooth and nail. Ryu realized now that even though only his name was on the list of the ancient cube, there were some here that had survived the incomplete heavenly path that had managed to gain a small boost compared to others as well. He assumed that these were people who had come down from the fourth or fifth heavens in order to participate. But their boost was negligible compared to his own. In the coming round, there would be a series of challenges and duels, both of which would provide opportunities. The challenges were divided into bronze, silver, gold and diamond, much like the second round. The greater the challenge, the more heavenly favor you could snatch from it. But likewise, the penalty for failing would be far harsher as well. Duels had two categories that they fell into, and within each of these categories, there were further divisions. The two main categories were challenge disputes or normal duels. Challenge disputes occurred when two participants wanted to target the same challenge. A challenge could only be taken on by one participant at a time, and therefore there would be a battle for supremacy over the right of challenge. Normal duels could occur instead of a challenge. In this case, a participant would choose to challenge another participant instead of a challenge. Within each duel, there were also bronze, silver, gold and diamond levels. This would decide how much of your heavenly favor you were betting. A bronze duel would cost 10%, a silver would cost 20%, a gold 30% and a diamond 50%. What was immediately obvious was that the more heavenly favor you had, the more of a disadvantage you seemed to be in, and there was an opportunity presented to those with weaker heavenly favor to catch up quickly. Unless, of course, they died. In the case of any death, as opposed to a successful forfeit, a participant would lose 100% of their heavenly favor to their opponent. As for how the progression of the round would proceed, it was quite simple. They would be ordered in terms of heavenly favor, and this would decide the progression path of the rounds. Ryu, as the one granted the greatest amount, would be first. During his turn, Ryu could select to complete a challenge or compete in a normal duel. This was where the benefits of having more heavenly favor would come to bear fruit. If Ryu chose to challenge, and another wanted to dispute and take the challenge for themselves, they could do so, but there was a requirement. They had to have at least half the heavenly favor that Ryu did. When Ryu saw this, he had mixed feelings, because the truth was that no one here had even remotely half of his heavenly favor. Even if he gave them a small chance at it, they wouldn't be able to challenge him until the last stages of the rounds. Unless, Ryu looked at the chains on him. How would the heavenly path decide how much heavenly favor he had, exactly? Would he still be first to go? And if he was first to go, how exactly? There was really no knowing. His fate star had seemed to screw him over, but he wouldn't know how much until he started. The first part went more effortlessly than he expected. After finishing its calculations, the heavenly path lit up Ryu's pillar and it moved forward by a step. The faint markings of a domain board lit up, and when Ryu looked upward, he could see tears rising into the skies. Interesting. The challenges began to flash before Ryu, each one carrying a different, but slightly shrouded aura. It seemed that this trial would test his senses as well. Unfortunately, he could sense the deficiency in Tao. Right now, it was like he was cut off from the heavens. He wasn't even sure if his Tao was even as potent as a lineal Tao any longer, let alone a founding Tao. He couldn't sense anything ahead of him clearly as a result. Ryu's eyes continued to scan the challenges, each of which represented a different position on the board. Fine, I will pick at random, then, he thought somewhat bitterly. The moment he pointed, he felt the descent of a task rock his pillar.